Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 2649 to Chapter 2732. Lu Ming swept out with his spear. This time, Lu Ming had used the incomplete divine skill and had unleashed the power of the fourth level. 9 levels of strength surged out and clashed with Huang Wu's palm. Boom, there was a loud explosion and Lu Ming's body retreated rapidly. He took a few steps back and the ground exploded. As for Huang Wu, he also retreated. They were evenly matched in this exchange. This lad is so powerful. The new disciples were fine as they knew Lu Ming's strength. However, the senior disciples were shocked that Lu Ming had managed to block Huang Wu's attack and had even forced Huang Wu to retreat. Such strength could be said to be astonishing. Most importantly, when they used their spiritual senses to scan the area, they realized that Lu Ming was only a demigod and they were even more shocked. This lad, Huang Wu's eyes narrowed. He had seen that Lu Ming was only a demigod. Hence, he had not used his full strength in the previous blow. However, given his cultivation, even if he did not use his full strength, he could easily suppress an ordinary level 4 empty god. However, he had been defeated by Lu Ming in one blow. Lad, you have some strength. However, I have not used my full strength. Now, I will show you who is a senior and who is a newbie. Huang Wu said coldly as his divine power surged out. Bam, his body charged towards Lu Ming and he slashed out with his palm. A ray of saber radiance shot out from his palm and slashed towards Lu Ming. Huang Wu had used his full strength in this exchange and he had even used the incomplete divine skill. He had cultivated for many years and had already cultivated the incomplete divine skill to the 5th level. Its power was shocking. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. To be honest, Huang Wu's strength was shocking. The divine power that he controlled was King-grade divine power and he had cultivated the incomplete divine skill. He was far superior to the rank 5 empty gods in the Jingtian army and Yuan Luo palace. Lu Ming did not hesitate and activated the battle character manual to double his combat strength. In an instant, Lu Ming's combat strength increased greatly. Boom, Lu Ming's long spear once again collided with Huang Wu. This time, the tremor was even greater and stronger. Their bodies shook violently again, and they retreated continuously. What? He blocked it again. This time, Huang Wu used his full strength but was blocked. Is that brat still human? This is a demigod? Are you kidding me? The older disciples who were watching in secret were dumbfounded. Even the new disciples, who had seen Lu Ming fight during the assessment, stared with wide eyes in shock. During the assessment, Lu Ming was not this strong. This was natural. During the test, Lu Ming couldn't use the battle character formula. Now that he could use the battle character formula, its power was naturally stronger. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Huang Wu roared in his heart. His eyes were incomparably ferocious. He once again charged towards Lu Ming. His palms were like sabers. Saber chi crisscrossed, unceasingly chopping towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming formed a long spear with his divine force. Without any fear, he charged towards Huang Wu. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed his incomplete divine skill to the maximum, activating it to the 6th level as he fought with Huang Wu. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 10 blows. Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Demon. What kind of demon is this? The older disciples almost bit off their tongues. A demigod could actually suppress Huang Wu, who was a rank 5 empty god realm martial artist. Moreover, Huang Wu was not an ordinary rank 5 empty god realm martial artist. He was a genius. The two young men who followed Huang Wu could not even interfere as their cultivation ranks were lower than Huang Wu's. Brat, I will destroy you. Huang Wu roared. A war saber appeared in his hand. This war saber was a lower rank 6 divine weapon. With the divine weapon in his hand, his strength surged. Are you the only one who has a divine weapon? Lu Ming said coldly. A long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear was obtained by Lu Ming from the God's Cave. It was a lower rank 9 divine weapon. Weng, the long spear vibrated as Huang Wu unleashed his incomplete divine skill. In an instant, 13 levels of strength burst out. Dang, Huang Wu's body shook violently as he retreated. His arm that was holding the saber was in great pain and it was almost torn apart. Lower rank 9 divine weapon. Huang Wu roared as he stared at the long spear in Lu Ming's hand with a burning gaze. A lower rank 9 divine weapon was sold for at least 100,000 divine gems on the market. Lu Ming, a demigod, actually had a lower rank 9 divine weapon. Brat, hand over the divine weapon and I will let this matter rest. Huang Wu roared. Idiot, you may want to let this matter rest, but I don't want to. Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed his wings rock skill and attacked Huang Wu in a flash. Huang Wu was furious and could only try his best to defend himself. Dang! Now that Lu Ming had taken out the inferior grade 9th tier divine weapon, his combat ability had undoubtedly increased. He had completely suppressed Huang Wu. After a few moves, the saber in Huang Wu's hand flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated hurriedly. Bam! Lu Ming swept his spear across Huang Wu's body. Huang Wu fell to the ground and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock and anger. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I will make sure you die a horrible death. Huang Wu roared. You talk too much. Scram! Lu Ming swept his spear and Huang Wu was sent flying like a cannonball. He turned into a black dot and disappeared. After sweeping Huang Wu away, Lu Ming took a deep breath and kept Huang Wu's war saber. A lower rank 6 divine weapon was not cheap and could be exchanged for many fragments for Qiuqiu. As Qiuqiu's level increased, his appetite also grew stronger. He even disliked the fragments of low-level divine weapons and insisted on eating fragments of higher level than his own. Brat, you dare to hurt Huang Wu? Do you know who he is? You are dead. Do you know that? One of the young men who came with Huang Wu roared. Scram! If you don't scram, I will beat you up too. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept over the two young men. The two young men shuddered and fear appeared on their faces. They did not dare to say anything and left with their tails between their legs. This newcomer is really arrogant. A half-deity with such terrifying battle strength. He is probably a peerless genius. However, Huang Wu's background is not small. His elder brother is a peak figure among the inner disciples and is also a member of a holy prince's faction. This newcomer will have a hard time in the future. That's right. Unless he has a backer, he is finished. Some of the older disciples discussed. Some of the new disciples were stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so strong that he even dared to beat up the older disciples. Many of them looked at him with flickering eyes and then went to find a courtyard to stay in without saying a word. They did not dare to get too close to Lu Ming, afraid that they would be implicated by Lu Ming. Brother Lu, many thanks. At this time, Deng Yu walked over and cupped his fists. What are you thanking me for? I just don't want to give you divine crystals. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, you still have to be careful. Those people dared to openly extort the new disciples. I'm afraid their background is not small. I'm afraid there will be revenge later. Deng Yu reminded. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. Lu Ming smiled. What had he not experienced along the way? What dangers had he not encountered? His mentality was incomparably firm. Next, Lu Ming found an empty courtyard to stay in. At the entrance of the courtyard, there was a sign with the number 86 foot written on it. Lu Ming took down the sign and put it away. It meant that someone was staying here. It seems that I have to break through to the empty god realm as soon as possible. Lu Ming thought. He looked indifferent on the surface, but he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Although he was strong, this was the Kongxian school. As one of the 13 sects of Qin Tian, there were many geniuses. Those who could cultivate here were all geniuses. It was hard to count the number of geniuses that had accumulated over the years. If they did not become true gods in a million years, they would be sent to other planets to take care of things. In other words, the outer sect alone had accumulated over the years. How many geniuses would there be? Every 1,000 years, there would be more than 100 geniuses. In a million years, there would be more than 100,000 geniuses. Moreover, the Kongxian school did not recruit disciples solely based on the examination that was held once every 1,000 years. Usually, there would be some experts who would travel to various planets to look for talented geniuses to directly recruit them into the sect. The number of geniuses who joined in this way was not small. In a million years, the number of geniuses was shocking. Even if there were many who broke through to the true God realm and became inner sect disciples, there were still many who stayed. There were probably close to 100,000 geniuses. These geniuses were strong and talented. Facing these geniuses, Lu Ming's ability to fight those who were stronger than him would be greatly reduced. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated his energy to regulate his breathing. At this time, the battle between Lu Ming and Huang Wu had also spread among the outer sect disciples. What? A new disciple defeated Huang Wu? Huang Wu is a level 5 empty God realm cultivator and his incomplete divine skill has reached level 5. He is very strong. A new disciple who just joined the sect can defeat Huang Wu. He is not simple. Indeed, he is not simple. Could he be a genius from a big clan? Many people guessed. After all, the 13 sects of Qin Tian would recruit a new batch of disciples every 1,000 years. Those who were talented and strong would usually participate and would not be too old. Therefore, those who participated in the disciple recruitment examination did not cultivate for a long time. Naturally, their cultivation was not high. There weren't many veteran disciples who were able to defeat Huang Wu as soon as they joined the master-teacher pavilion. Wei Qing, you were also present back then. Do you know Lu Ming's background and which galaxy he came from? Someone asked a young man who was there. From the chaotic Star River, I heard him say so himself. Wei Qing said. What? From the chaotic galaxy? Wei Qing, has Lu Ming's cultivation level surpassed Huang Wu's and reached level 6 empty God realm? Otherwise, how could he be Huang Wu's match? The Qin Tian 13 sects have never been open to the chaotic galaxy. There are some supreme talents in the chaotic galaxy who have cultivated for almost 10,000 years. It is not impossible for them to reach level 6 empty God realm. Yes, it must be so. Many people were sure that Lu Ming must have cultivated for almost 10,000 years and his cultivation must have surpassed Huang Wu's to defeat him. His cultivation is not higher than Huang Wu's. Wei Qing said speechlessly. What? Not higher than Huang Wu's? Is he also a level 5 empty god? He is at the same level as Huang Wu and defeated Huang Wu when he just joined the sect. Is it true? A senior outer disciple did not believe it. If that's really the case, then this person's comprehension ability is truly shocking. He must have cultivated the incomplete divine skill to an extremely high level. Or perhaps, he had a fortuitous encounter a long time ago and obtained other incomplete divine skills. Only after cultivating for many years could he defeat Huang Wu. Another senior outer disciple gasped. Sigh, let me tell you. Lu Ming is not even an empty god. Wei Qing said. Not an empty god? Wei Qing, you must be mistaken. If he is not an empty god, could he be a true god? How can a person who has cultivated for less than 10,000 years reach the true God realm? Even if he is a true god, he would not be an outer disciple. He must have become an inner disciple. Many outer disciples despised Wei Qing. Who said he is a true god? He is not a true god nor an empty god. He is a half-god. Do you know what a half-god is? Wei Qing was anxious and blurted it out. The crowd fell silent. Then, the crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Wei Qing, are you crazy? Half-god? A half-god defeated Huang Wu? Wei Qing, are you talking in your sleep? Do you think we are 3 years old and easy to fool? Everyone sneered at Wei Qing. They did not believe him and mocked him. Wei Qing's face turned red and he shouted, that is the truth. Lu Ming is a half-god and defeated Huang Wu. I am not the only one who saw it. Others have seen it too. Also, new outer disciples have to register at the human hall within 3 days to receive their identity token and have their cultivation tested. If you don't believe me, we can wait at the human hall. When Lu Ming is there, you will know that I am not lying. Seeing Wei Qing's expression, the others fell silent. Could it be that Wei Qing was telling the truth? However, they still found it hard to believe that a half-god could defeat Huang Wu. In fact, even Wei Qing himself would not believe it if he did not see it with his own eyes. Let's go to the human hall and wait. I don't believe it. Let's go. The group of people went to the human hall and waited there. A few hours later, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state. He got up and went to the human hall. The human hall was the outer disciple of the Cultivation school. Everyone knew where it was. After asking around, Lu Ming easily found the human hall. The human resource hall was a huge hall. He is here. Lu Ming is here. That is Lu Ming. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, Wei Qing pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. That kid is Lu Ming? I want to see what his cultivation is. An outer disciple extended his spiritual consciousness, trying to detect Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming sensed it instantly. His spiritual consciousness also rushed out and blocked the person's prying. That person retracted his spiritual sense and said, he found out, but he didn't find out. Let's just wait and see. Lu Ming glanced at the group of people and then stepped into the hall. Wei Qing and the others followed from a distance. In fact, there were many people who were as curious as Wei Qing and the others. They stood aside and watched as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming came to a counter. At the counter, an old man looked at Lu Ming and said, Are you a new disciple? Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Name, age, which galaxy you are from, report it all. The old man said. Lu Ming reported his information. Infuse divine power into this crystal ball. It can detect your cultivation. The old man took out a crystal ball and gave it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded, took the crystal ball, and infused it with divine power. Suddenly, the crystal ball emitted light. Demigod? The old man was a little surprised. He then recorded Lu Ming's information. Demigod. Look, it's really a half-body. The veteran outer sect disciples who were watching nearby were all dumbfounded and speechless. Lu Ming was really a demigod. The veteran outer disciples were all dumbfounded. They did not believe that Lu Ming was a half-god, but now, they had no choice but to believe it. That was because the results of the crystal ball test could not be faked. Lu Ming defeated Huang Wu, who was a level 5 empty god realm martial artist, with his half-god cultivation. How was that possible? It was like a fantasy story, monster, a real monster. Many people looked at Lu Ming with solemn eyes. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Of course, Lu Ming knew what the people around him were up to. The reason why he had defeated Huang Wu in such a domineering manner was to establish his dominance. Lu Ming had been through a lot along the way. He naturally knew that newbies would be bullied no matter where they went. Therefore, he had to display his powerful abilities so that others would be in awe of him and he would have fewer troubles. Otherwise, how could he cultivate if a group of people came to provoke him? In this way, there would be fewer outer disciples who dared to provoke him. After registering his information, the old man gave Lu Ming an identity token. After receiving the identity token, Lu Ming turned and left. Brother Lu. Just as Lu Ming walked out of the personnel hall, someone called out to him and Dang Yu caught up with him. Brother Dang, what's the matter? Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, I just heard that Huang Wu's background is not to be underestimated. Dang Yu said. Oh? What's his background? Lu Ming asked. I've heard that Dang Yu's elder brother is one of the geniuses among the inner disciples. His strength is extremely powerful. Furthermore, his elder brother's master is an inner elder with terrifying strength. Dang Yu said solemnly. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Huang Wu to have such a background. However, since he had done it, there was nothing to be afraid of. He would deal with whatever came his way. Thank you, Brother Dang. Lu Ming smiled. Dang Yu dared to tell him about Huang Wu's background after knowing about it. He was a good person and worth befriending. He did not see anyone else and had already distanced himself from Lu Ming. The two chatted as they returned to their residence. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. With a thought, an exquisite dagger appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This dagger was given to him by the ancestor of techniques. He wanted him to bring it to a girl called Yuexin from the Cultivation school. However, according to the ancestor of techniques, Xian was the daughter of an important figure in the Kongxian school. She was most likely not in the outer sect. He was in the outer sect now, so it would not be easy to find Xian. If you have time, get someone to investigate. Lu Ming thought to himself. He then put away the dagger and took out a jade bottle. The jade bottle contained the spirit-strengthening pill. The spirit-strengthening pill could greatly increase the strength of the divine power and refine the divine power. It would be of great help in breaking through to the empty god realm. When one's cultivation had reached the demigod realm, there was no need to comprehend the Tao. This was especially true for demigods and empty gods. As long as they continued to refine their divine power, their cultivation would naturally increase. However, without the help of divine pills or treasures, the process would be very slow. After consuming the spirit-strengthening pill, Lu Ming started to refine it. The spirit-strengthening pill turned into a surge of energy and flowed into the divine flame in Lu Ming's dantian. It was refined by the divine flame and turned into divine power. At the same time, the surrounding space was filled with rich divine aura. It was constantly gathering toward Lu Ming and surging into his body. It was refined by Lu Ming and slowly transformed into divine power. After a few days, Lu Ming finished refining the spirit-strengthening pill and ended his cultivation. The divine qi in the Kongxian star is too dense. Cultivating here is several times faster than cultivating in the chaotic galaxy. At this rate, I will become a divine being in less than a year. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. After a few days of cultivation, Lu Ming could feel that the divine flame in his body had grown stronger. Traces of divine power flowed out from the divine flame and flowed into his meridians. From the demigod realm to the empty god realm, it was a slow process. Most people would have to stay in the empty god realm for a long time. However, the divine qi in the Kongxian star was extremely dense. With the help of the spirit-strengthening pill, Lu Ming was confident that he could become a divine being in less than a year. Someone's here? At this moment, Lu Ming sensed that someone was flying in from outside the courtyard and then stopped at the entrance of his courtyard. Clang, the door of his courtyard was pushed open. Lu Ming frowned. With a flash, he left the room and came to the courtyard of the other courtyard. A young man walked in from outside the door. He was dressed in luxurious robes and his face was cold and arrogant. He glanced at Lu Ming and smiled. "You are Lu Ming?" Although this person was smiling, his tone still revealed a hint of arrogance. "That's right, I am Lu Ming. Did Huang Wu send you here?" Lu Ming asked. "No." The young man shook his head and said, "Huang Wu is not qualified to send me here. Someone wants to see you. It might be a great opportunity for you." "Someone wants to see me? Opportunity?" Lu Ming was stunned. He had just arrived and did not know anyone. "That's right. Come with me." The young man turned around and left after saying that. Lu Ming frowned. Initially, the attitude of the young man in luxurious clothes made him uncomfortable and he did not want to go. However, he was indeed curious. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and followed the young man. They walked out of the courtyard and soared into the sky. Not long after, they landed in a luxurious courtyard. This courtyard was very luxurious. It was more than 10 times bigger than Lu Ming's courtyard. The location was also very good and the atmosphere was very dense. Lu Ming and the young man walked into the courtyard and saw a few tables and chairs. A few young men were sitting at the tables and chairs, drinking wine and chatting. "Big brother Ing, I brought him here." The young man cupped his fists towards a golden-haired young man and sat down at a table. Sitting at the head was a golden-haired young man. He had a dignified appearance and a strong aura. It was obvious that he was an expert. "You are Lu Ming?" The golden-haired young man and the other young men all looked at Lu Ming. "That's right," Lu Ming said. "Sit." The golden-haired young man waved his hand and pointed at a table. Lu Ming was puzzled. He was sure that he had never seen these people before. However, Lu Ming was not afraid and sat down at a table. "I heard that you ranked first in the 13 sex trial?" The golden-haired young man took a sip of wine and smiled. "I was just lucky," Lu Ming said. "No matter what, to be able to get first means that your talent is not bad. To tell you the truth, we are under the Tianhong Saint and belong to the Tianhong faction. The golden-haired young man said. Tianhong Saint? Tianhong faction? Lu Ming was puzzled. You just came here and might not know. Let me tell you. The golden-haired young man said, Conxian School is very powerful and powerful. It has many experts. Other than the sect master and some grand elders, there are many factions under them, led by the saints and saintesses. The golden-haired young man explained to Lu Ming in detail. In the Conxian School, as long as a prodigy with holy or divine force reached a certain level of cultivation, they could form their own faction. Those who had holy divine force were known as saints or saintesses. Those who had divine force were known as deities. These saints, saintesses, and deities could be considered candidates for the future sect leader. The future sect leader would definitely be born from these people. These saints, saintesses, and deities were equivalent to the princes of an empire. Every one of them had many supporters in the Conxian School. Outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, outer sect elders, and even inner sect elders all had their own supporters. As long as the person they supported became the sect leader in the future, the people in this faction would naturally rise to the top. It could be said that these factions were extremely powerful in the Conxian School. In fact, it wasn't just the Conxian School that was like this. The Qing Tian 13 sects and other sects were also like this. The golden-haired young man and the others belonged to one of the saints, the Tianhong Saints faction. When they heard that Lu Ming was the top scorer in this year's assessment, they wanted to recruit Lu Ming to join the Tianhong Saints faction. What do you think? Join the Tianhong Saints faction. It will benefit you a lot. The golden-haired young man said. I'm sorry, but I don't have any plans to join any faction for the time being. Lu Ming said. He came to the Conxian School mainly to borrow the resources of the Conxian School to cultivate. He had no intention of getting involved in the struggles of various factions. Hearing Lu Ming's rejection, the golden-haired young man and the other young men frowned. Lu Ming, I know that you offended Huang Wu a few days ago. Let me tell you, Huang Wu's background is not small. His elder brother is a genius among the inner disciples. His elder brother's master is a powerful inner sect elder. Moreover, they belong to another faction of the chosen, Fuko Seiko's faction. Huang Wu will definitely seek revenge on you later. As long as you join the Tianhong Saint Sun, you will receive our protection. Even Huang Wu will not be able to do anything to you. The golden-haired youth said. I'm sorry, but I really don't intend to join any faction. Lu Ming shook his head and refused again. Needless to say, once he joined a certain faction, he would become a hired thug and tool of that faction. Lu Ming had no interest in working for a certain saint. In addition, the attitude of the finely dressed youth from before had made Lu Ming very unhappy. Lu Ming did not have a good impression of this person from the Skybright Saints faction. Although the golden-haired youth had a smile on his face, his tone was cold and arrogant. It was as if he was looking down on Lu Ming. Kid, don't be so shameless. Don't think that you're so great just because you got first place in the assessment. The 13 sects recruit disciples once every 1,000 years. For countless years, people like you have been found everywhere. The finely dressed youth slammed the table and scolded coldly. That's right. We invited you to join the Skybright Saint Sun because we think highly of you. Don't think too highly of yourself. You won't even know how you died. Another young man said coldly. Oh, since you don't welcome me, I'll leave. Lu Ming said indifferently. He stood up and was about to leave. Stop right there. You think you can come and go as you wish? Where do you think this is? The finely dressed youth suddenly stood up and scolded. Hee hee, what a joke. You invited me just now. Otherwise, do you think I would come? Lu Ming sneered. Kid, what's with your attitude? You're courting death. The finely dressed youth snorted and circulated his divine force. Powerful divine force burst out and pressed down on Lu Ming. Level 7 Empty God Realm. The finely dressed youth was at level 7 Empty God Realm and was extremely powerful. He was much more powerful than Huang Wu. Lu Ming circulated his divine force and was ready to strike. So what if the other party was powerful? Lu Ming would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. Why? This is the style of the Skybright Saint Sun's faction. If you don't agree to join, you'll take action. If this matter spreads out, let's see who will join the Skybright Saint Sun's faction. Lu Ming said coldly. You dare to threaten me? The finely dressed youth's eyes turned colder and he was about to strike. Let him go. The golden-haired youth's voice sounded. Brother Ing, the finely dressed youth said anxiously. Let him go. We, the Skybright Saint Sun's faction, will not force others to do things against their will. The golden-haired youth raised his hand and the finely dressed youth had no choice but to withdraw his aura. Lu Ming did not turn back and strode away. After Lu Ming left, the finely dressed youth said unhappily, Brother Ing, why didn't you let me teach that Lu Ming a lesson? This guy doesn't know what's good for him, that's right. This person can be ranked first. His talent is not bad. If he joins other factions, it won't do us any good. The other youth added. Don't worry. If he doesn't join our faction and joins other factions, he will be an enemy. We can't let such a person stay in this world. Inform the others. If they meet this person outside, they will have the chance to kill him. However, I'm afraid he won't be able to get past Huang Wu. Let's just wait for a good show. The golden-haired youth said coldly. The smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced with killing intent. Originally, Lu Ming had ranked first in the assessment and his talent was not weak. He had wanted to recruit Lu Ming to the Skybright Saint Sun's faction. After all, there was a reward for recruiting a supreme talent. He had not expected Lu Ming to be so stubborn. I didn't expect the relationships in the Xianxia school to be so complicated. Forget it, I'll raise my strength first. Back in the courtyard, Lu Ming frowned. The Xianxia school's waters were very deep. Only when one's own strength was strong could one be unafraid of the storms outside. Lu Ming immediately continued to refine the spirit-strengthening pill and cultivate. In another luxurious courtyard in the outer area of the Xianxia school. This courtyard was Huang Wu's courtyard. Huang Wu's injuries had already healed and he was discussing matters with a few lackeys. Lu Ming, I want him to die a horrible death. Huang Wu said with a cold expression. Senior brother Huang Wu, should we report this matter to senior brother Huang Wen and ask him to send people to deal with Lu Ming? One of the lackeys suggested. Huang Wen was Huang Wu's elder brother. My elder brother has been in seclusion to break through to the next realm. There's no need to disturb him over such a small matter. Go, call the Lu brothers over. Have them cripple Lu Ming. Huang Wu said. Senior brother is wise. The Lu brothers are both at level 6 of the Void God realm. With the two of them working together, they can easily crush Lu Ming. I'll call them over now. One of the lackeys said. In Lu Ming's courtyard, he was refining the spirit-strengthening pill when suddenly, a loud roar came from outside. Lu Ming, get out here. The roar was so loud that it shook Lu Ming's courtyard. Lu Ming opened his eyes abruptly. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes. No one would be in a good mood if they were disturbed in the middle of cultivation. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and walked out of the courtyard. He saw a few figures standing in front of him. Huang Wu. Lu Ming saw Huang Wu at first glance. Beside Huang Wu, there were two young men. The two of them looked similar but their figures were different. One of them was short and fat while the other was tall and skinny. Both of them stared at Lu Ming with hostility. It's you again. Are you looking for trouble? Lu Ming looked at Huang Wu coldly. Brat, you are good. This time I will cripple you. Go and break his limbs. I want him to cry on the ground. Huang Wu said viciously. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Lu Ming, but there were rules in the Xianxia school. In the Xianxia school, disciples from the same sect were not allowed to kill each other. However, fighting was not forbidden. As long as one didn't kill or cripple one's cultivation, they could do whatever they wanted. Otherwise, Huang Wu would have crushed Lu Ming into ashes. Junior brother Huang Wu, don't worry. I will break his limbs and make him cry on the ground like a cripple. The short and fat young man said ferociously. Divine force burst out from his body and he was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. The tall and skinny young man also burst out with divine force and stepped towards Lu Ming. Rank 6 Empty God Realm. The short and fat young man and the tall and skinny young man were both rank 6 Empty God Realm martial artists. Their divine force was undoubtedly king-grade divine force. Lu Ming frowned slightly. With his current cultivation rank, he might not be a match for a rank 6 Empty God Realm martial artist who had king-grade divine force. Kneel down. Kneel down. The short and fat young man and the tall and skinny young man shouted and attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Both of their weapons were huge hammers, and when they waved them around, the power was shocking. Boom. Boom, a strong wind blew and a terrifying force swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step back and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Stay. The Lu brothers shouted and chased after Lu Ming. Their hammers were like a storm as they attacked Lu Ming. This was an incomplete divine skill. When the two of them worked together, the power was multiplied. Who said I'm leaving? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He waved his hand and shouted, Smash! A bracelet flew out of Lu Ming's hand and turned into a huge ball, smashing towards the short and fat youth. Scram! The short and fat youth roared, and the hammer continued to smash down on the round ball. Boom! With a loud boom, the short and fat young man's eyes popped out. He screamed and flew out like a kite with a broken string. He landed heavily on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. That round ball was naturally Little Ball. Over the past few days, Xianxia had devoured large amounts of divine tool fragments and metal attribute refining materials. It had advanced once again. Now, Xianxia had already reached level 5 Void God Realm, with Xianxia's strength at level 5 Empty God Realm. Defeating the short and fat youth at level 6 Empty God Realm was not a problem at all. Unless the other party had reached level 7 Empty God Realm and possessed royal grade divine force, he would be able to withstand Xianxia's attack. After sending the short and fat youth flying, Xianxia smashed towards the tall and skinny youth with a swoosh. In the end, he was sent flying by Xianxia just like the short and fat youth. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. What? Huang Wu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That is a metallic life form? The commotion here had already alerted the outer disciples in the nearby courtyards. The scene of Xianxia smashing the Lu brothers flying had naturally been witnessed by them. Those people were shocked. They hadn't expected Lu Ming to have such a powerful metallic life form on him. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept over Huang Wu. Huang Wu was almost scared to death. He turned and ran. However, how could he be faster than Xianxia? Xianxia flew over and smashed down on his head. Huang Wu tried his best to block it, but he was also sent flying and vomited blood on the ground. Just now, you said you would break my limbs. Now, I'll try it on you. Lu Ming stepped forward and condensed his divine force into a long spear. Lu Ming, don't you dare. Do you know who my big brother is? My big brother is Huang Wen, a heavenly genius of the inner sect. If you dare injure me, my big brother won't let you off. Huang Wu roared, threatening Lu Ming. You talk too much. Lu Ming said coldly. He drew out his long spear and whipped Huang Wu's legs. Huang Wu miserably screamed. His legs were broken, and his bones were even visible. Blood was flowing. Although such injuries could be quickly healed, that kind of pain was real. It wouldn't lessen in the slightest. Ahhh, brat, you're dead. I'll grind your bones to dust. Huang Wu roared. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming once more waved his spear, breaking the bones in Huang Wu's arms. Huang Wu was now like a pile of mud on the ground. How? Brazen! The other outer sect disciples all sucked in a cold breath. Despite knowing Huang Wu's identity, he still dared to be so ruthless. Scram! Lu Ming sent Huang Wu flying with a kick, turning him into a black dot in the air. If it wasn't for the Kongxian school's rule against killing, Lu Ming wouldn't hesitate to kill Huang Wu. Ruthless, truly ruthless. To treat Huang Wu like this, he'll definitely take revenge. Definitely. When he asks his big brother to come, he'll casually invite an outer sect expert. Lu Ming will be in danger. Too impulsive, unwise. The other outer sect disciples were secretly discussing. Lu Ming's gaze was somewhat focused. He was about to return to his room to continue cultivating, striving to break through as soon as possible. At this time, a ray of light flew over from the distance. A middle-aged man appeared in the air. All disciples who have joined the sect for less than 3,000 years, immediately gather at the square at the foot of the mountain. The middle-aged man spoke, his voice rumbling, spreading throughout the area. After saying this, the middle-aged man repeated it twice before turning around and leaving. Those who have joined the sect for less than 3,000 years? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. He didn't understand why. Looks like we're going to that place. I'm so envious. Yeah, if I can go there again, I'm afraid I'll be able to break through my cultivation. Some of the veteran outer sect disciples immediately began to discuss. Many of them revealed looks of envy. As for those like Lu Ming who had just joined the sect, they were also flabbergasted. However, they didn't ask much and flew to the foot of the mountain. There was a huge square at the foot of the mountain. They gathered there. Little Qing. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he saw Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxia and Xianxia were both women. Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming, Xianxia also revealed a smile and flew over. Many people looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. What a beautiful woman. It's a pity that she's already taken. Who is that kid? He's so lucky. I'm so envious. Many male disciples looked at Lu Ming with envy, jealousy, and hatred. There were even more people who flew to the female disciples and greeted them, taking the opportunity to close the distance. In a short while, more than 600 people had gathered in the square. They were all disciples who had joined the sect within the last 3,000 years. At that moment, a few figures flew over from afar. There were 5 of them. There were elders and middle-aged men. The middle-aged man in the middle was wearing a loose black robe. Everyone recognized that it was the symbol of an outer elder. As for the other 4, they were wearing the symbol of an outer deacon. Today, I have called all of you here to bring you to a place. That place is a training ground, but it is also an opportunity. Consider it a benefit for all of you. The outer elder said. Training? Benefit? Everyone was surprised. That's right. On Cultivation Star, there is a strange forest. There are many plant life forms living there. These plant life forms are unique. Their bodies contain a type of wood crystal. This wood crystal contains rich and pure energy. It is easy for empty gods to absorb and refine it. It is a great help for accumulating and increasing divine power. It can increase your cultivation rank in a short period of time. According to the rules of the sect, the forest will only open once every 3,000 years. Therefore, all disciples who have joined the sect within the last 3,000 years can enter. Consider it a benefit for all of you. However, some of these plant life forms are aggressive and some are poisonous. They are dangerous. Consider it a training ground for all of you. The outer elder explained. Everyone was enlightened and some of them were excited. They had just joined the sect and yet they were able to enjoy such benefits. No wonder it was a top sect. Swoosh, the outer elder waved his hand and a sacred artifact combat sword appeared. It expanded rapidly and became a few hundred miles wide. Go up, I will bring all of you there. The outer elder and the 4 deacons were the first to land on the sacred artifact giant sword. Then, Lu Ming and the rest flew onto the giant sword. Let's go. The outer sect elder shouted. The huge sword turned into a beam of light and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and the rest were on the giant sword. They were stable and did not move at all. So fast. Is this the strength of a heavenly god? Lu Ming looked at the mountains, rivers, and so on that were constantly passing by. He sighed inwardly. It was too fast. Even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he couldn't see the passing scenery clearly. As an outer elder of the Cultivation school, his cultivation was at least in the heavenly god realm. Someone like him could travel across the starry sky with his flesh alone. His speed was naturally shocking. However, the surface area of Cultivation Star was too big. Even with the help of heavenly god realm experts, it would still take some time for them to get there. Lu Ming suddenly looked in a certain direction. Just now, Lu Ming felt that someone was looking at him with killing intent. When Lu Ming glanced over, a few young men immediately turned their heads away and pretended as if nothing had happened. They want to kill me? Are they Huang Wu's men? Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, those people want to kill you. Xianxia whispered. Obviously, he had also felt it. Yeah, I can feel it. Be careful when we reach the botany forest. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia. The two of them chatted for a while and sat down cross-legged at the side. However, Lu Ming could feel killing intent sweeping towards him from time to time. Although it was well hidden, Lu Ming's spiritual sense was extremely sharp and he could clearly sense it. A few hours later, the giant sword stopped. There was a huge mountain range in front of them. The mountain range was extremely vast and ancient trees towered into the sky. One couldn't see the end of it. The area of the mountain range was probably 10 times larger than the heaven boundary, primordial realm and evil god realm combined. This is our destination this time, the botany forest. There are many plant life forms living in it. Although the plant life forms are not too strong and there are almost no true god realm existences, you have to act according to your own strength. Don't lose your life because of greed. Also, you only have 3 months. After 3 months, you must come out. Go. The outer elder waved his hand. Whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly, nearly 600 people turned into streaks of light and flew into the mountain range and into the boundless forest. Lu Ming and Xianxia also flew towards the botany forest. Let's go together. Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming. All right. Lu Ming nodded. They flew for a while and then rushed into the vast botany forest. The 4 of you go in and take a look. If there is really a true god realm plant life form, kill it. After everyone had entered the botany forest, the outer elder instructed the 4 deacons. Yes. The 4 deacons also rushed into the botany forest in a flash. As for the outer sanctum elder, he waited outside. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia landed in a forest. It was quiet in the forest. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. Other than plants, there were no other living beings. The 3 of them observed for a while and then went into the depths of the forest. Whoosh, when Lu Ming passed by an old vine, the old vine moved and wrapped around Lu Ming like a soft whip. There were sharp thorns on the old vine that emitted a green light. It was obvious that it was highly poisonous. Plant life form. Lu Ming's eyes moved. A divine weapon battle sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. Puff, the old vine was directly cut by Lu Ming and dark green liquid flowed out. Afterward, Lu Ming saw an old vine uprooting and scampering away, trying to escape. Still want to run? Lu Ming used the rockwing technique and caught up with the old vine in a flash. He slashed at the root of the old vine. The old vine twitched a few times and stopped moving. Afterward, Lu Ming broke open the old vines and found a green crystal that was about the size of a finger. This was the wood crystal. It contained very rich energy essence. Let's see what the energy is like. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked the wood crystal into his mouth. Instantly, the wood crystal turned into rolling energy and poured into the divine flame. Soon, the energy of the wood crystal was directly converted into divine power. It can be directly absorbed and converted. Lu Ming exclaimed. Refining the wood crystal was even faster than refining the spirit-strengthening pill. However, the old vine was only at level 1 of the ethereal god realm. It did not contain much energy. Then, the 3 of them continued to move forward. However, after walking for a while, they did not find any traces of plant life forms. Not all the plants in the forest were plant life forms. Many of them were not plant life forms and were just ordinary plants. If these plant life forms don't attack, they will be like ordinary plants. It's hard to find them. Xianxia said. Lu Ming and Xianxia frowned. That was true. If the plant life forms did not attack, even if they were beside them, they might not be able to find them. Lu Ming, try Little Ball. Little Ball is a metal life form. It is a special life form like the plant life forms. Perhaps it can sense them. Xianxia suggested. Xianxia's words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. That's right, Xiaoqiu was a metallic life form. Like plant life forms, it was a special life form. Could he sense it? Immediately, Lu Ming woke Xiaoqiu up. Every time Xiaoqiu turned into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's wrist, it was basically sleeping and digesting the divine tool fragments and refining materials it had eaten. Crunch, crunch, after being woken up, Xiaoqiu turned into a metallic ball. A large mouth appeared on it and kept biting. This glutton wants to eat as soon as it wakes up. Lu Ming smiled speechlessly. He took out a divine tool fragment of a level 5 divine tool and threw it to Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu bit it and started eating. Sparks flew between its teeth. The level 5 divine tool fragment was completely devoured by Xiaoqiu in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqiu, sense it. There are plant life forms here. Let's see if you can sense them. Lu Ming said to Xiaoqiu. Crunch, crunch, a pair of eyes appeared above Xiaoqiu's mouth and it started looking around. Swish, suddenly, Xiaoqiu flew out towards a tree as thick as a thigh and bit it. Swish, immediately, the tree jumped up and swept its branches in all directions. Its roots were like venomous snakes as they coiled around Xiaoqiu. There really is one. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia were all overjoyed. This tree was just beside them, but they didn't sense it. Swish, Xianxia was close to the tree and immediately attacked. With a flash of his sword, the tree was cut into hundreds of pieces. Wood fragments flew everywhere. A wood crystal appeared in the air and was caught by Xianxia. Swish, then, Xiaoqiu flew to the other side and bit at a plant that looked like a weed. Immediately, this plant jumped up and ran away, but it was killed by Xianxing's sword. Sha sha sha, in the next moment, the plants around Lu Ming and the others seemed to move. At least a dozen plants moved. Their roots left the ground like feet as they scampered off into the distance. There were large trees that required several people to wrap their arms around, slender bamboos, a few large locust trees, and a few old vines, so many. Lu Ming and the others were tongue-tied. When these plant life forms were motionless, it was impossible to tell. Unexpectedly, there were so many plant life forms around them. Were they trying to ambush them? Kill. Lu Ming and the other two didn't hold back at all as they charged towards these plant life forms. These plant life forms were not of high levels and the most powerful one was only at level 5 empty god realm. Not long after, all of them were killed by Lu Ming and the rest. They obtained more than 10 wood crystals. This kind of wood crystal was very easy to refine. After the 3 of them split it equally, they swallowed it on the spot and refined it. In less than an hour, they had refined all of the wood crystals. Lu Ming felt the divine force in his body grow stronger. A wisp of divine flame burned fiercely in his dantian, overflowing with divine force and flowing through his meridians. Once his meridians were filled with divine force, Lu Ming would be able to break through to the martial god realm. Continue. Immediately, Lu Ming and the others brought Xiaoqiu and started to hunt the plant life forms. This forest only opened once every 3,000 years, so there were many plant life forms here. A few days later, they had killed more than 100 plants and obtained more than 100 wood crystals, which were all refined by the 3 of them. Lu Ming could feel the divine force in his body growing stronger. He was getting closer to the day of his breakthrough. Xianxia and Xianxin's cultivation was slightly higher as they had reached level 3 empty god realm. They needed more energy to improve their cultivation, but they had made significant progress and were quickly approaching level 4 empty god realm. Treasure land, this forest was really a treasure land. No wonder the Outer Elder said it was a benefit for them. As long as they could kill the plant life forms, their cultivation would improve rapidly. It was indeed a benefit. Especially Lu Ming and the others, their speed of killing the plant life forms was extremely fast, which was a rare benefit. Their cultivation speed was incomparable to normal cultivation. Puff, a level 5 empty god realm tree with a diameter of 10 meters was slashed in half by Lu Ming's sword. Using a battle sword to deal with these plant life forms was more convenient. Lu Ming smiled. Just as he was about to peel the wood crystal, Lu Ming's hair stood on end and he quickly retreated. Boom, an arrow was shot from the front at a shocking speed. It landed on the ground where he had just stood, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming's face darkened as he looked ahead. His figure flickered and 5 young men appeared in front of him, 4 men and 1 woman. One of the young men held a big bough and appeared in front of the tree that Lu Ming had slashed in half. He dug out a wood crystal. It's such a waste to give this wood crystal to a few people who are about to die. The young man with the big bough sneered. He looked at Lu Ming and the others as though they were already dead. It's them. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. These people were the ones who had tried to kill him previously. Did Huang Wu send you? Lu Ming asked. You can't say that he was sent. The young man with the big bough smiled and said, Huang Wu and his elder brother, Huang Wen, are under Fuko Seiko. You have injured Fuko Seiko's men. Do you still want to live? Fuko Seiko. Lu Ming understood that these people were the same as Huang Wu. They were under Fuko Seiko's men. Lu Ming had beaten Huang Wu twice and these people were here to avenge Huang Wu. These two girls are peerless. It's a pity to kill them. How about this, I'll give you a chance. The two of you, submit to us and serve us well. Then, we'll spare your lives. Another young man looked at Xianxia and Xianxia with a lustful expression. Do you think that you can defeat us? Lu Ming said coldly. At the same time, he circulated his divine force and was ready for a battle. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad and you have a metallic life form. However, you will definitely die in front of us. The young man with the big bough said coldly as a powerful aura spread out from his body. As for the other four, they circulated their divine power. Powerful auras and ice-cold murderous intent radiated from them without restraint. 2 level 7 empty God realm experts, 3 level 6 empty God realm experts. In an instant, Lu Ming judged the other party's ability. His heart sank slightly. These young men had been in the sect for 1,000 years or even 2,000 years. They were very powerful and the divine force that they controlled was king-grade divine force. Ordinary people could not compare with them. Xianxia and Xianxia had shocking combat strength but their cultivation was limited. They were only level 3 empty God realm experts. It would be difficult for them to deal with a level 6 empty God realm expert. Given Lu Ming's ability, he was no match for a level 6 void god. Qiu was slightly stronger but a level 7 empty God realm expert was enough to stop him. The situation was not good for them. At this moment, a figure flashed in the sky and an elder appeared. This elder was one of the 4 deacons of the outer sect. The scene below was seen by the old man. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. The outer deacon stood in the sky and saw everything clearly. However, Lu Ming and the rest did not notice him. However, he did not stop them. This brat is stubborn. Our Tianhong faction invited him to join us but he refused. Since he doesn't want to join our faction, he will be an enemy sooner or later. We can use the floating light faction to get rid of him. Ruthlessness flashed across Laozi's eyes. This old man was from the Skybright Saint Sun's faction. In Kongshan school, some of the outer deacons, inner deacons, outer elders, and even inner elders would join some factions to support a holy son or holy daughter to take over the faction of the sect master in the future. Since Lu Ming did not join the Tianhong faction, if he joined another faction in the future, he would be an enemy of the Tianhong faction. The old man chuckled. In a flash, he left the place and pretended that he had not seen anything. The two of you, surrender now. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. The young man with the big bough looked at Xianxia and Xianxia and spoke again. That's right. Hurry up. I will give you one last chance. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. The other level 7 empty God realm young man said coldly. Wait a minute. Let's charge together. Lu Ming sent a message to Xianxia and Xianxia. Lu Ming, Xianxia and I will cast the dark sacred light cage to trap a level 7 empty God realm cultivator. After that, we will charge together. Xianxia replied. Lu Ming nodded his head silently. At this moment, the other party had lost his patience. Stubborn. Then let's kill them together. Attack. The young man with the big bough shouted. He pulled the big bough and divine power surged. An arrow was formed. Retreat. Lu Ming shouted. The 3 of them retreated frantically with Xianxia and Xianxia. You want to leave? Die! The bow-wielding youth shouted and shot out an arrow of light that was incomparably resplendent. It was like a shooting star as it shot towards Lu Ming, emitting a terrifying might. Lu Ming had once used the fallen star bow, so he knew that those who used bows and arrows as weapons usually had terrifying single-target attack power. Lu Ming didn't dare to take them head-on. Qiao. Lu Ming waved his hand and Qiao flew out, turning into a shield in front of him. Clang, the meteor-like arrow struck the shield that Qiao had transformed into. The shield trembled incessantly, but in the end, it was blocked. Kill. At the same time, the other 4 young men and women charged towards Lu Ming's group. The level 7 empty god was the fastest. In an instant, he was near Lu Ming. Downwind slash. The youth shouted and slashed with his saber. A crescent saber radiance shot towards Lu Ming. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming brandished his long spear to block the attack. The long spear was a lower rank 9 sacred weapon. The long spear vibrated as Lu Ming unleashed the full power of his incomplete sacred skill. Clang, the long spear and the saber radiance collided. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him from the long spear, wanting to tear his body apart. Puff, Lu Ming spurted out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying a few hundred meters away. Powerful, too powerful, with Lu Ming's current combat strength, he couldn't even defeat a level 6 empty god, let alone a level 7 empty god. The difference between them was too great. Lu Ming was injured in one move, however, with this delay, Xianxia and Xianxia finally made their move. Dark Sacred Light Skill. With 2 soft shouts, 2 suns appeared in the sky. One was black and the other was white. The black and white light intertwined and turned into a dark sacred light cage, enveloping the level 7 empty god. Boom, the level 7 empty god struck with his saber, but he couldn't break the dark sacred light cage. However, the other 3 level 6 empty god realm experts had also arrived. Boom. Boom. Boom, the 3 of them struck at the same time and struck out a terrifying blow. Swoosh. Swoosh, Xianxia and Xianxia struck out continuously. Rays of sword radiance collided with their opponents. Clang. Clang, after a series of explosions, Xianxia and Xianxia borrowed the force of the explosion to retreat. Lower rank 9 sacred weapon. The opponents looked at the combat swords in Xianxia and Xianxia's hands greedily. The combat swords in Xianxia and Xianxia's hands were given to them by Lu Ming. They were lower rank 9 sacred weapons. Retreat. Xianxia and Xianxia retreated to Lu Ming's side and the 3 of them continued to retreat. Qiao flew back quickly and met up with Lu Ming and the others. Don't even think about leaving. Chase after them. The young man with the big bow shouted and chased after them. The other 3 level 6 empty god realm young men and women also chased after them. Swoosh, the young man with the big bow shot out another terrifying arrow, but it was blocked by Qiao. Boom, at that moment, the young man who was trapped in the dark sacred light cage had also broken through the dark sacred light cage and chased after Lu Ming and the others. The 2 parties chased and fled quickly. D***, we must kill them. At that moment, the 5 young men and women with the big bow were shocked. After a short fight, they realized that the combat strength of Lu Ming and the others were shockingly high. Lu Ming was only a demigod and Xianxia and Xianxia were only level 3 empty god realm. With such cultivation, they were able to block their attacks. Divine power, Lu Ming and the others must have mastered divine power. Otherwise, they would not be so powerful. They had to kill such people. If they were left alive, they would only be a disaster. Soon, the 2 parties had traveled for more than 100 miles. Sacred Light Escape Skill. At that moment, sacred light surrounded Xianxuan's body and she looked like a holy saintess. Then, a white halo spread out and enveloped Lu Ming and Xianxia. Swoosh, immediately, their speed increased and they became several times faster than before. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared before the eyes of the young men with the big bow. D***. The young men shouted angrily. That must be a secret skill to escape. With such fast speed, there must be repercussions. Chase them. This time, we must kill them. The young man with the big bow said coldly. The 5 young men continued to chase in the direction that Lu Ming and the others had disappeared. Xianxia led Lu Ming and Xianxia and flew for more than 100,000 miles before stopping. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. She forced herself to use the sacred light escape skill and is injured. Let's find a safe place first, Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded and led Xianxia away. Soon, they had traveled for more than 100,000 miles. The others would not be able to travel as fast in the forest because they did not know when they would be attacked by the plant life. However, they had Xianxia with them. They could sense the presence of the plant life and avoid it in advance. Then, they found a hidden valley and rushed in. Once they entered the valley, Lu Ming immediately took out a healing elixir and fed it to Xianxia so that she could heal herself. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Networko. No advertisement. Fuko Seiko's faction. Huang Wu's faction. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly. It was obvious that the other party wanted to get rid of him in the Jiwu forest. This time, it was a close call. Breakthrough, I must achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. This time, it was all thanks to Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia. Xianxia had a formidable background. He had risked his injuries and executed a secret escape technique to bring them away. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous for Lu Ming to rely on his own strength. Strength, Lu Ming desperately needed strength. There were too many powerhouses in the primitive universe and deities were everywhere. Lu Ming's current strength was too weak. After cultivating, my divine force has grown a lot stronger. If it grows a little stronger, I will be able to break through to the martial god realm. Lu Ming pondered. He swallowed a healing pill and began to treat his injuries. Previously, he had received an attack from a rank 7 empty god realm expert and had suffered some injuries. A few hours later, Lu Ming's injuries were fully healed. A wisp of divine flame burned brightly in his dantian. Divine force continuously flowed through his meridians. However, the density of his divine force was not perfect yet. It was still lacking. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming took out 2 jade bottles. The 2 jade bottles were filled with spirit-strengthening pills. Lu Ming originally had 2 bottles of spirit-strengthening pills. Each bottle contained 9 pills. He had used a few of them when he was cultivating, so he was left with a dozen pills. With a flash, Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming, go ahead and cultivate. I will guard you, Xianxia said. As soon as Lu Ming took out the spirit-strengthening pills, Xianxia immediately understood what Lu Ming was thinking. All right. Lu Ming nodded his head with a firm look in his eyes. He took a deep breath and absorbed the spirit-strengthening pills into his mouth. Boom. 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 The medicinal energy of over a dozen spirit-strengthening pills was too strong. As soon as it spread, it turned into a surging wave of energy that surged through Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming returned to his original state. The divine flame burned fiercely, and he began to frantically refine the medicinal energy. Fortunately, the effect of the spirit-strengthening pill was to increase one's divine power, so refining it was not that difficult. If it were any other type of pill, swallowing so many of them at once would have torn apart Lu Ming's body, no matter how strong it was. The rich medicinal power was constantly being refined and converted into divine power. Lu Ming's divine power grew stronger and stronger, flowing through his meridians like mercury. That was God energy, the energy of the gods. It was much stronger than the energy of the world. A wisp of God energy could easily pierce through the energy of the world. If Lu Ming had not comprehended the path of the ruler and mastered the power of the ruler, he would not have been able to fight against an empty god with his cultivation of the heavenly emperor realm. Only the path of the ruler, which defied the natural order, could allow Lu Ming to fight against an empty god when he was in the heavenly emperor realm. Rumble. When all the medicinal energy was refined, the divine power in Lu Ming's body was extremely rich. It flowed through his meridians and returned to the divine flame. Alright, time to break through to the martial god realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Afterward, the divine fire in his dantian suddenly soared. Initially, the divine flame was only the size of a fist. Now, it was growing rapidly. Even the divine power flowing through Lu Ming's meridians seemed to have been ignited and turned into divine flames. Huff huff, Lu Ming seemed to be shrouded in a ball of flames. Lu Ming was trying to break through to the martial god realm. Once he succeeded, his flesh would transform into a god flesh. Those with a god flesh would be considered a martial god. 2 days were gone in the same manner. Bang, a shocking aura burst out of his body. A beam of light soared into the sky and soared into the clouds. Wisps of god energy surged in Lu Ming's direction. Crap! Xianxia and Xianxia were startled. Such a huge commotion would most likely attract the attention of others. Devour. Lu Ming took out a huge number of god crystals and blasted them into pieces. Wisps of god energy surged into Lu Ming's body and were refined by Lu Ming. They were converted into divine force. Rumble, the divine flame in Lu Ming's dantian grew rapidly. The divine force in his body grew stronger too. Lu Ming absorbed a few tens of thousands of god crystals in one go before stopping. First layer empty god realm, success. Lu Ming had achieved the martial god realm and achieved the first layer empty god realm. His strength had improved tremendously. My battle character technique seems to have had a breakthrough too. Once he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming felt something in his heart. He discovered that his battle word incantation had also broken through the bottleneck and entered a new realm. Previously, even though the battle character technique had a 100% chance of doubling his strength, it was still difficult for him to improve it further. Right now, Lu Ming felt that he could activate the battle word tactic to increase his combat ability by 3 times. That's right, triple his strength. However, there was still a chance for him to triple his strength. Similar to the previous double his strength, it was impossible for him to succeed. Lu Ming still needed to comprehend it further. Let's go, let's leave this place first. Lu Ming rose from his seat and said after finishing his cultivation. His breakthrough had caused a huge commotion. He was afraid that it would attract the attention of his enemies. Let's go. Xianxia and Xianxia nodded their heads. The 3 of them rushed out of the valley and into the depths of the forest. At that moment, many people were alerted by the commotion caused by Lu Ming's breakthrough and were heading in their direction. The 3 of them ran quickly. However, they were blocked after a short distance. Young man, let's see where you can run to. With a cold shout, 3 young men appeared in front of them and blocked their way. The 3 of them were the ones who had wanted to kill Lu Ming and the rest. One of them was a level 7 empty god and the other 2 were level 6 empty gods. Go to hell, downwind slash. The 3 young men dashed toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. The young man at level 7 empty god realm slashed his saber and a terrifying saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and Cho flew out. It turned into a metal ball and collided with the young man. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Xianxia rushed towards the 2 level 6 empty god realm young men. Buzz, Lu Ming's spear swept towards the level 6 empty god realm. Young man. The moment he struck, Lu Ming had activated the battle character manual to double his combat strength. Boom, there was a loud explosion and the young man's face changed drastically. He was in disbelief. His body was like a cannonball and he was sent flying by Lu Ming. He crashed into a huge tree that was 10 meters in diameter and the huge tree was smashed into pieces. The young man was shocked. How did Lu Ming's strength suddenly increase? Kill. Lu Ming shouted and charged towards the young man. He had already broken through to level 1 empty god realm and his divine power was many times stronger than before. He could crush a level 6 empty god realm martial artist. When Lu Ming was a half-god, he could fight with Huang Wu who was a level 5 empty god realm martial artist. He could use a lower rank 9 divine weapon to suppress his opponent. Now that he had broken through to the empty god realm, Lu Ming could crush a level 6 empty god realm martial artist. Moreover, Lu Ming could even fight against a level 7 empty god realm martial artist. The higher the cultivation rank, the greater the gap between each rank. It was not easy to cross the gap. Swoosh, Lu Ming struck out with his spear and a dazzling spear radiance shot towards his opponent. The opponent was shocked and tried his best to defend himself. However, it was useless as he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Even his sacred weapon was sent flying and his arms were broken. Kill. Subsequently, Lu Ming swept his long spear and blasted the existence of the Void God Realm level 6, killing him on the spot. You. The other two were shocked. Sizzle sizzle at this moment, a ray of light shot towards Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. It was an arrow, a terrifying arrow. Without hesitation, Lu Ming swept his spear backwards and collided with the arrow. Boom, an intense explosion sounded out, as if a sun had exploded, forming shockwaves that rushed out in all directions. Buzz, the spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously. A terrifying force followed Lu Ming's spear and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure drifted backward. He only stopped after retreating a few hundred meters. The attack power of this arrow is terrifying. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and he was shocked. Lad, you actually managed to block my attack. A shocked voice resounded. In the forest far away, 7 or 8 figures flashed and rushed towards them. One of them was the young man with the big bow that they had met previously. Oh my god, so many people. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Previously, there were only 5 people including the young man with the big bow. Now, there were 5 or 6 more people and some of them had terrifying auras that were not weaker than the young man with the big bow. Needless to say, from the murderous intent that permeated their bodies, they were from Fuko Seiko's faction and Huang Wu's faction. Lu Ming could barely contend with a level 7 ethereal god. However, it was impossible for him to defeat the other party. Most importantly, Lu Ming had been activating the battle word incantation to increase his combat strength by 3 times, but he kept failing. Xiaoqing, let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate and rushed towards Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and Xianxia had joined hands to fight the young man at 6th level of ethereal god realm. They had suppressed him completely. As for Qiuqiu, it was locked in a fierce battle with the 7th level empty god realm existence. Kill. He rushed to the side of Xianxia and thrust his spear at the ethereal god stage 6 youth. The other party was shocked. However, he was already suppressed by Xianxia and Wang Yao. How could he deal with Lu Ming? He was directly stabbed to death by Lu Ming's spear. Ah, you're courting death. After 2 people died, the bow-wielding young man and the others became furious. The bow-wielding young man once again shot out an arrow, but it was blocked by Lu Ming's spear. Go. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Xianxia and Qiuqiu also abandoned their opponents and rushed towards the same direction. Chase, we must kill him. Kill this bastard. Kill. Furious roars came from behind as they rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Our strength is still not enough. Lu Ming was a little depressed. There were too many people on the other side. If there were only 5 people from before, they could still fight. However, the number of people on the other side had doubled. If they fought, they would be doomed. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled a few thousand li. There were people in front. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. If they encountered other disciples of the sect, the people of the Floating Light sect would not be so bold as to attack them in public. Although they were no longer in the sect, the other party would still have some scruples. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's face changed. This was because Lu Ming recognized one of the people in front of him. It was a well-dressed young man from the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction. Previously, he had asked Lu Ming to meet the young man with the surname Ming. His attitude was extremely bad. At this moment, the other party also saw Lu Ming and the others. It's this kid. The well-dressed young man's eyes turned cold as he said, this kid actually dared to reject the invitation of the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction. He will be a disaster sooner or later. Now is the time to get rid of him. Attack. Immediately, the well-dressed young man and the others rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming secretly complained. He did not expect to encounter the well-dressed young man and the others here. From the killing intent emitted from the other party, it was needless to say that they also wanted to kill him. I only refused to join the other party's faction and they want to kill me? Lu Ming's heart surged with anger. When his strength increases in the future, he must personally destroy the Tianhong Saint Sun's faction and Fuko Seiko's faction. Kid, die. A long sword appeared in the well-dressed young man's hand. He slashed out with a terrifying power. The well-dressed young man's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th Void God realm. He was not far from the 8th Void God realm. His strength was extremely shocking. Lu Ming and the others did not want to face the other party head-on. If they were entangled by the other party, they would be surrounded when the other party caught up. It would be troublesome. Once so many experts joined forces, they would be in danger. They immediately changed direction and rushed to the right. You want to leave? Stay. The well-dressed young man led a few people and chased after Lu Ming and the others. Behind them, the young man with the big bow and the others also quickly chased after them. Oh? Floating light faction. This kid injured Huang Wu. It's normal for these people to want to kill him. The well-dressed young man's heart jumped. He knew what was going on. Let's join forces and kill this kid. The well-dressed young man sent a message to the young man with the big bow and the others. Okay. Both parties immediately joined forces and chased after Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was the deacon of the Tianhong faction. The old man was called Lu Zhong. This kid is actually fine. He's really lucky. A cold light flashed in Lu Zhong's eyes. He then looked behind him. In that direction, a streak of rainbow light was rapidly approaching. It was another deacon of the outer sanctum. We can't let him ruin this. I'll go stop him. Lu Zhong whispered and then flew towards the other deacon. Lu Zhong, what's going on? I feel that there's a big commotion here. The deacon who came later said. It's nothing. Some disciples are chasing after some plant life. Don't worry. I'm here. Nothing will happen. Lu Zhong smiled. That's good. The deacon who came later did not suspect anything. He nodded and left. Lu Ming and the others ran for another 10,000 miles. They slowed down. After reaching this place, it became more and more remote. However, there were fewer plants, especially plant life. They almost did not encounter them. That is, suddenly, they realized that there was an abyss in front of him. In the abyss, there was a blood-red mist constantly emerging. It seriously blocked their vision and they could not see what was inside. Let's go in. Lu Ming and the others did not stop and rushed into the abyss. In the abyss, there was a blood-red mist that blocked their vision. This way, they could use the environment here to get rid of the other party. However, when they flew above the abyss, their expressions changed greatly. In the abyss, there was a terrifying gravitational force that acted on them. This gravitational force was too strong, making it difficult for them to fly. They directly fell into the abyss. Lu Ming and the others fell into the abyss like meteors. The young man in luxurious clothes and the young man with the big bow were shocked and stopped in their tracks. They landed beside the abyss, their faces solemn, and they did not move forward. This place is strange and evil. I feel uneasy. The young man in luxurious clothes whispered. Let's surround this place first. If that kid doesn't die, he will come out. We can kill him then. The young man with the big bow said. He was also uneasy. In the end, they did not dare to enter the abyss. They decided to stay here and wait for Lu Ming to come out. In fact, they were even sending voice transmissions to call for more helpers. This was because the abilities of Lu Ming and the rest made them uneasy. They were too powerful. They were simply unbelievably powerful. Not long after, more and more people from the two factions arrived. There were more than 10 Tier 7 Ethereal God Realm cultivators. However, there were no Tier 8 Ethereal God Realm cultivators. After all, these people had joined the sect in the last 3,000 years. It was good enough that they could reach Tier 7 Ethereal God Realm. Lu Zhong saw all of this. He turned a blind eye and left. After all, he was a deacon. It would not be good for him if others knew that he was indulging them on purpose. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia continued to fall. Luckily, the abyss was not very high. It was only about 1,000 meters deep. Boom. Boom. Boom, the three of them adjusted their footing and landed heavily on the ground, creating 3 loud explosions. Then, the three of them looked around. Lu Ming and the other two were taken aback. There were piles of dead wood and rotten grass in the abyss. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a green flash in a pile of dead wood. He walked over and used his divine power to absorb. A green object flew out. Wood crystal. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was a wood crystal with rich energy. Obviously, it was of a high level. "There's one here too," Xianxia exclaimed. She also found a wood crystal in a pile of rotten grass. Their eyes burned with passion. Could it be that many plant life forms had died in this place, and the wood crystals had all fallen here? If that was the case, wouldn't he be rich? Instantly, the three of them flashed and began to rummage through the piles of dead wood and rotten grass. Sure enough, they found more and more wood crystals. Those withered trees and rotten grass were clearly plant life forms. However, for some unknown reason, they had lost their essence energy and turned into withered trees and rotten grass, leaving only wood crystals behind. After a short while, they found more than a dozen wood crystals. Moreover, each of them had abundant energy. They were even more abundant than the wood crystals of the 5th-level ethereal god realm plants they had killed before. The plant life forms that left these wood crystals were all above ethereal god realm. "We're rich. Haha, let's continue." The three of them were very excited and began to sweep through the bottom of the abyss. Who would have thought that there would be such a treasure ground at the bottom of the abyss? Moreover, the luxuriously dressed youth and the others didn't chase after them. Lu Ming guessed that they probably had some misgivings and didn't dare to chase after them. This way, they would be even more at ease to plunder. Rustle. Suddenly, a wave of rustling sound sounded out, making the few people's faces change. "Be careful, there are living beings approaching." Xianxuan's face was solemn as she felt waves of dangerous aura. Lu Ming and Xianxing's faces were also solemn. Lu Ming even felt goosebumps and his heart tightened. It seems like the wood crystals here aren't that easy to obtain. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The three of them formed a circle and carefully observed their surroundings. At this moment, the blood mist in the abyss became thicker. That rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Swoosh, suddenly, a terrifying whistling sound was heard. The sound came from the ground. A few rays of blood-red light shot out from the ground and pierced towards them. "Be careful," Lu Ming shouted. His long spear appeared and he swept it out. Dong, Lu Ming's long spear seemed to have hit leather and a dong sound was heard. However, that red light wasn't blown away. Instead, it coiled around it. It was a tentacle, a blood-red tentacle that looked like the roots of a tree. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxuan also made their move. Their swords slashed and left sword marks on the blood-red roots. However, they didn't cut them open. These roots were extremely tough. Boom, Lu Ming directly activated 3 times his combat strength. His long spear shook violently. 13 layers of strength burst out and finally, the roots were blown away. Then, Lu Ming put away his long spear and took out a battle sword. Against these roots, the battle sword was more practical. Break! Lu Ming held the sword with both hands and unleashed his full combat strength. The purplish gold sovereign power burst out along the battle sword and slashed at one of the roots. Puff, that root was directly cut off by Lu Ming. From the cut-off root, blood spurted out and blood chi filled the air. Squeak, that root seemed to be in pain. Not far away, squeak 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 sounds could be heard. Then, a few roots retracted. But in the next moment, a huge monster appeared from the blood mist. "What the hell is this?" Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air at the sight of the huge creature. It was also an ancient tree. Its whole body was blood red. On the trunk, there were tentacle-like roots that were constantly waving. Its root system was very developed. There were at least a few hundred of them densely packed together. They also looked like blood-red poisonous snakes. One look at them would make one's scalp tingle. There was no doubt that this was a plant life, and an extremely terrifying one at that. This is an extremely rare bloodthirsty plant life. It specializes in devouring the blood of other plant life and even the blood of other living beings. "Be careful," Xianxuan warned. This plant life, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. When he was in the primordial realm's divine wilderness continent, Lu Ming had also encountered such a plant life that specialized in devouring the blood of other living beings. However, it was far from being this powerful. This ancient tree moved towards Lu Ming and the others with its roots as its feet, emitting a terrifying aura. Swoosh! Swoosh! Then, dozens of blood-red roots swept towards Lu Ming and the others with astonishing power. Crack! Xiao flew out and bit down on one of the roots, directly biting it off. Lu Ming and the others also attacked. However, these roots were very hard and powerful. It was very difficult to cut them off. The most shocking thing was that after they cut off the roots, the other party's roots would quickly heal and attack them again. 3 times the combat strength, erupt, as Lu Ming attacked, he constantly activated the battle formula, trying to trigger 3 times the combat strength. Boom, after dozens of times, a powerful force emerged from Lu Ming's body. 3 times the combat strength, successfully triggered. After dozens of activations, Lu Ming finally succeeded in activating the battle character secret art to double his fighting strength. Lu Ming's body emitted a strong fighting spirit. Lu Ming's fighting spirit soared to the heavens as his fighting spirit soared. Puff! Puff! The battle sword slashed across the sky, and 2 blood-red roots were directly cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. Kill! Lu Ming attacked rapidly, his battle sword slashing out continuously. At this moment, his fighting strength had reached its peak. Another few tentacles were cut in half. Asterisk chi. Asterisk the blood-red ancient tree seemed to be in pain. Hundreds of roots danced crazily, letting out ear-piercing screeches. Then, hundreds of tentacles wrapped around Lu Ming, wanting to wrap Lu Ming to death and then devour Lu Ming's blood. However, Xiao transformed into a semicircular shield, blocking in front of Lu Ming. Those roots bombarded Xiao's body. Xiao's body was like mercury, sinking in from the bombardment. The next moment, it returned to its original state. Moreover, Xiao was a metallic life form and had no blood. The blood-red ancient tree couldn't do anything to Xiao. Dark Saint Light Technique. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianyanjuan joined forces and activated the Dark Saint Light Technique. Black and white light intertwined, forming a Dark Saint Light cage that enveloped the blood-red ancient tree. Good chance, Xiao, smash! Lu Ming shouted and pounced towards the blood-red ancient tree like a rock. At the same time, Xiao turned into a huge metal ball and smashed towards the blood-red ancient tree. Asterisk chi. Asterisk the blood-red ancient tree crazily waved hundreds of roots and bombarded the Dark Saint Light cage, causing the Dark Saint Light cage to shake non-stop. In addition, blood-red thorns emerged from the blood-red ancient tree's body and flew in all directions like a hedgehog. Xiao was the first to pass through the Dark Saint Light cage and smashed down, knocking away some of the blood-red thorns and roots. Lu Ming followed closely behind Xiao and slashed out with his sword. Puff! Lu Ming had left a several-meter-long sword wound on the blood-colored ancient tree. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The aura of the blood-colored ancient tree also weakened rapidly. Again, slash! Lu Ming slashed out with his sword again. This time, the ancient blood-colored tree was completely split into 2 halves. The blood-colored ancient tree was split in half and fell to the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground, releasing a nauseating smell. Phew, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. This blood-colored ancient tree was very terrifying. They had to join forces and use everything they had to kill it. Lu Ming, be careful, suddenly, Xianxia cried out anxiously. He rushed towards Lu Ming and set up a sword screen in front of him. Bang! An exceptionally thick blood-red root slammed heavily into the sword screen in front of Xianxia. The sword screen instantly collapsed. Xianxia was thrown back like a kite with a broken string, blood spurting out of his mouth. Xiaoqing, Lu Ming turned pale with fright. He moved and caught Xianxia by the waist. Xianxing's face was pale. He had been seriously injured by the attack just now. Rustle, rustling sounds came from both sides of the abyss. Then, one after another, huge creatures appeared in their line of sight. They were all blood-colored ancient trees. At a glance, there were at least a few dozen of them. One of them was exceptionally tall. It was twice as tall as the other blood-colored ancient trees. Its thick roots danced and crackled. So many. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxia felt their scalps go numb. It was already difficult to deal with one blood-colored ancient tree. How were they going to deal with so many of them? Moreover, there was a terrifying gravitational force in this abyss. They couldn't fly even if they wanted to. There was no way they could escape. Are we going to die here today? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. He felt indignant. Xianxuan's body emitted a holy light. She was also unwilling. She still had something important to do. She couldn't die here. She was going to fight with her life. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dozens of blood-colored ancient trees let out ear-piercing screeches. Their roots danced like a group of demons. It was a terrifying scene. Swoosh, the tallest and thickest blood-colored ancient tree attacked. A blood-colored root as thick as a bucket whipped towards Lu Ming and the others. Break! Xianxuan shouted. Her entire body seemed to have become one with her sword. She turned into a holy sword and slashed at the root. Boom, sword chi scattered and the holy light shattered. Xianxuan was sent flying. When she landed on the ground, she trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. That giant blood-colored ancient tree was too strong. Xianxuan couldn't block it at all. Whoosh, the thick root continued to whip towards them. Let me! Lu Ming shouted and rushed out. He circulated his sovereign god force to the maximum. The battle sword in his hand emitted a dazzling purple-gold light. He slashed at the thick root. However, the result was the same as before. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rush towards him. He was forced to retreat. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. Creak, 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 dozens of blood-colored ancient trees waved their roots and screeched. They slowly closed in on Lu Ming. They weren't in a hurry to attack. They seemed to be toying with Lu Ming and the others. The dozens of blood-colored ancient trees formed a circle. Their roots danced like a cage, completely trapping Lu Ming and the others. There was no way to escape. Lu Ming. Xianxuan's small hand tightly grasped Lu Ming's big hand. Little ball, they can't do anything to you. Take the opportunity to escape later. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Little Ball. Crack, crack, Little Ball's round body spun with all its might. It had a look of rejection. Creak, creak, creak. At this moment, the largest blood-colored ancient tree screeched crazily. It seemed to be giving the final order. Then, all the blood-colored ancient trees attacked together. Tens of thousands of roots wrapped around Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others were about to be drowned by the endless blood-colored roots. At this moment, the portrait of Jingyu in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness moved. It flew out of Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and floated above Lu Ming's head. It emitted a dazzling purple-gold light that enveloped Lu Ming and the others like a light shield. Boom, 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 those tentacles bombarded the light shield, but were all blocked by the light shield. Lu Ming was extremely surprised. Jingyu's portrait actually moved at this moment. In the past, Lu Ming had encountered fatal danger, but Jingyu's portrait had never moved. Why did it move now? Could it be related to my breakthrough to the empty god realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Baya had once said that Jingyu's portrait had layers of restrictions. It could only be unlocked when Lu Ming's cultivation reached a certain level. Perhaps Jingyu's portrait would only move when Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the empty god realm. At this moment, the eyes of Jingyu's portrait lit up like two stars and a supreme aura burst out. Creak, 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 those blood-colored ancient trees seemed to be extremely frightened. They screeched and waved their roots. In the blink of an eye, not a single tree was left. In the blink of an eye, all of the ancient blood-colored trees were gone. Lu Ming and the others were dumbfounded. Xianxia and Xianxuan looked at Jingyu's portrait in astonishment. At this moment, the light on Jingyu's portrait dimmed and flew back into Lu Ming's knowledge sea. At the same time, a piece of information came out from Jingyu's portrait. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The information that came out from Jingyu's portrait was a divine art and 2 divine skills. Universe Myriad Dao Art, Apocalyptic 3 Strikes, and 9 Layers Crimson Gold Armor. Universe Myriad Dao Art was a divine art, Apocalyptic 3 Strikes was an offensive divine skill, and 9 Layers Crimson Gold Armor was a defensive divine skill. Other than these, there was no other information. Lu Ming swore on his life origin that he would do something for Jingyu, but he did not reveal any information. Could it be that my cultivation is not high enough, so he didn't reveal any information to prevent me from dying in vain? Lu Ming could not help but guess. However, there was no time to think about it now. Their priority was to search for the wood crystals. Let's collect the wood crystals first, Lu Ming said. Immediately, the group gathered the wood crystals at the bottom of the abyss. There were so many ancient blood-colored trees living in the bottom of the abyss. Obviously, many plant life forms had died under the ancient blood-colored trees, leaving only wood crystals and broken branches and leaves. The group gathered the wood crystals along one side of the abyss. After walking for dozens of miles, they arrived at the end of the abyss and saw a huge cave with blood-colored mist coming out from it. It was obvious that some ancient blood-colored trees were hiding in this cave, but they did not dare to come out. It seems like these ancient blood-colored trees are really afraid. Lu Ming smiled. Then, they returned to the other side of the abyss to collect the wood crystals. After dozens of miles, they arrived at the end of the abyss. There was also a huge cave here, and those ancient blood-colored trees did not dare to come out. A big harvest. Thinking of the wood crystals they collected this time, Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. They had collected several hundred wood crystals, and all of them were of high quality. It was definitely a great harvest. If they were able to refine them all, their cultivation would surely improve significantly. Those people are probably waiting up there. Why don't we refine the wood crystals here first, then kill our way out? Xianxia said, his eyes flashing with cold-killing intent. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to take a good look at the new divine arts and techniques he had obtained. Immediately, the three of them sat down cross-legged in the middle of the abyss. In this position, if those blood-colored ancient trees were to launch a sneak attack, they would be able to detect them in time and have time to react. Xianxia and Xianxia each took out a wood crystal and devoured it. Qiao, help us observe our surroundings. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry to refine the wood crystals. First, he had Qiao stand guard for them. Then, he carefully examined the newly obtained divine arts and skills. First, Lu Ming looked at the Universe Myriad Dao technique. Lu Ming focused, and the Universe Myriad Dao technique became clear in his mind. Lines of words and even pictures appeared in Lu Ming's mind. A short while later, Lu Ming finished reading the Universe Myriad Dao technique. Lu Ming was stunned by the Universe Myriad Dao technique. The Universe Myriad Dao technique was a divine art that specialized in cultivating God force. Its level of profoundness exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. If one cultivated this divine art to the peak, they would be able to cultivate sovereign God force. However, this was only the foundation. After cultivating sovereign God force, one could cultivate other divine arts and techniques. Moreover, the God force cultivated from other divine arts and techniques could coexist with sovereign God force. The most shocking thing was that other divine arts and techniques didn't need to be cultivated to the peak. As long as one could cultivate a strand of God force, there was no need to continue cultivating. This was because that strand of God force would increase along with the sovereign God force. For example, if Lu Ming cultivated the Universe Myriad Dao technique to the peak and cultivated another divine art, he would be able to ignite another divine flame beside his original divine flame. Every time he cultivated a different divine art, he would be able to ignite another divine flame. These divine flames would increase along with the sovereign God force. Heaven-defying, this was simply heaven-defying. One had to know that an average person could only cultivate one divine flame. According to the Universe Myriad Dao technique, one could cultivate an unlimited number of divine flames as long as they had different divine arts and techniques. Lu Ming was amazed, and his heart was burning with passion. This divine art was truly heaven-defying. There was a paragraph at the end of the Universe Myriad Dao technique, which was Jingyu's annotation. Jingyu explained. The Universe 10,000 Daos technique was something Jingyu had obtained from a forbidden ground. Jingyu had relied on the Universe 10,000 Daos technique to control sovereign God force. Jingyu wasn't like Lu Ming, who hadn't cultivated any divine arts and techniques to control sovereign God force. Let's start cultivating. Lu Ming couldn't wait to see the profundity of the Universe Myriad Dao technique. The universe myriad Tao technique was divided into 12 levels. Only by cultivating to the 12th level would one be able to control sovereign God force. Lu Ming closed his eyes and started cultivating according to the manual. A few minutes later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He had succeeded in cultivating the first level. The speed of his cultivation was shocking. Continue. Lu Ming continued cultivating. After a while, Lu Ming reached the second level, then the third level. In just half an hour, Lu Ming had reached the 6th level. This was very normal. When one cultivated the universe 10,000 Tao Sutra to the 12th level, one would be able to control the sovereign's divine power. However, Lu Ming had already mastered the sovereign's divine power. When he cultivated the universe 10,000 Tao Sutra, it was as though he was riding on a rocket. Lu Ming realized that as his cultivation of the universe myriad Tao technique deepened, the God force in his body became stronger. He was slowly approaching the second level of the void God realm. Moreover, Lu Ming had become more proficient in using the sovereign God force. Many of the profundities of the sovereign God force were unearthed by Lu Ming. In the past, Lu Ming didn't have a direction when cultivating the sovereign God force. He had to rely on himself and study Jingyu's portrait to advance. Now, with the universe myriad Tao technique, Lu Ming had a direction, and a path. This way, he would be able to unleash the profundities of the sovereign God force. Continue, Lu Ming immersed himself in cultivating. As he neared the end, his speed slowed down. However, 3 days later, Lu Ming still managed to cultivate the universe myriad Tao technique to the 12th level. Boom! When Lu Ming reached the 12th level of the universe myriad Tao technique, the divine fire in his dantian burned fiercely, and its volume increased by a notch. The God force in his body surged and became stronger. He had broken through, his cultivation had broken through to the second level of the void God realm. He hadn't refined any God crystals or wood crystals. He had only cultivated the universe myriad Taoist technique to the 12th level, and his cultivation had already made a breakthrough. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that using the sovereign's God force was much easier than before. According to the records of the universe of myriad Tao arts, I have already cultivated to the 12th level, so I can cultivate other divine skills and techniques. I can ignite another divine fire near the original divine fire. Unfortunately, there are no other divine skills and techniques. Lu Ming sighed. At the same time, he began to think about how to obtain a few divine techniques to cultivate after returning to the sect. There were also different levels of divine arts and techniques. They were divided into king grade, saint grade, and divine grade, 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 divine technique. If one cultivated a king grade divine art to its peak, one would be able to cultivate king grade divine power. When one cultivated a saint grade divine art to its peak, one could cultivate saint grade divine power. As for divine grade techniques, once cultivated to the peak, one would be able to cultivate divine grade divine power. The higher the level, the higher the value. For the Qin heavenly 13 sects, each of them had saint grade divine arts and arts. But for each of them, they were considered the ultimate treasures of their sect. Only those who were truly core members would have the qualifications to cultivate them. As for the 3 overlords, they all had their own divine grade divine arts. In addition, the Conxian school was the leader of the top 10 sects, and it was said that they had several types of saint grade divine arts. These sacred grade and divine grade divine techniques were too precious. Naturally, Lu Ming could not get his hands on them now. However, those king grade divine techniques were not that precious. It was still possible for him to get his hands on them. At the very least, in a major power like the Qin heavenly 13 sects, there should be quite a few royal grade cultivation arts. Although it was only at the king grade, if Lu Ming cultivated it and ignited another divine fire, his strength would definitely be stronger. The key was that the heaven and earth myriad Tao art was too profound. Lu Ming did not need to cultivate to the peak of other divine arts and techniques, he only needed to cultivate a strand of divine power. Under the guidance of the heaven and earth myriad Tao art, he would naturally be able to achieve the corresponding level of divine power. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia simultaneously emitted two powerful auras. Both of them had broken through. The speed of refining the wood crystals was too fast. After a few days of refining, the two of them had broken through from level 3 empty god realm to level 4 empty god realm. Soon, their auras calmed down. However, there were still a lot of wood crystals left, and the two of them continued to refine them. Let's look at the other two divine skills. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. He wasn't in a hurry to refine the wood crystal and raise his cultivation. During this period of time, his cultivation had been continuously making breakthroughs. He had to stop and stabilize himself. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable. He was different from Xianxia and Xianxia. Xianxuan's past life and present life had fused together. It was as if he had been reborn from his past life. His cultivation level was far higher than his current cultivation level. As long as she had a large amount of resources, her cultivation level would increase rapidly. Xianxia had devoured her past life in this life. However, she had inherited all the memories of her past life. Although her personality and will were from her current life, she had inherited the memories of her past life. However, since she had inherited the memories of her previous life, her horizons and martial will were still very high. Although she couldn't be compared to Xianxia, her martial will was still extraordinary. Hence, even if she were to improve rapidly, her cultivation base wouldn't be unstable. Next, Lu Ming took a closer look at the two types of divine skills. Level 9 divine skills. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Both divine skills were level 9 divine skills. This meant that these two divine skills could be cultivated to level 9. Level 9 divine skills were extremely rare and precious. The more one cultivated them, the more powerful they would be. For example, the ancestor of techniques, Kong Ji, and Situhanan only possessed level 3 divine skills. This was a complete divine skill, not something an incomplete divine skill could compare to. It was much more powerful. Level 9 Crimson Gold Armor was a defensive divine skill. After successfully cultivating it, a crimson gold armor would form on the surface of one's body. Its defensive power was shocking. The more one cultivated it, the stronger the defensive power. There was even a strong recoil force. If one cultivated it to level 9, its power would be unimaginable. Destructive 3 Strikes was an offensive divine skill. There were a total of 3 moves, Sky Splitter, Moon Slash, and Star Burst. Each of the 3 moves was stronger than the previous one. However, each move was harder to cultivate than the previous one. When one cultivated it to level 1, one could use Sky Splitter. When one cultivated it to level 4, one could use the power of Moon Slash. As for Star Burst, one had to cultivate it to level 7 before they could use it. Can I cultivate it now? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Logically speaking, one had to be at least a peak empty god to be able to use the divine skills. This was because using the divine skills consumed a shocking amount of divine power. However, Lu Ming controlled the sovereign divine power. It couldn't be compared to other divine powers. It was very strong. Perhaps he could use some of its power. Since I can't raise my cultivation now, I'll cultivate it first. Lu Ming made up his mind. First, he began to comprehend the apocalyptic 3 strikes. There was no doubt that the divine skills were very profound. Fortunately, Lu Ming had previously cultivated an incomplete divine skill. Moreover, once he cultivated it to a high level, it would be easier. Even so, Lu Ming spent a full half a month before he finally reached the beginner level of the apocalyptic 3 strikes. The destructive 3 strikes was a pure offensive technique. It could be used with many weapons, such as swords, sabers, spears, axes, etc. Lu Ming took out his spear and quickly circulated his divine power. His entire body became sharp. Xiao, the spear suddenly pierced forward. A spear light shot out from his body and hit the stone wall on one side of the abyss. Poof, it was like the spear had pierced through tofu. A small hole appeared in the stone wall. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. What power! Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. However, he immediately pulled a long face. This was because he felt that the divine power in his body was almost exhausted. Using the divine skill consumed too much divine power. Although he had mastered the sovereign divine power, he was only at rank 2 empty god realm. It was too much for him to use the divine skill. If it was someone else who had not mastered the divine grade divine power and was only at rank 2 empty god realm, they would not be able to use the divine skill. Let's recover first. Lu Ming walked to the side and took out some divine crystals. He started to absorb the divine qi in the divine crystals to recover his divine power. After recovering a little, Lu Ming felt that Xianxia and Xianxuan's aura had increased. They were about to break through. Again, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In the past half a month, Xianxia and Xianxuan had refined most of the wood crystals that were given to them. Finally, they started to break through again. Soon, they succeeded in breaking through and their auras stabilized. Rank 5 empty god realm, this speed of breaking through was shocking. How long had it been since they came to the lush forest? This lush forest is really a blessing. Lu Ming smiled. This was a blessing for the new disciples. As long as they had the strength, they would be able to obtain enough wood crystals and their strength would skyrocket in a short period of time. Lu Ming continued to devour the divine crystals. Soon, his divine power had recovered to its peak. Now, let's go up. Xianxia walked over and said. I have the same idea. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Now that their strength had skyrocketed, it was time to go up and settle the score. Lu Ming hoped that the young man in luxurious clothes and the others were still up there. However, the gravity of the abyss was very strong. They could not fly up directly, so they could only climb up along the walls. Above the abyss, the young man in luxurious clothes, the young man with the big bow, and the others were still waiting there. It's been so many days, but I haven't seen them come up. I guess they're dead down there. Someone sneered. This abyss feels extremely evil and dangerous. I guess they're all dead down there. Let's go. Someone else said. Time was precious, they could only stay in Jiwu Forest for 3 months, but they had already waited here for more than 20 days. Their hearts were bleeding. They could not afford to waste time. Let's wait for another 3 days. If they still haven't come out in 3 days, we'll leave. The young man in luxurious clothes said. Look, there's someone there. Suddenly, someone shouted and pointed to the edge of the abyss. Everyone looked over and saw a few people climbing up from the edge of the abyss. Those people were naturally Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Xianxuan. It's that kid. They're still alive. The young man with the big bow had a cold look in his eyes. They're not dead, but they're dead for sure now. The young man in luxurious clothes said coldly. A powerful and cold aura locked onto Lu Ming and the others. They're still here, and their numbers have increased by a lot. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. He pressed his arm and jumped up into the abyss. Xianxia and Xianxuan came out of the abyss and stood beside Lu Ming. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore. Fortunately, we didn't leave. Hee, kid, this is fate. You're destined to die. The young man in luxurious clothes said ferociously. An extremely sharp long sword appeared in his hand. Divine power surged as he stepped toward Lu Ming. You're right. Fortunately, you didn't leave. I didn't have to look for you. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. A long spear appeared in his hand. You still want to resist? I'll kill you in 3 moves. The young man in luxurious clothes shouted coldly. His body burst out, and a terrifying sword light shot towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Wang, Lu Ming directly swept out with his gun. The moment he made his move, Lu Ming activated the battle character secret art to double his battle prowess. The long spear was like an enraged dragon, bringing with it an endless gale that swept towards the luxuriously dressed youth. Boom, a terrifying explosion rang out. The luxuriously dressed youth's sword light directly collapsed. Lu Ming's spear struck the luxuriously dressed youth's longsword. The terrifying strength caused the longsword to bend, and the berserk strength bombarded the luxuriously dressed youth. Kacha, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from the young man's body. Half of his body exploded and he was sent flying like a cannonball. He collided with a level 6 empty god realm young man. That young man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying as well. What? Everyone on the other side widened their eyes in shock. In just one move, the luxuriously dressed youth was defeated and heavily injured. How could this be? Over 20 days ago, many people had exchanged blows with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not as powerful as they thought he was. The young man with the big bow felt chills all over his body. He was almost scared to death. He felt it the most. When he had first come to Jiwu Forest and fought with Lu Ming's strength was not as powerful as before. He was no match for him at all. In the end, Lu Ming escaped once. When they met again, Lu Ming's strength had increased by a large margin. Now, Lu Ming's strength had increased by a large margin. This speed of improvement was too shocking. Kill. After severely injuring the luxuriously dressed youth with one move, Lu Ming shouted. He became one with his spear and charged towards his opponent like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Xianxia and Xianxia also charged towards their opponents. Boom, Lu Ming swept out with his spear. The terrifying spear radiance was like a mountain, pressing down on the few young men. Bam! Bam! Some of these young men were at rank 5 empty god realm while some were at rank 6 empty god realm. They were directly hit by Lu Ming and exploded in the air. The scene was horrifying. Let's work together and kill him. The young man with the big bow shouted. There were around 30 of them and more than 10 of them were at rank 7 empty god realm. At this moment, a few rank 7 empty god realm cultivators charged towards Xianxia and Xianxia. Die! Xianxia shouted coldly. His body was covered in a holy light and a holy light sword was slashed out. The trajectory was mysterious. Puff, a rank 7 empty god realm cultivator was directly killed by Xianxia. He was unable to resist at all. At the same time, Xianxia also killed a rank 7 empty god realm cultivator. Xianxia and Xianxia's cultivation had broken through 2 levels and reached rank 5 empty god realm. The two of them did not lack suitable divine skills, and their combat skills were even more ingenious. As their cultivation increased, their strength would also become stronger. If they were weak, they would not be able to use many of their skills. The stronger they were, the more skills they would have. At this moment, it was not difficult for them to kill a rank 7 empty god realm cultivator. It was not difficult for Lu Ming either. When Lu Ming was at rank 1 empty god realm, he could activate the battle character skill to double his combat strength and fight against a rank 7 empty god realm cultivator. Later on, he cultivated the universe myriad Dao technique and was able to use the sovereign's divine power better. His cultivation had also reached rank 2 empty god realm and it was easy for him to deal with a rank 7 empty god realm cultivator. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, more than a dozen attacks were directed at Lu Ming. Sovereign! Lu Ming bellowed as he circulated his sovereign's divine power. All of a sudden, when the attacks neared Lu Ming, they seemed to have been dominated by him. All of them deviated from their trajectories and rushed past Lu Ming. What? How could this be? The sovereign's divine power. He has mastered the sovereign's divine power. Someone shouted. Everyone's heart shook violently. The sovereign's divine power. Lu Ming had mastered the sovereign's divine grade divine power. As far as they knew, no one in the younger generation of the Kongxian school had mastered the divine grade divine power. Only the 3 overlords had peerless geniuses who had mastered the divine grade divine power. Monster, a peerless monster. Kill. Lu Ming would not let go of this opportunity and thrust out his long spear. Puff. Puff, spear light swept out and in an instant, 5 to 6 geniuses were killed by Lu Ming. Even a rank 7 empty god realm cultivator was killed. Let's go, we must report this news. This person has mastered the divine grade divine power and he will definitely become the Holy Sun's enemy in the future. We must let the Holy Sun know. The young man with the big bow and the others wanted to retreat. Today, none of you will leave. Lu Ming said coldly. His killing intent surged like a tide and he was like a god of slaughter as he charged towards these people. At the same time, he released Xiao to restrain his opponents. Xianxia and Xianxia also started a merciless massacre. The other party could not defend themselves against their attacks. One by one, they were killed and they would stay here forever. Demons, you are demons. You wantonly killed your fellow disciples. You have violated the rules of the sect. You will be punished. The remaining people shouted. Lu Ming sneered. Previously, these people had threatened to kill them and Lu Ming and the rest had almost died in their hands. Now, they wanted to use the sect rules to suppress them. When they were chasing after Lu Ming and the rest, where did the sect rules go? Ridiculous, bam, Lu Ming attacked without mercy. He waved his long spear and sent a level 7 empty God Realm expert flying, severely injuring him. In the blink of an eye, there were only 6 or 7 people left and they were all level 7 empty God Realm experts. Split up and run. The young man with the big bow shouted in fear and shot an arrow at Lu Ming. An arrow was shot at Lu Ming but it was deflected by Lu Ming's spear. Stay here. Lu Ming shouted. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of powerful energy in his body. The battle word tactic had successfully tripled his combat ability. Lu Ming's ability had increased tremendously. Swoosh, Lu Ming dashed out and thrust his spear. A young man at level 7 of the Void God Realm turned pale with fright and tried his best to block the attack. However, there was no way he could block the attack. He was pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear. The long spear vibrated and the young man was torn into pieces. Buzz, Lu Ming swept across and another level 7 empty God Realm youth was killed by Lu Ming. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia each killed another person. There were only 3 people left on the other side. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming approached the young man with the big bow at lightning speed. The youth with the big bow was scared to death. He kept shooting arrows at Lu Ming but they were deflected by Lu Ming. In the next moment, Lu Ming threw out his long spear. The long spear, which was a lower rank 9 divine weapon, turned into a flash of lightning and pierced through the youth with the big bow, nailing him to an ancient tree. Ah! The youth was still alive and he let out a shrill scream. Lu Ming, go ahead and kill him. Saint Son of Fleeting Light will avenge me. Your ability is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Saint Son of Fleeting Light. No, any powerful cultivator from Fleeting Light's faction can kill you. Your woman will also have to die. The young man with the big bow knew that he was going to die. He roared and cursed before he died. If that Fuko Seiko dares to provoke me, I will kill him sooner or later. Rest in peace. Lu Ming said coldly and killed the youth with a palm strike. Pulling out his long spear, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield. Xianxia and Xianxia had caught up with the remaining 2 youths and killed them in a short while. Swoosh, Lu Ming moved and appeared beside one of the youths. This was the youth in luxurious clothes. The youth in luxurious clothes was the first to attack Lu Ming. He was severely injured by Lu Ming's spear. Half of his body was smashed and he laid on the ground, unable to move. He had witnessed the entire scene. At this moment, he was so scared that he wet his pants. When he first met Lu Ming was just a demigod ant. He did not put him in his eyes at all. He never expected Lu Ming to be so terrifying. Don't kill me, don't kill me. As long as you spare my dog life, I will obey your orders in the future. I will be your dog. Please let me go. The youth in luxurious clothes screamed in horror. I don't need a dog. You can go in peace. Lu Ming said coldly. He waved his spear and ended the youth's life. Let's get out of here quickly. Lu Ming said after taking away everyone's storage rings. The commotion just now was too big. If others found out that Lu Ming had killed more than 30 disciples of the same sect, they would be in trouble. Their figures flickered and they left the place. Moments after Lu Ming's group disappeared, a rainbow light flashed in the sky and a figure appeared. This figure was the outer court deacon, Lu Zhong. How could this be? Lu Zhong looked at the corpses on the ground and his eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? These wounds are sword wounds and spear wounds. They were killed by someone. Who was it? Who was it? Lu Zhong roared with a ferocious look in his eyes. Could it be that Lu Ming kid? Lu Zhong thought of Lu Ming. That was because the youth in luxurious clothes and the others had been waiting here to block Lu Ming. He knew all of this. However, were Lu Ming's group that strong? Damn bastards. I won't let this matter rest. Lu Zhong growled. His figure flashed and he left the place. The following days were relatively peaceful. With Qiuqiu's help, Lu Ming's group obtained a lot of wood crystals from Jiwu Forest. Although it couldn't be compared to the abyss, it was not bad. The 3-month deadline was almost up. Lu Ming's group headed out of Jiwu Forest. Figures constantly rushed out of Jiwu Forest and arrived outside the forest. Outside, the outer court elder stood in the air. Clearly, he had been waiting here. Haha, how was your harvest this time? Not bad. Nestle, you actually broke through a tier. Many people met and chatted with each other. Many people had smiles on their faces. This time, most of them had gained quite a lot. Hunting plant life and obtaining wood crystals could increase one's cultivation base very quickly. Many people even directly broke through a tier in their cultivation base, which saved them many years of time. Soon, almost all the disciples who went and came out. However, the number of people was much smaller. When they entered, there were more than 600 people, but now, there were only about 500 people left. About 100 people were missing. Obviously, these people had all died in Jiwu Forest and became nutrients for the plant life. At this moment, 4 rainbow lights flew out of Jiwu Forest. They were the 4 outer court deacons. They had brought up the rear and only came out now. As soon as Lu Zhong came out, he glanced at Lu Ming. A powerful aura suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming felt like he was being crushed by a divine mountain. His body shook violently and he kept retreating. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What are you doing? Xianxia shouted, standing beside Lu Ming. The others, including the outer court elder and the 3 outer court deacons, also looked at Lu Zhong in astonishment. Brat, you killed your fellow disciples. Your methods are ruthless. Today, I will clean up the sect and kill you. Lu Zhong shouted. His killing intent was cold. Without any explanation, he sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. He did not give Lu Ming a chance to defend himself. A terrifying palm print pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed greatly. Lu Zhong's cultivation base had definitely reached the true god realm, and it might even be a high-level true god. It was too terrifying. Lu Ming could not resist at all. The difference in cultivation base was too big. It was not something talent could make up for. What's going on? The outer elder said with a frown. Elder, this kid is insane. He killed dozens of his fellow disciples in Jiwu Forest. He deserves to die. Lu Zhong said coldly. What? These words caused many people to be shocked. Lu Ming killed dozens of his fellow disciples? Was that true? You're slandering me. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stepped forward. He stared at Lu Zhong with bright eyes and said, Deacon Lu Zhong, do you have any evidence that I killed my fellow disciples? You're the ones who killed those disciples. How dare you quibble? Lu Zhong said coldly. What quibble? I'm asking you, do you have any evidence? Did you see it with your own eyes, or do you have other witnesses? Lu Ming said loudly. Lu Zhong was speechless for a moment. Although he was sure that Lu Ming and the others killed them, where was the evidence? So, you don't have any evidence? Lu Ming raised his voice. Since you don't have any evidence, why did Deacon Lu Zhong accuse me of killing him? Why didn't they die in the hands of the plant life? Why didn't they be killed by someone else? Lu Ming asked a few questions in a row and pressed on. How dare you quibble? Lu Zhong roared and stared at Lu Ming like an angry lion. It was hard for him to defend himself. He couldn't possibly say that those dead disciples had died because they surrounded Lu Ming and that Lu Ming was the murderer. But could he say that? We've been hunting plant life in Jiwu Forest. I didn't expect to be slandered like this. Elder Lu Zhong, I want to know why. Did Huangwu ask you to slander me? Or are you from Tianhong's faction? I've offended both of them. Lu Ming said loudly. His voice spread throughout the place. Oh, I understand. I understand too. Lu Ming offended Tianhong's faction, and Deacon Lu Zhong is from Tianhong's faction. Many people's hearts skipped a beat, as if they had suddenly realized something. Lu Zhong was speechless by Lu Ming's question. There must be no evidence. Lu Ming had offended Tianhong's faction, and Lu Zhong happened to be from Tianhong's faction. Many people thought that Lu Zhong was taking the opportunity to take revenge and slander Lu Ming. This brat, Lu Zhong's teeth. Maybe. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. Initially, he was just spouting nonsense to test the other party. Seeing that the other party did not say anything, he knew that he had guessed correctly. On. The outer sect elder spoke up. He had a rough idea of what was going on. However, this was a battle between factions. He didn't want to get too involved, so he tried to smooth things over. With a wave of his hand, a divine artifact combat sword appeared. It grew rapidly and he landed on the combat sword. Lu Zhong glanced at Lu Ming coldly and landed on the combat sword as well. Then, the others landed on the combat sword one after another. The combat sword turned into a rainbow light and disappeared. Not long after, they returned to the outer sect area. After returning, Lu Ming separated from Xianxia and Xianxia. He returned to his room and cultivated in seclusion. He had a lot of things to do next. On one hand, he had to refine his divine power and strengthen his foundation. On the other hand, he had to comprehend the battle character formula. The battle character in his sea of consciousness was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that he had only scratched the surface. There was endless potential waiting for him to unearth. Now, the probability of him triggering 3 times his combat strength was 1 in 10. The probability would only increase as his comprehension of the battle character formula deepened. In addition, Lu Ming still had 2 divine skills, the 3 strikes of annihilation and 9-fold crimson gold armor. Lu Ming felt that he did not have enough time. In the following time, Lu Ming completely devoted himself to cultivation. In Huang Wu's courtyard. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Huang Wu roared. This time, he had invited many experts from the Floating Light sect to kill Lu Ming in the forest. But now, he received news that those experts were all dead. These people went to kill Lu Ming together, but they all died at the same time. It could not be a coincidence. Huang Wu seriously suspected that it was Lu Ming's doing. But was Lu Ming that strong? Senior brother Huang Wu, that kid Lu Ming is very strange. Should we ask senior brother Huang Wen? A lackey asked carefully. My big brother has been in seclusion recently. Let's wait until my big brother comes out. Let that kid live a little longer. Huang Wu said coldly. At the same time, the people from the Tianhong sect were also furious. Lu Zhong brought back news that they suspected that the young man in luxurious clothes and others from the Tianhong sect had died in the hands of Lu Ming. A storm was brewing. In the outer sect area, where the female disciples lived, there were beautiful mountains and clear waters, and countless strange peaks. In a hidden valley, Xianxuan's figure flickered. Runes constantly appeared from his hands and landed on the ground. On the ground, a strange formation was faintly discernible. After a few hours, Xianxuan finally stopped. He exhaled slightly, and then formed a seal with both hands. With a light shout, the formation flickered and condensed into a fine ray of light. It shot into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Its speed was unimaginably fast. I hope I can receive it. Staying here will make my cultivation progress too slow. It's not a long-term plan. Xianxuan muttered. He then sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Xianxuan suddenly opened his eyes. In front of Xianxuan, the space rippled and a gray-robed old man suddenly appeared. Uncle Hong, seeing the gray-robed old man, Xianxuan called out in surprise. The gray-robed old man's eyes seemed to be filled with stars. He carefully sized up Xianxuan, and his old face revealed an ecstatic expression. Eldest miss, it's you. It's really you. You've succeeded in your reincarnation? The gray-robed old man was so excited that his voice trembled. After many years of reincarnation, I was lucky to succeed, Xianxuan said. Seeing the gray-robed old man, she felt much more relaxed. Thank God, thank God. The gray-robed old man sighed repeatedly. His tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. He looked at Xianxuan dotingly. After a while, he sighed and said, I wonder how second miss is doing. She's also nearby. I'll call her over, Xianxia said. Then, he took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Xianxia. Second Miss is also here? Did Second Miss also succeed in her reincarnation? The gray-robed old man became even more excited. She said it was a success, but it can't be said to be a complete success. Xianxia said. Can't be said to be a complete success? What's going on? The gray-robed old man asked. Her obsession in this life is too strong, so this life devoured her previous life. Her will is dominated by this life. She's no longer completely Tang Qing. Xianxia sighed. Baidu Search 81 Chinese Network. No advertising message. Hearing Xianxuan's words, the gray-robed elder's expression changed. After a long while, he sighed. Reincarnation comes with countless risks. If you can't awaken, you will be trapped in reincarnation forever until you die. Second Miss is lucky to be able to awaken. At least, she still retains the memories of her previous life. The gray-robed elder sighed. He had lived for a long time and had seen many people reincarnate. However, only 1 in 10,000 could awaken after reincarnation. Most of them were lost forever. There were many like Xianxia. Their obsession in this life was too strong. In the end, the will of this life was the master. In this way, reincarnation could only be half successful. There were very few people like Xianxia who had completely awakened. Moreover, she has a family now. She has a son and a granddaughter. Then, Xianxia explained the situation of Xianxia and Lu Ming. The two of them chatted while waiting. Soon, a figure floated over. It was Xianxia. You are. When Xianxia saw the gray-robed elder, her delicate body trembled and her small face turned slightly pale. Hong Yang greets Second Miss. The gray-robed elder bowed to Xianxia. Hong, Xianxia whispered. She originally wanted to call him Uncle Hong. However, after pondering for a while, she changed her words. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Now, my name is Xianxia. I am no longer Tang Qing. You are the reincarnation of Second Miss's soul. No matter which life's will is the master, in my heart, you are Second Miss. The gray-robed elder bowed. Senior, why have you come here? Xianxia said. Xianxia, we should leave. This is not a place for us to stay. Xianxia said. Leave? No, I will not leave. Xianxia shook his head, his expression firm. Don't leave, Xianxia. Our cultivation base increases too slowly in this place. Only by leaving can our cultivation base increase rapidly, Xianxia said. If my cultivation is slow to improve, then I'll slowly improve it. Xianxia continued to shake his head. Xianxia, are you going to abandon the Tang family? In your previous life, you were the second daughter of the Tang family, Tang Qing. Don't forget that they are in danger now. Xianxuan's voice became heavier. Xianxia frowned. There seemed to be a struggle between his brows, but he didn't say anything. Moreover, there are some things that are difficult to accomplish only if the two of us work together. Moreover, father's whereabouts are unknown. Only by working together can we find him. Only by finding father can we have hope. Do you understand? Xianxuan pressed on, and his voice grew louder. The father she was referring to was naturally not Xie Qitian of the Xie family in the Divine Wilderness continent, but her father in her previous life. I am Xianxia. The struggle between Xianxia's brows deepened. In the end, he shouted loudly, as if he was trying to strengthen his conviction. I know that you are Xianxia. I also know that you can't bear to leave Lu Ming, Lu Shenhuang, and Lu Qi. However, if you stay, you will only harm them. You should know very well how terrifying and powerful our enemies are. You are Tang Qing's reincarnation. Based on this fact, you will be discovered by them sooner or later. Qin Tian Star Field is located in a remote area, so it is still fine. However, with Lu Ming's talent, do you think he will stay in Qin Tian Star Field forever? With his talent, he will leave Qin Tian Star Field sooner or later. At that time, when he comes into contact with those people, your identity will be discovered sooner or later. You are the daughter of the taboo. They will not let you go, nor will they let Lu Ming and the others go. No matter how talented Lu Ming is, he will not be able to fight back against those people. I believe you know this very well. Otherwise, why don't you dare to tell Lu Ming anything? You are afraid of implicating them. Xian Yanjuan stared into Xian Yanqing's eyes and said. Xian Yanqing's eyes became flustered. Xian Yanqing, I have said what I should say. You decide what to do. Today's parting doesn't mean that you will never meet again. If you find father, you will meet again. Xian Yanjuan said. Alright, I will go with you. After struggling for a while, Xian Yanqing finally spoke again. His eyes were resolute. A smile appeared on Xian Yanjuan's face. But I have to say goodbye to Lu Ming. Xian Yanqing said. I will go with you. Xian Yanjuan said. I will send you there. You just need to point out the location for me. The gray-robed elder said. Then, he waved his hand. In an instant, he disappeared with Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. The next moment, they appeared in Lu Ming's courtyard. Lu Ming sensed Xian Yanqing and the others as soon as they appeared. Although he was cultivating, he had left a trace of his spiritual consciousness to observe the surroundings. Little Qing and Xian Yanjuan came to find me. Is there something wrong? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He ended his cultivation and walked out of the room. When Lu Ming walked out of the room, his eyes fell on the gray-robed elder. His pupils could not help but shrink. He never expected there to be a third person. Just now, he only sensed the aura of Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. He did not sense any aura of the gray-robed elder. It was as if he was a mass of air. Unfathomable, that was Lu Ming's first impression of the gray-robed elder. Lu Ming, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Hong. Xian Yanjuan was the first to speak. Uncle Hong, Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Xian Yanjuan called him so intimately and called him Uncle Hong. He must be someone she was very familiar with. This was the primitive universe. This elder naturally could not be from the Xia family of the divine wilderness continent in the primordial realm. Needless to say, this person was someone Xian Yanjuan knew in his previous life. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. You are the husband of the second miss in this life. You are indeed a dragon among men. The gray-robed elder sized up Lu Ming as if he could see through all of Lu Ming's secrets. He continued, alright, you guys continue chatting. I'll take my leave first. With that, the gray-robed elder's body disappeared. Lu Ming did not see how he disappeared. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing walked to Lu Ming's side. He pondered for a moment and said, I'm leaving, what? Lu Ming was shocked. His expression changed slightly and said, leaving? Little Qing, what do you mean? There are some things that I need to do. But don't worry, I'll be back soon. Xian Yanqing said. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I'm afraid you can't help with this matter. Xian Yanjuan said. What is it? Lu Ming asked with a frown. To tell you the truth, Xian Yanqing and I were both from the Tang family in our previous lives. However, the Tang family is facing a great crisis. My father is missing. Xian Yanqing and I need to work together to find my father. You are too weak to help at all. Moreover, after Xian Yanqing and I left, our cultivation could improve rapidly. It's only a matter of time before we recover the cultivation of our previous lives. In this place, we can't use our potential at all. Xian Yanjuan said. Baidu search 81 Chinese networko. No advertising message great danger? Then all the more I can't let Xiaoqing go alone. Lu Ming's expression changed. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'll be safe there. Xian Yanqing said. That's right, Lu Ming. Let me tell you, Xian Yanqing will be in real danger if she stays by your side. She will be easily sensed by the enemy. At that time, not only will Xian Yanqing be in danger, but you, Lu Shenhuang, Lu Qi, and your family will also be in danger. Xian Yanjuan said. Lu Ming was speechless for a moment. He knew that Xian Yanqing had left for their safety. He wasn't afraid of himself, but he had to consider Lu Shenhuang and the others. Strength, it's still strength, Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists together. After coming to the primitive universe, he deeply felt that he was too weak. Lu Ming, don't worry. Our separation is only temporary. We will meet again sooner or later, Xianxia said while holding Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was silent and didn't say anything. At this moment, space flashed and the gray-robed elder's figure appeared again. Lu Ming, this is for you. The gray-robed elder waved his hand and a jade talisman flew to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took it. The location we're going to is in here. However, I've placed a seal on it. One day, when your cultivation surpasses that of a god king, you'll be able to break the seal. At that time, you'll be able to participate in everything, the gray-robed elder said. Surpass the God King realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had never heard of the realm above the Transcendence God King. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the Qin Tian star field was the God King realm. He had never heard of anyone surpassing the God King realm. Lu Ming, take care. We will meet again soon. I believe in you, Xianxia whispered. Then, her red lips pressed onto Lu Ming's lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiaoqing, don't worry. It won't take me long to break through to the Divine King realm. I'll definitely reach that level. When that time comes, I'll come to find you, Lu Ming whispered in Xianxing's ear. His voice was firm, and his gaze was incomparably resolute. He had seen all kinds of storms along the way. In the heaven realm, even someone as strong as the evil god tribe had been annihilated by him. Since Xianxia had a great enemy in his previous life and was destined to fight, then he would trample the enemy and erase him from the face of time. I believe in you, Lu Ming. Take care. Xianxia also whispered and retreated. The gray-robed old man waved his hand. A wave of energy swept up Xianxia and Xianxia. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Xiaoqing, wait for me. Looking at the empty courtyard, a low voice echoed in the courtyard. After a long time, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he returned to his room to cultivate. He would definitely use the shortest time to break through to the Divine King realm. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would trample them. Xianxia and Xianxuan's departure didn't cause the slightest ripple in the Cultivation school. The Cultivation school had many disciples. Every year, there would be some disciples who went missing. Some were killed, some died while completing missions, and some died in dangerous places. To the major powers, this was a very normal thing. As for the gray-robed old man, the Cultivation school's Divine King experts didn't sense his arrival at all. This made Lu Ming understand that the gray-robed old man's cultivation was unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had been gone for a month. On this day, a group of people arrived at Huang Wu's courtyard. Big brother, you're finally out. Huang Wu stood in front of a white-robed young man with a face full of smiles. This white-robed young man had a cold expression. He was Huang Wu's big brother, Huang Wen. I know everything about you, Huang Wen said. His voice revealed a murderous aura. Big brother, you must avenge me. That Lu Ming, that bastard, dared to injure me and kill the people of the Floating Light sect. I will tear him into pieces. Huang Wu's face was ferocious. Dead. He's dead for sure. However, it won't be easy to deal with him if he hides in the sect. Huang Wen frowned slightly. The Cultivation school had a rule that no killing was allowed in the sect. Then what should we do? Are we going to let him roam free? Huang Wu said unwillingly. Roam free? How is that possible? Huang Wen sneered and said, Dongfang Han, you go and give that brat a life and death duel. Force him out of the sect and we'll go and kill him. Let Dongfang Han give him a life and death duel? How is that possible? That brat isn't stupid. Why would he agree? Huang Wu said. Killing was not allowed in the Cultivation school, but there was one exception. That was the life and death duel. However, there were conditions for the life and death duel. 2 outer sect elders had to sign the duel and both sides had to agree. Only then would the life and death duel be effective. That way, he could step onto the life and death arena and fight to the death, and the sect would not pursue the matter. However, Dongfang Hao was an elite on the empty god list. Almost all the outer sect disciples of the Kongxian school were in the empty god realm. There were close to 100,000 of them. Therefore, someone made a list, which was the empty god list. It listed 120 of the strongest empty god realm experts and made a ranking. Everyone who was on the empty god list was a peak level 9 empty god realm expert. Their combat strength was extremely strong and they were stronger than those of the same level. In the Kongxian school, there were more than 120 people who had reached level 9 empty god realm. There were even more than 10,000 of them. Many of them had reached level 9 empty god realm and were stuck at that level. It was difficult for them to advance further. There were so many people but only 120 of them were listed. One could see how strong they were. Although Dongfang Hao was ranked at the bottom of the empty god list, his combat strength was much stronger than other level 9 empty god realm experts. Sending such an elite to give Lu Ming a life and death duel, it would be strange if Lu Ming would sign it. I naturally know that he won't dare to sign it. My aim is to pressure him and force him to leave the sect. At that time, killing him will be as easy as killing an ant. Huang Wen sneered. Big brother is wise. Huang Wu was overjoyed. Then, a young man with short red hair beside Huang Wen left the place. This person was Dongfang Hao, the top expert in the outer sect. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when a voice came from outside the courtyard. Lu Ming, get out here. The voice was like thunder and it shook the courtyard. Lu Ming's face darkened. He immediately ended his cultivation and came out of the courtyard. At that moment, the other outer sect disciples around him were also alarmed. Someone is looking for trouble with Lu Ming again. That is Dongfang Hao. That is Dongfang Hao. What? Dongfang Hao on the empty god list? He is the top expert in the outer sect of the Floating Light faction. Lu Ming is in trouble. Many people recognized Dongfang Hao and they were shocked. Baidu search 81 Chinese websitio. No advertising message Dongfang Hao, empty god list? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. When he saw Dongfang Hao, he felt a sense of danger as if he was being stared at by a terrifying wild beast. Expert, Lu Ming immediately knew that this was an extremely terrifying expert. You're Lu Ming? You even dare to kill someone from the Floating Light sect. You've got guts. Dongfang Hao looked at Lu Ming coldly. Cold killing intent shrouded Lu Ming without concealing it. My guts are indeed not small. Lu Ming replied. Is that so? Since you've got guts, I'll give you a life and death duel now. Do you dare to accept it? A gilded invitation appeared in Dongfang Hao's hand. With a wave of his hand, the invitation flew towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to receive it and felt a powerful force surging towards him. His body swayed slightly to dissipate this force and steadily received the invitation in his hand. Lu Ming glanced at the invitation and saw 5 big words written on it, Life and Death Duel. On it, there were the signatures of 2 outer sect elders. In addition, there was Dongfang Hao's signature and his fingerprint. As long as Lu Ming stamped his fingerprint on it, it would mean that he had accepted the life and death duel. What? Dongfang Hao actually issued a life and death duel to Lu Ming? Did I hear wrongly? You didn't hear wrongly. That's it. It can't be. Dongfang Hao is someone on the empty god list. Lu Ming has just entered the sect not long ago. Dongfang Hao's words caused a commotion among the outer sect disciples. An expert on the empty god list actually issued a life and death duel to a disciple who had just entered the sect. This was rare even in history. Hee, you're really shameless. A level 9 empty god actually dares to challenge me, a disciple who has just entered the sect. Lu Ming sneered. Cut the crap. Weren't you very gutsy just now? Now you've become a coward? If you don't have the guts to accept it, then get out of the sect. Dongfang Hao scolded. Many people were disdainful. Dongfang Hao was an expert on the empty god list. Was it not normal that others did not dare to accept the challenge? However, no one dared to speak up. Lu Ming looked at the life and death duel book in his hand, seemingly deep in thought. Did you hear that? If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then get out of the sect. My Kongxian school will not keep such a coward. Dongfang Hao continued to shamelessly berate. Don't make a fuss here. I'll sign this agreement. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice rang out. Then, a drop of blood seeped out from his finger. Next, he imprinted his own handprint on the life and death battle book mountain. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Lu Ming actually signed it. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Lu Ming would actually dare to sign this life and death duel agreement. Dongfang Hao himself was also stunned. He never thought that Lu Ming would sign the life and death duel agreement. His original intention was to force Lu Ming to leave the sect, and then Huang Wen would send someone to kill Lu Ming. Kid, the life and death duel agreement has a time limit. You must sign it within 3 years. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the sect. Do you understand? Dongfang Hao said coldly. 3 years? There is no need for 3 years. We will meet in the life and death duel 1 year later. Lu Ming said. 1 year. All right, 1 year later then. Dongfang Hao added a time limit on the agreement. The time was 1 year later. 1 year later, if Lu Ming did not dare to accept the challenge, he would be expelled from the Kongxian school. After writing the date, Dongfang Hao cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. He then soared into the air and left the place. Lu Ming actually signed it. He doesn't want his life anymore. I think he's deliberately stalling for time. Stalling for time? What can he do in 1 year? It will be over in the blink of an eye. He can't catch up with Dongfang Hao in 1 year. Could it be that he wants to take this opportunity to leave the Kongxian school? That's possible. Although he leaves the Kongxian school, at least he can keep his life. It's better than being killed by Dongfang Hao. Many people were discussing and thought that Lu Ming was deliberately stalling for time. In Huang Wu's courtyard. What? That kid actually signed it. Huang Wen, Huang Wu, and the others were surprised when they heard Dongfang Hao's news. They originally thought that Lu Ming would definitely not sign it. Huang Wen's purpose was to force Lu Ming to leave. Once Lu Ming signed it, his plan was disrupted. This kid must be stalling for time and then sneaking away. Huang Wu said. The others nodded. They also thought that Lu Ming had such a plan. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, 1 year later, he would definitely not be Dongfang Hao's opponent. That's a good plan. But if he slips away, he can forget about coming back. Huang Wen said coldly. Slipping away was equivalent to being expelled from the sect. Let's wait and see. If he doesn't leave in 1 year, we'll kill him. Huang Wen said. He then left and returned to the inner sect. 1 year's time was too short for a martial god realm cultivator. They didn't think that Lu Ming would be able to stir up any waves in 1 year's time. The news of Lu Ming signing Dongfang Hao's life and death duel quickly spread among the outer sect disciples and set off a storm. Some people thought that Lu Ming was courting death. But more people thought that Lu Ming was stalling for time and wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. Some people even secretly watched Lu Ming to see if Lu Ming was going to slip away. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about all this. He returned to his room and continued to cultivate. A few days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. I can continue to break through. Lu Ming muttered. After a few months of cultivation, his foundation was very solid and he could continue to break through to the next realm. He still had many wood crystals that he had yet to refine. He took out a wood crystal and swallowed it before he started to cultivate. He cultivated the sovereign divine force. Every time he broke through to the next realm, he would need a shocking amount of resources. However, Lu Ming had not used the wood crystals that he had obtained from the abyss and the wood crystals that he had obtained from killing plants. It was enough for him to break through. One by one, the wood crystals were refined rapidly. Lu Ming's cultivation level was also increasing rapidly. He was rapidly approaching the 3rd level of the Void God realm. Half a month later, when Lu Ming had refined the last wood crystal, his cultivation level had successfully broken through to level 3 Empty God realm. Level 3 Empty God realm is still not enough to deal with Dongfang Hao. Lu Ming muttered. When Lu Ming was at level 2 Empty God realm, he could easily defeat level 7 empty god realm experts such as the young man in luxurious clothes. At that time, his combat strength was equivalent to a level 8 empty god realm supreme talent who possessed royal grade divine force. Now that his cultivation level had broken through to level 3 empty god realm, he could theoretically fight against a level 9 empty god realm expert if he gave it his all. However, Lu Ming knew that if he really fought against a level 9 empty god realm expert, he would most likely not be a match for him. This was because a level 9 empty god realm expert could already use divine skills. There was a huge gap between them and a level 8 empty god realm expert. Once a divine skill was used, the combat strength would be shocking. Moreover, Dongfang Hao was on the empty god list. His strength must be even more terrifying. Lu Ming would most likely not be a match for him. Even if he activated the fight formula to double his combat strength, he would still not be a match for Dongfang Hao. Lu Ming still needed to continue to break through to be able to fight against Dongfang Hao. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was trying to buy time so that he could escape. However, Lu Ming had no intention of doing so. The reason why he gave himself a year's time was to force himself to improve faster. He wanted to reach the Divine King realm in the shortest time possible. Continue. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, trying to understand the battle character formula. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the core area of Kongxian School, a figure was waiting in front of a secret chamber. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize that this figure was the outer sect elder who had brought them to Kongxian sect during the disciple recruitment assessment, Huaquan. Kacha, the door to the secret room opened, and an old man with white hair and beard walked out. The old man's eyes seemed to be filled with wisdom as he blinked. Huaquan greets the sect leader. Huaquan immediately bowed respectfully. The old man was the sect leader of Kongxian School, Long Zhoushan. Huaquan, why are you looking for me? Long Zhoushan asked. Because of the new disciple recruitment, sect leader was in seclusion and I did not disturb you. I heard that sect leader is about to come out of seclusion, so I came to report to you. Huaquan said. The new disciple? You can arrange this matter well. Why do you need to report it to me? Long Zhoushan said flatly with a hint of displeasure on his face. Sect leader, it's different this time. There's a kid inside and I suspect that he has divine grade divine force. Huaquan immediately bowed and said. What? Long Zhoushan's eyes widened and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. The aura was as vast as the universe. Even with Huaquan's divine grade cultivation, he was suppressed by the aura and spat out a mouthful of blood. Long Zhoushan immediately retracted his aura, but his eyes were still filled with shock. Divine grade divine force? Is what you said true? Long Haoshan glared at Huaquan and asked. This subordinate is not very sure. During the disciple recruitment examination, I observed him many times. However, that little fellow has cultivated a special secret technique that can conceal his divine power aura very well. I am only suspecting, but I am not 100% sure. Huaquan said. Bring him here. I want to examine him personally. Dragon Boat Mountain Road. Yes. Huaquan bowed and accepted the order, then retreated. Divine grade divine power, divine grade divine power. Long Haoshan muttered. His eyes flashed with a fiery light, mixed with a hint of malevolence. Someone else is coming. Lu Ming was cultivating when he sensed someone outside. He ended his cultivation and walked out. Elder Huaquan. Seeing Huaquan, Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Lu Ming hadn't seen Huaquan since the last time he came to the Kongxian School's outer sanctum. Now that Huaquan suddenly came to look for him, what did he want? Could it be related to the battle with Dongfang Hao? Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming greets Elder Hua. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Lu Ming, come with me. The sect leader wants to see you. Huaquan smiled and looked at Lu Ming carefully. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He remembered clearly that during the 13th sex assessment, Lu Ming's cultivation was only a demigod. Now, he had reached level 3 empty god realm. It had only been a few years. This cultivation speed was too shocking. Lu Ming himself was stunned. The sect leader wanted to see him? He was just an outer sanctum disciple. Why did the sect leader of Kongxian school suddenly want to see him? Come with me. Huaquan suppressed the shock in his heart and flew away. Lu Ming could only suppress the doubts in his heart and followed Huaquan. The Kongxian school's outer sanctum was located on a huge mountain range. Going deep into the mountain range, one would reach the Kongxian school's inner sanctum. Here, it was not just one mountain range. There were a few mountain ranges, like a few dragons, entwined with each other. Here, the divine qi was extremely dense and the cultivation conditions were better than the outer sanctum. Lu Ming followed Huaquan and flew into the inner sanctum. Soon, they arrived at a mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was a grand hall. Lu Ming followed Huaquan into the hall and saw an old man with white hair. The old man had a smile on his face, but there was a majestic aura that made people not dare to look at him directly. Subordinate greets the sect leader. Huaquan bowed respectfully. Disciple Lu Ming greets the sect leader. Lu Ming followed suit and bowed. Huaquan, you can leave. Long Zhoushan waved his hand. Huaquan left respectfully, leaving only Lu Ming and Long Zhoushan in the hall. Long Zhoushan's eyes flickered with a strange light as he sized up Lu Ming. For some reason, when Long Zhoushan's gaze landed on Lu Ming, goosebumps appeared all over his body. It was as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Suddenly, a bright light emitted from Long Zhoushan's body. Streaks of blood-red godforce condensed into venomous snakes that pounced on Lu Ming, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Lu Ming was shocked. He never thought that the Kongxian school's sect leader would kill him. He had never seen the sect leader before and had never offended him. Why would he do this? Even though he knew that his cultivation was far from the sect leader's, Lu Ming would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. He quickly retreated. However, when Lu Ming retreated, the space behind him seemed to solidify, blocking his path of retreat. Swish! Swish, swish! Several venomous snakes coiled around Lu Ming. These snakes were formed from Long Zhoushan's god force, and their power was shocking. Terrifying energy rushed into Lu Ming's body, and Lu Ming felt a tearing pain in his body. Break for me! Lu Ming roared. At this moment, he couldn't care less about concealing his strength. His sovereign's god force erupted, and purple gold sovereign god force rushed out, bombarding the venomous snakes. At the same time, a pure golden armor appeared on Lu Ming's body. This was the 9 layers pure golden armor. When it was used, it was as if a suit of armor covered Huang Xiaolong's body. Divine-grade god force, it's really divine-grade god force. Moreover, it's sovereign's god force. Looking at the god force circulating around Lu Ming's body, Long Zhoushan's eyes burned with passion. With a wave of his hand, the venomous snakes coiling around Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming felt his body relax, and he couldn't help gasping for breath. A layer of cold sweat covered his body. Sect leader, what's the meaning of this? Lu Ming looked at Long Zhoushan with a gloomy expression. Who would be in a good mood if Long Zhoushan tried to kill him the moment they met? Not bad, not bad. You really did control divine-grade god force. Long Zhoushan's face was full of joy, and he nodded repeatedly in excitement. Lu Ming frowned. Long Zhoushan wanted to test if he could control divine-grade god force? Your name is Lu Ming, right? In the future, I will nurture you well, and help you grow as fast as possible. Long Zhoushan said. Then, Lu Ming thanked sect leader. Lu Ming said. However, I have a condition. Long Zhoushan's tone suddenly changed, and he said, I'll nurture you well, but you have to swear on your life essence that you'll definitely listen to me in the future. You'll do whatever I tell you to do, understand? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. Long Zhoushan's meaning was clear, he would nurture Lu Ming in the future, but Lu Ming had to listen to his every word. What was the difference between that and becoming Long Zhoushan's tool? Long Zhoushan wanted to use him as a knife to achieve his goal. How could Lu Ming agree? Sect leader, there's no need to swear on your life source. You are the sect leader. In the future, whenever you need Lu Ming will do his best. Lu Ming said. Are you rejecting me? Long Zhoushan's face turned cold, and a dangerous light flickered in his eyes. swear on my life source, please forgive Lu Ming for not agreeing. Lu Ming said resolutely. Once he swore on his life source, Lu Ming would become Long Zhoushan's puppet in the future. Can't agree? Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. If you can't be used by me, I'd rather destroy you. Long Zhoushan's face darkened, and his voice turned cold. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to shiver. Lu Ming had never imagined that the Cultivation school's sect leader would be so despicable. As soon as he knew that Huang Xiaolong had divine-grade god force, he wanted to control him. As the sect leader, you actually dare to threaten your own disciple. If this news were to spread, who knows how many people would be bitterly disappointed. Lu Ming suppressed the anger in his heart. Are you threatening me? Long Zhoushan said coldly. What I said is the truth. Today, if you want to kill me, then kill me. You want me to swear on my life? Dream on. Lu Ming confronted Long Zhoushan without the slightest fear. Although he didn't want to die, he would rather die than become a puppet. He, you have guts and aren't afraid of death. But do you think being unafraid of death is of any use? Do you think that if you don't swear, I won't be able to deal with you? How naive. I'll plant the nether dragon blood curse in your body and make you wish you were dead. Long Zhoushan roared and grabbed at the air. Lu Ming felt a powerful force grabbing at him. He couldn't resist at all and was directly grabbed by Long Zhoushan. Then, the dragon boat's fingers continuously pointed, and terrifying rune arcs drilled into Lu Ming's body like blood-red vipers. Roar! Lu Ming let out a beast-like roar because it was too painful. At this moment, Lu Ming's body felt like it was being bitten by countless small snakes. It was extremely uncomfortable and painful. Hee, haha, enjoy my dark dragon blood curse. Long Zhoushan sneered. His fingers moved faster and faster, and even more blood-red runes drilled into Lu Ming's body, forming a terrifying formation. Old fellow, you old bastard, you're shameless and despicable. Lu Ming cursed in pain. Go ahead and curse. I'll let you curse to your heart's content. Long Zhoushan sneered. Old bastard, you're the master of a sect. You're shameless, despicable, devoid of conscience. Do you even have a son? You can't get it up at night, you're impotent during the day. Lu Ming's mouth didn't stop. He was like a machine gun. He hadn't spent so much time with Dandan for nothing. Long Zhoushan's will was firm, but he was still cursed until his eyelids twitched. A moment later, Long Zhoushan finally stopped. The nether dragon blood curse had been placed down. Lu Ming's body released a blinding red light. It was like countless little snakes were coiling around his body, making him suffer endless pain. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than being cut to pieces. In the end, Lu Ming didn't even have the energy to curse. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Now you know how powerful I am. Long Zhoushan sneered. With a wave of his hand, the snake-like runes on Lu Ming's body disappeared. The pain on Lu Ming's body also disappeared. Lu Ming looked into his body and found that those snake-like runes had disappeared without a trace. He couldn't sense them at all. The nether dragon blood curse is already hidden in the depths of your body. As long as I willed it, you'd be in unbearable pain. You might even die instantly. Right now, your life is completely in my hands. Do you understand? Long Zhoushan icily said. You really are despicable. Speak, what do you want me to do? Lu Ming ground his teeth. He was planning on first calming this old fellow down, then thinking of a way to get rid of the nether dragon blood curse in his body. There's no rush. Right now, your cultivation base is still too weak. Once your cultivation base increases, I'll naturally have a use for you. Remember, you better be obedient. Otherwise, I'll make you disappear completely. Long Zhoushan coldly said, then took out a golden token and threw it to Lu Ming. This is a golden token, the highest grade token in the Cultivation school. With this token, other than some forbidden areas, you can go anywhere you want in the Cultivation school. You can also enter and exit the sacred cultivation grounds. Cultivate well. Long Zhoushan waved his hand and Lu Ming was pushed out by a force. Damn it. Lu Ming's face was extremely cold. Long Zhoushan obviously didn't have any good intentions in giving him a golden token. He only hoped that Lu Ming would quickly improve so that he could use him in the future. Lu Ming lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He kept the golden token and walked out. Not long after, he saw Huquan. Lu Ming, how was it? What did the sect leader say to you? With your talent, the sect leader will probably spend a lot of effort to nurture you. Huquan smiled. His smile was very clean, as if he didn't know anything. This Huquan, doesn't he know how despicable Long Zhoushan is? Lu Ming was puzzled, but he nodded casually, it's all right. I'll send you back. Huquan said, then brought Lu Ming out of the inner disciple district and back to the outer disciple district. Back at his residence, Lu Ming immediately went into seclusion, circulating the universe myriad Tao art. His sovereign god force seeped into every part of his body, roaming through every inch of his muscles, bones, and even his internal organs. He wanted to find the nether dragon blood curse and destroy it. However, after circulating his sovereign god force, he didn't find anything. Since that old fogey knows that I have sovereign god force, he must know that I can't destroy the nether dragon blood curse with my sovereign god force. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He really didn't expect the Kongxian school's sect leader to be such a person. So cunning, so despicable and shameless. Right now, I can only feign civility and pacify the other party. In the future, I will find a way to destroy the nether dragon blood curse. I, Lu Ming, will remember today's grudge. A cold light flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. He had been through countless storms along the way. He didn't believe that he couldn't cross this hurdle. Then, Lu Ming took out the gold token. Since you want to nurture me, I'll borrow some strength to raise my strength. Lu Ming thought. He then left the outer disciple district and headed toward the inner disciple district. There were many cultivation holy grounds in the inner disciple district. With this gold token, Lu Ming could borrow those cultivation holy grounds to raise his strength. Lu Ming returned to the inner sect. However, he was stopped at an entrance. Stop. Two men in black appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. The auras of these two black-robed men were as thick as mountains. One look and one could tell that they were terrifying experts. Seniors, I want to go in. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. You want to go in? Little guy, leave quickly. Outer sect disciples are not allowed to enter unless there are special circumstances. One of the men in black waved his hand casually, revealing a disdainful look. They could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at level 3 ethereal god realm. With such cultivation, he was at the bottom of the list even in the outer sect. How dare he enter the inner sect? Lu Ming's face was calm. He knew it would be like this. Last time, he came with Huquan, so he was not stopped. This time, he was alone. It was normal for him to be stopped. Seniors, this is my token. Lu Ming took out the gold token. Token? What token? The two men in black glanced at it casually. Their eyes widened instantly. Gold token. They were tongue-tied and almost bit their own tongues. They had never thought that Lu Ming would have a gold token. In the Kongxian school, there were very few people who had a gold token. Other than the holy sons and holy daughters, there were only a few people who had a gold token. However, those people were of noble status. However, Lu Ming was only at level 3 ethereal god realm. They had never seen him before. How could he have a gold token? Could this kid be a disciple secretly taken in by a big shot? The two black-robed men thought in their hearts, and immediately revealed a respectful expression on their faces. Since you have a gold token, you can enter. Please, come in. The two men's faces immediately changed. They nodded and bowed, trying to please Lin Fan. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled and was about to enter. Wait. At this moment, a shout came from behind. There was a flash of light and a beautiful young lady appeared beside Lu Ming. The girl's skin was smooth and her facial features were exquisite. She was a rare beauty. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Who are you? I have never seen you before. Where did you get the gold token? Miss, I don't think I need to tell you where I got the gold token. Lu Ming smiled. Don't tell me? You don't dare to tell me? Tell me, did you steal the gold token? The girl opened her eyes wide, as if she wanted to see through Lu Ming's lie. Lu Ming was speechless. He said, Miss, all the people who have the gold token have a high cultivation level and they hide it in their storage rings. Where can I steal it from? The young girl was taken aback and pouted. That's true. Miss, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Done talking, Lu Ming walked towards the entrance. Hey, wait for me. You haven't said where your gold token came from. The girl shouted and followed Lu Ming. The two burly men in black seemed to be very familiar with the girl and ignored her, allowing her to enter. Looks like this girl's identity is not simple. She is clearly only at the Void God Realm cultivation, but the other party did not stop her. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could roughly sense that the girl's cultivation definitely did not reach the true God Realm and should still be at the Void God Realm. Void God Realm belonged to the outer sect disciples and should not be able to enter the inner sect area. Of course, some special people were excluded, such as the disciples or descendants of some big shot. Hey, you haven't said where you got the gold token from? Tell me about it, tell me about it. The girl followed Lu Ming closely and muttered endlessly. Lu Ming was really speechless. He could tell that the girl had no ill intentions towards him and was just purely curious. Miss, to tell you the truth, the sect leader gave me this gold token. Lu Ming said helplessly. The sect leader gave it to you? The girl blinked her big eyes and asked even more curiously, why would the sect leader give you a gold token? What's your relationship with the sect leader? Are you a disciple that the sect leader took in privately? Or are you an illegitimate child that the sect leader secretly gave birth to? Pfft, Lu Ming almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What was this little girl thinking about? Her imagination was too wild. Don't make wild guesses. It's not what you think. Lu Ming said. If it's not what I think, then what is it? The girl asked again. Lu Ming felt helpless. He could not be bothered with the young lady and strode forward. However, the young lady was like a shadow, following closely behind Lu Ming. She looked like she would not give up until she figured out what was going on. Lu Ming could not be bothered with her and hurried on. Hey, I'm Yu Linglong. What's your name? Hey, where are you going? Hey, that's where the inner disciples go to the toilet. What are you doing there? Lu Ming stopped in his tracks abruptly, his face turning red. Well, this is my first time in the inner disciples. Lu Ming explained awkwardly. Since it's your first time here, where are you looking for? I can lead the way. The girl said with a smile. I'm looking for a place to cultivate. It's best if it's a place that can quickly increase my cultivation. Lu Ming said. A place to cultivate? Of course, it's the Divine Vein Tower. The divine aura in the Divine Vein Tower is extremely rich and contains a trace of the power of the Divine Vein, which can help people increase their cultivation quickly. The girl said. Divine Vein Tower? How do I get there? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Hey, you haven't told me your name. The girl stared at him. My name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming coughed and explained. Lu Ming? What an old-fashioned name. The girl curled her lips. Lu Ming's face darkened. Let's go. I'll bring you to the Divine Vein Tower. But let me tell you, it costs points to cultivate in the Divine Vein Tower. The girl said. Points? What points? Lu Ming was stunned. You don't even know what points are? The girl rolled her eyes with a look of disdain. Lu Ming's face darkened. He realized that he had been disdained by the girl many times in such a short time. Points, of course it's the sex points. You can get points by completing the sex missions. Points are very useful in the sect. You can enter a place to cultivate. You can even exchange for divine tools, various divine skills, techniques, secret techniques, and so on. The girl explained. Lu Ming understood. The so-called points in the Xianxia school were like contribution points in other places. Lu Ming began to have a headache. He didn't have any points at all. It seemed that he couldn't go. You don't have any points. How about this, do you have divine crystals? You can exchange them for points, but it's not worth it. 10,000 divine crystals can only be exchanged for 1 point. Cultivating in the Divine Vein Tower costs 1 point per day. The girl said. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. That was too expensive. 1 point per day to cultivate in the Divine Vein Tower, which was equivalent to 10,000 divine crystals. It was extremely shocking. Unfortunately, I don't have many points left. Otherwise, I can sell them to you at a cheaper price. The girl muttered. I have some artifacts. Where can I sell them? I'll sell them and exchange them for some points. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. In the end, he decided to cultivate in the Divine Vein Tower. No matter how many deity crystals he had, it was useless to keep them. The only way was to convert them into strength. He still had some middle-grade artifacts that he could sell. Let's go. I'll take you there. The girl led the way and Lu Ming followed. Soon, they arrived at a bustling place. This was the place where the inner sanctum area specialized in exchanging and selling all kinds of treasures. At present, Lu Ming still had 11 middle-grade divine weapons in his hands. Lu Ming planned to sell 6 and keep 5. The price of a middle-grade artifact naturally couldn't be compared to a low-grade artifact. A good low-grade 9th-grade artifact could be sold for 100,000 deity crystals. As for middle-grade artifacts, even the lowest grade, 1st-grade ones, were sold for hundreds of thousands. Among them, 3 were middle-grade level 1 divine weapons, 2 were middle-grade level 2 divine weapons, and 1 was middle-grade level 3 divine weapon. After selling them, he received a total of 3.6 million deity crystals. The girl widened her eyes in shock. She didn't expect Lu Ming to be so rich. Afterward, Lu Ming bought a huge pile of divine weapon fragments. All of them were divine weapon fragments of low-grade 7th-tier divine weapons and above. There were divine weapon fragments ranging from low-grade 7th-tier divine weapons to low-grade 9th-tier divine weapons. Lu Ming spent 200,000 divine crystals on this huge pile. These fragments were enough for Qiuqiu to eat for a while. Then, Lu Ming followed Yu Linglong to the points exchange hall. Lu Ming used 1.6 million points to exchange for 160 points. Let's go and cultivate. With a large number of points, Lu Ming waved his hand and walked toward the Divine Vein Tower with Yu Linglong. Is this the Divine Vein Tower? It looks ordinary. Soon, they arrived at a huge tower. The tower looked simple and unadorned, but it didn't emit any aura. It seemed to be built with some random boulders. Let's go. Every floor of the Divine Vein Tower has the same effect. It costs 1 point a day. Yu Linglong said and walked towards the Divine Vein Pagoda. There was someone guarding the Divine Vein Tower. Take out your identity medallions and register them. Below the Divine Vein Tower, an old man said. Lu Ming and Yu Linglong took out their identity badges and handed them to the old man. The points were all recorded in their identity tokens. The old man placed their identity badges on a disc array. The disc array flashed a few times before returning the badges to them. Go in. Remember, 1 day of cultivation in the Divine Vein Tower will cost you 1 point. When the points in your identity token are used up, the formation of the Divine Vein Tower will eject you out. However, it will be a bit embarrassing. So, you'd better walk out of the Divine Vein Tower before your points are used up. The old man warned. The two nodded and walked into the Divine Vein Tower. There were many secret rooms in the Divine Vein Tower. All the secret rooms on the 1st floor were occupied. The two of them went to the 2nd floor. Hey, Lu Ming. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. Here. Yu Linglong gave Lu Ming a message jade amulet and walked into a secret room. Lu Ming smiled and walked into a secret room. The door of the secret room closed automatically. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, circulating the universe 10,000 Dao art and beginning to cultivate. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Immediately, the surrounding divine qi gathered towards Lu Ming. What a rich divine qi! Lu Ming was shocked. The divine qi here was extremely dense and shocking. It was almost materialized. It was many times faster than absorbing deity crystals. There was even a special energy in the divine qi. Once it entered Lu Ming's body, it turned into Lu Ming's divine qi and helped him to refine his divine body. It's so fast. The speed of cultivation here is many times faster than outside. The 10,000 divine crystals are worth it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Previously, he had been heartbroken about the divine crystals. 10,000 divine crystals could only be used for 1 day of cultivation. However, he felt that it was worth it now. Although it was expensive, he was sure that he would be able to break through quickly. However, before he started to cultivate, Lu Ming took out a pile of sacred weapon fragments and put them aside for Qiu Qiu to eat. He then started to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lu Ming's cultivation level had increased tremendously. He had reached the peak of rank 3 Empty God Realm and was only a step away from rank 4 Empty God Realm. It was not easy to break through to the Empty God Realm. Many people would take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to break through if they cultivated step by step. However, he had only used 3 months to break through to rank 4 Empty God Realm. This was all because of the Divine Range Pagoda. Let's start. Lu Ming thought, and the divine qi in his body started to circulate rapidly. Rumble, there seemed to be a loud explosion in his body as he started to break through to rank 4 Empty God Realm. Not long after, his aura increased tremendously and he was much stronger than before. Rank 4 Empty God Realm, breakthrough, Lu Ming smiled. After breaking through to rank 4 Empty God Realm, Lu Ming was more confident in his battle with Dongfeng Hao. It's worth it to break through to rank 4 Empty God Realm in 3 months. Lu Ming smiled. Although it would not take more than 900,000 divine crystals to break through to rank 4 Empty God Realm by absorbing divine crystals outside, it would take at least 10 times or even a few hundred times longer. In the Divine Range Pagoda, breaking through in 3 months was equivalent to spending a large amount of divine crystals to buy time. Now, what Lu Ming lacked the most was time. Everything was worth it. If his cultivation level increased, he could earn more divine crystals. It hasn't even been a year and my cultivation level has increased by 2 levels. I need to stop and refine my cultivation. I need to use the remaining time to cultivate my divine skills. Although Lu Ming had a lot more confidence in the battle with Dongfeng Hao, he had to be 100% confident. He could not neglect the 2 miraculous techniques, 9-layered crimson gold armor and destructive 3 strikes. If these 2 godly skills had a breakthrough, he would have a greater chance of winning. Immediately, Lu Ming walked out of the Divine Range Pagoda. Senior, may I know where I can cultivate my divine skills in the inner district? Outside the Divine Range Pagoda, Lu Ming asked the elder who was guarding the Divine Range Pagoda. There are some places that ordinary disciples are not allowed to enter. The elder glanced at Lu Ming and said lightly. Senior, this is my token. Lu Ming took out the gold token. Gold token. The elder's eyes widened and he looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that Lu Ming, an Empty God Realm disciple, would have a gold token. With the gold token, you can go to most places in the inner district. The best place to cultivate your divine skills is the Divine Skills Valley. I have a map of the inner district here. Take it. The elder took out a map and handed it to Lu Ming. The reason why he was so nice to Lu Ming was that he guessed that Lu Ming was a disciple of a big shot. He wanted to befriend Lu Ming and build a good relationship with Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming took the map and scanned it with his spiritual senses. A map appeared in his mind. It was a map of the entire inner sect area. All the addresses, buildings, and cultivation grounds were clearly marked out. This golden badge is quite useful. Lu Ming pondered. Although he had been cursed by the Dragon Boat Mountain with the Nether Dragon Blood Curse, at least there were still some benefits. At the very least, this golden token was still very useful to him. Without the golden badge, he would not have been able to enter the inner disciple area, let alone the places of cultivation. It would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation in a short period of time. Following the map, Lu Ming headed toward the Valley of Divine Skills. The Valley of Divine Skills was the best place to cultivate divine skills in the inner disciple area. Of course, it would cost points, but it was slightly cheaper, 1 point for 5 days. Lu Ming still had 70 points in his badge, enough for him to cultivate for 350 days. Lu Ming entered the Valley of Divine Skills and immersed himself in cultivating. Time gradually passed. The 1-year promise between Lu Ming and Dongfeng Hao gradually approached. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days were left. During this period, the outer disciple area became lively. Many people were discussing Lu Ming's matter. A year's time was not short for ordinary people, allowing them to forget many things. However, for martial god realm cultivators, a year's time was no different than a breath's time. They still remembered the life or death duel between Lu Ming and Dongfeng Hao. Why hasn't Lu Ming shown up yet? I saw him going out before. Did he really run away? That's for sure. I've already said that if he agreed to the life or death duel with Dongfeng Hao, he would definitely run away. I heard that he came first in the selection, but it turns out that he's such a coward. Knowing that he's going to die, it would be strange if he had the guts. The outer disciple area was filled with discussions about Lu Ming. They all assumed that Lu Ming had run away, not daring to accept the duel. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had just come out from the inner disciple area. Lu Ming had a smile on his face. During this period of cultivation, he had gained a lot. He had full confidence in his battle with Dongfeng Hao. Soon, he returned to the inner sect area. Lu Ming is back. The news immediately caused an uproar in the outer disciple district. The people who had been certain that Lu Ming had slipped away were now dumbfounded and speechless. You dare to come back? You're courting death. What a fool. When Lu Ming came back, he directly slapped these people in the face. These people flew into a rage out of humiliation, thinking that Lu Ming was stupid and came back to court death. In short, the news of Lu Ming's return quickly spread throughout the outer sect. In Huang Wu's courtyard. Good, it's good that he's back. Let's kill him. Huang Wu laughed loudly. Don't worry. This time, I'll make him die a horrible death. On the side, Dongfeng Hao's face was ferocious, his killing intent cold. Come, place your bets. Bet on Dongfeng Hao to win, 200 to 1. Bet on Lu Ming to win, 1 to 50. Near the life and death arena, a burly man actually started a bet on who would win between Lu Ming and Dongfeng Hao. 200 to 1. You're too greedy. This ratio is too low. Yes, 200 to only earn 1. Many people despised him. Bet on Lu Ming to win, each divine crystal earned them 50. However, bet on Dongfeng Hao to win, 200 to only earn them 1 divine crystal. If you guys don't bet, then I will. Lu Ming will definitely lose. Although 200 to 1 is a little low, it's a steady profit. I bet 100,000 divine crystals on Dongfeng Hao to win. An outer disciple. Directly bet 100,000 divine crystals. Many people's eyes lit up. Yes, Dongfeng Hao would definitely win. Although the profit was less, it was still a steady profit. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. I also bet on Dongfeng Hao to win. I bet 50,000 divine crystals. I bet 200,000 divine crystals on Dongfeng Hao to win. Me too, there's no suspense in this battle. Dongfeng Hao will definitely win. A large group of outer sect disciples were betting on Dongfeng Hao's victory. The burly man's face was covered in cold sweat. He also thought that Dongfeng Hao would definitely win. Almost everyone bet on Dongfeng Hao to win. Wouldn't he suffer a great loss? He deliberately set the odds of Lu Ming to 1 to 50. With such high odds, he thought that some people would take the risk and bet on Lu Ming to win. That way, he would be able to make a profit. Why don't you guys bet on Lu Ming to win? If you bet on Lu Ming to win, you'll have to pay 50 to 1. The burly man shouted. Do you think I'm stupid? If I bet on Lu Ming to win, I'll definitely suffer a loss. That's right. I won't give you money for free. Hurry up and give me a receipt. A group of outer disciples shouted. The burly man was covered in cold sweat. It's really lively here. Lu Ming had just returned from the inner disciple area. When he passed by here and saw so many people betting, his interest was immediately piqued. Lu Ming is here. Someone shouted. Suddenly, everyone's eyes looked at Lu Ming. There were pity, sighs, and indifference. Anyway, looking at Lu Ming was like looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lu Ming would definitely die 3 days later. How do you place this bet? What's the odds? Lu Ming's interest was piqued. He walked over and asked. Bet on Dongfeng how to win, 200 to 1. Bet on Lu Ming to win, 1 to 50. Someone replied. Nest, my odds are so high. Then there should be a lot of people who bet on me to win. Lu Ming looked at the burly man. No, no one bet on you to win. The burly man said with a bitter face. What? Lu Ming was depressed. How much did they look down on him? Bet on Dongfeng how to win, 200 to 1, and there were so many people who bet on him. But he bet 1 to 50, and no one actually bet on him. Could it be that they all thought he would lose? Everyone, because there are too many people who bet on Dongfeng how to win, the odds will be changed to 500 to 1. The burly man said loudly. What? 500 to 1, why don't you go die? Bet 500 and you will only earn 1. Bet 50,000 and you will only earn 100. This is too little. It's not good to cheat like this. Many people loudly reprimanded, but the middle-aged man's attitude was firm. He believed it was 500 to 1. This business is not bad. Lu Ming's eyes turned. His heart moved, and he thought of a way to make money. Everyone, listen to me, Lu Ming clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He won't be the banker, so I will. Those who want to bet, come to me. Those who bet on Dongfeng how to win, 100 to 1, those who bet on Lu Ming to win, 100 to 1. Lu Ming said loudly. What? Bet on Dongfeng how to win, 100 to 1, I'll bet 100,000 divine crystals. Suddenly, there were people who placed their bets. Many people's eyes became fiery. At the burly man's place, the odds for Dongfeng how to win was 500 to 1. At Lu Ming's place, it was 100 to 1, which was 5 times higher. Naturally, everyone chose Lu Ming's place. As for the odds of Lu Ming's victory, they directly ignored it. Previously, when the burly man bet on Lu Ming's victory, the odds were 1 to 50. Now that Lu Ming's odds were 1 to 1, who would still bet on him? Wait, if we bet on you and you're killed by Dongfeng how, who are we going to get the divine crystals from? That's right, if you're killed by Dongfeng how, all the treasures on you will become his spoils of war. Who are we going to get them from? Many people shouted. Indeed, if Lu Ming died in battle, they would not be able to get the divine crystals that they had bet, including the interest. How about this, I'll go find the elder of the enforcement hall as a witness and hand over all the divine crystals to him. If I die in battle, you can go to the elder of the enforcement hall to collect the divine crystals. Lu Ming said. Find the elder of the enforcement hall as a witness? Who do you think you are? You think you can invite the elder of the enforcement hall? Don't brag without a draft. Many people despised him. The elder of the enforcement hall was high and mighty. How could a new outer disciple like Lu Ming invite him? Whether I can or not, we'll know in a while. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Lu Ming soared into the air and headed toward the enforcement hall. Whether it was the outer or inner disciple area, there was an enforcement hall. The enforcement hall was responsible for enforcing the law and had great authority. Lu Ming really went to invite the elder of the enforcement hall. Can he really do it? How is that possible? If he can invite the elder, I can also invite the sect leader. Do you believe it? Whether it's true or not, let's wait. It won't take long anyway. The crowd discussed and waited. Moreover, the news of Lu Ming being the banker also spread. More outer disciples gathered in this area. Even some deacons and elders of the outer court were attracted to the scene. Very soon, a huge palace appeared in front of Lu Ming. This was the outer sect law enforcement hall. Stop. 2 young men blocked Lu Ming's path at the entrance of the enforcement hall. I would like to meet the elders of the law enforcement hall. Lu Ming said. You're just a level 4 ethereal god. You want to see the elders of the disciplinary hall? What a joke. Get the hell out of here. A young man waved his hand with a bad attitude. Lu Ming frowned. He was clear that those who held positions in the law enforcement hall were not outer sect disciples, but inner sect disciples. Their cultivation was all above true God realm. Otherwise, how could they suppress so many outer sect disciples? It was normal for these people to look down on him. The two of you, just go and inform them. Lu Ming said, neither servile nor overbearing. Report? Who do you think you are? Why should we report? It was still the same young man who sneered coldly. The people from the law enforcement hall had a lot of power. Most of the outer disciples would tremble when they saw them, but Lu Ming was calm when he saw them. This made them a little unhappy. Is this enough? Lu Ming said coldly as he took out the gold token. It's useless no matter what. What? Gold. Gold token? The young man was arrogant at first, but when he saw the gold token, he almost bit his tongue and his eyeballs almost popped out. Now, go and inform them. Lu Ming said with a sullen face. Yes, yes, yes. I was blind just now. Young master, I hope you won't stoop down to my level. The young man who scolded Lu Ming just now was sweating profusely. He nodded and bowed in fear. He was clear that those who had the gold token must have a great background. They were not people he could offend. He hated that he could not slap his own mouth. He did not know how Lu Ming would deal with him. Go and inform them. Lu Ming said coldly. Yes, yes, please wait a moment. The young man nodded and bowed, then ran in to inform the elders. Not long after, 3 old men in black robes with gold embroidered on them followed the young man out. These 3 old men were the outer sect elders of the law enforcement hall. Black robes inlaid with gold were their symbol. Little brother, do you really have the gold token? One of the elders looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming took out the gold token again. It's really the gold token. The 3 old men looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Little brother, why are you looking for us? One of the elders said with a pleasant expression. As elders of the law enforcement hall, they knew a lot more inside information. They knew that only the sect master and a few supreme elders of the Kongxian school had the gold token. Lu Ming was young and his cultivation was not high, but he had the gold token. Obviously, he had a special relationship with the sect master or a few supreme elders. Naturally, they had to curry favor with him. Seniors, it's like this, Lu Ming told them that he wanted to set up a bet and asked them to be witnesses. Oh, it's a small matter. We'll go with you. Yes, it's a small matter. The elders were full of smiles. The eyelids of the 2 young men guarding the gate twitched. They dared to swear to God that if anyone else dared to ask the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall to be witnesses, they would definitely slap them to death. However, they were not displeased with Lu Ming at all because of the gold token. Thank you for your trouble, seniors. Lu Ming clasped his fists. It's a small matter, a small matter. The few elders of the law enforcement hall smiled amiably. They then flew toward the outer sect area with Lu Ming. In the outer court area, more and more people gathered around the life and death arena. Huang Wu, Huang Wen, Dongfang Hao, and the others also came nearby. He's here, Lu Ming is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked in the same direction. Then, everyone's eyes widened. There were 3 elders behind Lu Ming. They were dressed in black robes with gold inlays. The outer sect disciples were all too familiar with them. They were the elders of the outer sect law enforcement hall whom the outer sect disciples would turn pale at the mention of. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are those really the elders of the law enforcement hall? And there are 3 of them together? What the F***ck, your eyes are not playing tricks on you. I saw it too. Oh my God, where did this kid come from? He actually managed to invite the elders of the law enforcement hall. Those who were certain that it was impossible for Lu Ming to invite the elders from the law enforcement hall felt as though their throats were blocked by a ball of dog fur. Their faces were flushed red. This kid, Huang Wen, Huang Wu, and the others narrowed their eyes. They could not help but guess that Lu Ming had some kind of background. Then, they shook their heads. They had inquired about Lu Ming's background. He was just an outer court disciple who had just joined the sect. His talent was good, but he did not have any background. No matter what method he used, he'll definitely die in a few days. Dongfang Hao said coldly. He had absolute confidence in himself. Very soon, Lu Ming and the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall arrived. "Everyone, I've invited the 3 enforcement hall elders here. You can rest assured now," Lu Ming said loudly. "Everyone, rest assured. We can bear witness to this," one of the enforcement hall elders said. After that, he did not say anything else. After all, they were a little embarrassed to witness such a thing. "I have a question. Even with the 3 enforcement hall elders as witnesses, if we win, do you have enough divine crystals to compensate us?" An outer disciple asked loudly. "That's right. If you're trying to trick us with nothing, then wouldn't we be betting for nothing?" "That's right. How many divine crystals do you have?" many people asked. Indeed, they had their doubts. They were afraid that Lu Ming did not have that many divine crystals with him. "I know you don't believe me. Then I'll show you." Lu Ming waved his hand. Immediately, a pile of divine crystals appeared in the air, emitting strong divine qi. "Here are 1,500,000 divine crystals. According to the odds of 100 to 1, it's enough for you to bet 150 million divine crystals," Lu Ming said loudly. Lu Ming had sold some mid-grade divine artifacts, but he still had 1,600,000 divine crystals left. So many divine crystals. This Lu Ming is actually so rich. Many people's eyes lit up. "Also, if you're still worried, here are some mid-grade divine artifacts. You can also pawn them." Lu Ming took out 2 divine artifacts. Lu Ming still had 5 mid-grade divine artifacts left, all of which were at least mid-grade 3rd grade. Now, he took out 2 mid-grade 4th grade divine artifacts, each of which could be sold for 150,000 divine crystals. 2 divine artifacts could be sold for 3 million divine crystals. Even the deacon's eyes were burning with desire. Lu Ming actually has so many divine crystals and treasures on him. He's really willing to take them out. He knows he's about to die. He can't bring them with him when he's alive, and he can't bring them with him when he's dead. He wants to give them away before he dies so that Dongfang Hao won't take advantage of him. Of course, that's for sure. Many people thought that Lu Ming knew that he was not Dongfang Hao's opponent and would die in Dongfang Hao's hands. He was unwilling to let his wealth fall into Dongfang Hao's hands, so he used this method to deliberately disgust Dongfang Hao. Damn it! Dongfang Hao was indeed disgusted. He roared in his heart. He never thought that Lu Ming would have so much wealth on him. In his opinion, as long as he killed Lu Ming, all of this wealth would be his. But now, Lu Ming actually wanted to give away all of this wealth. His heart was bleeding. "Alright, hurry up and place your bets. If you bet on Dongfang Hao's victory, you'll bet on 100. If you bet on me, you'll bet on 1. Lu Ming shouted. I'll bet 200,000 on Dongfang Hao. I bet 300,000 on Dongfang Hao. I'll bet 200,000 deity crystals as well." Suddenly, a group of outer sect disciples rushed up crazily. They almost went bankrupt to bet on Dongfang Hao's victory. In their opinion, Lu Ming wanted to give away his wealth. It would be a waste if they did not want it. "Come one by one. Don't rush. I'll write down a contract for you." Lu Ming took out a brush and ink. His brush danced like dragons and snakes as he wrote down a contract. Then, piles of deity crystals entered Lu Ming's storage ring. In just a short while, Lu Ming had collected 50 million deity crystals. If you bet 100, you'll get 1. If you bet 1,000,000, you can still earn 10,000. This is free money. It'll be a waste if you don't take it. Even some of the outer sect deacons were tempted. Of course, those outer sect elders only smiled as they watched. This amount of deity crystals was nothing in their eyes. "Big brother, should we go and bet?" Huang Wu looked at Huang Wen. "All right. Lu Ji, you go and bet on my behalf. Bet 5 million deity crystals." Huang Wendao waved his hand and a storage ring flew to a young man. He could not do it himself, so he asked another young man to do it for him. As expected of an inner sect prodigy, he bet 5 million deity crystals in one go. Lu Ji took it and went to Lu Ming to bet. Lu Ming received more and more deity crystals. Soon, it exceeded 100 million. At this time, a few figures appeared beside Lu Ming. They were the outer sect deacons. Lu Zhong. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among these deacons, one of them was Lu Zhong. Back in Jiwu Forest, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. "Deacons, do you want to bet too?" Lu Ming asked. "Why? Am I not welcome?" Lu Zhong sneered. "Welcome, of course you're welcome. How much do you want to bet?" Lu Ming smiled. "I bet 20 million deity crystals." Lu Zhong took out a storage ring. 10 million for me too. 15 million. For me too. The deacons said one after another. These deacons were from Tianhong's faction. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and accepted them one by one. "Interesting. Shall we bet too? Since there are deity crystals to earn, why not?" At this moment, a few young men and women flew toward Lu Ming. Each of them had a strong aura and were full of confidence. When many outer sect disciples saw this, their faces changed and they showed a look of awe. They were the top talents on the empty god list. These young men and women were the top talents on the empty god list. They were ranked above Dongfang Hao and were definitely powerful. This time, the battle between Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao had attracted some of the top talents on the empty god list. "Bet." Lu Ming glanced at these people. "This brat is courting death. I bet 5 million. A young man in a purple robe took out a storage ring and said lightly. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. How dare he accept Dongfang Hao's challenge when he just entered the sect? How foolish. "I bet 5 million too." Another young man chimed in. These people were all geniuses from the Floating Light faction and belonged to the same faction as Dongfang Hao. Naturally, they were unhappy with Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered a few times. He did not reject anyone and accepted all of them. In the end, Lu Ming received a total of 200 million deity crystals. If he lost, he would have to pay 2 million deity crystals. 200 million. Haha, I'm rich. I can cultivate in the cultivation sacred grounds in the inner sect area. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Alright, I'll hand over the deity crystals and my own deity crystals to the elders of the enforcement hall for safekeeping. If I die in the battle, you can collect your deity crystals from the elders of the enforcement hall according to the written agreement. Lu Ming handed the storage rings to the 3 elders of the enforcement hall. Immediately after, Lu Ming looked at Dongfang Hao and said, Dongfang Hao, there's no time like the present. Since we're all here today, why don't we have a battle today? Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Dongfang Hao said coldly. He then flew into the air and landed on the fighting ring. Lu Ming also stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite Dongfang Hao. It's about to start. I wonder how many moves Lu Ming can take from Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao is a peak empty god and his combat strength is much stronger than his peers. I'm afraid Lu Ming won't be able to take 3 moves from him. I think so too. Not to mention 3 moves, even 1 move would be difficult. Let's wait for the deity crystals. Many people were discussing as they looked at the fighting ring. They were hoping that Lu Ming would be killed in 1 move so that they could collect the divine gems. Boom, on the fighting ring, a terrifying aura exploded from Dongfang Hao's body. His peak level 9 empty god realm divine force exploded and formed a powerful wave of divine force that pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was as still as a rock. Not bad. I would like to see how strong you are to dare to accept my life and death duel. Dongfang Hao said coldly. He then took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh, his palm was like a knife as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Although it was just a palm, the knife force was extremely sharp. He wanted to cut Lu Ming in half. Boom, Lu Ming struck. His divine force vibrated and shook off Dongfang Hao's wave of divine force. Then, he threw a punch at Dongfang Hao. How dare you not use a divine weapon to take my blow? You are courting death. I will cut you in half with this blow. Dongfang Hao roared in his heart as his palm landed heavily on Lu Ming's fist. On the fighting stage, there was a deep rumbling sound, like a heavenly drum. Immediately after, ripples of energy spread out in all directions. It seemed like a level 12 wind was blowing on the fighting stage. Then, the two figures retreated a few hundred meters. What? Many people's eyes narrowed. He blocked it. Lu Ming actually blocked Dongfang Hao's attack. How can this be? Lu Ming is only a level 4 empty God realm martial artist. How can he block Dongfang Hao's blow? That's too terrifying. It can't be? Many people were shocked, especially those who had bet on Dongfang Hao. Their hearts were in their mouths. It can't be. Dongfang Hao underestimated his opponent. He did not use much strength just now. Yes, that must be it. Lu Ming is the number 1 disciple after all. He has some combat strength. I think he used all his strength just now and Dongfang Hao did not use much strength. That's why he was able to block Dongfang Hao's blow. Yes, yes, yes. That must be it. Many people seem to have found a way to put themselves at ease. This kid, how did he break through to level 4 empty God realm? Below the fighting ring, Huang Wu was the most shocked. He was the first to exchange blows with Lu Ming and he was well aware of Lu Ming's previous cultivation rank. When Lu Ming had just entered the sect, he was merely a demigod. However, he was already at level 4 empty God realm now. What kind of improvement speed was this? He was almost scared to death. What happened? Seeing Huang Wu's expression, Huang Wen frowned and asked. That kid's cultivation isn't right. That's not right. When he first entered the sect a few years ago, he was only at the demigod realm. Huang Wu's mouth trembled as he spoke. What? Huang Wen and the others beside him were all shocked, their eyes wide open. Impossible. He was just a demigod a few years ago. Now, he is already at level 4 empty God realm with a solid foundation. This is impossible. This is completely impossible. Immediately, a young man shook his head in disbelief. Are you sure? Huang Wen asked with a gloomy face. Yes. He is indeed a demigod. A few years ago, he was indeed a demigod. Huang Wu trembled as he spoke. Impossible. I don't believe it. Perhaps, when you exchanged blows with him a few years ago, he hit his cultivation rank. In the chaotic universe, there are many secret skills that can hide one's cultivation rank. That's right. He must have hidden his cultivation rank. The few young men shook their heads and did not believe Huang Wu's words. They thought that Lu Ming had hidden his cultivation rank. What a joke. It was difficult to raise one's cultivation rank from empty God realm to level 4 empty God realm in a few years. They would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Huang Wen also shook his head. He thought that Lu Ming had hidden his cultivation rank back then. Huang Wu's face turned pale and he was at a loss for words. He was sure that he had not sensed wrongly. Demon. Demon. I hope he dies in the hands of Dongfang Hao, Huang Wu shouted in his heart. At that moment, Dongfang Hao was also shocked. Others thought that he had not used his full strength. However, he knew that he had used 100% of his divine force in the previous blow, other than the sacred weapon and sacred skill. He had intended to kill Lu Ming with one blow. However, he had not expected Lu Ming to be so powerful that he could block his blow with 100% of his divine force. Kid, you have some skills. Let's see how many blows you can take from me. Dongfang Hao said coldly. Cut the crap. Show me what you have. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lu Ming said flatly. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Dongfang Hao grabbed with his hand and a golden war saber appeared in his hand. It looked like it was made of gold. Swoosh, the war saber shook and a saber radiance shot up to the sky. It was a lower rank 9 sacred weapon. With a thought, Lu Ming took out a long spear that was a low-grade level 9 divine weapon. Void 9 slashes. Dongfang Hao roared and merged with his saber. The saber radiance shot up to the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. This was a sacred skill, this was Dongfang Hao's second attack. He had used a real killing move and its power was terrifying. Fortunately, there was a light shield on the life and death arena. Otherwise, Dongfang Hao's saber radiance would have rushed outside and shrouded the spectators. Sacred skill? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This was his first time seeing someone use a sacred skill in a battle. The power of a sacred skill was indeed terrifying. It was not something an incomplete sacred skill could compare to. Let's see how strong it is, Lu Ming whispered. His spear shook and buzzed. Then, he pulled out his spear. For this move, Lu Ming did not use the sacred skill, exterminating 3 strikes. Instead, he used the incomplete sacred skill. Lu Ming had already cultivated that incomplete set of spear techniques to the highest level, the 7th level of mastery. Boom, the spear collided with the saber radiance. Lu Ming's spear instantly erupted with 15 layers of power. The 15 layers of power were like raging waves that surged towards the opponent. However, Dongfang Hao's saber radiance was powerful. It continued to attack and broke through the layers of power. Continuous explosions were heard and the 2 figures retreated. This time, both of them retreated a few hundred meters before they could stabilize themselves. What? He blocked it again. How can this be? This is impossible. Many people found it hard to believe. Many of them rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrongly. However, after rubbing their eyes, the scene was still the same. It made them dumbfounded. Just now, Dongfang Hao had clearly used his divine technique. That power was extremely terrifying. He definitely did not hold back deliberately. However, Lu Ming actually managed to block it. Incomplete sacred skill, the 7th level. That kid has cultivated the incomplete sacred skill to the 7th level. What terrifying comprehension! Many people gasped in shock. To be able to cultivate an incomplete sacred skill to the 7th level when he was only a level 4 empty God realm martial artist, this was absolutely shocking. No wonder the power was so strong. This kid is too monstrous. He must be eliminated. Huang Wen's eyes were cold. Is this all you've got? You've disappointed me. On the fighting stage, Lu Ming shook his head and looked at Dongfang Hao with disdain. Lad, don't think that you can be so arrogant after blocking 2 of my attacks. I'll kill you with my next attack. Dongfang Hao roared and his killing intent was as sharp as a blade. With his rank 9 empty God realm cultivation, he was an expert on the empty God list. Even after using his divine skill, he was still unable to kill Lu Ming, a rank 4 empty God realm existence. In his opinion, it was a great humiliation. Kill! Dongfang Hao roared and raised his blade with both hands. Divine force exploded and rays of blade radiance appeared above Dongfang Hao's head. In the end, 9 rays of blade radiance appeared and each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Dongfang Hao had activated his divine skill to the maximum. Void 9 slashes to destroy gods. Dongfang Hao roared and the 9 rays of blade radiance exuded a terrifying aura. With the power to destroy gods, they slashed towards Lu Ming. Before the blade radiance arrived, the terrifying blade energy had already swept towards Lu Ming and was about to tear Lu Ming apart. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated his sovereign divine force to the maximum. At the same time, Lu Ming had activated the battle character manual to double his combat strength. Lu Ming's body was filled with powerful energy and he swept out his spear once again. This time, Lu Ming did not use his divine skill but the incomplete divine skill. Boom! 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 The 9 rays of blade radiance formed by Dongfang Hao slashed towards Lu Ming one after another. Each ray of blade radiance was stronger than the previous one. Every time the blade radiance clashed with Lu Ming's long spear, there would be a terrifying explosion. Everyone's heart was in their throats as they stared at the scene without blinking. They wanted to know if Lu Ming would be killed by Dongfang Hao in one slash. I hope Dongfang Hao can kill that lad. Those who had bet on Dongfang Hao were praying in their hearts that Lu Ming would be killed by Dongfang Hao. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After the 9 explosions, Lu Ming stood there motionless. There was nothing wrong with him, not even a wound. On the other hand, Dongfang Hao was gasping for breath. Although a rank 9 empty god could use a divine skill, it would consume a large amount of divine power. Dongfang Hao unleashing his full power just now consumed a lot of divine power. What? He's still alive. Why isn't that Lu Ming dead yet? Many people were shocked and they found it hard to believe that a level 4 empty God realm martial artist could still stand under Dongfang Hao's full force attack. How was this possible? Damn it. Why isn't this kid dead yet? Around the battle platform, many people were roaring in anger, including the deacon Yu Zhong and the other deacons. Each of them had bet a large amount of divine crystals, especially Lu Zhong. He had bet a total of 20 million divine crystals. How he wished that Lu Ming would be killed. What powerful strength. As expected of the person with the gold token. The eyes of the three elders of the disciplinary hall were filled with astonishment. Previously, they had guessed that Lu Ming might be a disciple of some big shot in the Kongxian school. At this moment, they felt that it was highly possible. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? They secretly rejoiced. It seemed that they had made the right choice in helping Lu Ming this time. Dongfang Hao, is this all you've got? You've disappointed me. Now, it's my turn. Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Dongfang Hao. His long spear was like a mountain, pressing down on Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao used his remaining divine power to block the attack. However, after this collision, Dongfang Hao was pushed back. His face was pale and his body was trembling. Just now, he had unleashed his divine skill with all his might and it had consumed too much of his divine power. At this moment, he could no longer block Lu Ming's attack. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His long spear continued to attack and Dongfang Hao was shrouded in spear shadows. Dongfang Hao rushed left and right but it was useless. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang, with a moment of carelessness, he was swept by Lu Ming's spear light. More than 10 layers of force exploded and bombarded Dongfang Hao's body. Dongfang Hao screamed as his body flew out and vomited blood. There was a big hole in his chest and his breath was weak. Don't kill me, Dongfang Hao screamed and his face was filled with horror. Kill! Lu Ming said coldly and stepped forward. His murderous intent was incomparably cold. Senior brother Huang Wen, save me, save me! Dongfang Hao screamed in a heart-wrenching manner. If this continued, he would really die. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Before the battle, he had never dreamt that this would be the outcome. In his mind, he could easily kill Lu Ming and he would never be in any danger. If he knew that Lu Ming was so terrifying, he would never have issued a life-and-death duel. Lu Ming, that's enough. Huang Wen shouted with a gloomy face. That's right. We're all brothers from the same sect. It's enough to determine the winner. Why do you have to kill each other? Lu Zhong also spoke. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. You guys don't know that this is a life-and-death duel. Dongfang Hao and I have signed a life-and-death duel. Between the two of us, only one can leave the stage. Lu Ming laughed. You should be lenient when possible. Lu Zhong said coldly. Lenient your ass. Lu Ming cursed and directly rushed towards Dongfang Hao. His spear was like lightning as it pierced towards Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao let out a hysterical scream and frantically tried to dodge. However, it was useless. The spear directly pierced through Dongfang Hao's head. Puff, Dongfang Hao's head burst open like a watermelon. Dongfang Hao had fallen. Dead, Dongfang Hao is dead. Many people's faces were pale as cold sweat flowed down their backs. They had bet a lot of divine skills on Dongfang Hao's victory. Some people even bet their entire fortune. But now, Dongfang Hao was dead. My divine crystals. Some people screamed in pain and couldn't wait to beat their chest and stomp their feet. As for those who did not bet in time, they rejoiced. They were secretly angry that they were late and lost a chance to pick up the money. Now, they realized how lucky they were. Damn it, damn it. Lu Zhong and a few other deacons' faces were as black as charcoal. How could this be? Huang Wen, Huang Wu, and the others below the fighting stage were pale. Dongfang Hao was dead, they found it hard to believe. A disciple who had just joined the sect for a few years had killed Dongfang Hao, who was on the empty god list. On the fighting stage, Lu Ming's long spear shook, shaking off the blood stains on it. He then reached out his hand and sucked Dongfang Hao's storage ring into his hand. This was his spoils of war. 3 elders, now that I've killed Dongfang Hao, I've won. Those divine crystals are all mine. Lu Ming looked at the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall. That's right, you've won. These storage rings are for you. An elder of the law enforcement hall suppressed the shock in his heart and threw the storage rings to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught them with a fiery look in his eyes. This time, he had made a killing. He had won a total of 200 million pieces of low-grade divine gems. If they were exchanged for sect points, it would be 20,000 points. Cultivating in the Divine Vein Tower for a day was worth 1 point. 20,000 points was enough for Lu Ming to cultivate in the Divine Vein Tower for 50 years. Previously, Lu Ming had only cultivated in the Divine Vein Tower for 3 months and his cultivation level had risen from level 3 Empty God Realm to level 4 Empty God Realm. The effect was shocking. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to make a breakthrough. Naturally, it would take more time. However, if he had cultivated in the Divine Vein Tower for 50 years, Lu Ming's cultivation level would have increased tremendously. Many people's hearts were bleeding when they saw Lu Ming keeping the storage ring. Those were their divine gems. My 10 million divine gems. An outer deacon's face twitched as his heart bled. Although they were all high-level true God existences, tens of millions of low-grade divine crystals was also a considerable amount of wealth. Humph, it's not that easy to take away my divine gems. Lu Zhong snorted and sent a message to Lu Ming. Lad, come to my mansion and return the 20 million divine gems to me. You have insulted me just now and you must be punished. Take out another 50 million divine gems as compensation and I will let bygones be bygones. His voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was a threat, a blatant threat. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Lu Zhong and his voice reverberated throughout the entire place. Deacon Lu Zhong, you're already so old. Don't you understand that you have to accept your loss? Given your status as a deacon, you actually sent me a voice transmission to threaten me to return 20 million divine gems to you. In addition, you also threatened me to compensate you with another 50 million divine gems. Lu Ming did not try to hide his words. Everyone had heard what he had said. Everyone looked at Lu Zhong in unison. Some of them looked at him with disdain. After losing the divine gems, Lu Zhong had secretly threatened Lu Ming. He was despicable. Damned bastard, damned, the people in the entertainment center were roaring furiously. They were so angry that they were about to burn. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to directly say his threat, causing him to lose face. Kid, you're playing with fire. You're courting death. Lu Zhong transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Look, he's here again. He's threatening me again, saying that he's going to kill me. Lu Ming let out a strange cry. Then, he cupped his fists towards the 3 law enforcement elders and said, 3 elders, a deacon is threatening this disciple in public. This disciple is truly in fear and trepidation. Lu Zhong, one of the law enforcement elders, glanced coldly at Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong shuddered and hurriedly cried out, Elder, there's no such thing. This brat is framing me. Humph, you better not. The law enforcement elder snorted coldly. Lu Zhong's face darkened and he did not dare to say another word. Lu Ming, you're too greedy. There are so many divine gems. Are you really going to swallow them all? I bet all my money. Can you return some to me? At that moment, a young man shouted. That's right. Return some to me. Then, the rest of the people shouted. Even a few supreme talents on the empty god list spoke out. They had bet a lot and had suffered heavy losses. Return? Ridiculous. If you're not greedy, would you have lost to me? Lu Ming sneered. Return? How is that possible? These people had been hoping for his death. Why would he return the divine gems to them now? Lu Ming, you should know when to stop. I'm only asking you to return a portion of the divine gems, not all of it. You've made a fortune. We're all brothers and it'll be easier for you to get along in the future. Otherwise, you've offended so many people. Even if you have so many divine gems, it'll be difficult for you to spend them. A young man in a yellow robe said coldly. He was one of the supreme talents on the empty god list and was from the Tianhong faction. Although he did not make it clear, everyone could tell that he was threatening Sumo. What he meant was that Lu Ming would offend too many people if he swallowed all the divine gems. He was afraid that he would not be able to spend them even if he was alive. This time, the three elders of the law enforcement hall did not say anything. They also felt that Lu Ming would not benefit from offending so many people at once. Even though Lu Ming had an extraordinary background, the people present were all under the saint's factions. If he offended all of them, he would have a hard time in the future. Haha. Lu Ming sneered. These people were obviously heartbroken because they had lost the bet and wanted a portion of the divine gems back. How could they do that? Alright, if you want a portion of the divine gems back, sure. Lu Ming's voice made many people's eyes light up. As long as you are an outer disciple, I will give you a chance. Come up and fight with me. If you defeat me, I will return all the divine gems. However, if you are defeated by me, you have to leave something behind. Lu Ming continued. What? Most of the outer disciples were immediately dejected. Defeat Lu Ming? What a joke, even Dongfang Hao, who was on the empty god list, had been killed by Lu Ming. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? Wouldn't they be looking for trouble if they went up? However, some people's eyes lit up. They were the supreme talents on the empty god list. In this battle, victory or defeat is the only thing that matters. I don't care if you live or die. Whoever comes up and fights me, if you win, I'll give you double the amount of divine crystals. If you lose, you have to leave behind a treasure. For example, a king-grade divine art, a divine skill above the 3rd level, a medium-grade divine artifact, or the corresponding divine crystals. Lu Ming said again. Double the divine gems. Remember what you said. The young man in the yellow robe said loudly. Now that there are so many witnesses, I will keep my word. Lu Ming said. Alright, I challenge you now. The young man in the yellow robe moved and rushed into the fighting ring. Huang Qingan is going to fight. Many people's eyes lit up. Huang Qingan, who was ranked 98th on the empty god list, was more than 20 ranks higher than Dongfang Hao. His combat strength was also stronger than Dongfang Hao's. What treasure will you use to fight me? Lu Ming asked. A royal grade cultivation skill. Huang Qingan waved his hand and a yellow scroll appeared in his hand. A royal grade cultivation skill. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He cultivated the universe myriad Dao art. As long as he cultivated other divine arts, as long as he cultivated a corresponding strand of divine power, he would be able to ignite the corresponding divine flame. In the future, as long as he continued to cultivate the universe myriad Dao art, that kind of divine power would also increase. Lu Ming had wanted to cultivate it for a long time, but he did not have any other divine skills. Originally, he had wanted to go to the depository of scriptures in the inner area to exchange for a divine skill. Alright, where's your receipt? Let me see how many divine gems you have bet. Lu Ming said. Then, Huang Qingan took out the receipt. It was a total of 5 million divine gems. For an empty god, 5 million divine gems was a terrifying number. It was no wonder that Huang Qingan was so anxious. Alright, as long as you can defeat me, I will return you 10 million. Now, let's hand over the divine crystals to the enforcement elder. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and placed 10 million divine crystals into it before handing it over to one of the enforcement elders. Huang Qingan handed the king-grade divine skill to the law enforcement elder. Then, the two of them returned to the fighting stage. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Huang Qingan's body as his divine force surged, pushing it to the limit. Although you've defeated Dongfang Hao, you're still a little lacking if you want to defeat me. Huang Qingan said indifferently, brimming with confidence. Just now, he had seen the battle between Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao. Lu Ming was only slightly stronger than Dongfang Hao, and he might not even be stronger than Dongfang Hao. The reason why Dongfang Hao was killed was because Dongfang Hao had exhausted his divine force. That was why he was killed by Lu Ming. Huang Qingan's battle strength was stronger than Dongfang Hao's by a large margin. He was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. You're very confident, I hope you have the strength to back it up. Lu Ming said indifferently. You'll see soon enough. Huang Qingan said coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. Huang Qingan was also proficient in using long spears. Tsukuyami Ghost Spear. With a long whistle, Huang Qingan made his move, thrusting out his spear. In an instant, ghostly shadows appeared on the battle stage, and countless howls rang out. Swoosh, all of a sudden, a black spear shadow pierced towards Lu Ming, as fast as lightning. Huang Qingan had used his strongest divine skill the moment he made his move. Wang, Lu Ming's long spear vibrated as he circulated his divine force, thrusting out his spear. Dang, a sharp collision sound rang out as Lu Ming defeated Huang Qingan's spear shadow. However, at this time a strange energy invaded Lu Ming's body, appearing in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. It turned into several ghostly shadows, trying to tear apart Lu Ming's soul. Huang Qingan's attack could actually directly attack the soul. It was very strange. However, Lu Ming circulated his sovereign lord's god force, causing the ghostly figures to dissipate. Even so, Lu Ming was forced back several steps. On the surface, it looked like Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming is no match for him. He's been pushed back. As expected, he is no match for Huang Qingan. It's already a miracle that he could defeat Dongfeng Hao. After all, Dongfeng Hao is ranked last on the virtual god list and his ranking is not stable. He can't be compared to Huang Qingan. That's right, Lu Ming is about to lose. Unfortunately, this is not a life and death battle. Without signing a life and death battle agreement, Huang Qingan has no way of killing Lu Ming. Some people immediately started discussing. Those who had lost their divine crystals wished that Lu Ming would be defeated. Although they wouldn't be able to get their divine crystals back, they would still feel a little better in their hearts. Lose. After Huang Qingan had pushed back Lu Ming, he continued to attack Lu Ming relentlessly. Petty tricks. Lu Ming sneered. This time, he had used his sovereign lord's god force to guard his sea of consciousness. His opponent's attack could not penetrate his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming continued to attack with his spear, clashing with his opponent. In an instant, the two had exchanged more than 10 blows. The more Huang Qingan fought, the more shocked he became. Huang Qingan, with your strength, it seems like you won't be able to get your divine crystals back. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't be too proud. Take my strongest move, Tsukuyami Ghostly Spear, Shattering Divine Ring. Huang Qingan roared furiously. Instantly, his strength skyrocketed once again. That is the second level of the divine skill. It's terrifying. No wonder he's ranked 98th on the virtual god list. He's only a level 9 empty god realm martial artist, but he has already cultivated the Tsukuyami Ghostly Spear to the second level. Many people exclaimed. Generally speaking, a level 9 empty god realm martial artist could comprehend and cultivate the divine skill. However, those who were not talented enough would find it difficult to cultivate it successfully. Only those who were talented could cultivate it successfully. However, they were usually stuck at the first level. Only those who had broken through to the true god realm could cultivate to the second level. For example, the Chaotic Galaxy's Yuan Luo Hall Master, Kong Ji, and the Walkabout Sect Master, Situ Haonan, were both level 4 true gods. They had cultivated for countless years and had only cultivated to the second level of the divine skill. Huang Qingan was only a level 9 empty god realm martial artist, but he had already cultivated to the second level of the divine skill. The long spear in Huang Qingan's hand vibrated and spun continuously. A black vortex appeared at the tip of the spear, emitting a terrifying tearing force. Kill! Huang Qingan roared and rushed towards Lu Ming. The black vortex also rushed towards Lu Ming, wanting to crush Lu Ming into pieces. The power of the second level of the divine skill is indeed amazing. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. He knew that he would not be able to fend off the other party's move with the incomplete divine skill alone. Then, let's see the power of the 3 strokes of destruction. Lu Ming muttered and the spear suddenly changed. The first move of the 3 strokes of destruction, sky-piercing. A low voice came out from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming's body merged with the long spear and a spear radiance shot out. It was breathtaking and looked as if it was going to break the void. Boom! Lu Ming's spear radiance rushed into the black vortex that Huang Qingan had created. Destroy! Huang Qingan roared. However, in the next moment, his face changed drastically. His eyeballs popped out and he looked horrified. Boom! Then, the black vortex that he had created rumbled continuously. In the end, it was pierced by a terrifying spear radiance and exploded. Huang Qingan screamed. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily on the ground. He slid all the way to the edge of the fighting ring before he stopped. The scene was completely silent, not a single sound could be heard. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Everyone saw that Huang Qingan was vomiting blood. His aura was extremely weak and there was a hole in his chest. Blood was flowing out. Defeated, Huang Qingan was defeated. Lu Ming had defeated Huang Qingan again. Wasn't his combat strength too terrifying? Yu Zhong, Huang Wen, and the others were shocked beyond words. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming landed on the fighting ring and strode toward Huang Qingan. I give up, I give up, I give up. Huang Qingan shouted and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming won this battle. These are your spoils of war. The few elders of the Tribunal Council were also shocked. They handed over 10 million divine gems and the royal grade super skill to Lu Ming. What Lu Ming used just now, was that a super skill? It must be a super skill and it's extremely powerful. He's only a level 4 empty god realm martial artist. How could he cultivate a super skill successfully? Isn't this too abnormal? It's insane. If he grows up, the Kongxian school will have another holy son. Many people were still unable to calm down and were immersed in shock. The 3 strokes of annihilation are indeed powerful. Lu Ming muttered. He realized that the 3 strokes of annihilation were more powerful than Huang Qingan's Tsukuyumi ghost spear. Just now, Lu Ming had only used the power of the first stroke to break his opponent's second stroke. The power of the 3 devastating strikes was indeed amazing. Just the first level had broken Huang Qingan's second level divine skill. However, this was also supported by the battle incantation. After cultivating the battle word essence, any divine skill or secret skill that he cast would be more powerful than others. In addition, the destructive 3 strikes was already very powerful. Hence, Lu Ming was able to break the other party's second strike with his first strike. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and stood in the fighting ring like an invincible god of war. For a moment, he was the center of attention. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked around. As he spoke, Lu Ming took out a pile of divine gems and absorbed the energy in them to recover his divine power. Using divine skills consumed a lot of divine power. Although he had only used one move, Lu Ming had used up a lot of his divine power. After all, his cultivation level was still low. Those who were glanced at by Lu Ming changed their expressions and did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Even the supreme talents on the empty god list looked gloomy. Huang Qingan was ranked 98th on the empty god list, which was far superior to Dongfeng Hao. Moreover, he had cultivated divine skills to the second level. With his current combat strength, he might be ranked higher, but he had still been defeated by Lu Ming. Some of the people present were ranked higher than Huang Qingan, but not by much. They were not confident that they would be able to defeat Lu Ming. For a moment, no one stepped up. Who else? Lu Ming asked again, his eyes shining brighter. I'll take you on. Just then, a cold voice sounded. In the distance, a figure came like a whirlwind and landed on the fighting ring. It was a skinny young man with red skin. Obviously, he was not a human, but Lu Ming could not tell what race he was from. It's Scorpion Tiger, ranked 51st on the empty god list. Seeing the young man with red skin, many people were shocked. The Scorpion Tiger is about to attack. I wonder if Lu Ming dares to accept the challenge. The Scorpion Tiger's strength is far above Huang Qingan's. I heard that the Scorpion Tiger once fought with a level 1 true god expert. Although he wasn't his match, he still managed to escape. I heard about it too. Many people started a heated discussion. The difference between the empty god realm and the true god realm was the difference of a large realm. The difference in strength was shocking. It was difficult for an empty god realm expert to fight with a true god realm expert. Not to mention fighting, it was difficult to even escape. This showed how strong the Scorpion Tiger was. Ranked 51st on the virtual god list? Lu Ming muttered as a powerful battle intent surged from his body. I'll bet a level 4 divine skill with you. If you lose, you have to give me 10 million divine gems. If I lose, the level 4 divine skill is yours. Scorpion Tiger took out a scroll and said. Sure. Lu Ming accepted the challenge. 4-level divine techniques could only be cultivated up to the 4th level. Lu Ming did not think much of it. The 9-level crimson gold armor and apocalyptic 3 strikes that he cultivated were both 9-level divine techniques and could be cultivated up to the 9th level. However, the market value of a level 4 divine skill was extremely high. If it was sold on the market, it could be sold for tens of millions of divine gems. Lu Ming naturally would not reject it. The two of them handed the divine gems and skill scrolls to each of the enforcement elders. Lu Ming actually accepted the challenge. He's really bold. Bold? I think he's just greedy. However, the Scorpion Tiger is far stronger than Huang Qingan and Dongfeng Hao. Lu Ming is definitely no match for him. Look at how confident Lu Ming is. Could it be that he still has a trump card? Let's just wait and see. This time, it was different from the previous time. Some people felt that Lu Ming was unfathomable and might have a trump card. They were not certain that Lu Ming would definitely lose. Boom. Boom, on the fighting ring, the two people's auras erupted. The waves of divine power collided first. Whoosh, the Scorpion Tiger moved. Although he was skinny, his explosive power was astonishing. He rushed towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. A blood-red longsword appeared in his hand and he stabbed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming only saw a blood-red sword light piercing towards him at an incredible speed. Retreat. Lu Ming took a step back and quickly retreated. His long spear swept towards the Scorpion Tiger. However, the Scorpion Tiger's sword momentum changed midway and he actually avoided Lu Ming's long spear. You want to use this move to stop me? It's useless. Chonglu swordsmanship. A cold voice came from the Scorpion Tiger's mouth. Then, streaks of sword light bloomed from the Scorpion Tiger's hand. They were densely packed and rushed towards Lu Ming. Each of the streaks of sword light was extremely fast. Level 2 divine skill. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Scorpion Tiger's divine skill had also been cultivated to the 2nd level. Moreover, it seemed that his mastery was higher than Huang Qing'an's. 3 strokes of destruction, sky-piercing. Lu Ming whispered. His divine power surged and he stabbed out with his spear. Whoosh, the dazzling spear light lit up again, like a star in the dark night, illuminating the night. The first style of the 3 strokes of destruction was displayed again. Wherever the spear light passed, the Scorpion Tiger's sword light would constantly shatter and explode. Just as the Scorpion Tiger was about to end up like Huang Qingan, his body suddenly trembled and he moved a few hundred meters away, avoiding Lu Ming's attack. Speed divine skill. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Scorpion Tiger had not only cultivated its attack-type divine skill to the 2nd level, but it had also mastered a speed-type divine skill. Just now, it had used its speed-type divine skill to move horizontally and evade Lu Ming's attack. Amazing! The Scorpion Tiger has cultivated a speed divine skill. He is only an empty god, but he is so powerful. He is indeed powerful. No wonder he is ranked 51st on the empty god list. Many people exclaimed. A level 9 empty god realm martial artist could cultivate one divine skill to the 1st level. The Scorpion Tiger had cultivated several divine skills, which was indeed terrifying. Based on this point alone, he was far superior to Huang Qingan. Lu Ming's ultimate move can't hit the Scorpion Tiger. He is probably going to lose. He is definitely going to lose. With his divine power, he will not be able to display much of the power of his ultimate move. He is going to lose. He is finally going to lose. Haha. Some people burst out laughing. Your attack is useless against me. Stand there and let me hit you. The Scorpion Tiger said coldly. Then, he moved and rushed toward Lu Ming. His speed was several times faster than before. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Scorpion Tiger's body appeared on Lu Ming's left and on Lu Ming's right. Rays of sword radiance bloomed continuously, slashing toward Lu Ming's vital points. Lu Ming waved his long spear and tried his best to block the attack. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, and Lu Ming kept retreating. Let's see how many blows you can take. The scorpion tiger's voice rang out, and his attacks became more intense and violent. All of a sudden, Lu Ming revealed a flaw. Now. The scorpion tiger's eyes lit up. He became one with his sword and performed his strongest move. His entire body turned into a ray of red sword radiance, rushing past Lu Ming's flaw and attacking Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not avoid this move. Grasping Lu Ming's weakness, the scorpion tiger launched its most powerful attack. Lu Ming had nowhere to run and was about to be hit. You'll lose. The scorpion tiger said ferociously, as if it could already see 10 million divine gems waving at it. Lose? You'll lose. At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. Then, his body emitted a crimson light, and a crimson golden armor appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was the 9-layer crimson golden armor. Lu Ming had purposely exposed his weakness. Lu Ming did not cultivate any speed-type divine skill, so he could not keep up with the scorpion tiger's speed with the incomplete wings rock skill. If he wanted to defeat the scorpion tiger, he would have to lure it closer. Therefore, he purposely exposed a weakness. The scorpion tiger was fooled and charged at Lu Ming. Clang, the scorpion tiger's sword hit the crimson golden armor, producing an ear-piercing sound and sparks. The crimson golden armor kept shaking, but it finally blocked the scorpion tiger's attack. I blocked it. Lu Ming was delighted. Lu Ming had only cultivated the 9-layer crimson golden armor to the first level. He was afraid that he would not be able to block the scorpion tiger's attack. However, he had obtained the 9-layer crimson golden armor from Jingyu's portrait. It was as mysterious as the 3 strikes of destruction. With the help of the sovereign's divine power, its defense was amazing and it successfully blocked the scorpion tiger's attack. How can this be? The scorpion tiger was shocked when it failed to break through Lu Ming's defense. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming would not give it such a chance. Buzz, a long spear swept towards the scorpion tiger at a terrifying speed. Bang, the scorpion tiger was hit squarely. It screamed and flew out like a broken sack. It landed heavily on the fighting ring and slid a few thousand meters away. Its body was almost split in two. Blood flowed out. It was severely injured. Lu Ming moved and his long spear stopped in front of the scorpion tiger's forehead. Don't kill me. The scorpion tiger roared and broke out in cold sweat. Only after shouting did he realize that they were not fighting to the death. Lu Ming could not kill him. You lost. Lu Ming said indifferently. With a shake of his spear, a burst of energy gushed out and sent the scorpion tiger flying out of the arena. The scene was in an uproar. The scorpion tiger was defeated. A supreme talent who was ranked 51st on the virtual god list had been defeated by Lu Ming, a disciple who had just entered the school. This was extremely rare in the history of Xianxia school. Most importantly, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at level 4 empty god realm. This kind of battle prowess was too terrifying. A defensive divine skill, level 4 ethereal god realm. Not only did he cultivate an offensive divine skill, but he also cultivated a defensive divine skill. What kind of monstrous comprehension is that? Is he still a new disciple? His combat strength is too strong. Today, he has defeated 3 geniuses on the empty god list. From now on, Dongfang Hao will fall from the empty god list and Lu Ming will be ranked 51st on the empty god list. Many people looked at each other in dismay. A level 4 empty god realm martial artist was ranked 51st on the empty god list. This had never happened in Xianxia school. This, Lu Zhong, Huang Wen, and the rest were shocked speechless. Then, cold killing intent gushed out from their hearts. The more powerful Lu Ming was, the greater the threat he posed to them and the more they had to get rid of him. Haha, the younger generation will surpass us in time. An enforcement elder laughed and handed over 10 million divine gems and the divine skill to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had earned another huge sum of money. Many people were green with envy. Who else wants to fight me? After putting away the spoils of war, Lu Ming scanned the surroundings. The arena quieted down and no one spoke. The geniuses on the empty god list shut their mouths. What a joke! Even Scorpion Tiger had been defeated. If they went up, they would also be defeated. Lu Ming asked a few more times but no one came up. This was because no one in the top 50 of the empty god list was present. These people were either out for training, missions, or cultivating in seclusion. Even if some of them knew that Lu Ming and Dongfang Hao were going to fight to the death, they would not come to watch. Dongfang Hao, a new disciple, was not enough to arouse their curiosity. Therefore, no one dared to fight. Since no one wants to fight, let's call it a day. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the long spear. He then thanked the 3 enforcement elders and turned into a beam of light and left. He left behind a group of people gnashing their teeth. Lu Ming did not return to his residence. Instead, he flew directly to the inner sect area. It was no longer safe to stay in the outer sect area. He would definitely be targeted. Hence, Lu Ming might as well come to the inner sect area. Arriving at the inner area, Lu Ming took out 10 million divine gems and exchanged them for 10,000 points. He then entered the Spirit Vein Tower. In the Spirit Vein Tower, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and absorbed the divine qi in the outer area to recover his divine power. The divine power here was very rich. Soon, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state. After recovering to his peak state, Lu Ming moved his hand and a scroll appeared. This scroll was the royal grade divine skill that Lu Ming had obtained from Huang Qingan. Lu Ming opened it and read. Ice Divine Skill. He opened it and saw the name of the divine skill. Lu Ming read it carefully. This was an ordinary royal grade divine skill. There were a total of 7 levels. When one cultivated to the 7th level, they would be able to cultivate the Ice Divine Skill. The Ice Divine Skill was considered ordinary among the royal grade divine skills. However, Lu Ming did not care. As long as it was royal grade divine skill, it was useful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately studied it carefully. A few days later, Lu Ming began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the Spirit Vein Tower for half a month. For half a month, Lu Ming had been comprehending and cultivating the Han Ice Divine Formula. After half a month of cultivation, Lu Ming finally cultivated a trace of Ice Divine Skill. The trace of Ice Divine Skill mixed with the Sovereign's divine power and flowed through his meridians. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. He immediately gave up on circulating the Ice Divine Skill and began circulating the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Dao technique. That wisp of Ice Divine power instantly merged with the power of the ruler, becoming one. A few days later, in Lu Ming's Dantian, near the divine fire, a light suddenly lit up. As time passed, the light became brighter and more resplendent. Slowly, it turned into a wisp of divine fire. Another divine fire appeared. This was the second divine fire. If others knew that a person had 2 divine fires in his Dantian, they would be scared to death. In the desolate era's cultivation knowledge, a person could only ignite 1 divine fire. It was impossible to ignite a second divine fire. However, Lu Ming had done it. He really ignited a second divine fire. This universe myriad Dao technique is really amazing. Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. Jingyu had obtained the universe myriad Dao art from a ruin. Even he didn't know where it came from. Continue. Lu Ming closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. Right now, the Ice Divine Skill was no longer of much use to Lu Ming. He only needed to continue cultivating the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Dao technique, and that wisp of Ice Divine Fire would gradually grow stronger. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, Lu Ming focused on cultivating. The frigid Ice Divine Flame had finally grown to the size of the Sovereign Divine Flame. 2 divine flames burned in his Dantian, looking extremely mysterious. At this time, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. Swoosh, Lu Ming waved his hand and circulated his frigid Ice Divine Force. A long spear condensed from ice appeared in his hand, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Haha, now I don't have to worry about others discovering my sovereign divine force. Lu Ming laughed. Lu Ming could now use the frigid Ice Divine Force alone. Although it wasn't as strong as the sovereign divine force, it was very useful to fool others. Moreover, when Lu Ming used the sovereign divine force, the frigid Ice Divine Force would erupt together with the sovereign divine force. Lu Ming's sovereign divine force was 20% stronger than before. Don't underestimate 20%. 20% stronger was already shocking enough. One had to know that Lu Ming could continue to cultivate other types of sovereign divine forces. When the number of sovereign divine forces increased, their power would be shocking. Lu Ming was very satisfied with this result. Now that I've cultivated 2 types of sovereign divine force, it's not a good time to break through to the next realm. I should consolidate my cultivation before coming to the Divine Vein Tower to cultivate. Lu Ming pondered. 1 point was required to cultivate in the Divine Vein Tower for a day, which was equivalent to 10,000 sovereign divine crystals. Although Lu Ming was rich and had more than 200 million sovereign divine crystals, he didn't want to waste them. In the past year, he had spent close to 400 points, which was 4 million sovereign divine crystals. If it was in the past, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to afford it. The scripture depository in the inner courtyard is said to have a large number of divine skills, divine arts, and even secret techniques. I can use points to exchange for them. Let's go take a look. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. He planned to exchange for a few more divine techniques to cultivate. Sharpening a blade would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Even though it would take some time for him to cultivate the divine art, he would not waste that time. As long as Lu Ming could cultivate the divine flame and the power of the divine flame would increase as well. If Lu Ming waited until his cultivation base improved, and then cultivated other divine abilities and magics, it would take him a lot more time to refine his new god flame to the same level as the Sovereign Lord's god flame. His cultivation was still low at the moment, so he didn't have to spend much time on it. Once he succeeded in cultivating it, it would be best for him to raise his cultivation along with it. Lu Ming immediately walked out of the Divine Vein Tower and headed for the Scripture Depository Pavilion. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Scripture Depository. The Hidden Scriptures Pavilion was a huge pavilion with 5 floors. It was extremely spacious. There were naturally people guarding the Scripture Depository Pavilion, and they were all terrifying experts. However, Lu Ming took out his golden token and was able to enter the Scripture Depository Pavilion without a hitch. So many! Lu Ming's eyes widened when he arrived on the first floor. What came into view were shelves after shelves. There were at least a few hundred of them, and every single one of them was filled with god skills. They were either in the form of jade talismans or scrolls. However, they were all protected by formations. They could only be taken out with the approval of the Scripture Depository Pavilion's guardian. There were introductions at the bottom of the shelves. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. They were all divine skills, but they were relatively low level. Most of them were between the 1st and 3rd tiered. Lu Ming didn't see anything above the 4th tiered. Next, Lu Ming went to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor also had divine skills, but they were of a higher level. Most of them were at the 4th or 5th tiered. Lu Ming looked around. Other than divine skills, he didn't see any divine arts or secret arts. Lu Ming walked around and came to the 3rd floor. The number of divine skills on the 3rd floor was much lower. Most of them were at the 6th or 7th tiered. The value of these divine skills was shocking. Generally, only high-level true God Realm experts or Heavenly God Realm experts could cultivate and display their power. Similarly, there were no secret arts or divine arts on this floor. Lu Ming's goal wasn't divine skills. Shaking his head, Lu Ming went to the 4th floor. The collection on the 4th floor was even smaller. However, most of them were at the 7th or 8th tiered divine skills, and there were only a few dozen of them. Great Sun Divine Art. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He finally saw divine art. This divine art was called the Great Sun Divine Art. It was also a king-grade divine art. Compared to the Frigid Ice Divine Art, it was more profound. The Great Sun Divine Art cultivated was stronger than the Frigid Ice Divine Art. Finally, there's a divine art. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He looked at the divine art one by one. Subsequently, he saw more than a dozen king-grade divine arts. All of them could cultivate king-grade divine force, and each of them had their own mysteries. However, the points required to exchange for each divine art were shockingly high. The lowest cost was 1,000 points, while the highest cost 5,000 points. 1,000 points was equivalent to 10 million divine crystals. For example, the Great Sun Divine Art required 3,000 points. The price is really high. Even if I use up all my divine crystals, I can only exchange for a few. Lu Ming sighed. After looking for a while, Lu Ming did not rush to make a move. Instead, he looked at the 5th floor. If the 4th floor had a king-grade divine art, then what kind of treasure would there be on the 5th floor? Would there be a saint-grade divine art? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he stepped onto the 5th floor. 9-tiered divine arts, and secret arts. There were even fewer divine arts on the 5th floor. There were only slightly more than 10 of them. Moreover, the points required to exchange for each step were shockingly high. 300,000 points, even the cheapest 9-tiered divine art required 300,000 points, which was equivalent to 3 billion divine crystals. Even a heavenly god would find it difficult to take out so many divine crystals, let alone a true god. Lu Ming gasped. With so many points, he could only look at them. Then, Lu Ming looked at a few secret arts. Amazing, really amazing. Lu Ming exclaimed as he looked at them. His eyes were burning with passion. Secret arts were different from divine arts. Secret arts had various mysteries. Once successfully cultivated, they would accompany the cultivator for life, and they would improve as the cultivator's cultivation level increased. For example, there were some secret techniques that would allow one's battle prowess to increase exponentially after they were cultivated. This was similar to the battle character formula. However, the battle formula was even more mysterious. Some secret arts would have all kinds of strange effects after cultivation, and their power was even more shocking than divine arts. However, there were too few secret arts, and many of them had very strict cultivation requirements. Therefore, very few people succeeded in cultivating them. The 5th floor contained a few secret techniques, but there were very few introductions, only a few words. However, the price tag made Lu Ming gasp. Among them, the cheapest secret skill required 100,000 points to exchange for, while the most expensive secret skill required 2 million points to exchange for. Lu Ming was speechless. He had made a fortune and thought that he had become rich. Now, he realized that he was still poor. It's a pity that there aren't any divine skills. Lu Ming looked around but did not see any sacred-grade divine techniques. He shook his head with some pity. The divine skills were the divine skills of the Xianxia school and only a few people were qualified to cultivate them. It was normal that there were no divine skills here. I'd better exchange for a few royal-grade divine skills to cultivate. Lu Ming thought to himself. He had the 9 layers of crimson gold armor and the 3 strokes of destruction. They were enough for the time being and he did not need to exchange for anything else. As for the secret skills, although Lu Ming was eager to exchange for them, they were too expensive and he could not afford them. He had to give up. However, he did not have enough points with him. He needed to exchange for some points and then come back to exchange for the royal-grade divine skills. Lu Ming walked out of the scripture depository and came to the exchange point. He took out 150 million divine gems and exchanged them for 15,000 points. He then came back to the scripture depository. This golden dragon divine formula and this great sun divine formula. Lu Ming was interested in the 2 divine skills. The golden dragon divine skill cost 5,000 points and the divine sun skill cost 3,000 points. Lu Ming decided to exchange for these 2 divine skills. Senior, I would like to exchange for a royal-grade divine skill. Lu Ming said to an old man at the entrance of the scripture depository. Exchange for a divine skill? The price of a royal-grade divine skill is not cheap. Which one would you like to exchange for? The old man looked curiously inside the scripture depository. Lu Ming's cultivation level was obvious to him. He could tell that Lu Ming was a level 4 empty god realm martial artist. How could a level 4 empty god realm martial artist have so many points to exchange for a royal-grade divine skill? Senior, I would like to exchange for the golden dragon divine skill and the divine sun skill. Lu Ming nodded. What? You want to exchange for 2? The old man was truly shocked. Then, he said with a straight face, little guy, you only need to practice 1 king-grade divine art. It's useless to exchange for 2. Junior knows that I didn't exchange for it for my own cultivation. One of them was for someone else. Lu Ming said. Of course, he couldn't say that he had cultivated it himself. Alright, since that's the case, this old man won't say anything more. These two techniques are worth a total of 8,000 points. The old man said. Senior, this is my identity token. Lu Ming handed his identity token to the old man. The old man took it and swiped it on an array disk, immediately earning 8,000 points. This little guy actually has so many points. The old man was slightly shocked as well, and then he said, wait for me here. I'll go get the two divine techniques. The old man stood up and entered the scripture depository. Soon, he came back with two scrolls and handed them to Lu Ming. They were the two divine techniques. Lu Ming was overjoyed as he kept them. He left the scripture depository and went straight to the Divine Vein Tower. After entering the Divine Vein Pagoda, Lu Ming devoted himself to the cultivation of the two divine skills. These two divine skills were indeed more mysterious than the Hanbing divine formula. The divine power that could be cultivated would also be a level higher. Of course, it was more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming spent a few months to cultivate the two divine fires. However, the divine fires were dimmer and needed time to grow. Time flew by and Lu Ming stayed in the Divine Vein Tower for 5 years. In 5 years, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the two divine fires to the same size as the sovereign divine fires. Moreover, when the two divine fires were as big as the sovereign divine fires, Lu Ming had a breakthrough and his cultivation level rose to rank 5 empty god realm. My ability to challenge those who are of a higher rank than me is stronger than before. Lu Ming smiled. Now, when he used the sovereign divine force, the other divine forces would merge with it and the power would be even more shocking. I've cultivated for so long. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming smiled and ended his cultivation. He walked out of the Divine Vein Tower. After such a long time, Lu Ming's points had decreased by almost 2,000 points. Adding the points that he had used to exchange for the royal grade divine skill, Lu Ming was left with about 5,000 points. This is the inner district. I can ask around about Xianxia who the ancestor of techniques is looking for. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Back then, the ancestor of techniques had given him a dagger and asked him to bring it to Xianxia. In the past, Lu Ming was in the outer district and he could not find her. However, now that Lu Ming could enter and leave the inner district freely, he could look for her. Who should I ask? Lu Ming pondered. Suddenly, his eyes glittered as he thought of Yu Linglong. Lu Ming immediately took out his communication jade talisman and sent a message to Yu Linglong. To his surprise, Lu Ming received a reply not long after. Yu Linglong asked him to wait for her outside the Divine Vein Tower. She would be there soon. Soon, a ray of light flew in his direction and a figure landed in front of Lu Ming. Why did you take so long to contact me? Yu Linglong glanced at Lu Ming. Haha, I've been too busy cultivating. I forgot. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Why are you looking for me now? Yu Linglong blinked and asked. I want to ask you about someone. I don't know anyone in the inner district, so I'm here to ask you about it. Lu Ming said. I know you're looking for me. Tell me, who do you want to know? It can be said that there's nothing I don't know in the inner sect. You found the right person to ask me about it. Yu Linglong said proudly. I want to know if you know Xianxia? Lu Ming asked. Xianxia? Yu Linglong's eyes suddenly widened. She scrutinized Lu Ming and asked curiously, why are you looking for Xianxia? Could it be that you are her illegitimate son? Towards the end, Yu Linglong's eyes lit up as if she had discovered something new. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. What was this girl thinking about? Please don't make wild guesses. I'm here to look for Xianxia. Yu Linglong said. Are you sure you're not her illegitimate son? Yu Linglong asked again as if she was not convinced. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, absolutely not. Oh, then why are you here to look for Xianxia? Yu Linglong asked again. I'm here to bring something and a message. Lu Ming said. Oh? Is the person who asked you to look for Xianxia's old lover? Yu Linglong blinked. The fire of gossip was burning fiercely. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This girl was right. However, his expression did not change. He said, I don't know. You've asked so many questions. Do you know who Xian is? Nonsense, of course I know. Xian is my aunt. How can I not know? Yu Linglong pouted. Aunt? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Xian, who the ancestor of techniques was looking for, was Yu Linglong's aunt. That was too much of a coincidence. Is she really your aunt? Lu Ming asked again. He felt that the problem girl was not very reliable. Nonsense, of course she's my aunt. If you don't believe me, I'll bring you to see her now. Yu Linglong pouted and flew in a certain direction with a proud expression. Lu Ming hurriedly followed. In the inner area of Kongxian School, there were several incomparably huge mountain ranges intertwined with each other. There were countless strange peaks that were boundless. After flying for a while, Yu Linglong flew toward a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and flowers. It was a beautiful sight. From afar, they could see a bamboo forest. In front of the bamboo forest was a lake, and between the bamboo forest and the lake was a building. At that moment, in a pavilion by the lake, a woman was sprinkling some golden grains into the lake. Immediately, golden carps jumped out of the lake and fought for the grains. Aunt! Yu Linglong called out from afar. The woman turned around and revealed her true appearance. What a beautiful woman! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The woman looked to be in her 30s, but she still looked as beautiful as ever. She was a rare beauty. Is that Xian? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. It's you, girl. Why are you here today? The woman smiled and said. Auntie, I missed you, didn't I? I'm here to see you. Yu Linglong smiled and said. Do you think I don't know you, girl? Tell me, why are you here? The woman said. It was obvious that this woman was Xian. Aunt, I'm really here to see you. I'm also here to do a small matter. Yu Linglong stuck out her tongue guiltily. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and said, It's him. He said that he's looking for you. Looking for me? Xian looked at Lu Ming curiously. Senior, are you Xian? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. That's right, I'm Xian. Why are you looking for me? Xian said. Senior, it's like this. I've been entrusted by someone to bring something to you. With that, Lu Ming took out the dagger that was given to him by the ancestor of techniques. This is, at the sight of the dagger that Lu Ming took out, Xian's delicate body trembled. Her gaze was extremely complicated and she seemed to be reminiscing. After a long while, Xian let out a long sigh and said, Is the person who gave you the dagger called Fa Ming? Lu Ming nodded. What else did he say? Yuexin asked again. He said he. Lu Ming repeated the words of the ancestor of techniques. Xian's figure trembled even more. Her eyes were filled with tears. After a while, she let out a sigh and said, He didn't do anything wrong to me. I'm the one who did wrong to him. If you see him next time, tell him the same thing. I'll leave the dagger here. Go. In the end, Xian took the dagger and waved her hand. She then headed to a house in a lonely manner. What's going on? Lu Ming felt that the situation was a little complicated. Lu Ming, what's going on? What's going on? It seems like I'm right. Aunt's old lover is the one who asked you to come. After Xian left, Yu Linglong's eyes were burning with the flames of gossip. She stared at Lu Ming curiously. Let's go. We'll talk after we leave. Lu Ming said and headed outside. Yu Linglong followed closely behind and asked a bunch of questions. I finally know. Back then, grandfather asked Aunt to get married, but she didn't seem to be willing. She even caused quite a stir in the end. Yu Linglong said. Your aunt got married? Lu Ming was startled. Yeah, she caused quite a stir back then, but my grandfather suppressed it in the end. But I only heard about it because I wasn't even born back then. Yu Linglong said. No wonder. Lu Ming finally understood why Xian said she was the one who did wrong to the ancestor of techniques. The ancestor of techniques had always missed Xian, but Xian was already married to someone else. Sigh. Lu Ming let out a sigh. He did not know how to tell the ancestor of techniques about it the next time he saw him. That was the reality. That was how helpless the reality was. Shaking his head, Lu Ming put the matter aside. He had already done what he promised the ancestor of techniques. As for the rest, he could not do anything about it. Oh right, I have something to ask you. Do you know how to cultivate the Xianxia school's holy grade divine technique? Lu Ming asked. You want to cultivate the holy grade divine technique? That's a bit difficult. First, you have to enter the true God realm and become an inner disciple. Then, you have to show your talent and go through a series of tests to prove that you're loyal to the Xianxia school and not a spy sent by other sections. Only then will they teach you. Yu Linglong said. So difficult? Lu Ming was speechless. It's that difficult. You have to know that the entire Xianxia school only has 2 holy grade divine techniques. As the treasurer of the school, it's too difficult to learn the complete holy grade divine technique. At most, you can only learn an incomplete one. Yu Linglong said. An incomplete one? Where can I learn an incomplete one? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not need a complete one to cultivate the other divine techniques. An incomplete one was fine too. He only needed to cultivate a strand of divine power. You can exchange it in the scripture pavilion. You just have to ask the elders guarding the scripture pavilion. However, the price is shockingly high. The holy grade divine technique is divided into 12 levels. The first level costs 50,000 points and the second level costs 100,000 points. The price keeps increasing. The key is that it's not very useful if you don't have a complete one. Yu Linglong said. I can exchange it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not need a complete one at all. He only needed the first level. Once he cultivated the first level, he would be able to cultivate a strand of divine power and ignite the divine flame. That was enough for Lu Ming. However, he sighed immediately. The first level required 50,000 points. That price was ridiculously high. Even if he exchanged all the divine gems he had left for points, he would only have slightly more than 10,000 points. It was still far from enough. Xianxia School, where can I earn points? Lu Ming asked again. The place to earn points is, of course, the mission hall. The sect will release a series of missions. As long as you complete the missions, you will be able to earn points. However, I suggest that you don't accept any missions. It's not worth it. Yu Linglong said. Why? Lu Ming asked. Because there is a limit to the level of missions. You are now an outer disciple, so you can only accept the lowest level missions. Those missions are usually time-consuming and laborious. The rewards are also very low. Most of them only reward 1 or 2 points. The most you can get is 10 points. Yu Linglong said. Lu Ming was instantly speechless. Completing a mission only gave him 1 or 2 points. How long would it take him to earn 50,000 points? However, if you want to quickly earn points, there will soon be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yu Linglong suddenly smiled. What opportunity? Lu Ming asked. The Nether Dragon secret realm will open in a few days. As long as you enter the Nether Dragon secret realm and obtain some treasures, you will be able to exchange them for a large amount of points. Yu Linglong said. Nether Dragon secret realm? Lu Ming was curious as this was the first time he had heard of it. That's right. The Nether Dragon secret realm only opens once every 100,000 years. Moreover, only those below the true God realm can enter. Thus, it is a paradise for outer disciples. At that time, all the powerful outer disciples will be able to enter. In the Nether Dragon secret realm, there are 2 main treasures. One is the Nether Dragon Beast and the other is the Dragon Bone Flower. As long as you obtain the beast core of the Nether Dragon Beast or the Dragon Bone of the Dragon Bone Flower, you will be able to exchange them for a large amount of points. In the past, 1 beast core or Dragon Bone of the Dragon Bone Flower could be exchanged for 100 points. Yu Linglong said. 100 points. Lu Ming was shocked. 100 points could be exchanged for 1 million divine gems. This price was extremely shocking. If he could obtain 100 beast cores or 100 dragon bone of the dragon bone flower, he would be able to obtain 10,000 points. If it was 500, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If that was the case, he would be able to exchange for the first level of the Saint-grade divine technique. Yes, the reward is too shocking. Even many inner disciples are envious, but they can't enter. Let me tell you, there are many outer disciples on the empty God list who could have broken through to the true God realm long ago. However, they have been suppressing their cultivation in order to wait for the Nether Dragon secret realm that opens once every 100,000 years. This is a good opportunity to earn a lot. How about it? It will open in 3 days. Do you want to go together? Yu Linglong said. Of course, I'm going. Lu Ming said. He would be a fool if he didn't go. Then let's wait a few days. We'll go in a few days. Yu Linglong said. Then they went to the Divine Vein Tower and cultivated for a few days. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Yu Linglong flew out of the inner area and headed for the outer area. The entrance to the Nether Dragon secret realm was in a huge palace in the outer sect area. This hall was normally closed, and would only be opened when the Nether Dragon secret realm was about to open. In these few days, Lu Ming had a better understanding of the Nether Dragon secret realm. The great desolate universe was vast and boundless. It was the most perfect and stable world in the great thousand realms. Around it, some small kiliocosms would evolve, such as the Heaven Realm and the Primordial Realm. At the same time, some mystic realms would also evolve. These arcane realms were of a higher level than many minor kiliocosms, and were tightly attached to the Your-Wilds universe. For the creatures in the minor kiliocosm, reaching the demigod realm was the limit. If they wanted to advance further, they would have to enter the primitive universe. However, in some secret realms, deities or even stronger beings could be born. The Nether Dragon secret realm was such a secret realm. When Lu Ming and Yu Linglong arrived, they found that there was already a sea of people outside the palace. Countless outer disciples began to gather at the scene. It's Lu Ming. Many people recognized Lu Ming as soon as Lu Ming arrived. Back then, Lu Ming had become famous after defeating 3 geniuses of the empty god ranking. His name had already spread throughout the outer sect. This brat also wants to enter the Nether Dragon secret realm. Fine, I'll get rid of him inside. Some people harumphed coldly in their hearts as their gazes were like lightning. Furthermore, there were many people with such thoughts. Shwa. Shwa, at this moment, several white-haired elders flew over and landed in front of the palace. The inner elders are here. The door is about to open. Many people became excited. Many people's cultivation could have broken through to the true God realm, but they had suppressed it to the peak empty God realm. They were waiting for the Nether Dragon secret realm to open so that they could gain some benefits. There was a total of 3 inner sect elders who landed in front of the palace door. Then, they struck out with their palms and 3 streams of divine power slammed into the palace door. Rumble, the palace's great doors shone, and rumbling noises could be heard as they slowly opened. However, there was still a light barrier above the door. In the Nether Dragon secret realm, the Nether Dragon beast and the Dragon Bone flower are both very powerful. Those with weak cultivation and insufficient battle power will not only not be able to obtain beast cores and dragon bones, but will also die. Therefore, only those who can break through this light barrier can enter the Nether Dragon secret realm. Now, you can go. Remember, you only have 3 months. After 3 months, you must return here or else you will be locked inside. An inner elder announced. Let's go. Instantly, a group of outer disciples charged towards the door. The door was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. It could easily allow 100 people to pass through. Boom. Boom, the group of outer disciples all sent out powerful attacks that landed on the barrier, causing it to violently tremble. However, the majority of them were blocked. Only a few managed to break through the barrier and enter, disappearing in a flash. Damn it, I don't believe it. Break for me. Someone roared and used his strongest power, but he still couldn't break through the barrier. Trash, don't block the way. Behind him, other people charged over and sent out their divine power, wanting to push the person in front away. You're the trash. The person in front was furious and attacked, but after exchanging a single blow with the person behind him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into the barrier, his face pale. Dongfang Hao. That person's face was pale, and the person behind him was Dongfang Hao. Trash, scram. Dongfang Hao disdainfully shouted and sent out a palm, breaking through the barrier and entering the palace. Those who can't break through the barrier, get out of the way. Don't block the way. An inner elder's voice sounded. He waved his hand, sending out waves of energy that sent those who couldn't break through the barrier flying. Shwa. Shwa, people continued to dash forward, breaking through the barrier and entering the palace. Those who have the strength of a level 9 empty god realm martial artist can break through the barrier. At this point, Lu Ming had already seen through the trick. As long as one had the strength of a level 9 empty god realm martial artist, they would be able to break through the barrier. Those who didn't have the strength of a level 9 empty god realm martial artist would not be able to break through the barrier. Lu Ming, let's go in quickly. Yu Linglong shouted and flew forward. Lu Ming also flew forward and arrived before the barrier. Yu Linglong sent out a palm, causing the barrier to collapse like water. In a flash, she entered the barrier. Lu Ming also sent out a punch, breaking through the barrier and entering the palace. Inside the palace, there was a huge empty palace. In the middle of the palace, there was a huge black whirlpool. This was the entrance to the Nether Dragon's secret domain. The two of them charged into the whirlpool in a flash. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared on a piece of yellow land with Yu Linglong by his side. Let's go and find the Nether Dragon Beast and Dragon Bone Flower. 3 months. Will pass in the blink of an eye. Yu Linglong said. The two of them turned into rays of light and flew into the distance. The Nether Dragon Mystery Domain was vast and boundless. Lu Ming didn't know how big it was, but he felt that it was at least bigger than the Heaven Domain, Yuan Domain, and Evil God Domain combined. The two flew for a few hours, but they didn't see anything. What entered their eyes was a vast expanse of yellow land. We're too unlucky. When we entered, we were sent to this piece of yellow land. This piece of yellow land is barren and there are no nether dragons or dragon bone flowers. Yu Linglong said bitterly. Lu Ming was also a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only focus on his journey. After flying for another 2 hours, mountains gradually appeared in front of them. Roar! 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 A series of roars could be heard coming from the mountains. It's the nether dragons. Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. The two increased their speed and flew towards the mountains. But at this time, other rays of light appeared from other directions and also flew towards the mountains. They were the other outer sect disciples. Lu Ming looked around and saw more than 10 people. Let's increase our speed. Yu Linglong shouted as she circulated her divine power and a layer of rainbow light covered her body. Boom! At this time, several powerful auras came from the sky. The pressure was like a tide that pressed down in all directions, covering Lu Ming and the other outer sect disciples. It was extremely domineering. Then, 2 youths, 1 male and 1 female, descended and blocked the group. The nether dragons in this area belong to the 2 of us. You guys can leave. The male said coldly as he glanced at Lu Ming and the others. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Moreover, his tone was filled with a strong threat. It was as if he said that and the others had to follow. It's Lu Yang, ranked 35th on the empty god list, and Xianxia, ranked 37th. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the two. Why are we so unlucky to meet the 2 of them? It looks like we can only leave. The other outer sect disciples had ugly expressions, but they were also filled with helplessness. Those who could enter the Nether Dragon Mystery Domain all had battle power of the 9th level of the Void God realm. However, he only had the combat strength of a level 9 empty god. He was far from being comparable to those geniuses on the empty god list. This was especially true for the top 50 geniuses on the virtual god list. Each of them had astonishing combat power and could survive the attack of a level 1 true god expert. It was said that the top 30 geniuses could even contend with a first-level true god existence. Although Lu Yang and Xianxia were only ranked 35th and 37th respectively, the 2 of them were lovers. They specialized in joint attacks, and when the 2 of them joined forces, they could fight against the top 30 geniuses. Ordinary 9th-level ethereal god realm experts were far weaker than them. Although the other 10 or so outer disciples were unwilling, they slowly backed away. However, Lu Ming and Yu Linglong did not back down. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lu Yang looked at Lu Ming and Yu Linglong with a cold glint in his eyes. "Retreat? Why should we retreat? Since we've encountered a nether dragon, the nether dragon core will depend on our own abilities," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Brat, you're very confident." Lu Yang's eyes became colder as he said, "The nether dragon's secret domain is no longer within the sect. Killing is not prohibited here. Do you understand?" This was a blatant threat. His meaning was clear. If Lu Ming did not retreat, then he could stay here forever. "You talk too much nonsense. Either scram or attack." Lu Ming stepped forward and scolded. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Yang. He did not have much time. A piece of nether dragon beast core or a piece of dragon bone flowers dragon bone was worth points and money. If Lu Ming wanted to exchange for a sacred grade technique, he would have to rely on these few months. He did not have the time to argue with the other party. "You're courting death." Lu Yang snorted coldly. His finger was like a sword as he pointed at Lu Ming. A sword gleam burst forth from his finger. It was incomparably sharp and emitted a terrifying whistle as it charged towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw out a punch, his divine force surging as it struck Lu Yang's finger. Crack! Lu Yang's finger was broken and twisted like a fried dough twist. His face turned the color of pig liver as he screamed in agony and staggered backward, spurting out a mouthful of blood. "What?" The rest of the outer disciples who had already retreated opened their mouths wide in shock upon seeing this. After a single exchange, Lu Yang was no match for Qin Nan. "I recognize him. He's Lu Ming. He's Lu Ming." Someone yelled. "What? He's Lu Ming? The Lu Ming who defeated Dongfang Hao, Huang Chengan, and the Scorpion Tiger?" "That's right, it's him. Terrifying. His strength has grown again after a few years." The others exclaimed. "You're Lu Ming." Lu Yang's expression was hideous as he stared at Lu Ming. "Scram!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. "Fine, I would like to see what you're capable of." "Xianxia, let's work together." Lu Yang shouted. "All right." Xianxia's figure flickered and arrived beside Lu Yang. Clang! Clang! Two sounds of swords chiming could be heard. Lu Yang and Xianxia unsheathed their swords. Two rays of sword gleams soared into the sky. Then, the two rays of sword gleams intertwined and charged toward Lu Ming. The sword momentum was continuous and its power was shocking. Both of them went all out and their strength was much stronger than the Scorpion Tiger. However, Lu Ming's strength was no longer the same as it was in the past. In the past few years, he had cultivated 3 different royal grade divine skills and 3 divine fires. His divine force was much stronger than before. In addition, his cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the empty god realm. His strength was much stronger than when he fought the Scorpion Tiger and the others. Buzz! Lu Ming took out his spear and swept it out. The spear did not display the destructive 3 strikes. What was used was merely an incomplete divine skill. The spear ray and sword ray collided with each other and an intense battle ensued. Clang! 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 The sound of the collision was like a thunderclap. After more than 10 collisions, Lu Yang and Xianxia retreated 1,000 meters before they stopped. Both of their faces were ghastly pale and blood was seeping out from the corners of their mouths. There was a hole in their bodies that was penetrated from the front and back. It was obvious that they had been pierced by Lu Ming's long spear. "I'll let you off this time. Get lost." Lu Ming shouted coldly. Lu Yang and Xianxia's faces were ugly but there was deep fear in their eyes. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. "Let's go." The two of them turned into 2 rays of light and left. So strong. Lu Ming is so strong. Lu Yang and Xianxia are no match for him even when they join forces. It's only been 5 to 6 years and his strength has increased tremendously. His current combat strength is probably in the top 30 of the empty god realm. No, he might even be in the top 20. The outer disciples who witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and Lu Yang and Fangya were shocked. "Do you guys want to stay here and compete with me?" At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the outer disciples. The outer disciples' faces changed. What a joke. Competing with Lu Ming was the same as seeking death. Immediately, all of them flew away with their tails between their legs. "Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so strong." Yu Linglong looked at Lu Ming with shock written all over her face. Although she knew that Lu Ming wasn't weak, she didn't expect him to be so strong. "Let's go and hunt the netherworld dragons." Lu Ming smiled and flew towards the mountain peaks. Roar! Roar! When Lu Ming and Yu Linglong neared the mountain peaks, a few netherworld dragons appeared on the mountain peaks. The netherworld dragons looked like tigers. They were 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. Their bodies were covered in black scales and there were 2 dragon horns on their heads. Their auras were wild. Roar! Roar! The few netherworld dragons roared and kicked off with their hind legs. They turned into a few streaks of black light and charged towards Lu Ming and Yu Linglong. So fast. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He shook his spear and stabbed out a few times. A few spear radiances pierced through the heads of the 3 netherworld dragons. Ding! Ding! When the spear pierced the heads of the netherworld dragons, there was the sound of metal clashing and sparks flew. The 3 netherworld dragons were forced back by Lu Ming's attacks. However, Lu Ming also felt a huge force surging through the spear, causing his arm to feel numb. What shocking strength! Lu Ming was slightly shocked. He could feel that the few netherworld dragons were at level 9 empty god realm, but their strength was shocking. With Lu Ming's current strength, there weren't many empty gods who could cause his arm to feel numb. What shocked Lu Ming even more was that after the 3 netherworld dragons were forced back, they shook their heads and were completely fine. Shocking defensive strength. If it were any other level 9 empty god realm wild beast, they would definitely die on the spot after being pierced by Lu Ming's spear. Roar! 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 The 3 netherworld dragons roared. Following which, a few more netherworld dragons appeared between the mountain peaks. They were filled with killing intent as they charged towards them. Kill! Lu Ming also charged forward, circulating his sovereign's god force with all his might. The 4 divine fires in his body burned fiercely, and 3 types of king-grade god force merged with his sovereign's god force, bursting forth with shocking might. The nether dragon roared. Its razor-sharp claws clawed at Lu Ming. The wind howled, terrifying to the extreme. Bang! 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 The 2 sides continued to clash, but Lu Ming was still stronger. His spear struck the 3 nether dragons, and 15 layers of power exploded, sending the 3 nether dragons flying. However, after the nether dragon was sent flying, it shook its head and body as if nothing had happened. This strength! Lu Ming was extremely shocked. The nether dragon's strength completely exceeded his expectations. No wonder the inner sect elders said that the nether dragon core dragon bone flower was very powerful. Only those who could break through the light screen could enter. Lu Ming was sure that even a rank 9 empty god realm expert wouldn't be a match for a nether dragon. If they wanted to kill a nether dragon, they would need at least a few people to work together. On the other side, Yu Linglong was also fighting with a few nether dragons. A soft whip appeared in Yu Linglong's hand. As she waved the whip, the sky was filled with whip shadows, trapping the nether dragons in the middle. What strength! Yu Linglong's strength had also exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Yu Linglong's cultivation was at the rank 9 empty god realm, but Lu Ming felt that Yu Linglong wasn't weak compared to many of the top geniuses of the empty god realm. However, Yu Linglong's identity wasn't ordinary. She wasn't an outer sect disciple but an inner sect disciple. There were many examples like this in the Conxian school. Many descendants of great figures were directly nurtured in the inner sect and wouldn't join the ranks of outer sect disciples. Naturally, they wouldn't enter the empty god realm, but their strength was very shocking. Roar! Roar! The nether dragon was continuously sent flying by Lu Ming. It let out a furious roar and a baleful aura filled the sky. Its body was covered in a layer of black flames as it glared at Lu Ming and charged at Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The 2 sides once again engaged in an intense battle. However, the Nether Dragon's defense was too shocking. It was continuously hit by Lu Ming, but it was as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming couldn't break through its defense at all. Lu Ming's strength could completely suppress a few Nether Dragons, but he couldn't break through their defense and kill them. No, there must be a weakness. As long as I can find the weakness of the Nether Dragon, I can kill it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. If there weren't any weaknesses, then how did the people who entered 100,000 and 200,000 years ago kill it? If even Lu Ming couldn't kill it, then there weren't many people below the true God realm who could. After thinking about this, Lu Ming began to probe. The long spear constantly stabbed at different parts of the Nether Dragon. Finally, after hundreds of probing, Lu Ming finally found the weakness of the Nether Dragon. Puff, Lu Ming's spear pierced the Nether Dragon's neck. The Nether Dragon roared as blood flowed out. It then fell to the ground and twitched a few times before losing its vitality. The neck was the Nether Dragon's weakness. "You Linglong, attack its neck!" Lu Ming shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yu Linglong's attack changed. The soft whip hardened and stabbed out like a long spear. Puff! The soft whip pierced a Nether Dragon's neck and killed it. "It's the neck!" Yu Linglong was excited and began to attack crazily. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. Although the Nether Dragons tried to dodge, they couldn't and were killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, Yu Linglong also killed the last two Nether Dragons. Then, the two dug out a few beast cores from the Nether Dragon's chests. There were a total of 6 beast cores, 3 for each person. These beast cores could be used to refine divine pills and were very useful. They were even helpful to true gods and heavenly gods. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so expensive. Lu Ming was delighted. One beast core was worth 100 points, which was equivalent to 1 million divine gems. Let's continue. Lu Ming's eyes were burning as he flew forward with Yu Linglong. Roar! Roar! They hadn't flown far when roars came from the front. There were at least a dozen Nether Dragons leaping from the mountain and running towards them. "We didn't go looking for you, but you came to us yourself." "Just in time." Lu Ming laughed and charged at the dozen Nether Dragons. The Nether Dragon was very powerful and had shocking strength. However, since Lu Ming knew its weakness, given his combat ability, it was not too difficult to deal with it. Lu Ming and Yu Linglong worked together and killed the dozen Nether Dragons. Each of them obtained 7 beast cores. Adding the 3 from before, they had 10 now. If exchanged for points, it would be 1,000 points. 1,000 points could be exchanged for a slightly inferior king-grade divine art. This speed of earning points made Lu Ming very happy. Of course, this was also because they were strong enough to kill the Nether Dragons. If it were others, they wouldn't be so fast. Even if an outer sect disciple at the 9th level of the ethereal god realm knew the weakness of the Nether Dragon, they would still need many people to work together to kill it. If they encountered a dozen Nether Dragons at once, they wouldn't be able to deal with them and could only run away. In just a short while, he had obtained the beast core of 1,000 points. Lu Ming was excited and wanted to continue forward with Yu Linglong to kill more Netherworld dragons. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful pressure came down from the sky. It was filled with a domineering aura. Then, a few young men slowly descended from the sky. Dongfang Hao. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. There were 3 youths and one of them was Huang Chengan, who was ranked 98th on the empty God list back then. Of course, Lu Ming had defeated 3 people in a row and defeated the 51st ranked Scorpion Tiger. Huang Chengan's ranking had dropped to 99th. Lu Ming was not concerned about Huang Chengan but the other 2 youths, especially a youth in black armor. This youth in black armor was tall and muscular. Black armor covered his entire body and even his palms were covered by the armor. Only his head was exposed and he was filled with a domineering aura. "Quang Dao, it's little tyrant Quang Dao." Yu Linglong exclaimed when she saw the youth in black armor. "It's him." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In this period of time, he had some understanding of some of the top people on the empty god list. Little tyrant Quang Dao was ranked 5th on the empty god list. He was a terrifying figure and very powerful. In the entire outer sect, there were only a handful of outer sect disciples who could suppress him. Those in the top 10 of the empty god list all had shocking battle records and had defeated true gods before. This was terrifying. Like the scorpion tiger, it had only escaped from the hands of a true god realm expert before. It was completely different from being defeated. The difference was like heaven and earth. It was said that the top 3 on the empty god list had the strength to kill a true god realm expert. Little Tyrant Guangdao was undoubtedly more terrifying. Although Little Tyrant Guangdao did not have the strength to kill a true God Realm expert, he had defeated many true God Realm experts and his combat strength was unquestionable. You are Lu Ming, the one who killed many of my floating light sex junior brothers? Guangdao's eyes were like a ferocious beast as he stared at Lu Ming with cold murderous intent. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If people provoke me, no matter who they are, I'll kill them all. Lu Ming replied coldly. Hee, is that so? Kill them all? Let's see if you have the ability. Crazy Dao's face turned even colder. The aura on his body suddenly burst out. The violent pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Huang Qingan and the other young man moved in a flash and formed a triangle, surrounding Lu Ming and Yu Linglong in the middle to prevent them from escaping. Lu Ming, I wasn't there when you fought so many people in the life and death arena. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to be so arrogant. His name was Lan Shang and he was also an expert on the empty god list. He was ranked 33rd on the empty god list. You talk too much. Don't you know that villains usually die from talking too much? Lu Ming coldly glanced at Lan Shang. You're courting death. Senior brother Guangdao, leave this brat to me. Lan Shang's eyes were cold as a war blade appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lu Ming had already defeated Lu Yang and Fengya. Although Lu Yang and Fengya were ranked lower than Lan Shang on the empty god list, their combined strength was definitely above Lan Shang's. If he knew about it, he would not be so confident. Skyblade 10 slashes. Lan Shang shouted coldly. Blade Chi soared into the sky. A blue blade radiance was crystal clear and filled with terrifying power as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Buzz, Lu Ming's long spear shook as he lashed it out. Rumble, the long spear lashed out and there was a violent explosion. Then, the long spear struck Lan Shang's blade radiance. Break it! Lan Shang began to roar, wanting to break Lu Ming's spear radiance. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened and he let out a miserable shriek. Not only did he fail to break Lu Ming's spear radiance, but his own blade radiance also shattered. The long spear was like a hot knife through butter as it struck Lan Shang's body. Lan Shang screamed as his body flew out like a cannonball. He brought along a long stream of air as he crashed into a mountain. The mountain crumbled and Lan Shang's body was lying on a pile of rocks. His body was twitching non-stop and he was already half dead. What? Huang Qing'an's eyes widened as he was almost scared to death. His body instinctively retreated. Even the eyes of the little tyrant, Guangdao, narrowed. Obviously, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his expectations. Although Lan Shang's combat strength was far from his, he was already a top expert in the empty god realm. However, he was now half dead after being struck by Lu Ming's spear. So you do have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, this strength is not enough in my hands. Guangdao opened his mouth and his divine force exploded. His tall figure looked even more mighty. Boom, Guangdao stepped out. His body was like a mountain as he pressed down on Lu Ming. Let me see how strong you are. Overbearing divine fist. Guangdao roared. The black armor on his body emitted a bright black light as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. His fist was wrapped in black armor. When he threw a punch, it was like a mountain pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid as he circulated his divine force. In his elixir field, 4 divine fires burned. Divine force gushed out and entered the long spear as he threw out a spear. Boom, like 2 meteorites exploding, the sky shook violently and formed a terrifying shockwave that rushed out in all directions. Swoosh, a figure retreated a few dozen miles and stood in the air. His aura fluctuated. This figure was Guangdao. How can this be? Huang Qingan was shocked to the core. Lu Ming's combat strength was shocking. Even Quang Dao, who was ranked 5th on the empty god list, was pushed back by Lu Ming. Kid, not bad. Your strength is not bad. Take another blow from me. Overbearing divine fist, fist of the world. Quang Dao roared as the aura on his body became more terrifying. He threw out a punch and the fist force was like a meteorite as it flew towards Lu Ming. The terrifying fist force continued to press toward Lu Ming even though it was still a distance away. Peak of level 2 divine skill. Lu Ming saw the level of Quang Dao's divine skill at a glance. Quang Dao's divine power was definitely at the top of the king grade divine power, very close to the saint grade divine power. His divine skill had been cultivated to the peak of the 2nd level. In addition to his black armor, the combination of his divine power was shockingly strong. Even someone like Lan Shang would be killed with a single punch from this punch. First move of the 3 annihilating strikes, sky-piercing. Lu Ming used the first move of the 3 annihilating strikes. Although the 3 annihilating strikes was only at the peak of level 1, the power of the 3 annihilating strikes was already strong. With the support of the battle word secret art, the power was not weak at all. Swoosh, a meteor-like spear radiance shot out and collided with Quang Dao's fist force. Rumble, an even more terrifying explosion occurred as the violent force swept out in all directions. Not good. Huang Qing'an's face changed as he retreated. Otherwise, he would be injured by the force. In the sky, one could only see a ball of black light and a ball of purple light colliding with each other. However, after a few breaths, the black light suddenly retreated and shook violently. Bam, in the end, the black light dissipated and Crazy Dao's tall and strong body was thrown back. As he was thrown back, there were clanging sounds and sparks on the surface of his body. This was Lu Ming's remaining strength attacking the black armor on Crazy Dao's body. Boom, in the end, Crazy Dao crashed into a mountain like Lan Shang. However, his situation was much better than Lan Shang's. When he hit the mountain peak, he stomped his feet on the mountain peak. The mountain peak rumbled, cracked, and then exploded. Mad Dao used the force of the stomp to rush back into the sky. However, Crazy Dao was in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. There were cracks on his black armor and blood was seeping out. How can this be? How can this be? On the other side, Huang Qing'an was trembling in fear. He couldn't believe it. Crazy Dao was ranked 5th on the empty god list. His combat strength was almost at the peak of the empty god realm and he had defeated many rank 1 true gods. In Kongxian school, there were only a few empty gods who could defeat Crazy Dao. But now, in the battle between Lu Ming and Crazy Dao, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. The clash between the two ended with Crazy Dao being injured. Moreover, Lu Ming had just entered the sect and his cultivation was far from the peak of the empty god realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the empty god realm, how terrifying would his combat strength be? Crazy Dao is indeed powerful. Looking at Quang Dao, who was not far away, a thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he could kill an ordinary rank 9 empty god in one move. However, his attack was blocked by Crazy Dao. However, Lu Ming knew that Crazy Dao had not used his full strength. Crazy Dao's current combat strength was not enough for him to defeat a true god. Even if they were ordinary true gods. You still have trump cards that you haven't used yet, right? Use them all. Otherwise, you're no match for me. Lu Ming said nonchalantly. He was looking forward to seeing the combat strength of the person ranked 5th on the empty god list. This was because he hadn't used his full strength either. The battle formula hadn't been activated yet. Lu Ming, it looks like I've really underestimated you. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Now then, bear the full brunt of my fury. Quang Dao's eyes were filled with madness. His rage was about to burst out. He did not know how many years it had been since an empty god had forced him into such a state. In Kongxian school, there were only a few empty gods who were stronger than him. He usually did not fight with those people. He was almost invincible among the empty gods. But now, Lu Ming had made him bleed. He wanted to return the favor 10-fold, 100-fold. Rioting skill. All of a sudden, Crazy Dao let out a roar. His hair stood on end, and his aura erupted like a volcano, increasing by a large margin. This is a secret skill that temporarily increases combat strength. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Overbearing divine fist, conquering the world. Crazy Dao roared. He was like a mountain as he pressed down on Lu Ming. Both of his fists were like mountains. Wang! Wang! Lu Ming waved his long spear, and spear shadows that were as thick as mountains shot out. Boom! Boom! There were continuous explosions in the sky as the two of them fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. What an amazing secret skill. My combat strength has doubled. In the midst of the fight, Lu Ming judged that Crazy Dao's secret skill had doubled his combat strength. It was very similar to the battle formula. However, Crazy Dao's secret skill was naturally incomparable to the battle formula. For a secret skill like Crazy Dao's, there were no side effects. Moreover, its limit was to double one's combat strength. However, there was no limit to the battle formula. As Lu Ming continued to comprehend it, the power of the battle formula would become stronger. Now, Lu Ming was able to triple his combat strength. In the future, it was possible for him to triple his combat strength, quadruple his combat strength, quintuple his combat strength, sixfold his combat strength, and so on. The battle formula in his sea of consciousness was like a treasure that could be unearthed endlessly. Kill, kill, kill. Crazy Dao roared. His long hair danced in the wind. His aura was wild and his killing intent was as cold as a knife. His secret skill was indeed flawed. There was a time limit. Once the time limit was up, it would drop to its previous level. Therefore, he had to kill Lu Ming before the time limit was up. Clang! Clang! The two of them exchanged a few blows. The battle was intense. It seems like this is your limit. I won't waste my time with you, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, the battle formula was activated. Boom! Lu Ming's combat strength increased sharply. With a sweep of his spear, he broke through Crazy Dao's fist force and sent Crazy Dao flying. How can this be? Crazy Dao was shocked. It was unbelievable. Until now, Lu Ming had not used his full strength. This kind of combat strength was abnormal. It was more abnormal than any monster he had ever seen. Apocalyptic triple strike, Sky Piercer. After repelling Crazy Dao, Lu Ming immediately used the apocalyptic triple strike. It turned into a dazzling spear light and attacked Crazy Dao. No, no, block it. I must block it. Facing Lu Ming's attack, Crazy Dao's face changed drastically. He felt the threat of death. This strike could very well kill him. Black gold secret art. Crazy Dao roared. His body emitted a black light. A layer of black metal-like light emerged from his body. This was another kind of divine skill. It was a defensive divine skill. After using the defensive divine skill, Crazy Dao continued to punch. Finally, a huge fist force blasted towards Lu Ming. Boom! The fist force was directly dispersed. The spear light bombarded Crazy Dao's body. Crazy Dao's body shook violently. He was sent flying like a meteor. In an instant, he was sent flying thousands of miles away. Puff! He vomited blood. His defensive divine skill was penetrated. The black armor on his body shattered. A big hole appeared in his chest. However, he was not dead. He managed to block Lu Ming's attack. Run, run, run. Crazy Dao only had one thought. He used his full strength and even burned his divine power. His whole body was like a ball of fire as he rushed towards the distance. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of miles away. This guy's life-saving ability is really strong. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He was a little surprised that he did not kill Crazy Dao in one move. However, Crazy Dao's life-saving ability was indeed strong. He used a secret technique that increased his combat strength, an offensive divine skill, a defensive divine skill, and that armor together to block Lu Ming's killing blow. Moreover, Lu Ming did not cultivate a speed-type divine skill. His speed was limited and he might not be able to catch up to Crazy Dao. Then, Lu Ming looked at Huang Chengan. Baidu search Xing81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly turned towards Huang Chengan, causing Huang Qing'an's face to turn pale. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Huang Qing'an's face was filled with fear as his voice trembled. He had never dreamt that crazy Dao would lose to Lu Ming and be forced to run away by Lu Ming. At this moment, his legs were trembling and he even forgot to run away. Don't kill you? You just said that you wanted to kill me. Lu Ming said coldly as a cold killing intent surged out of his body and enveloped Huang Qing'an. No. Huang Qing'an screamed and turned to run. Lu Ming didn't move and stabbed out with his spear. A spear light crossed thousands of miles and stabbed towards Huang Qing'an. Huang Qing'an's defense was pierced through like tofu. His body was pierced and blood spurted out. Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. The Chosen will not let you go, Huang Qing'an roared and then breathed his last. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He came to the top of the half-dead Lan Shang and stabbed the other party to death while the other party was in despair. Lu Ming would never be merciful to his enemies. As long as there was a chance, he would kill until the other party trembled in fear. Let's go. Lu Ming said as he walked past Yu Linglong. Lu Ming, your strength is really shocking. You've already surpassed me. Yu Linglong followed Lu Ming's footsteps as she blinked her eyes and asked. Curiously. I was lucky and learned a secret technique to increase my battle strength. Lu Ming casually gave an excuse. The two continued to fly forward. However, after flying for a while, they didn't encounter a single nether dragon. Instead, they encountered quite a few nether dragons. Obviously, there were no more nether dragons in this area. Even if there were, they would have been killed by others. The two of them went deep into the nether dragon's secret realm, heading towards its depths. The terrain became more and more desolate. Roar! Roar! In the distance, a thunderous roar pierced through the heavens. More than a dozen nether dragons leapt over with shocking speed. They seemed to have discovered them from far away. These nether dragons are strange. We haven't discovered them, but they seem to have discovered us from far away. Yu Linglong asked curiously. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. This was indeed the case. Several times in a row, it was always the nether dragons that took the initiative to attack them. And each time, there would be 7, 8, or even a dozen. But no matter what, this was a good thing. At least they didn't have to waste time looking for it. But in the next moment, Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed. In the distance, roars and howls sounded again, rising and falling. Then, the void trembled and numerous nether dragons appeared in the distance. There were at least 100 of them. More than 100 nether dragons stepped through the air and charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were like mountains and seas. So many nether dragons, run! Yu Linglong shouted and turned to run. Her reaction was extremely fast. However, Lu Ming's reaction wasn't any slower than hers. He also turned and ran. What a joke. There were too many nether dragons. There were more than 100 of them, and each of them was invulnerable. Their only weakness was their neck. With so many nether dragons charging at them together, no matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would probably be torn apart. Roar! 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 Behind them, the nether dragons roared and chased. The two sides, one running and one chasing, crossed tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Save me! Yu Linglong yelled because there were other figures in front of her. They were the other outer disciples of the Conxian school. This guy is very unkind. This was Lu Ming's evaluation of Yu Linglong. Obviously, Yu Linglong wanted to drag others down to distract the nether dragons. Of course, Lu Ming naturally followed closely behind Yu Linglong. It's the nether dragons. Nether dragons, there are so many of them. Don't come over. When the outer disciples saw the nether dragons, they were overjoyed. However, when they saw more than 100 nether dragons charging at them, their faces turned pale. They screamed and ran. Don't run. Let's work together and fight these nether dragons. Yu Linglong yelled. It'd be strange if we didn't run. Little girl, don't come over. Scram. Those people roared and ran faster than anything else. Let's split up with them and distract the nether dragons. Lu Ming transmitted to Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong nodded and the two flew in another direction. This way, if the nether dragons were attracted by those people, the pressure on them would be much lighter. However, what they didn't expect was that the nether dragons didn't even look at them. The 100 or so nether dragons still chased after Lu Ming. Nether dragons, you can't play like this. Lu Ming was speechless. These nether dragons seemed to be fixated on them. Battle character art, activate. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he constantly activated the battle formula. Not long after, he successfully activated the battle character art to triple his combat strength. After activating the triple combat strength, Lu Ming's speed increased by a notch. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Yu Linglong and rushed forward. This way, they gradually pulled away from the nether dragons. After a while, they finally shook off the nether dragons and found a quiet place to meditate and recover their divine power. After recovering their divine power, the two began to discuss. That's strange. Why are those nether dragons so fixated on us? Yu Linglong was puzzled. Lu Ming shook his head. He had no idea about this as well. Could it be that there's something on us that's attracting the nether dragons? Lu Ming said. What's attracting the nether dragons? Yu Linglong's eyes flashed, but the two couldn't think of anything on them that was attracting the nether dragons. After a while, the two left this area and continued deeper into the nether dragon mystery realm. But what made them speechless was that not long after, they attracted another group of nether dragons. They could only run. After escaping, they didn't dare to be too obvious. They carefully approached the mystery realm from another direction. This time, more than 10 nether dragons attacked them. They weren't afraid of more than 10 nether dragons. After fighting for a while, they killed the nether dragons and obtained their beast cores. In the following time, they wandered around this area. Whenever they encountered a large number of nether dragons, they would turn and run. If there were only a few, they would stop and hunt. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the nether dragon mystery realm for a month and a half. They had only been in here for 3 months. Half of it had already passed. However, they had also gained a lot. Lu Ming already had more than 200 beast cores. If converted to points, that would be more than 20,000 points. He was getting closer and closer to 50,000 points. The nether dragons in this area were attracted by them in batches and slowly killed. Finally, they had killed almost all of them. The two left this area and continued deeper into the nether dragon mystery realm. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. A few hours later, they arrived at a huge canyon. Be careful, there might be nether dragons here. Yu Linglong said softly. The two of them retracted their auras and carefully walked into the canyon. After this period of fighting, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Yu Linglong's combat strength. This girl's combat strength was shockingly strong. Lu Ming judged that she was at least above the crazy Dao. If she was an outer disciple, she would at least be in the top 5 of the empty god list. The two of them walked forward, but they did not encounter a single nether dragon. This canyon was unusually quiet. The two of them were surprised. According to their previous experience, nether dragons usually liked to stay in places like this. Soon, they reached the end of the canyon. In front of the canyon was an endless plain with green grass that was taller than a person. A light breeze blew and a fragrance assailed their nostrils. The two of them arrived at the plain and walked on the grass. Sha sha sha, suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the distance. Look, what's that? Yu Linglong suddenly pointed to the front of the plain. At this moment, Lu Ming also noticed the difference. In that direction, the green grass was like a wave that was undulating and spreading towards them. There's something in the grass. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. There was something walking in the grass, which caused the waves. Moreover, the range was shockingly large. Sha sha sha, the sound became clearer and clearer. The waves were moving at an extremely fast speed towards Lu Ming and Yu Linglong. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could finally see clearly what was in the green grass. It was something that looked like a dragon bone. It was not big, only a meter long and half a meter tall. It was like a small dragon bone. However, on top of the dragon bone, there was a blood-red flower. The most terrifying thing was that on top of the flower, there was a large mouth full of fangs. It was terrifying. Dragon bone flower, a few words popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Their trip to the Nether Dragon's secret realm this time had two main objectives. One was the beast core of the Netherworld dragon, and the other was the dragon bone of the dragon bone flower. Each one was worth 100 points. However, there were simply too many dragon bone flowers. At a glance, the entire grassland was shaking. There were at least a few hundred of them. Whoosh, one of the dragon bone flowers shot toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Let's test its power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He gripped his spear and charged forward, testing out the power of the dragon bone flower. Wung, the long spear trembled as it swept towards the dragon bone flower. However, the dragon bone flower's dragon tail swept out and collided with the long spear. Dong, a violent tremor rang out as the dragon bone flower was sent flying. It smashed into the ground, wiping out a large patch of green grass. However, after shaking the flower, it stood up again, completely unharmed. However, Lu Ming's long spear was vibrating non-stop. What a powerful battle strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The power of this dragon bone flower was actually not any weaker than the Nether Dragon. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, there were at least a few dozen dragon bone flowers that charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Many of the dragon bone flowers' mouths opened and closed, biting toward them. Lu Ming's long spear constantly stabbed out, sending a few dragon bone flowers flying. However, due to a moment of carelessness, the long spear was bitten by a dragon bone flower's teeth. A row of teeth marks immediately appeared on the long spear. What a terrifying bite. This was a low-grade 9th-tier divine artifact, and it actually had teeth marks on it. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted. Together with Yu Linglong, they turned and ran. There were too many dragon bone flowers. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. They were no match for them. Surrounded by so many dragon bone flowers, they would probably die. The two of them frantically retreated back into the valley. However, at this moment, their expressions changed drastically. The reason for that was because at that moment, many figures had appeared in the ravine. Nether dragons, they were all nether dragons. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them, filling the valley. They had been surrounded. This was a trap. The nether dragons and dragon bone flowers had actually cooperated to dig a hole for them to jump into. Roar! 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 The nether dragons roared, their eyes ferocious as they charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Charge out! Lu Ming roared. At the same time, he continuously activated the battle character art. Soon, he successfully tripled his battle strength. Furthermore, his divine artifact had changed to a mid-grade 1st-tier divine artifact battle sword. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he slashed out, slashing the head of a nether dragon. The nether dragon was sent flying by the violent force. It collided with the other nether dragons, causing 7 to 8 of them to fly out. It was clear that Lu Ming's sword was very powerful. At the same time, Yu Linglong also attacked with all her strength. One moment, her whip was like a sword, and the next moment, it was like a spear. However, no matter how strong the two of them were, there were too many nether dragons and dragon bone flowers. Moreover, their defenses were shockingly strong. These nether dragons and dragon bone flowers charged toward the two of them as if they didn't care about their lives. Bang! Yu Linglong was careless and was swept by a dragon bone flower's tail. Her delicate body trembled as a wound appeared on her body, causing her to spit out blood. Careful! Lu Ming came to Yu Linglong's side. A scarlet gold battle armor appeared on his body. It was the divine skill, 9-layered scarlet gold armor. At the same time, Lu Ming's battle sword continuously slashed out. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights shot out. However, the nether dragons and dragon bone flowers charged forward without fear of death, attacking Lu Ming. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, he was still constantly hit. The sharp claws of the nether dragon, the fangs of the dragon bone flower, and the tail of the dragon bone flower constantly bombarded the reddish gold armor on Lu Ming's body. The reddish gold armor vibrated continuously, as if it would collapse at any time. Their situation was precarious. Die. Lu Ming attacked continuously with his sword. A few sword gleams pierced the necks of the nether dragons, killing a few of them. 2 more sword lights stood on the dragonbone flower stem and cut it in half. The dragonbone flower also died on the spot. The stem was the dragonbone flower's weakness. Once the dragonbone flower died, the scarlet-red flower would quickly wither, leaving behind a meter-long dragon bone. However, there were too many nether dragons and dragonbone flowers. They densely surrounded the 2 of them. The 2 of them couldn't charge out at all. Cracks appeared on Lu Ming's scarlet gold battle armor. A terrifying force entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's face paled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The scarlet gold battle armor couldn't hold on any longer. Are we going to die here today? Yu Linglong's face was as white as snow. Impossible. How can I be killed by some mindless monsters? Kill. Lu Ming roared. His face was filled with unyielding determination. He pushed his potential to the limit, and his divine power crazily circulated. Baidu Search Dong 81 Chinese Network. No advertising message. Lu Ming didn't give up. He pushed his potential to the limit and fought against the nether dragons and dragonbone flowers. Suddenly, his body shone with a reddish gold light. It was much brighter than before. The scarlet gold armor that had appeared on his body was originally filled with cracks, but at this moment, those cracks had all disappeared. The scarlet gold armor shone brightly, and it looked even more solid. He had broken through. The 9-layered armor had broken through at the crucial moment. Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9-layered crimson gold armor to the peak of the 1st layer. He had been stuck at the peak of the 1st layer for some time. However, at this moment, after a fight, his potential was stimulated and he finally broke through. After breaking through to the 2nd layer, the armor's defensive power had increased greatly. It had temporarily blocked those attacks. However, Lu Ming wasn't happy at all. Their defense had increased, but they still couldn't break out. Their offensive power hadn't increased. They were still surrounded by the nether dragon and the dragon bone flower and were constantly attacked. Lu Ming tried his best to protect Yu Linglong. However, if this continued, even with the defensive power of the crimson gold armor, it would not be able to hold on for long. It would be broken soon. Linglong. Just then, a loud shout came from the sky. Rays of sword light fell, slashing at the nether dragons and dragon bone flowers beside Lu Ming. These rays of sword light were powerful. They sent many nether dragons and dragon bone flowers flying. Then, a figure rushed in. It was a handsome young man in a snow-white robe. Wu Zifeng, why are you here? Why are you here? Seeing this young man, Yu Linglong was very surprised. I came to find you. I heard that you might have entered the nether dragon mystery domain, so I came to find you. My efforts didn't let me down. I finally found you. The young man rushed to Yu Linglong's side. Why are you so stupid? You rushed in to die. Be careful. Yu Linglong exclaimed. Nether dragons and dragonbone flowers were constantly attacking them. Wu Zifeng waved his sword to meet the attack. Sword light burst forth, sending a few nether dragons and dragonbone flowers flying. Such strong combat power. That's divine power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Wu Zifeng actually controlled Saint-grade divine power, and the power of his divine skills was also very shocking. He was only a level 9 empty god, but his combat power was far stronger than Crazy Dao. However, Wu Zifeng's name wasn't on the empty god list. The weakness of the nether dragon's neck and the dragonbone flower stalk, Lu Ming reminded them. Wu Zifeng glanced at Lu Ming and dragonbone flowers. Instantly, a few nether dragons and dragonbone flowers and dragonbone flowers and dragonbone flowers as. With the addition of Wu Zifeng, the pressure on them decreased slightly. However, it was still very difficult for them to charge out. Roar. Roar. On the other side of the valley, the roars continued, making their faces turn ugly. Even more nether dragons were charging over. On the other side of the grassland, rustling sounds could be heard. More dragonbone flowers had arrived. What's going on? Why are there more and more nether dragons and dragon bone flowers? Their attacks are crazy, as if they don't care about their lives. When I first came in, I wasn't that crazy. Wu Zifeng exclaimed. It was easier for him to kill his way in. But now, it was much harder for him to kill his way out because the nether dragons and dragon bone flowers were crazy and wanted to keep him here. Looking from afar, the three of them were surrounded by the nether dragons and dragon bone flowers. There was no way out. Pung! Pung! Lu Ming was hit continuously. The crimson gold armor vibrated continuously and cracks appeared on it once again. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Pung! A nether dragon's sharp claw pierced through Lu Ming's defense and scratched Lu Ming's body. It tore off a piece of flesh from Lu Ming's body. Die! Lu Ming's eyes were red as he stabbed his sword into the nether dragon's neck. Blood sprayed out and mixed with Lu Ming's blood. But at this moment, something strange happened. Runes that looked like small snakes appeared on Lu Ming's body. They intertwined and covered Lu Ming's body. Nether Dragon Blood Curse. This was the Nether Dragon Blood Curse that the Kongxian School Sect Master had placed on Lu Ming's body. Whoosh! The moment the Nether Dragon Blood Curse appeared, the Nether Dragon's blood was completely absorbed by the Nether Dragon Blood Curse. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a violent energy erupt from his body. At the same time, a violent evil intent filled Lu Ming's heart. Kill! Lu Ming roared and slashed out. Poof! This slash split the Nether Dragon's head in half. The Nether Dragon's defense was shocking, but at this moment, it couldn't block Lu Ming's slash. The Nether Dragon's blood was completely absorbed by the Nether Dragon Blood Curse, and Lu Ming's energy became even stronger. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were red, and his killing intent soared. His battle sword continuously slashed out, killing several nether dragons in succession. What's going on? On the side, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were dumbfounded. How did Lu Ming's battle power suddenly increase? He became invincible. Roar! 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 The nether dragon and dragon bone flower roared like thunder, becoming even more violent. Pairs of red eyes stared greedily at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Then, they crazily charged at Lu Ming, completely ignoring Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong. I understand now. These nether dragons and dragon bone flowers are crazily attacking us because of the curse on his body. Yu Linglong suddenly shouted. Indeed, what a strange curse. Just what kind of curse is this? It looks incomparably evil. Wu Zifeng also frowned. No, he's about to be drowned. Let's go save him. Yu Linglong shouted, wanting to save Lu Ming. Don't come over. You guys go, charge out first. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice rang out. Now, Lu Ming also understood what was going on. These nether dragons and dragon bone flowers were all attacking them because of Lu Ming. More accurately, it was because of the nether dragon blood curse. It could be said that they were completely attracted by the nether dragon blood curse. It was no wonder they didn't even need to look for nether dragons on their way here. There were so many nether dragons coming for them. Nether dragon blood curse, nether dragon secret realm, nether dragon beasts, dragon bone flowers, there was definitely a connection between all of these. No, we came together. If we have to leave, we have to leave together. Yu Linglong shouted. If you stay here, you'll only be a hindrance. You guys go first. I have a way to charge out. Lu Ming roared and slashed his sword, killing a nether dragon. Once the nether dragon died, the nether dragon blood curse absorbed its blood, causing Lu Ming's energy to become even more berserk. But Lu Ming had a faint feeling that this wasn't a good thing. After absorbing the nether dragon's blood, the nether dragon blood curse would most likely become even stronger. If he wanted to break free from it, it would become even more difficult. Baidu Search Translator, Zefizi Editor, Zefizo. No advertisement. However, they couldn't care about that now. They had to get out first. Linglong, he's right. Let's get out first. He might be able to escape, Wu Zifeng said to Yu Linglong. Let's go. Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming, you have to get out. Yu Linglong gritted her teeth and rushed in another direction with Wu Zifeng. As expected, the nether dragon and dragon bone flower didn't care about them. They easily got out of the canyon and arrived at a mountain peak outside. They looked from afar and waited for Lu Ming. They waited for more than 10 minutes. Why isn't he out yet? Yu Linglong was anxious. He's out. Suddenly, Wu Zifeng's eyes flashed. In the canyon, a figure was rushing over. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was covered in blood. His entire body was covered in the nether dragon blood curse. As soon as he got out of the canyon, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the distance. Roar! Roar! Behind him, the nether dragon and dragon bone flower chased after him like a tide. However, they were slower than Lu Ming. Let's follow him. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng followed from another direction. The nether dragon and dragon bone flower weren't as fast as Lu Ming and soon lost him. They slowly stopped and retreated. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng flew. After a while, they finally found Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was lying in a small stream, unconscious. On his body, the nether dragon blood curse was like small snakes swimming around. Slowly, it disappeared. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng brought Lu Ming to a cave and waited patiently. This is a disciple of your Xianxia school? His strength is really shocking. Wu Zifeng sized up Lu Ming and said. It is indeed shocking. Moreover, he just joined not long ago. Yu Linglong said. Just joined not long ago? Wu Zifeng's eyes widened in surprise. The two chatted as they waited. A few hours later, Lu Ming finally woke up. Pain. When Lu Ming woke up, his first feeling was intense pain all over his body. Lu Ming got up, took out a few healing elixirs and swallowed them. He began to refine the medicinal effects to recover. A few days later, Lu Ming finally adjusted his condition to peak condition. The injuries on his body had also fully recovered. Lu, are you all right? Yu Linglong. I'm fine now. Thank you for your help. Lu Ming smiled. He had fainted outside previously. If Yu Linglong and the rest were not around, it would have been very dangerous. He might have died under the fangs of the nether dragon. I should be the one thanking you. Yu Linglong hurriedly said. That's right. We should be thanking you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement of the nether dragon and the dragon bone flower. Wu Zifeng also hurriedly stepped forward and held Yu Linglong's hand. He looked at Lu Ming warily. Yu Linglong blushed slightly and said, Lu Ming, let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Wu Zifeng. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So Wu Zifeng was Yu Linglong's fiancé. No wonder he risked his life to save her, and no wonder he was wary of him. However, Wu Zifeng's character should be considered pretty good. If other people saw their fiancé together with other people, they would probably reveal killing intent. Moreover, he could see that Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong's relationship was not bad. Of course, he would not be narcissistic enough to think that Yu Linglong had approached him because she was interested in him. It was more likely out of curiosity. Brother Wu, you're too polite. I'm only letting you go because I'm competent. Lu Ming smiled. By the way, Brother Lu, what's with the curse on your body? Wu Zifeng changed the topic. Lu Ming knew that Wu Zifeng was asking about the nether dragon blood curse. However, the nether dragon blood curse was created by the Xianxia school's sect master. Lu Ming naturally could not reveal it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I accidentally found it when I was exploring an ancient ruin. There was nothing strange about it, but I don't know why it acted up today. Lu Ming casually lied. I see. Brother Lu, I feel that this curse is extremely evil. It's bad for you after a long time. You should think of a way to get rid of it. Wu Zifeng suggested. His expression was sincere, and it did not seem like he was putting on an act. Thank you, Brother Wu, for your reminder. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I feel that those nether dragons and dragon bone flowers are here for your curse. We should be careful in the future to avoid being surrounded. Yu Linglong said. It's a pity that we're still too weak. Otherwise, we could kill a large number of nether dragons and obtain points. Lu Ming said. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. My cultivation has already reached the peak of the empty god realm. I didn't break through because I wanted to enter the Nether Dragon's secret territory. However, I can break through after entering this place. I can break through to the true god realm now. Once I reach the true god realm, it will be much easier to kill Nether Dragons. That's right. I can break through to the true god realm too. Wu Zifeng nodded. Alright, then we'll cultivate here for a while. After we break through, we'll go hunt Nether Dragons. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. Alright, we'll work together. We'll split the beast cores and dragon bones equally. Yu Linglong said. The three of them discussed and started to cultivate. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng started to break through to the true god realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming began to cultivate in another direction. His cultivation had just broken through to level 5 empty god realm. It was basically impossible for him to break through in a short period of time. The only way he could increase his strength was through the divine skills and the battle word formula. Lu Ming realized that after the previous battle, not only had he broken through to the 9th layer crimson gold armor, but he had also made great progress in the 3 strikes of extinction and the battle word formula. Lu Ming felt that the battle word formula needed to be activated about 8 times to triple his combat strength. The success rate had increased to 1 in 8. The 3 strikes of extinction was not far from breaking through to the 2nd layer. It seemed like it could break through at any time. Lu Ming immediately focused on the 3 strikes of extinction. Indeed, half a month later, the 3 strikes of extinction successfully broke through and reached the 2nd layer. The 3 strikes of extinction had reached the 2nd layer, and its attack power had undoubtedly increased by a large margin. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, coupled with the 2nd layer of the 3 strikes of extinction, the 9th layer crimson gold armor, and the tripling of his combat strength, Lu Ming's strength would reach a shocking level. If he met Mad Dao again, he would be able to crush his opponent in one move if he went all out. At that moment, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's auras were getting stronger and stronger. Time flew by and another half a month passed. Boom! Boom! Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's auras exploded at the same time. The two of them broke through to the true god realm at almost the same time. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. After a month of cultivation, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng had finally broken through the bottleneck and reached the true god realm. They took out large amounts of god crystals and started to absorb them. Piles of divine crystals turned into tangible divine qi that was absorbed by the two of them. Not long after, their aura stabilized and they hid themselves. The two had completely stabilized at the first level of the true god realm. I've finally reached the true god realm. Yu Linglong smiled and waved her fist. Let's go kill the Nether Dragons. Lu Ming, you're in charge of being the bait. Yu Linglong was confident. Before she and Wu Zifeng had broken through, their battle power was already very shocking. Now that they had reached the first level of the true god realm, their battle power had increased greatly. Naturally, they were full of confidence. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. How did he become the bait? There was no time to lose. There was less than half a month until the 3-month deadline. The three of them left and charged toward the canyon. But when they reached the canyon, they didn't see a single Nether Dragon. It's that move again. There are many Nether Dragons lying in ambush. Yu Linglong spread out her spiritual sense and found many Nether Dragons. Now that her cultivation had broken through, her spiritual sense was more sensitive and could cover a wider area. That was why she could find those Nether Dragons. Clearly, the Nether Dragons wanted to use the same trick again. They would wait for them to enter the canyon and surround them with the dragonbone flowers. However, Lu Ming and the others were bold and had no fear. They might as well beat them at their own game. The three of them pretended that they hadn't found the Nether Dragons and entered the canyon. After passing through the canyon, they returned to the grassland. The grassland had been a mess after the battle, but in just a month, lush green grass had grown again. Sha sha sha, in the distance, rustling sounds came. They're here. Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. In the distance, ripples appeared in the sea of green grass. Then, hundreds of dragonbone flowers appeared. Shwa. Shwa. Shua, some of the dragonbone flowers shot out like bolts of lightning and charged toward Lu Ming's group, attacking fiercely. Kill. Yu Linglong had just made a breakthrough in her cultivation. She was eager to give it a try and rushed over. This time, she did not use a whip. Instead, she took out a battle sword, which was a middle-grade divine artifact. Whoosh, the sword radiance flashed like a fairy flying from the heavens. Then, the two dragon bone flowers were cut in half by Yu Linglong. They died on the spot and lost all signs of life. As for the dragon bones, Yu Linglong put them away with a wave of her hand. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng also moved, rushing towards the dragon bone flower. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming activated the battle formula with all his might. First, he activated double combat strength. Puff, Lu Ming swung his sword and sent a dragon bone flower flying. Then, he swung his sword again and cut off the stem of another dragon bone flower. As soon as the three of them attacked, they killed more than 10 dragon bone flowers in a row. It was as if they had angered the remaining dragon bone flowers. The remaining dragon bone flowers let out ear-piercing screams and rushed toward Lu Ming's group. At this moment, Lu Ming had successfully activated triple combat strength. First move of the 3 annihilating strikes, sky-piercing. Lu Ming used his battle sword to perform the first move of the 3 annihilating strikes. A sword radiance that was hundreds of miles long flashed past. Puff. Puff. Puff, more than 30 dragon bone flowers were cut in half by Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had activated triple combat strength and reached the second move of the 3 annihilating strikes. This move was Lu Ming's strongest move. Its power was shocking. In one move, he had killed more than 30 dragon bone flowers. However, the amount of divine power consumed was also shocking. With my divine power, I can unleash the 3 annihilating strikes in a few moves. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. His weakness was that his cultivation rank was not high enough and his divine power was not strong enough. Although he had cultivated other king-grade divine powers and his divine power was much stronger than other cultivators of the same cultivation rank, he was only a rank 5 empty God realm martial artist. Although the 3 annihilating strikes were powerful, he could not use them to his heart's content. Similarly, he could not use the 9 stacks of golden armor to his heart's content. After the stems of the dragon bone flowers were cut off, the dragon bone flowers fell to the ground. Lu Ming used his divine power to collect them. What shocking power! Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong were shocked by Lu Ming's move. Wu Zifeng was knowledgeable and had seen many powerful geniuses. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as powerful as Lu Ming. They gathered their thoughts and focused on killing the dragon bone flowers. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, it was much easier for them to hunt down the dragon bone flowers now. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. Compared to a month ago, it was a world of difference. Soon, more than 150 dragon bone flowers were killed by them. Roar! Roar! At that moment, a roar came from afar. The nether dragon had appeared. The space shook as the nether dragon charged towards them. Let's do it! The 3 of them worked even harder to kill the dragon bone flowers. They used all their techniques to kill more dragon bone flowers before the nether dragon arrived. Whoosh, Lu Ming once again used the first move of the 3 annihilating strikes, sky slicing. In one move, more than 30 dragon bone flowers were killed. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also used their ultimate moves. Their fighting strength was shocking. A large number of dragon bone flowers died at their hands. There were originally 300 dragon bone flowers. Before the nether dragon arrived, there were less than 100 dragon bone flowers left. Roar! Roar! A large group of nether dragons, at least 300 of them, charged towards Lu Ming's group. There were even more behind them. Lu Ming's group moved and charged towards the nether dragons. They began a fierce battle. Nether dragons died at their hands one after another. Although the nether dragons and dragon bone flowers were strong, they had weaknesses. Now that their strength had increased, it was not too difficult to kill them. This battle lasted for half an hour. A few hundred nether dragons and a few hundred dragon bone flowers had been killed by the 3 of them. Only a few dozen nether dragons were still attacking them. Lu Ming, catch! At this moment, Yu Linglong waved her hand, and a divine pill flew towards Lu Ming. Spirit-strengthening pill. Lu Ming saw it and knew that it was a spirit-strengthening pill. However, the medicinal fragrance was thick, and the medicinal effect was many times better than the ones Lu Ming had obtained before. This was a supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pill. The market price was shockingly high. Refining a spirit-strengthening pill could allow one to quickly recover divine power. Lu Ming swallowed it, and the spirit-strengthening pill immediately turned into medicinal energy. It flowed through Lu Ming's body and was quickly absorbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's divine power, which had almost dried up, quickly recovered. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng both consumed supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pills to recover their divine power. There were only a few dozen nether dragons and a few dragon bone flowers left. They did not need to use their ultimate moves. They slowly fought while recovering their divine power. The supreme-grade spirit-strengthening pill was extraordinary. Soon, the 4 divine fires in Lu Ming's dantian burned once more. His divine power had recovered by 80%. After recovering a large portion of their divine power, they were invigorated. Their attacks became fierce, and the remaining nether dragons and dragon bone flowers were quickly killed by them. Baidu search Xing81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. After killing all the nether dragons and dragon bone flowers, Lu Ming's group of 3 smiled. This was a huge harvest. There were more than 700 nether dragons and dragon bone flowers. If the 3 of them split it evenly, each person would get more than 200. That was more than 20,000 points. Lu Ming wasn't far from 50,000 points. However, they still had one more thing to do. That was to dig out the nether dragon's beast cores. They could just take the dragon bone flower's bones, but they had to dig out the nether dragon's beast cores themselves. Let's get to work. Yu Linglong's eyes narrowed as she smiled. She picked up her treasured sword and started digging. The 3 of them worked together and collected the beast cores one by one. However, at this moment, a beam of light dashed toward Lu Ming at a terrifying speed. Roar! A roar shook the entire valley. The force was like a storm, and like an incomparably sharp blade, it slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, watch out! Watch out! On the side, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng cried out. But it was too late for them to help. Danger, danger! At this moment, Lu Ming's entire body tensed up. His hair stood on end as he felt an extremely dangerous aura. Without any time to think, he instinctively used the 9-layered scarlet gold armor. A scarlet gold armor covered Lu Ming's entire body. Boom! A huge claw covered in scales viciously clawed at the 9-layered scarlet gold armor. A huge explosion rang out, and the scarlet gold armor shook violently. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface. Lu Ming's body flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a wall of the valley. A huge crater appeared on the wall. Pfft! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. At the same time, he finally saw what had attacked him. Nether dragon, another nether dragon. Furthermore, this nether dragon was twice as large as the other nether dragons. Its eyes were blood red and its aura was frighteningly cold as it stared fixedly at Lu Ming. At this moment, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng finally reacted. In a flash, they stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, are you all right? Yu Linglong asked. It's fine. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and flew out of the pit to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Luckily, he had activated the 9 stacks of crimson gold armor in time. Luckily, his 9 stacks of crimson gold armor had broken through to the 2nd tier. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block the nether dragon's attack. That nether dragon's attack was shockingly powerful. It was at least 5 times stronger than the nether dragons he had encountered before. It's the Dark Dragon Beast King. Wu Zifeng frowned. The Dark Dragon Beast King. Lu Ming and Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. The Dark Dragon Beast King's beast core would definitely be worth a lot of points. The Dark Dragon Beast King's body emitted a faint glow. It kept growling, its eyes cold. Boom! Suddenly, the Dark Dragon Beast King's 4 limbs kicked up a gust of wind as it charged towards Lu Ming's group. Watch. How I kill you. Yu Linglong was the first to attack. Her body flashed and she dashed forward, stabbing her sword towards the Dark Dragon Beast King's neck. However, the Dark Dragon Beast King's body was extremely agile. It twisted slightly and dodged the attack. Yu Linglong's sword stabbed into the Dark Dragon Beast King's scales. Sparks flew everywhere, but it did not break through the Dark Dragon Beast King's defense. Whoosh! Next, the Dark Dragon Beast King reached out with its sharp claws towards Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong's expression changed slightly. She quickly pulled back her sword to block. The two exchanged a blow, and Yu Linglong's figure floated back. The Dark Dragon Beast King roared, wanting to chase after Yu Linglong. However, Wu Zifeng had already arrived. The long sword in his hand released rays of sword light as he stabbed towards the Dark Dragon Beast King. However, the Dark Dragon Beast King's sharp claws continuously slashed out, blocking all of Wu Zifeng's sword light. The two clashed a dozen times and both retreated. What power! Wu Zifeng was shocked. This Dark Dragon Beast King's cultivation should be at the first level of the true God realm, but its power wasn't any weaker than his. One had to know that Wu Zifeng was a peerless genius. His divine power was at the holy grade, and his battle power far surpassed those of the same level. However, this Dark Dragon Beast King was able to clash head-on with him. Whoosh! On the other side, Lu Ming had also arrived. At this moment, he had activated the battle character art to triple his battle power, bringing his strength to the peak. First move of the 3 Armageddon strikes, sky-shattering. Lu Ming directly used his most powerful move. The sword gleam surged, as if it was breaking through the void, piercing toward the neck of the Nether Dragon. Roar! The Dark Dragon Beast King roared and suddenly turned its head, avoiding the attack and using its head to take Lu Ming's attack. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out. Lu Ming was pushed back by a wave of power, but the Dark Dragon Beast King's body was also pushed back. A shallow crack appeared between its eyebrows, but it wasn't cut open. Its defense was too shocking. Lu Ming's all-out attack couldn't break through the Dark Dragon Beast King's defense. The Dark Dragon Beast King's defense is too strong. With our attack power, we can't break it. We can only kill it by attacking its vitals. Let's work together to restrain it, then take the opportunity to attack its vitals. Wu Zifeng transmitted to Lu Ming and Yu Linglong. Lu Ming and Yu Linglong nodded. The three of them formed a triangle, surrounding the Dark Dragon Beast King. The Dark Dragon Beast King wasn't afraid at all. Its eyes became even more ferocious. With a roar, it pounced towards Lu Ming. The Dark Dragon Beast King was still staring at Lu Ming. Clearly, it was because of the Dark Dragon blood curse. Kill! Lu Ming roared. Without any fear, he charged towards the Dark Dragon Beast King. At the same time, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also attacked. They used their divine skills, attacking the Dark Dragon Beast King. The two sides engaged in a chaotic battle. In terms of attack power, Lu Ming's group could completely suppress the Dark Dragon Beast King. However, the Dark Dragon Beast King's defense was too shocking. As long as it avoided the vitals on its neck, Lu Ming and the others could attack the rest of its body. Then, it would take the opportunity to counterattack. Thus, the two sides were tied. After a few dozen moves, there was no clear winner. Lu Ming, Zifeng, I'll use my full power to restrain it. You two take the opportunity to attack its vitals. Yu Linglong transmitted to Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng. Then, she waved her hand and put away her battle sword, replacing it with two soft whips. Dragnet! Yu Linglong cried. Her hands formed a divine art. The two whips danced like two snakes, intertwining to form a huge net that enveloped the Dark Dragon Beast King. In an instant, the Dark Dragon Beast King was covered. Roar! The Dark Dragon Beast King let out an earth-shattering roar. It struggled violently, waving its sharp claws, causing the net to twist and shake. Attack! Yu Linglong cried. Heavenly Star Strike! Sky Piercer! Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng used their strongest attacks at the same time, stabbing towards the Dark Dragon Beast King's vitals. End of chapter. Two beams of dazzling sword light pierced towards the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Their power was terrifying. However, Wu Zifeng's sword light was even stronger. After all, Wu Zifeng was a peerless genius. He had divine-grade divine power and his cultivation had reached the first rank of true god. Lu Ming had sovereign divine power and had also cultivated the universe myriad Dao art. He had cultivated the other three types of king-grade divine powers and his divine power was extremely strong. However, he was only at the fifth rank of the empty god realm. Even with all these advantages, he couldn't make up for the huge difference in cultivation level. Thus, the Nether Dragon Beast King was even more wary of Wu Zifeng's attack. It tried its best to twist its head to avoid being hit. Then, it swung out a sharp claw towards Wu Zifeng's sword. However, this way, its weakness would be exposed to Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he became one with his sword. The sword light pierced towards the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Success! At that moment, Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's eyes lit up. Something's not right. However, Lu Ming felt that something was amiss. When his sword pierced the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck, it didn't pierce through as he had expected. Instead, it was blocked. Lu Ming felt as though he had stabbed into an iron wall. Ding! A clear and crisp sound could be heard. Thereafter, a terrifying force erupted from the neck of the Nether Dragon Beast King. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he flew out directly. He flew for hundreds of miles before he came to a stop. He felt his vital energy and blood surging all over his body, as if his body was about to crack open. How can this be? Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck a weak point? However, his sword couldn't pierce through the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Not only that, a terrifying force exploded out. This force was stronger than the Nether Dragon Beast King's own strength. Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the Nether Dragon Beast King didn't have any weak points? Then how could they fight? Roar! 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 The Nether Dragon Beast King was enraged by Lu Ming's attack. It kept roaring and the light on its body became even brighter. Roar! The Nether Dragon Beast King roared as it opened its mouth and shot out a light beam. Yu Linglong's heaven and earth net was shattered by this power. Yu Linglong's body trembled and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She quickly retreated, her face pale. Roar! The Nether Dragon Beast King continued to roar. Another beam of light shot towards Yu Linglong. Watch out! Wu Zifeng arrived at Yu Linglong's side in a timely manner. He brought Yu Linglong with him and dodged the light beam. Boom! The beam of light struck the walls of the canyon, causing them to explode. A huge hole appeared in the wall, and the rocks in the hole were reduced to dust. Terrifying! What terrifying power! Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's expressions changed. The Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King was too powerful. It wasn't something they could block. The Nether Dragon Beast King had such a killing move. Roar! 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 The Nether Dragon Beast King continued to roar as it shot out light beams at Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng. The three of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They could only use their movement techniques to dodge. Huge craters had been blasted out of the canyon and the land. It was a complete mess. The Nether Dragon Beast King was invincible. Its body was invulnerable, and its attack power was shocking. Not to mention them, even a fourth-stage true god wouldn't be able to do anything to the Nether Dragon Beast King. This kind of attack consumes a lot of energy. We just have to dodge for a while. Once its energy runs out, it'll be dead. Yu Linglong transmitted. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng nodded. They naturally understood this logic. They guessed that the Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King would definitely not be able to last long. The three of them did their best to dodge. Once its energy ran out, wouldn't they be at their mercy? 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the other two's expressions were extremely ugly. The Nether Dragon Beast King had been attacking like this for 10 minutes. It had shot out at least 1,000 light beams, but it didn't show any signs of stopping. It also didn't show any signs of exhaustion. How was this possible? The three of them were dumbfounded. This defied common sense. The Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King's Nether Dragon Beast King seemed endless. This monster, let's retreat. Yu Linglong already wanted to retreat. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng were also helpless. They weren't willing. There were still many nether dragon beast cores that hadn't been taken out yet. If they left now, it would be a huge loss. However, in the face of such a monster, they could only retreat. The three of them gathered and flew in the same direction. However, the nether dragon beast king had no intention of letting them go. It roared and chased after them. Its mouth was like a machine gun, shooting out a beam of light. The three of them hastily dodged. Like this, the nether dragon beast king caught up. The three of them had ugly expressions. They wanted to leave, but they couldn't. What to do? The three of them quickly thought of a countermeasure. Oh, just at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Because at this moment, he felt that the battle character in his sea of consciousness was faintly glowing. There was a mysterious aura coming from it. And at this moment, Lu Ming felt a chill in his eyes. That was because a wave of energy from the battle character had entered Lu Ming's eyes. When this wave of energy entered Lu Ming's eyes, Lu Ming immediately realized that there was something strange about the nether dragon beast king's body. On the nether dragon beast king's neck, there was a bright ball of light that seemed to contain a terrifying amount of energy. And the reason why the nether dragon beast king could keep shooting out beams of light was because of this ball of light. Previously, Lu Ming couldn't see it at all. It was only after the battle character's energy entered his eyes that he could see it. In the next moment, Lu Ming's jaw dropped in shock. He could see that ball of light clearly. The source of the ball of light was actually a word. It looked like the word for quantity. The word for quantity of energy. Looking at the font, it was extremely similar to Lu Ming's battle character. No way. Could this quantity and battle have the same origin? That's why the battle character in my sea of consciousness reacted. Lu Ming thought as he dodged the nether dragon beast king's attacks. At this moment, the battle character in his sea of consciousness became brighter and brighter. In the end, it started to sparkle. At the same time, Lu Ming's sharp senses caught that the quantity character on the nether dragon beast king's neck vibrated. It seemed to have sensed the battle character in Lu Ming's body. Only Lu Ming could sense all of this. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng couldn't see or sense it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Baidu search Tian 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Lu Ming finally understood why this nether dragon beast king was so powerful and had seemingly endless energy. It was all because of the word quantity. It was also because of this that the nether dragon beast king's neck, which was supposed to be its weak point, was no longer a weak point. It could even explode with shocking power. I can take down this word. At this moment, this thought suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. There was no reason for this. However, this thought was very strong. Lu Ming had a strong feeling that as long as he could get close to it and borrow the aura of the word battle, he would be able to remove the word quantity. Let's take a gamble. Lu Ming made his decision. Miss Linglong, Brother Wu, can you guys help me stall this nether dragon beast king? I have a way to break its defense. Lu Ming transmitted to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. You have a way? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were both surprised. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. Okay, then we'll help you stall it. Let's take a gamble. Wu Zifeng was very decisive and nodded. Let's go. Yu Linglong charged towards the nether dragon beast king. Her figure flashed rapidly, and her figure filled the sky. She successfully dodged the nether dragon beast king's attack. Wu Zifeng also used his movement technique and rushed over. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's attacks successfully attracted the nether dragon beast king's attention. It attacked even more of its attacks towards Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Lu Ming also took the chance to charge towards the nether dragon beast king. Bright Moon Heart. After getting close to the nether dragon beast king, Yu Linglong cried out. She went all out and used a terrifying secret technique. Originally, with her cultivation, she couldn't use this secret technique. If she used it, she would be injured. But now, she could only take a gamble. A full moon suddenly appeared and pressed down on the nether dragon beast king. 9 heavenly mountains. Wu Zifeng also used a secret technique. His body seemed to become as heavy as a mountain. Divine power gushed out, transforming into a mountain that pressed down on divine King Yulong. The two of them used a secret art at the same time, causing the Nether Dragon Beast King's body to stiffen and stop in midair. Lu Ming, attack! Yu Linglong shouted. The Nether Dragon Beast King continued to explode with terrifying energy. It charged in all directions, wanting to break through Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's secret technique. Their secret techniques began to vibrate vigorously. Given their cultivation, they would not be able to hold on for too long. Whoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming was close to the Nether Dragon King. However, Lu Ming put away his sword and reached out with his hand to grab the Nether Dragon King's neck. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were flabbergasted. Before, Lu Ming's full-force attack with his sword had not been able to break through the Nether Dragon Beast King's defense. Now, he was going to grab it with his bare hands. How was that possible? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were confused, but they could only choose to believe in Lu Ming at this moment. Battle word, it's up to you. Lu Ming said in his heart. As Lu Ming's hand approached, the battle word in his sea of consciousness shone brightly. Energy poured into Lu Ming's hand. PFF, Lu Ming's hand pierced into the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Success, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Roar! At this moment, the Nether Dragon Beast King let out an earth-shattering roar. It struggled wildly, and then a terrifying energy erupted from its body. This energy was like a shockwave that could destroy everything. Bam! Bam! Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's secret techniques directly collapsed. Their bodies violently shook as they were struck by this terrifying power. Their bodies were like cannonballs as they were sent flying. They crashed onto the ground and slid for a long distance. They constantly coughed up blood as cracks appeared on their bodies. The two were heavily injured at the same time, and their auras withered. Grab it! The moment the Nether Dragon Beast King released the shockwave, Lu Ming roared and grabbed the quantity word on the Nether Dragon Beast King's neck. Afterward, Lu Ming was also hit by the shockwave and his body was thrown backward. Even though Lu Ming had activated the 9-layered crimson gold armor, the armor still shattered in an instant. Lu Ming's body heavily smashed into the canyon wall. He was heavily injured. Roar! 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 The Nether Dragon Beast King stood in the air, constantly roaring. Its aura was insane. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's faces were pale. At this moment, they no longer had the strength to fight back. If the Nether Dragon Beast King continued to attack, they would most likely die here. But fortunately, after the Nether Dragon Beast King roared a few more times, its aura rapidly withered. Then its huge body fell to the ground, shattering a huge rock with a boom. Dead, the Nether Dragon Beast King was dead. There wasn't any aura left. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng both let out a sigh of relief. Success. They knew that they had succeeded. They had finally killed the Nether Dragon Beast King. Linglong, are you alright? Wu Zifeng staggered to Yu Linglong's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Let's hurry and heal. Yu Linglong said. She took out a healing pill, swallowed it, and began to heal her injuries. The Nether Dragon Beast King seemed to be dead, but this place wasn't safe. At this moment, they were both heavily injured. If others or other nether dragons or dragon bone flowers came, they would be in danger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already forgotten to heal. He was inspecting his sea of knowledge. After Lu Ming caught hold of the word quantity, it integrated into his palm. It then ran to the side of the word battle, flashing and emitting a dazzling radiance. The aura is the same. It's practically the same as the battle character. They're definitely of the same origin. Various thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Kid, why are you looking at me so closely? What do you want? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Lu Ming's mind. Who? Who's talking? Lu Ming was startled. He hastily looked around, but he didn't see anyone. It's me talking. Who else is talking? Weren't you looking at me the whole time? That voice rang out again. This time, Lu Ming finally found where the voice came from. It was the quantity character. Oh my, the character has gained sentience. Lu Ming shouted. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng both looked over, confused. A character could actually speak. At this moment, Lu Ming was confused. What sentience? Bullshit. I'm one of the origin ancient characters. I'm born with intelligence. Isn't it normal that I can speak? That voice rang out again. Lu Ming was 100% sure that it came from the quantity character. It really is an origin ancient character. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had once heard White Fan mention that the battle character was also one of the origin ancient characters. And the quantity character in front of him was also one of the origin ancient characters. Lu Ming's heart thumped. He had experienced the mysteries of the battle character. It was truly mysterious. End of chapter. Comprehending the battle character technique could strengthen his attacks and battle awareness. No matter what godly technique it was, its power would increase by a notch under the battle character technique's buff. In addition, as he continued to comprehend the battle character formula, he would be able to double, triple, or even quadruple, or even 5 times his combat strength, or even higher. Mysterious and unfathomable, the quantity character was also one of the origin ancient characters. How mysterious could it be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Kid, consider yourself lucky. I've stayed on that nether dragon for countless years. That beast doesn't have the slightest bit of intelligence. How could it be worthy of me? It has no future. Previously, I coincidentally bumped into you guys. Furthermore, I saw that you were in control of war, so I simply left the nether dragon and ran over to you. Otherwise, how could you have easily killed that nether dragon? The quantity character technique continued. Lu Ming secretly rejoiced. It turned out that the quantity character technique looked down on the nether dragon king. Because Lu Ming had mastered the battle character technique, the quantity character technique had left the nether dragon king. Otherwise, they would really be in danger. Right, since you have intelligence and can speak, why can't the battle character technique speak? Lu Ming asked curiously. Who said he doesn't know how to communicate? He's just being coquettish and pretending to be deep. The quantity character technique said disdainfully. You talk too much. Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded. It was clearly the voice of the battle character manual. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The battle word sutra really had spirituality and could speak. However, Lu Ming had never heard of the battle word sutra speaking even though he had obtained it for so many years. In the past, he had thought that the battle character technique was just an ancient character and couldn't possibly have intelligence. Now, he realized that he was completely wrong. Hey, what did you say? You dare say that I'm talking nonsense? Say it again if you dare. The quantity character technique roared, his voice sharp. Luckily, this voice only sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Those outside couldn't hear it. Nonsense. The battle formula's deep voice sounded again. You're pissing me off. I can't be bothered with you. The measuring character formula seemed to be very angry. The characters were trembling, which was very human-like. Lu Ming found it rather interesting. Oh right, the battle character formula can increase one's combat strength. What's so special about your quantity character? Lu Ming finally couldn't help but ask what was on his mind. I'm very useful. Brat, let me tell you something. Each of the origin ancient characters have their own mysteries. Since I'm the character for quantity, I'm naturally related to energy. The quantifying formula said. Something to do with energy? Lu Ming was surprised. That's right. That nether dragon from before was constantly attacking. Did you feel that its energy was endless? The quantifying formula said. That's right. Is it because of you? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. Of course it's because of me. My first effect is that you can store the energy you cultivate in my body. When you need it, you can directly borrow this energy. I'll store as much as you can. The quantifying formula said. I can actually do that? Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up and his heart pounded. He now had a weakness, which was that his cultivation was too weak and his divine power wasn't strong enough. When he used divine techniques, he had to be careful and not use them carelessly. Otherwise, his divine power would be easily exhausted. But with the quantifying formula, as long as he stored more divine power in the quantifying formula, he wouldn't be afraid of exhausting his divine power in a battle. If that was the case, his strength would increase by another level. That was because he would be able to unleash his ultimate move at all times. He finally knew why the Nether Dragon King's energy light beam could be shot out continuously. It was because it usually stored a large amount of energy. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Brat, do you think this is all I have? You're wrong. The quantifying formula's slightly proud voice sounded again. What other mysteries do you have? Lu Ming's heart pounded wildly. Let me tell you, I can absorb many different kinds of energy. When all kinds of energy are absorbed into my body, I can transform them into your divine power and directly improve your cultivation. The quantifying formula said again. What? This time, Lu Ming almost shouted in shock. The quantifying formula could absorb different kinds of energy and then transform them into the divine power he needed, directly improving his cultivation. This function was simply heaven-defying. How is it? Isn't my function very heaven-defying? Your battle formula is much better, right? The quantifying formula chuckled proudly. This, Lu Ming didn't know how to answer. Although the quantifying formula was heaven-defying, when the battle formula was cultivated to a high level, one's combat strength could continuously double, which was also extremely heaven-defying. The two were not easy to compare as they each had their own strengths. Brat, you're in luck. I'll stay with you for the time being. In the future, follow me and I'll make sure you live a good life and become an expert in the universe. The quantifying formula chuckled. You seem to have followed a lot of people in the past, but they're all dead. So, it's better to keep a low profile. At this time, the battle formula's deep voice sounded. Hey, are you deliberately going against me? Are you not convinced? Come, if you're not convinced, let's have a duel. The quantifying formula shouted. Lu Ming had a headache. The quantifying formula was indeed heaven-defying, but the only downside was that he talked too much. It seemed like it would be difficult for him to have peace in the future. Not good. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He could feel a powerful energy coming down from the sky towards him. Without thinking, Lu Ming used his remaining strength and jumped to the side. Boom, a fist force bombarded the place where Lu Ming was just standing, creating a huge hole in the ground. Your spiritual sense is quite sharp. You can still avoid my attack even though you're injured. In the sky, a voice filled with murderous intent was heard. Guangdao. Lu Ming whispered with a gloomy face. The person who had ambushed him was Guangdao, who was ranked 5th on the empty god list. Lu Ming, I'm here today to take your life. Guangdao shouted. His gaze swept across the scene. When he saw the ground covered with the corpses of the netherworld dragons and dragonbone flowers, his eyes burned with passion. Lu Ming and the rest had actually killed so many netherworld dragons and dragonbone flowers, which shocked him. At the same time, he was overjoyed. He knew that he had made the right choice. Although Lu Ming and the rest had killed a large number of netherworld dragons and dragonbone flowers, they had also suffered serious injuries. Loser, you still dare to appear in front of me. Then, you'll stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, you don't have to scare me here. You're strong and can actually kill so many netherworld dragons. But now, you're all seriously injured and can't even use 10% of your strength. You still want to kill me? Guangdao laughed arrogantly. End of chapter. Dao laughed wildly. His eyes were cold and filled with a cruel light. Boom, then, a powerful aura exploded from Guangdao's body. True God Realm aura exploded from Guangdao's body. Obviously, he wasn't an empty God Realm expert but had already broken through to the True God Realm. This was normal. Those who were at the top of the empty God list had already reached the limit of the empty God Realm and could have broken through to the True God Realm. However, they had suppressed their cultivation for the Nether Dragon's secret territory that only opened once every 100,000 years. Once they entered the Nether Dragon's secret territory, they would be able to break through. Guangdao was such a person. Oh no! Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's faces changed drastically. Guangdao was originally a top genius. After breaking through to the True God Realm, his combat strength would be even more shocking. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, are you feeling despair? Today, the three of you will be the ones to die. Kuang Dao laughed loudly as his violent aura pressed down on Lu Ming. He wanted to see Lu Ming's expression of despair and even see Lu Ming begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Lu Ming only frowned slightly. Lu Ming was trying to think of a countermeasure. Pretending to be calm. I want you to kneel before me. Lu Ming's expression made Kuang Dao unhappy. He took a step forward, causing the void to tremble as he punched out. A fist force, as huge as a mountain, pressed down on Lu Ming. Swoosh, Lu Ming took out a middle-grade divine artifact long spear and thrust it out. Boom, the long spear pierced the fist force and there was a loud explosion. Thereafter, the spear gleam collapsed and Lu Ming was sent flying by the powerful force, sliding thousands of meters away. Humph, you still want to fight me? You're courting death. Kuang Dao snorted. Now that he had broken through to the true divinity realm, his confidence had greatly increased. Not to mention that Lu Ming was heavily injured. Even if he wasn't injured, he had full confidence in suppressing Lu Ming. Back when he had been injured by Lu Ming and forced to flee, leaving Lan Shang and Huang Qinggan behind, he had regarded it as a great humiliation. Today, he would make Lu Ming pay 10 times the price. Damn it. My physical body is too heavily injured. I can't activate double combat strength, let alone triple combat strength. Lu Ming steadied himself. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he thought of countermeasures. Previously, in order to deal with the Nether Dragon Beast King, Lu Ming had been struck by the Nether Dragon Beast King's energy. His physical body had been severely injured, and he couldn't even sustain double power. This was because triggering double or even triple battle prowess had a very high requirement on one's physical body. If one's physical body wasn't strong enough, one wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be torn apart by the powerful force. Now that Lu Ming's body was injured, he couldn't hold on either. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were anxious. Unfortunately, their injuries were more serious and they couldn't help at all. Kid, don't worry. I still have a surge of energy in my body. I'll transfer it into your body now. It will not only heal your injuries faster, but also help you break through in a short time. Then, the voice of the measure formula was heard. Really? Lu Ming was overjoyed. Of course. I like you and I'm determined to nurture you into an overlord. How can I let you die like this? Kid, be careful. As soon as the measure formula finished speaking, Lu Ming felt a surge of energy emerge from the measure formula. This energy was extremely pure and without any impurities, it could be easily refined. Refine, Lu Ming circulated the universe 10,000 Dao art with all his might to refine the energy. In an instant, large amounts of energy were refined and seeped into the depths of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed. The 4 divine fires in his body that were already exhausted burned fiercely and constantly grew stronger. Lu Ming's aura suddenly became stronger. Kuang Dao also felt it and his eyes narrowed. This kid is evil. Let's cripple him first. Kuang Dao didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. His fist force was like a mountain, blasting towards Lu Ming. Buzz, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously. At this moment, Lu Ming activated double combat strength. A spear light rushed up and collided with Kuang Dao's fist force. The energy was rampant. This time, Lu Ming blocked the fist force of Crazy Dao. He blocked it. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's eyes lit up. Kuang Dao, even though you have broken through, your combat strength is only SOSO. Lu Ming's eyes were like stars as his aura became stronger and stronger. Soon, it reached the peak. This kid. Die. Kuang Dao was shocked and then enraged. His divine force surged as he executed a divine skill. Overbearing divine fist. Kuang Dao continuously punched out with his fists. His fist force was like a comet falling from the sky. It was much more terrifying than when he was in the empty god realm. However, Lu Ming's current combat strength was also much stronger than before. The Armageddon 3 strikes had broken through to the second level. Swoosh, Lu Ming executed the first style of the Armageddon 3 strikes, sky-piercing. Spear gleams burst forth and soared into the sky, constantly bombarding Kuang Dao's fist force. Lu Ming broke the fist force one by one. Lu Ming's figure quickly approached Kwang Dao. Suddenly, Lu Ming's spear force changed and became stronger. The battle character art activated triple combat strength. Boom, Lu Ming swept out with his spear. The spear light was as huge as a mountain and it brought with it a terrifying aura. This was Lu Ming's current peak combat strength. Such combat strength made Kwang Dao's eyes shrink. Without hesitation, Kwang Dao unleashed the secret technique that increased his battle prowess. Instantly, his battle prowess doubled. Boom! 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 The two of them had raised their combat strength to the maximum and they continuously attacked each other in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. To be honest, Kwang Dao was very strong. He was originally ranked 5th on the empty god list. Now that he had broken through to the level 1 true god realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. When Kwang Dao was at the level 9 empty god realm, he could already defeat a level 1 true god. Now that he had broken through to the true god realm, he could even kill a level 2 true god. Defeating and killing were two completely different concepts. Hence, after a long battle, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage and he was forced to retreat. Quick, 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 Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were anxious. The two of them tried their best to refine the healing divine pill as they wanted to recover some of their strength as soon as possible. As long as they recovered some of their strength, they would not be afraid of Kwang Dao. Lu Ming, go to hell, go to hell! Kwang Dao roared. At that moment, he was extremely shocked. Lu Ming's strength was much stronger than the last time he had fought with him. He was only at the level 5 empty god realm and yet he was so strong. It was unheard of. Kwang Dao had thought that he could easily suppress Lu Ming after breaking through to the true god realm. However, the truth was not so. He naturally did not know that Lu Ming did not have time to use the battle character art to double his combat strength. Moreover, the destructive 3 strikes was only at the first level. Now that he had used his full strength, his combat strength was much stronger than before. End of chapter. Lu Ming and Kwang Dao exchanged more than 10 blows and Lu Ming was pushed back a few hundred miles. However, at this moment, the energy in Lu Ming's body was surging continuously. The energy that gushed out from the bright character art was too strong and pure. It could be absorbed and refined quickly. The divine power in Lu Ming's body grew stronger and the 4 divine fires in his elixir field grew brighter. In just a short while, Lu Ming's cultivation rank had reached the peak. The peak of rank 5 empty god realm. Breakthrough! Lu Ming bellowed. He circulated the heaven and earth 10,000 Dao arts and started to break through to the 6th level of the void god realm. Boom, there was a loud explosion in Lu Ming's body. Afterward, Lu Ming's aura suddenly soared, breaking through the peak and reaching another peak. Rank 6 empty god realm, Lu Ming's cultivation level had successfully reached level 6 of the void god realm. His divine power was much stronger and his combat strength had also increased tremendously. Dirum, the long spear shook and swept out. The spear radiance shone brightly and destroyed Kwang Dao's 9 fist forces. Kwang Dao's face changed and he threw out a punch with all his might. It collided with Lu Ming's long spear. Dong, there was a muffled explosion as the sky shook violently. Then, Kwang Dao's body shook violently as he was blasted away by a terrifying force. He retreated dozens of miles. Your cultivation rank, how is that possible? Kwang Dao shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming had been severely injured and Kwang Dao could not have sensed wrongly. However, Lu Ming's injuries had healed all of a sudden. Moreover, his combat strength was much stronger than the last time he had fought with Kwang Dao. Kwang Dao was already in disbelief. However, in the midst of the battle, Lu Ming's cultivation rank had increased. It was a miracle. He must have used some terrifying secret skill. He won't be able to hold on for long. Kill, kill! Kwang Dao shouted in his heart. His eyes were ferocious and he attacked Lu Ming with all his might. Today, the one who will die is you. Lu Ming said coldly. He had just broken through and there seemed to be an endless amount of energy in his body. The most shocking thing was that his cultivation rank had not stopped increasing and was still climbing towards rank 7 empty god realm. The energy that emerged from the measure formula was too strong. Even now, it was far from being completely refined. Whoosh, Lu Ming used the first move of the 3 annihilating strikes, sky-piercing. A dazzling spear light tore through the void and charged towards Kwang Dao. Boom, the two of them collided like 2 meteors. Following that, Kwang Dao was once again sent flying. His body trembled nonstop as a wound appeared on his body and blood flowed out. After Lu Ming broke through to level 6 Void God Realm, his combat strength was completely above Kwang Dao. After Lu Ming repelled Kwang Dao, he did not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. He continued to charge at his opponent, his spear light sweeping across, enveloping Kwang Dao. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed continuously, and in an instant they had exchanged dozens of blows. Crazy Dao was no match for them, and he kept retreating. D*MN it, Kwang Dao screamed in his heart, feeling extremely indignant. He had originally come to kill Lu Ming, but he had not expected to be suppressed by Lu Ming in the end. He was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He began to think of retreating. Lu Ming, you have killed so many of our men. You will definitely die. Just you wait, I will settle this score with you. With that, Kwang Dao started to charge madly, wanting to escape. Today, you will not be able to escape, Lu Ming said coldly. He thrust out several spear gleams toward Kwang Dao. However, Kwang Dao started to fight with all his might, even burning his divine power. He was about to escape. Lu Ming, just you wait. Soon, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. Kwang Dao roared ferociously. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's aura suddenly surged. The terrifying aura was like a huge wave, pressing down on Kwang Dao. Kwang Dao's eyes widened rapidly, and he shouted hysterically, Rank 7 Empty God Realm, impossible, impossible. He was scared silly. Lu Ming had just broken through to Rank 6 Empty God Realm, but now, he was about to break through to Rank 7 Empty God Realm. This was beyond terrifying. Previously, when Lu Ming had broken through to Rank 6 Empty God Realm, it was still possible that he had reached the peak of Rank 5 Empty God Realm for a long time, and it was not impossible for him to break through. However, he had just broken through to Rank 6 Empty God Realm, and now he was about to break through to Rank 7 Empty God Realm. What was going on? This, from afar, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng looked at each other, dumbfounded. Shouldn't one's cultivation progress be done step by step? How could there be continuous breakthroughs like this? Boom, at that moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached Rank 7 Empty God Realm, and his combat strength had reached the peak, completely suppressing Kwang Dao. Boom, the long spear swept out, breaking through all of Kwang Dao's attacks and defense, and hit his body. Kwang Dao screamed in pain, and half of his body was smashed. His body flew out like a cannonball, and he vomited blood. He was almost split into two, and his aura was weak. He was severely injured. Kill! Lu Ming charged towards Kwang Dao, and he became one with his spear. He turned into a dazzling spear radiance, and stabbed towards Kwang Dao's forehead. No, Kwang Dao was scared out of his wits, and he frantically retreated, trying to dodge the attack. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached Rank 7 Empty God Realm, and Kwang Dao was severely injured. How could he dodge the attack? Poof, the spear radiance pierced through Kwang Dao's forehead, and his soul was extinguished. Kwang Dao, who was ranked number 5 on the Empty God list, had fallen. After killing Kwang Dao, Lu Ming kept Kwang Dao's storage ring and his long spear. He then sat down with his legs crossed and stabilized his cultivation base. He had broken through 2 levels in one go, and this speed was too shocking. He needed to stabilize his cultivation base. 2 hours later, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's injuries had stabilized, and they came to Lu Ming's side to protect him. After 3 days, Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation. His cultivation base had completely stabilized at Rank 7 Empty God Realm. This quantifier formula is really mysterious and unfathomable, Lu Ming exclaimed. A surge of energy surged out from the quantifying word skill, and his cultivation base had broken through 2 levels. If this news were to spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Brat, now you know how powerful I am, the quantifying word skill said proudly. It is indeed powerful. I wonder when you will give me another surge of energy. Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course, he was communicating through his mind, and Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng could not hear him. Pfft. You wish. I need to absorb a large amount of energy to refine before I can pass it to you. The previous energy has been used up. In the future, if you find a treasure that contains a large amount of energy for me to devour, I will then have energy for you. Do you understand? The quantifying word skill said unhappily. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and nodded his head. So that was the case. However, this was normal. If he could pass on an unlimited amount of energy, his cultivation base would continue to increase, and he would become a true god, or even a true god. End of chapter. He shook his head and got rid of this unrealistic idea. Cultivation needed to be done step by step. This time, he broke through 2 levels at once. Even if the measure formula still had energy, he couldn't continue to improve. He needed time to stabilize it. However, since the measure formula had such a heaven-defying effect, he couldn't waste it. How could he find a treasure with powerful energy for the measure formula to absorb? Lu Ming began to think. Boy, even if there's no treasure with powerful energy, I can absorb the energy between heaven and earth all the time and slowly accumulate energy. It's just that the speed is much slower. The measure formula said again. Is that possible? Lu Ming was elated. He sensed it carefully. True enough, he discovered that the energy of heaven and earth was slowly gathering toward him and surging into the quantifier formula. Although it was slow, it would accumulate over a long period of time and it would be very impressive. Boy, if you want to accumulate energy as soon as possible, I can guide you to a place in this secret realm. There's a treasure there. If I absorb and refine it, I'm sure it can improve your cultivation by a lot. The measure formula continued. There's such a treasure? Where is it? Lu Ming asked quickly. He was a little excited. He had tasted the sweetness just now and was looking forward to it. That place is called Night Dragon Cave. There's a kind of night dragon blood jade inside, which contains terrifying energy. As long as you get it and let me refine it, I'll transfer the energy to you. Then, your cultivation will skyrocket. The measure formula said. Okay, I'll go. I'll definitely go. Lu Ming made up his mind. Phew, after communicating with the measure formula, Lu Ming took a deep breath and ended his cultivation. Lu Ming, you can break through your cultivation continuously. That's crazy. Yu Linglong shouted exaggeratedly when she saw that Lu Ming had ended his cultivation. I was lucky. I had a fortuitous encounter in the past and accumulated a surge of energy. Just now, when I was in danger, I risked my life and unleashed all of it. I didn't expect that my gamble was correct and allowed my cultivation to increase by a level. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Despite Lu Ming's explanation, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were still shocked. That's right, I know of a place in the Nether Dragon Mystery Realm called the Night Dragon Cave. There might be treasures inside. Should we go check it out? Lu Ming's tone changed. Yes, of course. Yu Linglong said. She was very curious. Once she heard that there were treasures, how could she not go? Of course, before they left, there was one more thing they had to do, and that was the Nether Dragon's Beast Core. The 3 of them worked together to collect the Nether Dragon's Beast Core and left. However, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng had not fully recovered from their injuries. They had not recovered to their peak condition yet. The 3 of them immediately found a secluded place. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng focused on healing their injuries. After a few more days, their injuries were completely healed. Their cultivation and battle strength had also returned to their peak condition. Currently, there were only 6 days left until the 3-month deadline. Lu Ming immediately headed toward the Night Dragon Cave under the guidance of the quantifying character formula. The Night Dragon Cave was located deep inside the Nether Dragon Mystery Realm. As the 3 of them advanced, there were still nether dragons and dragonbone flowers attacking them. They were all attracted by the Nether Dragon blood curse in Lu Ming's body. Of course, with Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's current strength, it was easy for them to kill the nether dragons and dragonbone flowers. It took them 3 days to reach the Night Dragon Cave that the quantifying character formula had pointed out. Along the way, they had a great harvest. They had killed a large number of nether dragons and dragonbone flowers, obtaining a large amount of beast cores and dragon bones. The three of them split the beast cores and dragon bones equally. Lu Ming now had enough beast cores and dragon bones to exchange for 50,000 points. This time, he had achieved his initial goal of coming in. 50,000 points were enough to exchange for the first layer of a sacred technique. This is the Night Dragon Cave? Lu Ming, are you mistaken? Yu Linglong was a little shocked as she looked at the splashing lake water in front of him. At this moment, there was an endless lake in front of him. Where was the cave? There's a formation here that's affecting our senses. Don't worry about it, we'll just go straight ahead. Lu Ming said. Of course, this was what the quantifying character formula had told him. The three of them stepped forward. After walking for a while, they suddenly felt a layer of barrier in front of them. It was like a layer of bubbles. Don't use your divine power to block it. The stronger your divine power, the stronger the barrier. We won't be able to go in. We can go in without divine power. Lu Ming reminded them again. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng nodded. They didn't use their divine power to block it and stepped forward. With a poof, the three of them seemed to have passed through a layer of bubbles. The next moment, they arrived in a dark tunnel. The three of them were stunned. There was really a formation here. The previous ones were all illusions. Lu Ming couldn't help but be amazed by the wonders of the formation. The more divine power was used, the stronger the barrier. When ordinary people encountered such a barrier, they would subconsciously use their divine power. That way, they wouldn't be able to pass through. Only by not using divine power could they pass through the formation. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng looked at Lu Ming curiously. In their hearts, Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable. Is Lu Ming really an outer disciple who just joined the sect? Yu Linglong blinked her big eyes and took a few more glances at Lu Ming. Of course, she wasn't interested in Lu Ming. She was just curious. Let's be careful. Lu Ming reminded them. The three of them retracted their auras and walked deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel was quiet and very long. The three of them walked for a few thousand meters before reaching the end. They arrived at a huge underground cave. The cave was empty. Only an altar attracted their attention. The altar was engraved with densely packed runes that looked like miniature true dragons that were entwined together. At the top, there was a piece of blood jade. There were actually small blood dragons swimming in it. There were different kinds of gemstones embedded in other parts of the altar. They were of different colors. That's a rainbow divine stone. Suddenly, Yu Linglong exclaimed. Her eyes lit up as she stared at the 7-colored gemstones. Rainbow divine stone? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of such a gemstone. It's really a rainbow divine stone. The rainbow divine stone can be used to refine a type of healing pill. It has a strong recovery effect on the divine body. It can even heal the injuries of a heaven god. It can be sold for a high price. Yu Linglong's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, his eyes lit up. To be able to concoct a healing divine pill that could even help heavenly gods, its value was definitely extremely high. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the divine body. Once injured, it would be harder to recover. The stronger one's cultivation was, the harder it was to recover from injuries. For example, Lu Ming had cultivated the indestructible heaven scroll, which was a heavenly skill in the heaven world. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could recover quickly. His vitality was shockingly strong and he was known to be immortal. However, it was only effective for those below the demigod realm. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached level 7 empty god realm and his divine body was strong. Now that he was injured, using the indestructible heaven scroll to heal his injuries would be ineffective. It was the same for healing elixirs. For those with higher cultivation, it was naturally more valuable. The rainbow sacred stone could be used to refine elixirs that were useful for heavenly gods. Its value was unimaginable. Kid, wait a minute. Don't go over. At this moment, the voice of the measure formula suddenly rang out. Lu Ming jumped and quickly shouted, wait a minute. Don't go over. The reason for that was because at that moment, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were about to approach the altar to retrieve the 7-colored divine stones. After being shouted by Lu Ming, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were shocked and stopped in their tracks. "What's wrong?" Yu Linglong asked. Shaking his head, Lu Ming did not speak. In fact, he did not know what was in front of them. "There is a large array in front. Once you step in, you will be trapped by the array," the measure formula said. "It's another array." Lu Ming frowned. The array in the primitive universe was far more mysterious than the primordial realm. With Lu Ming's attainments in array formations, he could not see through it. "If there is an array, how do we get the nether dragon blood jade?" Lu Ming asked the measure formula with his mind. "Of course we have to find the formation eye of the grand formation and break it." "Hey, you were familiar with that formation guy back then, so you should have some understanding of formation Dao. Can you break it and find the formation eye of this grand formation?" The measure formula asked the battle formula. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Array? Could it be another origin ancient word, array? As soon as he heard those words, he could tell that it was incredibly useful in the field of formations. "You talk too much. I'm looking for it." The battle symbol Ju's deep voice rang out. "Hey, what are you talking about? What nonsense. You better make it clear to me today, or else I won't let you off." The measuring character formula shouted. The entire character was jumping as if it was going to pounce on the battle character formula. Lu Ming was speechless. A single word could actually give birth to such a weird personality. The battle character formula didn't bother with the measure character formula. It seemed to be sizing up the formation, looking for a way to crack it. "Ha ha ha, someone's finally here." Right at this moment, laughter suddenly rang out from within the cave. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng jumped in fright. They hadn't expected there to be someone else in the cave. "Who?" Yu Linglong shouted. The three of them looked behind the altar. At that moment, a figure walked out from behind the altar. This person had actually been hiding behind the altar. Just now, the altar had blocked this person's figure. Moreover, his aura was concealed very well. They didn't discover him at all. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was very handsome and had an extraordinary bearing on him. Moreover, the aura exuding from this person was extremely powerful. He was also a true God realm existence. There was actually someone who had already entered here. "Junior brothers and sisters, I'm Sky Star." The young man cupped his fists and said. "What? You said you're Sky Star? Impossible." Yu Linglong cried out in disbelief when she heard this name. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng were a little surprised. Why would Yu Linglong have such a big reaction when she heard this name? Moreover, she revealed an expression of disbelief. "Junior sister, I'm indeed Sky Star," the young man said with a smile. "Linglong, who is Sky Star?" Wu Zifeng asked. 100,000 years ago, the number one on the Kongxian school's empty god list was called Sky Star. However, 100,000 years ago, the Nether Dragon's secret realm opened. Sky Star entered the Nether Dragon's secret realm and never returned. Everyone thought that he had fallen. Yu Linglong said. The number one on the empty god list 100,000 years ago. Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng's eyes flashed. Could this person really be Sky Star? "Junior brothers and sisters, I'm indeed Sky Star. 100,000 years ago, I entered the Nether Dragon's secret realm and didn't fall. I just missed the time to leave because I wanted to obtain the treasures here. Junior brothers and sisters, you've come at the right time. There's a 7-colored divine stone and a Nether Dragon blood jade on this altar. They're both priceless treasures. However, they're inlaid on this altar and are difficult to remove. Junior brothers and sisters, please lend me a hand and remove them. We'll split them equally," Sky Star said. "Don't believe him. There's a large array here. This kid is trapped by the array and can't get out. Once you get close to the altar, you'll also be trapped by the array and share his pressure. That way, he'll have a chance to break out of the array." The quantifying character formula called out. The quantifying character formula had been around for a long time. Although it wasn't proficient in arrays, it still had a good eye. Wait a minute. Lu Ming stopped Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, who were ready to move. He then looked at Sky Star and said, Senior Brother Sky, since the 7-colored Divine Stone and Nether Dragon Blood Jade are so difficult to remove, why don't you leave with us first and call for more helpers? It'll be much easier that way. No. Sky Star said, the treasures are limited. How are we going to split them if we call for more helpers? Junior brothers and sisters, don't hesitate. I've studied this altar for 100,000 years and am very familiar with it. As long as we work together, we'll definitely be able to take the treasures on it. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly, which surprised Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Why aren't you helping me yet? Void Star shouted, clearly impatient. Haha, you don't need to shout. I can already see that there's a large array here. You're trapped by it and can't get out. That's why you've been trapped for 100,000 years. If we go forward, we'll also be trapped by the array. At that time, we'll help you share the pressure and you'll be able to escape, right? Lu Ming said with a smile. What? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's expressions changed. On the other hand, Sky Star's face turned sullen. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to tell what was going on and see through his intentions. Don't guess blindly. Come over quickly and take the treasures here together. Sky Star's voice became louder, and there was an unquestionable majesty in it. Back then, he was ranked first on the empty god list and was the top person in the outer sect. Naturally, he had an imposing manner. Back then, there were very few people in the outer sect who dared to go against his will. However, Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng were all extraordinary people. How could they care about him? Not only did the three of them not advance, they even retreated a few steps. Good, very good. If you won't come in, then I'll pull you in. Sky Star said coldly, completely turning hostile. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Sky Star had completely turned hostile as he unleashed a terrifying aura that surged towards Lu Ming's group. 3rd level True God Realm. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng's expressions changed. Sky Star's cultivation was not at the 1st level True God Realm, but the 3rd level True God Realm. Even though he had been trapped by the array in the Nether Dragon secret domain for many years, his cultivation had still broken through and reached the 3rd level True God Realm. Whoosh! 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 Sky Star attacked. With a wave of his hand, his palm prints filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming's group. Attack! Yu Linglong shouted and immediately attacked. She did not dare to be careless in the slightest when facing Sky Star. She immediately attacked with her full strength. At the same time, Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng also attacked. All kinds of attacks collided with Sky Star's palm prints. Boom! 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 Intense rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the cave as all sorts of attacks exploded out. Shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering Void Star's palm imprints. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng were forced to retreat. Sky Star was indeed worthy of being ranked first on the empty god list 100,000 years ago. His battle strength was shocking and ordinary supreme talents could not compare to him. If he had not been trapped by the array, his cultivation would not have reached the 3rd level True God Realm and would have reached a shocking realm. However, Lu Ming and the other two were also very powerful. When Sky Star exchanged blows with the three of them, he was also forced to retreat a few steps. You have some strength. Sky Star's eyes were filled with shock. He did not expect Lu Ming's group to be able to block his attack. 100,000 years ago, in the Xianxia school's outer area, he had no opponents who were at the same level as him. Now, his cultivation was far above Lu Ming's group, but he was not able to suppress them. This was beyond his expectations. Let's see how many of my moves you can block. Get over here. Sky Star shouted coldly as he stepped forward. He stretched out his palm and a series of palm prints appeared and blasted towards the three. The power of each move was stronger than before and gave off a strong pressure. Yu Linglong's and Wu Zifeng's faces turned grave as they circulated their divine power to the maximum. As for Lu Ming, he continuously activated the battle formula, boom. After continuous attempts, Lu Ming finally activated his tripled combat strength. Whoosh, Lu Ming cast the first move of the three destructive strikes, sky-piercing. In an instant, spear gleams appeared in the void like meteors, colliding with Skystar's palm print. Whoosh! 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 He had to admit that the Skystar was indeed very powerful. Lu Ming sensed a gush of terrifying energy surging toward him. He retreated hurriedly. The qi and blood in his body were surging and he almost vomited blood. What Suemo did not know was that Skystar was even more shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, he was a level 3 true god. His attack was blocked by Lu Ming alone and Lu Ming was only a level 7 empty god. I never thought that such a powerful genius would appear in the Kongxian school after I was trapped for 100,000 years. But today, your days will come to an end. Skystar's eyes were filled with murderous intent and deep jealousy. Yes, jealousy. It was obvious that Lu Ming's combat ability and talent were far above his. He wanted to kill him completely. Whoosh, he moved and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the other two gathered together and planned to give it their all. However, just as Skystar was close to them, runes suddenly appeared on the ground. These runes were dazzling and filled with energy. It was extremely strange. At the same time, runes also appeared on Skystar's body. They were exactly the same as the runes on the ground. These runes were like tentacles that wrapped around Skystar's body tightly. Skystar's pouncing figure came to an abrupt halt in the air and could not move forward. He is trapped by the array and can't leave the range of the array. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he said to Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong. Damn it! Skystar roared and unleashed his full strength. He wanted to break out of the array but to no avail. He could not break out of the array's obstruction. It seems like you can't get out. Lu Ming sneered and mocked. All of you, hurry up and get over here. Help me break this damned formation. Otherwise, when I get out, I'll tear all of you to pieces. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Void Star roared madly and began to threaten them. You still want to come out? Now, you are a fish on the chopping block. Instead of begging us, you are threatening us. You are digging your own grave. Lu Ming said coldly. I heard that Skystar is a narrow-minded person who takes revenge. 100,000 years ago, he was not the first on the Kongxian school's empty god list, but it was another person. He killed that person and took the first place. If we don't kill him today, he will definitely take revenge on us when he comes out. Yu Linglong said coldly. Then get rid of him. Wu Zifeng said. Since they had offended someone like Skystar, they had to get rid of him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Attack. Lu Ming immediately attacked. Standing in the distance, he attacked with a spear light and attacked Skystar. At the same time, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also attacked. They used their killing moves and attacked Skystar. Skystar made a move to block the attacks of Lu Ming and the other two. You want to kill me with just the three of you? Dream on. Skystar shouted coldly. His eyes were extremely ferocious and evil. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming and the others into pieces. Lu Ming and the other two kept attacking, but they were all blocked by Skystar. Their cultivation was not as good as Skystar's. Moreover, they were attacking from a distance, so their attack power was naturally reduced. Lu Ming frowned. In this way, it was indeed difficult for them to kill Skystar. If they could not kill Skystar, they would not be able to get the Nether Dragon Blood Jade and the Rainbow Divine Stone. This large formation has a few Death Formation eyes. Once attacked, the formation's power will increase sharply. Lu Ming, attack the Death Formation eyes. At this time, the voice of the battle character manual sounded. He finally found some of the formation eyes of this large formation and immediately instructed Lu Ming on how to attack. Okay. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He changed the direction of his spear and the spear light changed direction. Instead of attacking Skystar, he attacked an empty space. Boom! When Lu Ming's spear light attacked that empty space, the runes of the large formation suddenly shone brightly and became more powerful. At the same time, the runes wrapped around Skystar's body also became more powerful. They were like steel cables that tightly tightened, trying to break Skystar's body into pieces. What's going on? Damn it, what did you do? Skystar suddenly screamed in horror. Then, his body trembled and he vomited blood. Die. Lu Ming said coldly. He attacked again, attacking the death formation eyes of the large formation, increasing the power of the large formation. Skystar could not bear it anymore. Cracks appeared on his body and he vomited blood. He was seriously injured. A large array would usually have a life gate or a death gate. These life gates and death gates could also be used as the array eye. The life array eye and the death array eye. Attacking the life array I would break the large array, but attacking the death array I would trigger the power of the large array, making it even more terrifying. Lu Ming was attacking the death array eye of this large array, making the power of the large array even more terrifying. The Skystar could not withstand it at all and was severely injured in an instant. Save me, Void Star roared in horror. His eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. Go in peace. Lu Ming said coldly. Since he had offended such a person, he had to get rid of him. Otherwise, he would only bring trouble to himself. Swoosh, Lu Ming continued to attack the death array eye. Ah! Skystar screamed in despair and roared, you will die a horrible death, you will die a horrible death. In the next moment, the large array shone. Under the power of the large array, Skystar's body exploded and turned into dust. Skystar, the #1 supreme talent on the Kongxian School's empty god list 100,000 years ago, had died under the large array. This guy is finally dead. Yu Linglong heaved a sigh of relief. Skystar was indeed powerful. If it were not for the large array blocking him, the three of them would not be his match even if they joined forces. After all, Skystar's cultivation was at level 3 true god. Lu Ming, can you understand this large array? Wu Zifeng looked at Lu Ming and asked. A little. Lu Ming nodded and did not say much. He then scanned the ground. At the same time, the battle word manual told him the location of the life array eye. Breaking the life array I will not completely break the large array. It will only suppress it for a short period of time. You only have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you must leave the range of the large array. Otherwise, you will be trapped. The battle word manual said. 10 minutes is enough. Lu Ming muttered. He then started to attack the life array eye according to the battle word manual's instructions. Bang! 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 One attack after another landed on the ground, but the ground only emitted a slight sound. Those attacks were like stones sinking into the sea. However, the runes on the ground dimmed and then disappeared. The formation is being suppressed. Let's hurry up and take down all the rainbow divine stones within 10 minutes. Lu Ming shouted and dashed toward the altar. He grabbed at the nether dragon blood jade with his palm. His goal this time was the nether dragon blood jade. Bang! The nether dragon blood jade was firmly embedded into the altar. Lu Ming's grab was actually unable to grab it. It only caused the altar to shake. At the same time, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also rushed over and tried to grab a rainbow immortal stone. However, they didn't manage to grab it because it was embedded firmly. This was also because the formation was being suppressed. If the formation wasn't suppressed, they would have been stopped by the formation and wouldn't be able to do anything to the nether dragon blood jade or the rainbow divine stone. If we can't take it down, why don't we just destroy this altar? Yu Linglong suggested. Okay. Destroy it. Lu Ming nodded. They only had 10 minutes, so they had to end this quickly. The three of them retreated a few steps, and each of them unleashed their strongest attacks. 3 attacks blasted towards the altar. Boom. Boom. Boom, the altar shook violently, and a crack appeared on its surface. It was effective, the 3 attacked even harder. In less than 2 minutes, the entire altar exploded with a boom. The nether dragon blood jade and the rainbow divine stone flew out. Lu Ming's figure moved like an arrow and flew out, grabbing the nether dragon blood jade in his hand. At the same time, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also reached out and grabbed the rainbow divine stones. Wang, at this moment, the entire cavern began to shake. Then, on the ground and on the walls of the cavern, numerous runes suddenly appeared. Then, a yellow liquid suddenly appeared on the ground. Sizzle, The feet of the three were touched by the yellow liquid, making sizzling sounds and wisps of green smoke. The corrosiveness of this liquid was shockingly strong. One had to know that the three of them were surrounded by divine power, but this liquid could even corrode their divine power. If it landed on their bodies would be directly corroded. The three of them were shocked and immediately flew up. However, the amount of yellow liquid on the ground was increasing, as if it was constantly emerging from the ground. It's the God-transforming corpse water, an array within an array. There's actually an array within an array here. Can't you see it? In his mind, the measuring character formula shouted. I'm not a professional, the fighting character formula replied. The measuring character formula was so angry that he was trembling. Let's go, let's leave first. Lu Ming roared. The yellow liquid was increasing. Once it filled the entire cave, they would be in danger. The three of them immediately rushed towards the entrance of the cave. However, when they got close to the entrance, a light screen spread out and blocked them. Clearly, this was also a part of the array. Break it! Yu Linglong shouted and kept attacking, but the light screen didn't budge. Then, Lu Ming and Wu Zifeng also attacked, but the result was the same. They couldn't break it at all. Ha ha ha, you still want to leave? Let's die together and be buried together with me. A sharp and crazy laughter sounded. Sky Star. Lu Ming and the other two's faces changed. This voice was obviously Sky Star's, but wasn't Sky Star already dead? At this moment, the place where the altar was just now shown and a figure emerged. It was Sky Star. However, Sky Star wasn't real at this moment, but a phantom. A wisp of remnant soul. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now he understood that Sky Star had indeed perished. However, because he had been trapped in the spell formation for 100,000 years, he had formed a connection with it. After being killed by the spell formation, a wisp of his soul had fused with it. You can't escape at all. Die, die, all of you will die here. Sky Star's eyes were full of madness. He raised his hands, and the runes in the cave shone brighter. The yellow liquid came out faster from the ground, and soon, it was a meter deep. Lu Ming and the other two could only hover in the air to avoid it, but they couldn't go on like this. This is the God-transforming corpse water. Its corrosive power is terrifying. With our cultivation base, we can't block it at all. What should we do? Yu Linglong's face was a little pale. Continue to attack the light screen. Lu Ming shouted and continued to attack the light screen. Now, they could only get out by breaking this light screen. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng also joined in the attack. Battle Star, hurry up and find the eye of the formation. Otherwise, these guys will die here and we will be buried here. I finally found a guy who is somewhat pleasing to the eye. I can't let him die like this. The measure formula kept urging the battle formula. I'm looking for it. Cut the crap and I'll find it faster. The battle formula said unhappily. The measure formula immediately shut up. It's useless. It's useless. You guys can't get out. Stay here and be buried with me. Ha ha ha. Sky Star laughed maniacally. He did his best to stimulate the formation, causing it to emit resplendent light. At this moment, it wasn't just inside the cave, but outside the cave as well. In fact, when Lu Ming and the others destroyed the altar just now, there was a strange sound outside. A beam of light shot up to the sky. It could be seen even from far away. At the same time, the illusion formation that prevented Lu Ming and the others from entering also disappeared. The lake disappeared and was replaced by a peak that reached into the clouds. At this moment, the entire peak was shining brightly. What's that over there? Such a shocking phenomenon. There must be a treasure appearing. Let's go and see. Let's go and see. Everyone who saw this strange phenomenon rushed over. In the cave, Lu Ming and the others were still bombarding the light curtain. However, it was almost useless. The light curtain was still motionless. The God transformation corpse water in the cave was increasing. It was almost half of the cave. What should I do? Am I going to die here today? I don't want to be submerged by the God transformation corpse water. If I'm submerged by the God transformation corpse water, I won't be able to find my body. Yu Linglong was about to cry. He was scared to death at the thought of being submerged by the God Transformation Corpse water. Don't attack first. Save your strength, Lu Ming said. Since they couldn't break it open, they wouldn't attack. When the battle formula found the eye of the formation, they would concentrate all their strength to attack it. Die, die, seeing that Lu Ming and the others couldn't break it open, Empty Star screamed crazily. The God-transforming corpse water in the cavern quickly filled 2/3 of the cavern. The space that Lu Ming and the other two could move about in was getting smaller and smaller. Found it. Lu Ming, you guys attack a spot 3 feet to the left, quick. At this moment, in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the voice of the battle character manual rang out. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he shouted, attack the left side together. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming used his full strength, directly activating the battle character art to triple his combat strength. He pushed his divine power to the limit, and then used the first move of the 3 Armageddon strikes, Space Splitter. A dazzling spear light blasted towards the left side of the light screen. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng did not suspect anything and attacked with all their might. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 consecutive powerful attacks landed 3 feet to the left of the light barrier. The light barrier violently shook, and this time, a crack appeared on the light barrier. It's effective, continue. Yu Linglong was exhilarated. The 3 of them attacked with their strongest moves again, and the cracks on the light barrier increased. No, no, impossible, no, Empty Star roared crazily, his face distorted to the extreme. Now, he was only left with a wisp of soul, and it would not be long before this wisp of soul completely disappeared. He was unwilling to accept this, and wanted to drag Lu Ming and the other 2 down with him. But now, Lu Ming and the other 2 seemed to be escaping. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not bother with Empty Star, and continued to attack. After a few more moves, the light barrier exploded with a bang. Let's go. With the light barrier shattered, Lu Ming and the other 2 rushed out of the passage without hesitation. Damn it, damn it. Empty Star roared, and the God-transforming corpse water surged, splashing onto the walls above the cavern. Those walls were directly corroded and turned into ashes. Rumble, the entire mountain shook violently, and it seemed like it would collapse at any time. Lu Ming and the other 2 exerted all their strength, and quickly rushed out of the passage. As soon as they rushed out, the 3 of them frowned and stopped. Because there were many people floating in the air outside, blocking the way. It's him, it's Lu Ming. Someone shouted, recognizing Lu Ming. These people were attracted by the strange phenomenon here, and they did not expect to see Lu Ming and the other 2 running out of the mountain as soon as they arrived. Lu Ming, what did you get in there? Show me. A young man in golden robes stepped out, his eyes flickering as he stared at Lu Ming and the other 2 and said coldly. Song. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Song was from the Tenho Seiko faction. Back then, he had asked someone to invite Lu Ming to join the Tenho Seiko faction, but Lu Ming had rejected him. At that time, Lu Ming did not know Song's identity. Later, he found out that Song was ranked 4th on the Empty God list, and also the top expert of the Tenho Seiko faction in the outer sect. Song, are you thinking too much? What did I get? Why should I show it to you? Lu Ming sneered, not giving Song any face. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he did not fear anyone in the outer sect. However, the others did not know Lu Ming's combat strength, and they were all shocked at this moment. This Lu Ming is really bold. How dare he speak to Song like this? He's overestimating himself. He's just courting death. Some people sneered in disdain. Sure enough, Song's eyes darkened. Back then, when Lu Ming had rejected his invitation to join the Tenho Seiko faction, he had wanted to kill Lu Ming. He had ordered the people from the Tenho Seiko faction to kill Lu Ming when they had the chance outside. However, when they went to the Jiwu forest to train, the people from the Tenho Seiko faction had indeed attacked Lu Ming, but they had all died in the hands of Lu Ming. This had enraged Song, and he had been looking for a chance to kill Lu Ming personally. Now, he finally had the chance. Someone who has just entered the sect doesn't know how to respect your seniors. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect. Song said coldly as he took a step forward. A powerful aura burst out and pressed down on Lu Ming. First level True God realm, without a doubt. After Xianxia had entered the Nether Dragon's secret territory, his cultivation had also broken through and reached the first level of the True God realm. With his battle prowess, breaking through to the first stage of the True God realm was slightly stronger than Guangdao. However, Lu Ming did not put him in his eyes at all. Just as Lu Ming was about to make a move, rays of light flew over from afar. More people had arrived. Among them, there were a few rays of light that were shockingly fast and emitted a shocking aura. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. The people at the front were all young men and women. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and were dragons and phoenixes among men. It's Feng Yuandao, ranked second on the empty god list. There's also Guangzi, ranked third on the empty god list. Li Kunshan, ranked seventh on the empty god list. Around them, many people exclaimed and widened their eyes. This was because the people who had just arrived were too powerful. They were all outer disciples of the Conxian school and were ranked in the top 10 of the empty god list. Usually, any one of these people would be able to dominate the outer disciples. However, they had arrived one after another. Seeing Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kunshan and the others, Xianxia's face turned solemn as he stopped moving towards Lu Ming. Xianxia, you're quite early. Why? Did you find anything? Feng Yuandao looked at Xianxia with a strange light flickering in his eyes. Obviously, Feng Yuandao suspected that Xianxia had obtained something. Xianxia's complexion changed. He reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Feng must be joking. How could I have any harvest? I also just arrived. As for these people, they just came out from that mountain. I'm interrogating them right now. Xianxia did not dare to offend Feng Yuandao. Feng Yuandao's background was not any weaker than his. At the same time, Feng Yuandao's battle strength was above his. He had fought with Feng Yuandao a few times and lost every single time. When he was at the 9th empty god realm, Xianxia only had the experience of defeating a true god realm expert. But Feng Yuandao had the battle record of killing a true god realm expert. Defeating and killing were two completely different things. Oh? Feng Yuandao turned his gaze towards Lu Ming, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. When he saw Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, his eyes narrowed. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were both at the first rank of True God Realm. Obviously, Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong had broken through after entering the Nether Dragon's secret realm. To be able to do so, they were definitely experts amongst experts. On the other hand, Lu Ming, an empty God Realm expert, was ignored by him. How should I address the two of you? Feng Yuandao cupped his fists towards Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Yu Linglong. Wu Zifeng. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng replied. Feng Yuandao. Feng Zi, Li Kunshan, Xianxia and the others frowned as they had never heard of the two of them in the outer sect. Gentlemen, what did you obtain in there? Feng Yuandao narrowed his eyes and asked. What did we get? It has nothing to do with you. Yu Linglong said. What do you mean it's none of your business? Don't you guys know that? Xianxia's reprimand made Yu Linglong frown. Rumble, right at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the mountain. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded. The mountain peak exploded and shattered rocks flew everywhere. There was even some divine transformation corpse water among them. Not good, quickly dodge. Lu Ming shouted. Together with Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, their figures flickered as they dodged the splattering corpse water. Ah. Ah. However, there were still people who were splashed by the god-transforming corpse water. Their bodies were corroded, and they let out miserable shrieks. However, after a few moments, the shrieks came to an abrupt end, because their entire bodies had been corroded to the point that not even dregs were left. The others were shocked and tried their best to dodge. After everything calmed down, they stopped with lingering fear. However, there were at least 5 to 6 outer disciples who had died under the god-transforming corpse water. You guys are so vicious. You knew that there was danger inside, but you didn't warn us. Are you trying to trick us? Xianxia stared coldly at Lu Ming and the other two, directly putting a label on them. Trick you guys? You think too much. Linglong, Brother Wu, let's go. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with Xianxia and the others. He flew forward, wanting to leave. You want to leave? Hand over what you got before you leave. Xianxia shouted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. His palm emitted a dazzling golden radiance as if it was made of gold. Get lost. The one who made the move wasn't Lu Ming, but Yu Linglong. A soft whip appeared in her hand. The soft whip was like a poisonous snake, curling towards Xianxia. Bang, the two of them collided. With a loud bang, Yu Linglong retreated 3 steps. However, Xianxia retreated 5 steps, which was more than Yu Linglong. What? The others were shocked and looked at Yu Linglong in shock. Yu Linglong actually had such strong combat strength. Not only could she block Xianxia's attack, but Xianxia also retreated more than her. Where did this genius come from? At the side, Feng Yuandao, Madman, Li Kunchen, and the others' faces turned solemn. Xianxia also looked at Yu Linglong in shock. After the collision, he knew how powerful Yu Linglong was. Even if he went all out, he might not be a match for Yu Linglong. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to lead by yourself. Xianxia turned his gaze and looked at Feng Yuandao and the others, wanting to drag them down with him. Is that so? At this moment, Wu Zifeng spoke. He stepped forward and a shocking aura burst out from his body. Wu Zifeng's aura was stronger than Yu Linglong's, which shocked the others. It's really lively today. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky. Then, a young man stepped on the air and stood above the crowd. This was a young man from the Winged Men tribe. He had a pair of purple wings and a tall figure. His aura was strong and he carried a sense of arrogance. It's the Winged Demon, the Winged Demon. Many people exclaimed. Even Feng Yuandao, Madman, and Xianxia's faces changed drastically. There was no other reason. The Winged Demon was too famous in the Kongxian school's outer sect. He was above everyone. The number 1 on the empty god list, the Winged Demon. That guy is here too. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he had heard of the number 1 on the empty god list. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, rays of light flew over from afar. There were more and more people here. In just a short while, there were already a few hundred people gathered. It's Wang Gao. There's Ming Jiao. Many people exclaimed. There were too many experts and a few of them were among the top 10 on the empty god list. The crowd was shocked to find that 9 of the top 10 on the empty god list were here. Other than Madman, almost all of them were here. When these people knew that Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng had just come out from the mountain, they all looked at Lu Ming and the other 2. They even moved slightly and surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2 to prevent them from escaping. Yes, we can't let them escape. We can't let them escape. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded. It came from the mountain that had just exploded. Everyone couldn't help but look in that direction. There were still rays of light shining from the mountain. Then, a figure appeared. It was Skystar's remnant soul. Who is that? Many people didn't recognize Skystar and were surprised. You're Skystar? When the Winged Demon saw Skystar, he shouted in shock. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. The Winged Demon had seen Skystar before. 100,000 years ago, when Skystar was still around, he was the number 1 on the empty god list. If Skystar hadn't disappeared, the Winged Demon might not have been the number 1 on the empty god list. What? Skystar? The number 1 on the empty god list 100,000 years ago? Hearing the Winged Demon shout, many people recalled. It can't be. It's really him. Didn't they say that he was dead? He's not dead. Many people exclaimed in shock. Skystar. Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kunchen, Xianxia, and the others all looked at Sky Star in shock. They had never imagined that they would meet such a legendary figure here. Winged Demon, we meet again. Looks like you've improved a lot. Skystar glanced at the Winged Demon and said. Then, he looked at Lu Ming's group with a ferocious expression. You can't let them go. They have obtained a supreme treasure. What? Supreme treasure? Many people were shocked. They looked at Lu Ming and the other 2, their eyes burning with excitement. Do you know why I disappeared for 100,000 years? It was because I wanted to obtain the treasure here. Unfortunately, I was careless and was trapped by the formation. I didn't expect it to be obtained by him. Sky Star sighed and pointed at Lu Ming. At this point, his body twisted. He hated Lu Ming the most. Lu Ming had seen through his scheme and used the death formation eye of the formation to harm him. All of this was because of Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming's end to be extremely miserable. His remnant soul could not hold on for long and was about to dissipate. Thinking that he was about to vanish, his hatred for Lu Ming's group became even more intense. That is a supreme treasure. Once you obtain it, you will definitely soar into the sky and dominate the Qin heavenly starry sky in the future. It will depend on who is fated to obtain it. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Void Star's body exploded with a bang and turned into ashes, completely disappearing into thin air. However, his words ignited the flames in everyone's hearts. Those were the flames of desire. No one doubted Sky Star's words. Sky Star had stayed here for 100,000 years for that treasure. That was 100,000 years. If the treasure was not precious, why would he stay here for 100,000 years? What kind of treasure could make Sky Star go crazy for it? Boom. 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 At this moment, everyone erupted with a shocking aura. With the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others in the lead, they suppressed Lu Ming's group. Especially Lu Ming. Because Sky Star had clearly stated that the treasure was in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming, hand over the treasure. Ying Song could not bear it any longer and took the initiative to attack. His entire body was covered in a golden light as he pounced towards Lu Ming. Ying Song, your opponent is me. Yu Linglong brandished her soft whip, which transformed into thousands of whip shadows that swept towards Ying Song. Bang! Bang! The two continued to exchange blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. The result was that Ying Song was forced back 1,000 meters, his hands trembling. He was no match for Yu Linglong. Hand over the treasure. Today, no one can protect you. The winged demon spoke coldly. He looked down from above and stepped towards Lu Ming. Boom! In the final step, the sole of his foot burst forth with astonishing power. His divine power was like raging waves that pressed down on Lu Ming. They were both first-level true gods, but the winged demon's strength was indeed astonishing. Just this move alone was much stronger than Crazy Dao's. Conxian School's #1 on the empty god list. I'd like to see how strong you are. Wu Zifeng's eyes burst forth with resplendent radiance. His body charged upwards and his finger was like a sword as he pointed it out. Swish, swish, sword chi swept out and collided with the winged demon's attack. A shocking explosion erupted, and the two figures retreated slightly. What? He's so strong? Everyone looked at Wu Zifeng in shock. Wu Zifeng could actually fight with the winged demon. Where did this supreme talent come from? You're not from the Conxian school? The winged demon looked at Wu Zifeng with a grave expression. Of course not. Wu Zifeng said. His battle intent was even stronger, and his divine power was like an avalanche. Sacred divine power. This person is the same as the winged demon. He controls sacred divine power. This person isn't from the Conxian school, but he can enter the Nether Dragon's secret territory. Which force does he come from? Many people guessed. Today, you want to protect the treasure with just the two of you? You're too naive. The winged demon said coldly as he glanced at Feng Yuandao and the others. Feng Yuandao, Crazy Dao, Li Kunchen and the others couldn't wait any longer and they all charged towards Lu Ming. Brat, hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life. Li Kunchen roared, taking the initiative to attack. His divine item was a warhammer, and as he swung it, it caused the void to explode. Its power was shocking. The giant hammer smashed towards Lu Ming. It was as if in the next moment, Lu Ming would be smashed into meat paste. However, Lu Ming's face was calm. He took a step forward and threw out a punch without even taking out a weapon. He wanted to use his fist to take on Li Kunchen's giant hammer. This brat is courting death. Some people shook their heads. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, they could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the empty god realm. It was already good enough for a 7th level of the empty god realm to enter the Nether Dragon's secret territory. However, he dared to take on Li Kunshan's giant hammer. Wasn't he courting death? However, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were calm. They knew how terrifying Lu Ming's battle strength was. Dong, Lu Ming's fist accurately collided with Li Kunshan's giant hammer. It was as if two stars had collided, causing a loud explosion. However, the result made everyone's jaws drop. After the collision, the one who retreated was Li Kunshan, while Lu Ming's figure only swayed slightly. How is this possible? At this moment, the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, Ying Song, and the others' pupils contracted as they revealed an expression of disbelief. Lu Ming was actually able to take on Li Kunshan's attack with his bare hands. Even the winged demon couldn't do it. Lu Ming was only at the 7th level of the empty god realm. How could he have such powerful battle strength? Li Kunshan himself was also in a daze. I don't believe it. Storm God Hammer. Li Kunshan roared as he raised his giant hammer and attacked Lu Ming like a storm. A divine weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was a middle rank 1 divine weapon. Wang, Lu Ming swept out his spear. The long spear carried a terrifying power as it flew towards Li Kunshan. Boom, the two collided for the 2nd time. However, this time, Li Kunshan grunted as he was pushed back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was dumbfounded as they thought they were dreaming. Lu Ming was actually suppressing Li Kunshan. In a head-on collision, Li Kunshan spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Li Kunshan was ranked 7th on the empty god list. His battle strength far surpassed other experts of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation had already broken through to the 1st level of the true god realm. Even with such battle strength, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. What kind of monster was this? At this moment, the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others had grave expressions. Let me tell you. I have indeed obtained a treasure, but it isn't that precious. However, I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe it. Since you want the treasure, then I'll accompany you in a battle today. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand as he looked around and said, Miss Linglong, Brother Wu, both of you stand down. If they want to fight, I alone am enough. I alone am enough. Lu Ming's words exploded in many people's hearts, causing them to be stunned. Lu Ming's words clearly meant that he wanted to challenge all the experts at the scene. Oh my god, many people shouted in their hearts. If this news were to spread, it would shake the outer sect. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's eyes flashed, but they did not object. In a flash, they retreated to the side. Everyone, this kid is too arrogant. Since that is the case, how about we teach him a lesson? Ying Song's gaze shifted. To be honest, from the combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed, Ying Song had no confidence in facing Lu Ming alone. Since Lu Ming was arrogant, he had a reason to join forces with the others. That's right. This kid took the treasure and wants to keep it for himself. Today, there is no need to talk about the rules. Let's suppress him together and force him to hand over the treasure. Feng Yuandao said coldly. Frenzy, Li Kunshan, and the others stepped out and surrounded Lu Ming. Finally, even the winged demon did the same. His purple wings flapped and his body was covered in purple radiance. He looked extremely majestic as he appeared in front of Lu Ming. He was surrounded. There were a total of 9 people surrounding Lu Ming. These 9 people were the top 10 on the empty god list. Other than Frenzy, all of them had taken action. The others could only retreat far away. They wanted to intervene, but they could not because Feng Yuandao and the others were true gods. The top 10 on the empty god list had entered the true god realm. The 9 experts surrounded Lu Ming, and Lu Ming was only a level 7 empty god realm martial artist. Such a thing had never happened in the history of Kongxian School. I have to say that this Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. He is only a level 7 empty god realm martial artist and he is able to suppress Li Kunshan. His combat strength is terrifying. However, he is too arrogant. He actually wants to challenge 9 experts at the same time. It's impossible for him to win. Even the divine sons of the 3 overlords would be crushed in such a situation. The difference in cultivation is too great. It's impossible for him to win against 9 of them at once. That's right, you're overconfident. Many people were discussing this matter. Lu Ming, hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life, the winged demon said coldly. With so many people attacking at the same time, it would not be good for his reputation. If he could make Lu Ming hand over the treasure, he would not attack. However, Lu Ming obviously wouldn't agree. Make your move. If you can defeat me, I will give you all of my treasures. However, since you have attacked, you will have to pay the price, Lu Ming said coldly. Price? What a joke. You? Kneel down. Xianxia was the first to attack. He looked like a golden man. With a move, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and pressed down on Lu Ming with a palm. A golden palm print pressed down on Lu Ming with frightening might. He was ranked 4th on the empty god list. His combat strength was even stronger than Guang Dao. Buzz, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly due to the crazy influx of divine force. Then, the long spear stabbed out towards Xianxia. Puff, the golden palm print that Xianxia had sent out was shattered. The sharp spear light continued to pierce towards Xianxia. Xiangxia's face changed drastically and he quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. His palm was pierced by Lu Ming's spear light and exploded. Attack! Attack together! Xianxia screamed. He circulated his divine body and allowed his shattered palm to recover quickly. Attack! Feng Yuandao and the rest attacked at the same time. All kinds of shocking attacks flooded towards Lu Ming. Only the winged demon's eyes flashed. He hesitated for a moment and did not attack. With so many people attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. In an instant, Lu Ming triggered the double combat strength of the battle character art. Almost at the same time, the triple combat strength was successfully triggered. Before he made his move, Lu Ming had already triggered 3 times his combat ability. Therefore, once he made his move, he successfully triggered 3 times his combat ability. Swoosh! 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 Lu Ming's long spear stabbed out, sending out more than 10 spear lights that collided with the attacks of Feng Yuandao and the rest. A series of explosions rang out between heaven and earth. Lu Ming was pushed back by the force. However, he had successfully blocked so many attacks. He blocked it? Oh my god! When the others saw this scene, they were almost scared to death. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. Lu Ming actually blocked the attacks of Feng Yuandao and the rest in a head-on collision. What kind of combat strength was this? Even Feng Yuandao and the rest were shocked to the extreme. Your combat strength is only SOSO. Now, it's my turn. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. A reddish gold armor appeared on his body. Kneel for me. Lu Ming used the 9-layer reddish gold armor to protect himself. He ignored the attacks of the others and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was the most arrogant. Lu Ming had to deal with this person first. Boom! Lu Ming swept out with his spear. The spear light was like a mountain, causing the air to explode. This caused Xiangxia's expression to change drastically. Attack! Attack together! Xianxia roared. Then, he retreated frantically. Both of his hands continued to attack. In an instant, hundreds of golden palm prints were blasted out. However, these palm prints collapsed under the pressure of Lu Ming's spear light. Attack! Feng Yuandao and the rest launched a second round of attacks. But this time, Lu Ming didn't dodge. He planned to take it head-on. Boom! Boom! Feng Yuandao and the rest's attacks landed on the reddish gold armor, causing it to tremble violently. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. But in the end, it was blocked by Lu Ming. And Lu Ming's spear had already landed on Xiangxia's body. Bang! Xiangxia screamed miserably. His entire body was sent flying diagonally. Then, he crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Continue attacking. He can't block it anymore. Feng Yuandao roared and launched another attack. Attacks continued to bombard Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a crazed look. He still used the reddish gold armor to block. He wanted to use his opponent to temper his armor. Only then could he improve quickly. Boom! Boom! Boom, the continuous attacks landed on the reddish-gold armor. A few cracks appeared on the armor. Lu Ming's body was also sent flying. The direction he flew was the same direction that Xianxia was sent flying. At this moment, Xianxia was lying on the ground and vomiting blood. When he saw Lu Ming flying over, he was almost scared to death. Boom, Lu Ming swept his spear down from a high vantage point, crushing his opponent. The earth trembled. 100-mile-long spear scar appeared. It also looked like a valley. Xianxia was lying inside. All the bones in his body were broken. He couldn't move at all. Although he didn't die, he had lost the ability to fight. The battle had just started, and one of them was crippled by Lu Ming. This caused many outer court disciples to be dumbfounded. His defensive divine skill is too sturdy. Winged Demon, why aren't you making a move? Are you waiting for him to defeat us one by one? Feng Yuandao suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the Winged Demon. Just now, the Winged Demon had not made a move. The Winged Demon frowned and then flapped his wings. He turned into a purple lightning and charged towards Lu Ming. Quick, attack together! Feng Yuandao shouted and continued to attack Lu Ming with the others. The show has just begun. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming directly used the Annihilation 3 strikes. This attack was aimed at the Winged Demon. Lu Ming was now in his peak state. How strong was his combat strength? Although the Winged Demon's combat strength was terrifying and his cultivation was at the first level of True God Realm, his actual combat strength far exceeded the first level of True God Realm. However, compared to Lu Ming, there was still a gap. An incomparably resplendent spear light shot towards the Winged Demon like a flying immortal, causing the Winged Demon's expression to change. This move made him feel a fatal threat. Wings breaking 1,000 army. The Winged Demon roared. His purple wings were like heavenly blades as he slashed out crazily, forming an endless sharp blade storm that swept towards Lu Ming. Dang! 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 Intense collision sounds rang out. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves in an instant, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Break! Lu Ming's voice rang out. The spear light surged and suddenly suppressed the sharp blade storm. The sharp blade storm formed by the Winged Demon was constantly destroyed. Then, his body shook violently and flew backwards. His face was somewhat pale and filled with shock. He was actually not a match for Lu Ming and was suppressed. Continue! Lu Ming shouted. His spear light was like a rainbow as he continued to attack the Winged Demon. As for the attacks of the others, he completely ignored them. Among these people, the Winged Demon's combat strength was undoubtedly the strongest and the most threatening to him. As long as he suppressed the Winged Demon first, it would be much easier for the others. Boom! Boom! Feng Yuandao and the others' attacks landed on Lu Ming's crimson gold armor, causing a violent explosion. Although cracks appeared on the crimson gold armor, it was still blocked. Lu Ming's attack was aimed at the Winged Demon. The Winged Devil did his best to fight with Lu Ming, but the result was that he retreated repeatedly. The surrounding outer sect disciples were all dumbfounded. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming can actually fight the Winged Devil, Feng Yuandao, and the others at the same time. Most importantly, he even has the upper hand. How terrifying. Is he still human? There's actually such a monster in this world. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Third strike of annihilation, sky-piercing. Lu Ming once again used the world-destroying 3 strikes. The sky-lifting spear light swept out in all directions, crushing the Winged Devil. This time, the Winged Devil was unable to block it. Its attack was broken by the spear light, and it heavily bombarded its body. Bang! The Winged Devil's body was thrown out, vomiting blood. However, before he could stabilize his body, Lu Ming attacked again. With a thrust of his spear, it pierced through the Winged Devil's chest. The Winged Devil screamed in pain. Purple feathers flew out from his wings, and he couldn't even float in the air. His body fell to the ground heavily. The Winged Devil was severely injured. Not good. Feng Yuandao, Li Kunchen, and the others were shocked. The Winged Devil was defeated. Their minds were shaken, and even their attacks stopped. They retreated one after another with a look of horror on their faces. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and looked at Feng Yuandao and the others. He was like an invincible god of war, and his battle-intent sword. When he cast the battle word incantation, his fighting spirit was already extremely strong. Coupled with Lu Ming's prowess from defeating the winged demon, Feng Yuandao and the rest did not have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. This is a misunderstanding. I have no intention of fighting for the treasure. Goodbye. One of them actually wanted to retreat, leaving behind a sentence, and turned to leave. You attacked me so many times just now, and now you want to leave? Did I let you leave? Stay. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His divine force burst out, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. He pressed his long spear, and a spear light pressed down on that person like a mountain, sealing off all his escape routes. You're too arrogant. That person roared and used all his strength to resist. However, Lu Ming's current battle strength was too strong for him to resist. He was directly smashed to the ground by Lu Ming. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body twitched. He was seriously injured. After suppressing that person, Lu Ming twisted his body, and the momentum of his spear changed, and he attacked the others again. Because the others all wanted to retreat, they already knew that they were definitely not Lu Ming's opponent today. Leaving was the best plan. However, how could Lu Ming let them escape? Boom! Lu Ming's spear was aimed at Li Kunchen. Li Kunchen roared. His pair of giant hammers danced wildly, and instantly blasted out 1,000 hammer strikes. However, even if he used all his strength, it was difficult to resist Lu Ming. He followed in the footsteps of the previous few people and was injured by Lu Ming. Go! Feng Yuandao and the others did not dare to stay and wanted to escape. This battle is not over yet. Where are you going? Wu Zifeng's figure flashed, blocking in front of Feng Yuandao. Get lost for me. Feng Yuandao roared and launched an attack at Wu Zifeng. However, how powerful was Wu Zifeng? He could not rush out at all. On the other side, Yu Linglong took out 2 soft whips and waved them with both hands. The sky was full of whip shadows, entangling the other few people. As for Lu Ming, he took the opportunity to launch an attack. Even the winged demon could not block Lu Ming's attack in a head-on battle. These people were not Lu Ming's opponent. One by one, they were suppressed by Lu Ming. Not long after, including Feng Yuandao and the others, the top 9 on the empty god list were all seriously injured by Lu Ming. They fell to the ground and could not get up, no longer having the strength to fight. Gulp gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva desperately, their eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Lu Ming had actually defeated 9 of the top 10 on the empty god list, including the winged demon. Such combat strength was unprecedented. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Now that we have lost, I don't want the treasure. You can let us go now. Xianxia roared. Let you go? Ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered. Previously, I have said that if you want to attack me, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Lu Ming walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia's face changed drastically as he roared, Lu Ming, you dare to kill me? Let me tell you, an inner sect elder has secretly accepted me as a disciple. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Many people's hearts moved, but they were not surprised. Some of the top ranked on the empty god list had amazing talent. Usually, before they were promoted to inner disciples, they would be fancied by some inner sect elders and secretly accepted as disciples. Only when they were officially promoted to inner disciples would they be announced. It was normal for Xianxia to be accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder. Not only Xianxia, but the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kunchen, and the others had also secretly accepted a master. Who said that I want to kill you? Hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? You want my storage ring? No, impossible. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Xianxia cried out hysterically. Most of his wealth was in the storage ring. Furthermore, there was also the beast core of the nether dragon that he had killed in the nether dragon mystic realm this time, as well as the dragon bone of the dragon bone flower. They were all in the storage ring. If he gave them to Lu Ming, how was he going to live? He would become a pauper in an instant. If you lose now, I can kill you at any time. But if you die, your storage ring will still be mine. Do you understand? Lu Ming said coldly. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, unless you kill me, I won't give my storage ring to you. If you have the ability, then kill me. Kill me. Do you dare? Xianxia roared. He had already become an inner sect elder's disciple. He was certain that Lu Ming wouldn't dare to kill him. He wouldn't give it to him. Let's see what Lu Ming would do to him. Whoosh, Xianxia hadn't even finished his words when a spear light burst out and directly pierced through Xianxia's glabella. Puff, the spear light directly pierced through Xianxia's forehead, nailing him to the ground. Why you? Xianxia's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief, fear, and unwillingness. In the end, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Xianxia was dead. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually dared to kill Xianxia. Xianxia was a genius ranked 4th on the Nihility God list. Moreover, he had been accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone. Audacious, simply audacious. Everyone now knew that not only was Lu Ming strong, but he was also a lawless person. I've already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. I've already said that if I kill you, your storage ring will still be mine. Lu Ming mumbled as he grabbed Xianxia's storage ring with a wave of his hand. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the hearts of the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others twitched. Originally, they had the same plan as Xianxia. If Lu Ming wanted their storage rings, they would rather die than comply. They all had great backgrounds and didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill them in public. But now, they had changed their minds. They had no doubt that if they disobeyed Lu Ming would really dare to kill them. Now, hand over your storage rings. As expected, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the winged devil, Feng Yuandao, and the others, making them wail in their hearts. Lu Ming, here you go. The winged demon was the most decisive. Gritting his teeth, he took off the storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Then, he staggered in a certain direction. Lu Ming accepted the storage ring and did not stop him. What about you guys? Lu Ming then looked at Feng Yuandao, Madman, Li Kunchen, and the others. Feng Yuandao, Madman, Li Kunchen, and the others were about to cry. Their hearts were bleeding. It was too late for them to regret. This time, they had really suffered a double loss. They didn't get the treasure, but they had to pay with all their belongings. If they knew that this would happen, if they knew that Lu Ming was so abnormal, they would definitely not find trouble with Lu Ming. Hurry up, don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Quickly hand it over, I don't have time to waste with you guys. Lu Ming berated. Feng Yuandao and the others were about to cry. In the end, they were extremely unwilling. They took off the storage ring slowly and handed it to Lu Ming with a heart that was like being cut by a knife. Get lost. After receiving the storage ring, Lu Ming was in a good mood and waved his hand. Feng Yuandao and the others were as if they had been pardoned and left one by one. You guys are still not leaving? You want to hand over the storage ring, right? Lu Ming's gaze looked at the other outer disciples. The outer disciples' faces changed drastically and they ran away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the scene, only Lu Ming, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong were left. Lu Ming's body trembled and he almost couldn't stand still. Lu Ming, are you all right? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng hurried over. I'm fine. I just used too much divine power and am exhausted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had used the 9-layer crimson gold armor and the apocalyptic 3 strikes consecutively. The consumption of divine power was shocking. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at level 7 empty god realm. Just now, if his opponent had held on for a while longer, Lu Ming would not have been able to continue fighting. When I go out this time, I must store more divine power in the quantifying formula, Lu Ming pondered. Let's leave this place and find a place to recover. Wu Zifeng said. Then, he and Yu Linglong took Lu Ming and left the place. After finding a remote place, Lu Ming took out the divine crystals and absorbed the divine aura in them to recover his divine power. After a few hours, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak condition. He was full of energy and felt that his cultivation had improved. Miss Linglong, Brother Wu, these storage rings are for you. Lu Ming took out the storage rings that he had obtained from Feng Yuandao and the others and threw them to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. No, you obtained them with your own combat strength. How can we take them? Yu Linglong said and wanted to return the storage rings to Lu Ming. That's right, we can't take them. Lu Ming, you can keep them for yourself. Wu Zifeng also refused and returned the storage rings to Lu Ming. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were firm. Lu Ming did not force them and kept the storage rings. There were still a few days before the 3-month deadline. In the next few days, the few of them rushed towards the exit and hunted the netherworld dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers. The exit was at the edge of the netherworld dragon secret territory. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed and Lu Ming and the others arrived at the exit. A large number of outer sect disciples had already gathered here. At one glance, Lu Ming saw the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the rest. Right now, their injuries had already recovered. However, after seeing Lu Ming, their expressions changed. That's Lu Ming? The Lu Ming who defeated the winged demon and the other 9 experts? When Lu Ming arrived, almost all the outer disciples looked at Lu Ming. There were only a few hundred people present in the previous battle. But now, the news had spread to all the outer disciples who had entered the netherworld dragon's secret territory. Is this true? A rank 7 empty god realm martial artist defeated the winged demon and the other 9 experts? It can't be fake, right? Many people did not see it with their own eyes and found it hard to believe. But when they saw that the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others did not deny it, they knew that it was most likely true. Rumble, not long after, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. This was the exit. Shush! 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 The winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others rushed out of the exit. Then, the others followed suit. Let's go. Lu Ming said as he, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. After leaving the Nether Dragon's secret realm, Lu Ming bid farewell to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng headed to the mission hall, ready to exchange the Nether Dragon's beast core and dragon bone flower for points. Of course, Wu Zifeng wasn't from the Kongxian school, so he couldn't exchange them for points. He gave the beast core and dragon bone flower to Yu Linglong for Yu Linglong to exchange them for points. Lu Ming didn't go directly to the mission hall, mainly because he still needed to organize the storage rings that he had obtained from the winged demon and the others. However, Lu Ming didn't return to the outer sect. Now that he had caused such a big commotion, if he returned to the outer sect, it would definitely alarm the outer sect. It would be troublesome then. Lu Ming found a random spot in the inner sect area. He then took out his storage ring and began to tap it lightly. Divine crystals were piled up like mountains, and there were also plenty of refining materials, as well as low-grade divine artifacts of various grades. Little ball, for you to eat. Now, Lu Ming was rich and overbearing. He took out a few low-grade level 9 divine weapons and gave them to Little Ball. Previously, Little Ball had been in the form of a bracelet, wearing it on Lu Ming's wrist. Now, it had turned into a ball, hugged the divine weapons, and started munching on them. All these years, Lu Ming had not stopped feeding Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu's ability had been improving. Now, it had reached level 8 of the Void God realm. It was very powerful and could fight with those who were ranked at the top of the Void God list. As Little Ball ate, Lu Ming started counting the Nether Dragon's beast core and dragon bone flower. There were 9 storage rings, including Crazy Dao's. It could be said that this time, all the storage rings of the top 10 geniuses on the empty god list were in Lu Ming's hands. These geniuses were all very powerful and had gained a lot. The Nether Dragon's beast core and dragon bone flower from the 10 of them added up to more than 3,000. If they were exchanged for points, it would be 300,000 points. In addition, Lu Ming's own Nether Dragon core and dragon bone flower could be exchanged for around 60,000 points. Great harvest, this was truly a great harvest. As expected of the top 10 empty gods on the empty god list. The 10 of them had gathered such a great harvest. It had to be known that Lu Ming and the others were able to hunt large amounts of nether dragons and dragonbone flowers because of the nether dragon blood curse in Lu Ming's body. As for the others, they had to rely on themselves to find them, which was much more difficult. The winged demon and the others had contributed so much, which was already very good. Saint-grade divine arts, mystical arts, and secret arts, here I come. Lu Ming laughed in his heart, then put away Qiuqiu and headed toward the mission hall. When the people from the mission hall saw Lu Ming take out so many nether dragon cores and dragon bones, they almost fell over in fright. In their shock, they exchanged them for points for Lu Ming. 360,000 points. Lu Ming had exchanged a total of 360,000 points. Satisfied, he left the mission hall and headed toward the hidden scripture pavilion. The people guarding the hidden scripture pavilion were still the same old men. Senior, I would like to exchange for a saint-grade divine art. Can I? Lu Ming cupped his fists towards an old man. You want to exchange for a saint-grade divine art? The old man looked at Lu Ming in surprise. That's right. Lu Ming nodded his head. Exchange, you can exchange for it, but you can only exchange for the first few levels. It's not very useful and the price is very high. Do you really want to exchange for it? The old man asked again. There were very few people who came to the hidden scripture pavilion to exchange for a saint-grade divine art. This was because the saint-grade divine art could only be exchanged for the first few levels. It wasn't very useful, but the price was shockingly high. Almost no one would exchange for it. Senior, I want to exchange for the first level mainly because I want to study it. Please help me. Lu Ming said sincerely. According to the rules, you can exchange for it. Since you insist, this old man won't stop you. Here are the introductions of a few saint-grade divine art. Take a look. The old man gave Lu Ming a jade talisman. Lu Ming took it and looked at it carefully. There were a few simple introductions of a few saint-grade divine art. They were all powerful and had their own merits. Senior, I'll choose the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. Lu Ming said after returning the jade talisman to the old man. He had his eyes on a saint-grade divine art called the ultimate chill divine art. If the ultimate chill divine art was cultivated to the peak, one could cultivate saint-grade divine art. The ultimate chill divine art was extremely powerful and could freeze everything. The reason why Lu Ming chose this ultimate cold divine technique was that he had previously cultivated a king-grade divine technique, the Hanbing divine technique. With the Hanbing divine art as a foundation, the speed of cultivating the ultimate chill divine art would be faster. Okay, give me your identity token and exchange for the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. It costs 50,000 points. The old man said. Lu Ming gave the identity token to the old man. The old man took it and swiped it on a disk array. Lu Ming lost 50,000 points. The price was really expensive. If it wasn't Lu Ming, no one else would exchange for it. However, Lu Ming didn't have the slightest reluctance. One had to know that if he obtained the first level, it was equivalent to obtaining the entire ultimate chill divine art. This is the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. Take it. Then, the old man took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming received it happily and kept it in his storage ring. Then, Lu Ming walked into the scripture depository and looked around. This time, the first thing he wanted to do was to exchange for a saint-grade divine art. In addition, he also wanted to exchange for a divine skill and a secret skill. Now that he had the quantum formula, he could store divine power in it. In the future, he could use divine skills to his heart's content. Naturally, he wanted to cultivate another divine skill. He wanted to find a speed divine skill to cultivate. At his level of cultivation, the incomplete rock wing technique that he had previously cultivated was no longer of much use. What others cultivated were complete speed-type divine techniques. His speed could no longer keep up with others. Lu Ming looked around and soon, he came to the 4th floor. There were level 7 or level 8 divine skills here. 9 Heavens Rock Technique. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a speed divine skill called the 9 Heavens Rock Technique. His eyes immediately lit up. The 9 Heavens Rock Technique was a level 7 speed divine skill. Once it was used, one's speed would be as fast as a rock. The Kuanpeng was not an ordinary giant rocks. Even in the untainted universe, the Kuanpeng was a terrifying existence. It was said that a newly born Kuanpeng could travel freely in the universe and travel between different star areas at an unimaginable speed. This Nine Heavens rock technique was not complete. It seemed to be incomplete and only had the first 7 levels. There seemed to be more after that, but it had been lost. The exchange price was 30,000 points. This is it. Lu Ming decided to exchange for the Nine Heavens rock technique. Now that he had a speed divine skill, the next step was the secret skill. Lu Ming came to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, there were only a few 9th level divine skills and a few secret techniques. There was a huge difference in the value of secret skills. Some of the cheaper secret skills were very cheap. For example, the transformation skill that Lu Ming had bought previously could conceal the color, aura, level, and so on of divine power. This kind of secret skill was of little value to most people. Therefore, the price was not high. However, some secret techniques were shockingly expensive. For example, the secret techniques on the 5th floor of the Xianxia School's scripture depository were all very precious and useful. The cheapest secret technique cost 100,000 points. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. He was very tempted by many of them. However, not all the secret skills were suitable for him. In fact, there were many secret arts that had very strict cultivation conditions. There were all kinds of restrictions. For example, some secret skills required a corresponding amount of divine power, or some special materials, or some requirements for the divine body, and so on. The more powerful the secret technique, the more stringent the requirements. Therefore, many people who could cultivate one or at most 2 kinds of secret techniques were already amazing. Generally, it was impossible for them to master too many secret techniques. Ice shackles. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a secret technique called ice shackles. This kind of secret technique required one to control extreme cold divine power to cultivate. Lu Ming had cultivated the Frost Divine Formula before, and now he had exchanged for the first level of the Frost Divine Formula. As long as he could cultivate extreme cold divine power, he would be able to cultivate the ice shackles. Once the ice shackles was successfully cultivated, it would form several ice shackles with astonishing power. It had the effect of attacking and trapping enemies. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased in the future, its power would also increase. However, the price of the exchange was shocking. It required 250,000 points. 250,000. Lu Ming's heart ached. Lu Ming only had slightly more than 370,000 points. He had obtained 360,000 points from this trip to the Nether Dragon's secret domain. He had more than 10,000 points left, so he had a little more than 370,000 points. He had used 50,000 points to exchange for the Frost Divine Formula, and 30,000 for the Nine Heavens Garuda art. If he continued to exchange for the ice shackles, Lu Ming would only have a little more than 40,000 points left. Yes. Lu Ming clenched his teeth and decided to exchange. The remaining 40,000 points were enough for the time being. The key was to convert them into strength. After making his decision, Lu Ming went to the door and exchanged for the 9-layered Kuanping technique and freezing ice chains from the old man. When the old man saw that Lu Ming was only a level 7 empty God realm martial artist, he was shocked as well. He guessed that Lu Ming might be a disciple of some big shot in the Xianxia school. After successfully redeeming the 9-fold Kuanping technique and chilling ice chains, Lu Ming went straight to the Holy Vein Tower to cultivate. In a secret room in the Divine Vein Tower, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. He took out the first level of the ultimate cold divine technique and started to comprehend it. Lu Ming only started to cultivate after he had more or less understood everything. It was indeed very difficult to cultivate the sacred grade divine art. Even the first level was the easiest. Given Lu Ming's talent, he had to cultivate for a few months before he succeeded in cultivating it. After cultivating the first level, Lu Ming's body produced a strand of ultimate cold divine force. Immediately, Lu Ming started to circulate the universe 10,000 Dao technique. Just like that, the ultimate cold divine force became thicker and thicker. In the end, a divine flame was formed in Lu Ming's elixir field. The fifth divine flame was formed by the ultimate cold divine force. The ultimate cold divine force was a divine-grade divine force and its power was shocking. Swoosh, Lu Ming circulated the ultimate cold divine force and waved his hand. His palm was covered with a layer of ultimate cold divine force and it was extremely cold. The temperature in the secret room dropped sharply and it was bone-chilling. With such a temperature, even an empty God realm expert would be frozen if he were to come in. What a strong power! No wonder it is a divine-grade divine force. Lu Ming smiled. He was satisfied with the power of the ultimate cold divine force. Now, he had 5 divine forces in his body. The power of the ultimate cold divine force was second only to the sovereign divine force. The Eldritch universe was completely different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. When he was in the primordial realm of the heaven realm, Lu Ming had mastered many laws. He had also mastered the ice force. However, the ice force was only the ice force of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. It was produced by the heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. The heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm was useless to the Eldritch universe. Even though Lu Ming had mastered the mysterious destiny law, space-time law, and chaos law in the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm, they were based on the heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. In the Eldritch universe, there were naturally divine laws of the Eldritch universe. Those divine laws were useless in the Eldritch universe. The power that was controlled in the Eldritch universe and the divine force was the supreme power. For example, if the ultimate cold divine force that Lu Ming had cultivated struck the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the evil god world would be frozen. Even the heavenly Tao would be sealed in ice. Whether it was the destiny law or space-time law, it would be useless. They would all be frozen. This was because the power that belonged to the Eldritch universe, the supreme power of the Great Thousand World. Continue to cultivate. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The divine flame of the ultimate cold divine force had just been ignited. It was not as strong as the other divine flames and it needed time to grow stronger. Time flew by and Lu Ming had cultivated in the divine vein tower for 10 years. In 10 years, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the divine flame of the ultimate cold divine force to the same size as the other divine flames and the same density of divine force. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved and he was close to level 8 empty god realm. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's strength had become stronger. If he were to fight with the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others, Lu Ming would win easily. Lu Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he started to store divine force in the measure character formula. When his divine force was depleted, Lu Ming would absorb divine force from the outside world to replenish it. Then, he would continue to store divine force in the measure character formula. A year later, Lu Ming left the divine vein tower and went to another place to cultivate. He started to cultivate the 9 heavens Kuanping skill and the ice chain. After cultivating the ultimate cold divine skill and the ice chain, it was not too difficult. Soon, he had succeeded in cultivating them. In a spacious area, a large group of desolate beasts charged towards Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. This was a place to cultivate divine skills. This place was within a large array. These desolate beasts were naturally formed by the array. However, their combat strength was shocking and they were not afraid of death. Ice chain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He waved his hand and a few chains flew out from his body. These were chains that were formed by the ultimate cold divine force and they were solid. Swoosh! 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 9 chains danced in the air and bound 9 desolate beasts tightly. The terrifying icy cold energy was about to freeze the desolate beasts. Roar! Roar! The 9 wild beasts roared crazily as they struggled to break free from the chains. These 9 wild beasts had the strength of a level 1 true god. Of course, they were only ordinary level 1 true gods and could not be compared to the winged demon and the others. However, the 9 ice chains let out creaking sounds, as if they couldn't hold on any longer. Condense. Lu Ming constantly manipulated the ice chains, trying to bind the 9 dire beasts to death. However, as the dire beasts struggled, the creaking sounds of the ice chains became louder and louder. In the end, with a loud bang, the 9 chains exploded. Roar! Roar, the 9 wild beasts roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a long spear and stabbed out 9 times, killing the 9 wild beasts. Sigh, it seems like the frost divine force alone is not enough to cultivate the frost chains to its maximum power. Lu Ming sighed. According to the ice chains, if one wanted to master the technique and unleash the full power of the ice chains, they would need some special materials. Without these materials, the frost chains would be like having no foundation and would break with one strike. It would be difficult to unleash its maximum power. According to the frost chain's secret technique, the best material to cultivate the frost chains was the cold moonstone. The cold moonstone contained the frost chi and could allow the frost chains to reach its maximum level. Lu Ming left the cultivation ground and went to the library. After reading a large number of books, he found out that the cold moonstone was extremely rare and precious. It was almost extinct in the Qin Tian star field and only the ice spirit race had it. However, the ice spirit race was one of the strongest races in the Qin Tian star field. There were many races in the Qin Tian star field, but only 2 of them were the strongest. One of them was the ice spirit race. The ice spirit race was stronger than the Conxian school. They were even stronger than any of the 3 overlords. They could only compete with the ice spirit race if a few of them joined forces. This showed the ice spirit race's strength. As for the cold moonstone, it was an extremely precious treasure of the Ice Soul clan. It was easier said than done to obtain it. It seems like I can only put the ice shackles aside for now. I'll go to the Ice Soul clan and find a way to get some cold moonstones when my cultivation level increases. Lu Ming pondered, then returned to the place where he cultivated the divine skill and focused on cultivating the divine skill. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Lu Ming had wholeheartedly practiced all kinds of divine skills and had made great progress. The 9 layers of crimson gold armor had reached the 3rd layer, and the 3 strikes of annihilation had also broken through to the 3rd layer. As for the speed-type divine skill 9 Heaven's Garuda art, Lu Ming had cultivated it to the 2nd layer. On the other hand, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased steadily and he was slowly approaching the peak of Empty God Realm. When one reached the advanced level of the Void God Realm, it would take thousands or tens of thousands of years to advance to the next level. It was good enough that Lu Ming could advance to the peak of the 8th level of the Void God Realm within 20 years. Moreover, the chances of activating the combat character secret art to triple his combat strength had also increased to 1/4. Out of the 4 activations, he would succeed once. My cultivation level has reached the peak of rank 7 Empty God Realm. Why don't I break through to rank 8 Empty God Realm in one go? Lu Ming pondered. He then went to the Divine Vein Tower and tried his best to break through to the next rank. After a few months, Lu Ming succeeded. Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached rank 8 Empty God Realm and his combat strength had increased greatly. Lu Ming was satisfied. After a few days of consolidation, he walked out of the Divine Vein Tower. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the Divine Vein Tower, he saw a familiar person. It was the Outer Elder, Huaquan. Lu Ming, I've been waiting for you for a few days. If you didn't come out in a few days, I would have gone in to call you. Huaquan smiled. Apparently, Huaquan knew that Su Mo was cultivating in the Divine Vein Tower through the guards. It was not difficult to find out. Elder Hua, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming asked. It's not me. It's the sect leader. He wants you to do something for him. Huaquan said. Long Zhoushan is finally looking for me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It had been a few decades since Long Zhoushan had placed the Dark Dragon Blood curse on him. In the past few decades, Long Zhoushan had not looked for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming knew that it was only a matter of time before Long Zhoushan came looking for him. Why is the sect leader looking for me? Lu Ming asked. I want you to complete a mission related to the Ice Soul clan. Moreover, you won't be going alone this time. There will be some people going with you. As long as you complete this mission, you will receive a huge reward. Each of you will be rewarded with 20,000 points. Huaquan said. I'm going to the Ice Spirit Tribe to complete a mission. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. Only the Ice Spirit Tribe had the Cold Moonstone. Lu Ming had planned to go to the Ice Spirit tribe after his cultivation was higher. It would be best if he could break through to the true God realm. However, it seemed that he would have to go there earlier. That's good too. I can see if I can get some cold moonstones. As for the 20,000 points, Lu Ming did not care too much about it. It was just a matter of convenience. How many people from the Conxian school are going with you? Lu Ming asked again. This time, all the inner disciples who are below 10,000 years old will be going. There are a total of 9 of them. Including you, there will be 10 of them. Moreover, you will be the team leader this time. Huaquan said. At this point, Huaquan sized Lu Ming up carefully. There was deep shock in his eyes. As an outer sect elder, of course, he knew that Lu Ming had single-handedly fought against 9 of the top 10 virtual gods in the Nether Dragon mystic realm. When he first heard about it, he was shocked. His first reaction was disbelief. When he saw Lu Ming's cultivation rank, he was shocked again. Rank 8 empty god realm. He remembered clearly that when Lu Ming had won first place in the assessment of the 13 sects, he was only a demigod. It had only been a few decades and Lu Ming's cultivation rank had shot up to rank 8 empty god realm like a rocket. No wonder the sect leader wanted to meet him personally. He is indeed a demonic genius. Huaquan thought to himself. I am the team leader? Lu Ming was shocked. He had not expected that he would be the team leader this time. That's right. This is the sect leader's order. Also, this is your team leader's token. It represents your authority as the team leader. In this mission, the other 9 people will have to listen to your orders. With that, Huaquan took out a token that was slightly bigger than his palm. The token was golden in color as though it was made of gold. All right. Lu Ming was speechless. He nodded his head and kept the token. Come with me. The rest of them have been waiting for you for 2 days. Huaquan smiled. He turned around and flew in a direction. Lu Ming followed him. In an open space in the inner area, there were 9 youths waiting. There were males and females among the 9 of them. They looked very young and were all below 10,000 years old. Moreover, they were all inner disciples and their cultivation ranks were at true God realm. To be able to break through to true God realm below 10,000 years old, there was no doubt that they were the cream of the crop. End of chapter. These 9 people were going to the Ice Soul tribe with Lu Ming to carry out the mission. However, the 9 of them were getting impatient at this moment. Who is our leader? How arrogant of him to make the 9 of us wait here for 2 days. One of the young men said unhappily. That's right. Let's see who is so arrogant. Let's see if he's strong enough to convince us. Another young woman also spoke with an impatient look. Although the others did not say anything, their gloomy faces said it all. They're here. Suddenly, one of the young men looked up at the sky. The others followed suit. 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were Lu Ming and Elder Huaquan. Lu Ming and Huaquan landed on the ground. Elder Huaquan. The young men and women cupped their fists at Huaquan and bowed respectfully. They all knew that although Huaquan was only an outer elder, his true identity was the grand disciple of the sect master, Dragon Zhoushan. He was highly regarded by the Dragon Boat Mountain. Now that he was an outer elder, it was just a trial. Even many inner elders were polite to Huaquan, so they did not dare to offend him. No need to be so polite. Huaquan waved his hand and said. The 9 young men stood up and glanced at Lu Ming, ignoring Lu Ming. Elder Huaquan, you said you were going to bring our leader here. Where is he? We've been waiting here for 2 days. That's right. Who is so arrogant that he can't even invite Elder Huaquan? Everyone started to talk. They did not think that Lu Ming was the person they were waiting for. Lu Ming had an identity token on him. They could tell that he was an outer disciple. How could an outer disciple be the person they were waiting for? Moreover, he was their leader. They thought that Lu Ming was just a follower of Huaquan. You don't have to wait anymore. He's here. Let me introduce him to you. This is Lu Ming. He will be your leader for this mission. Huaquan pointed at Lu Ming and said. What? The 9 young men and women were stunned. They stared at Lu Ming and then at Huaquan. Him? Elder Huaquan, are you mistaken? He's just an outer disciple. How can he carry out the mission with us? Won't he be a burden to us? Moreover, he's our leader. What a joke. Two of the young men immediately yelled. Kid, you'd better hand us your leader's token. That's right. 20,000 points was equivalent to 200 million divine gems. It was a huge sum even for an ordinary inner disciple. They felt that Lu Ming was envious of the reward and hence tagged along to earn points. Greedy? Lu Ming sneered in his heart. He glanced at the 9 young men and women and said, I've received news that I'm the leader of this mission and all of you have to listen to my orders. Why? Are you rebelling now? Bool *T. What rebellion? Don't flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? That's right. Hand over your leader's token and get lost. A few of them were enraged and shouted. A cold aura was directed at Lu Ming. Enough. At this moment, Huaquan shouted and silenced the crowd. Huaquan glanced at the 9 young men and women unhappily and said, Let me tell you, this mission was personally assigned by the sect leader. Lu Ming is the leader and the sect leader personally appointed him. If you have any objections, speak to the sect leader directly. The 9 young men looked at each other. How would they dare to speak to the sect leader? Are you doubting the sect leader's judgment? Huaquan asked again. We don't dare. The 9 young men and women said hurriedly. Since you don't dare, then act according to the order. Let me tell you, in this mission, you have to listen to Lu Ming's orders. Do you understand? Huaquan's eyes lit up and he emitted a strong and cold aura. Yes, yes, the 9 young men and women nodded. However, no one knew what they were thinking. All right, let's go. I'll take you to the teleportation formation. Then, we'll go through the teleportation formation to the Ice Spirit tribe. Huaquan said and turned around. The rest of the group followed him. Xianxia School was very far away from the Ice Spirit tribe. They were separated by many galaxies. Even if they took the teleportation formation, it still took them more than a month. Finally, they arrived on a planet. Huaquan did not continue to send them off. This was the territory of the Ice Spirit tribe and there would be people from the Ice Spirit tribe waiting for them. Is this the Ice Spirit tribe? Lu Ming looked at the members of the Ice Spirit tribe curiously. The appearance of the Ice Spirit tribe was not much different from that of the human race. The biggest difference was their hair and pupils. Their hair and pupils were snow white. Their skin was slightly fairer than that of the human race. As they walked, they emitted a cold aura. Everyone, please follow us. An elder from the Ice Spirit tribe smiled and led Lu Ming and the rest to the main planet of the Ice Spirit tribe, the Ice Spirit planet. After a few days, they arrived at the Ice Spirit planet. The Ice Spirit planet, as its name suggested, was sealed in ice. It was a real ice planet. Everywhere on the planet, the temperature was extremely cold. Most of the buildings in the main city of the Ice Spirit tribe were made of ice that was hundreds of millions of years old. The people from the Ice Soul clan brought Lu Ming and the rest to a hall. This hall was made of ice that had been frozen for hundreds of millions of years. The cold air was oppressive and the temperature was very low. If not for their profound skills, they would have been frozen into popsicles. However, Lu Ming felt very comfortable. He cultivated the ultimate chill divine skill and could control the ultimate chill divine power. As he circulated his divine power, the cold air from the outside constantly flowed into Lu Ming's body. He felt very comfortable. Young heroes, the Ice Spirit tribe has invited the Xianxia School and some other prodigies from the Qin Tian 13 sects for this mission. Some of them have not arrived yet, so you will have to wait for a few days. You can stay here for the next few days. The elder from the Ice Spirit tribe said. There are people from other sects coming with us? Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they revealed curious expressions. They were curious as to what the mission this time was. The elder from the Ice Spirit tribe did not say much. He simply explained a few things and left. After the elder from the Ice Spirit tribe left, Lu Ming strode into a room. He planned to cultivate while waiting. End of chapter. Lu Ming, stop right there. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a figure flashed and a young man in a purple robe appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Immediately after, their figures flashed and the other 8 young men and women surrounded Lu Ming. "You're really in a hurry." The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. There was a sneer at the corners of his mouth. "Lu Ming, now that Elder Huquan is not here, no one can protect you. You'd better hand over the captain's flag. You're not qualified to be our captain, do you understand?" The young man in the purple robe said with contempt. "That's right. If you hand over the flag obediently, we might let you pass the mission on account that you're from the same sect. You might even get a huge amount of points. Otherwise, we'll have to kick you out." Another young woman was even more domineering and had an arrogant expression on her face. These people couldn't help but make things difficult for Lu Ming as soon as they arrived at the territory of the Ice Soul clan, demanding that he hand over the captain's flag. "I'm appointed as the captain by the sect leader himself. Are you going to defy the sect leader's order?" Lu Ming said lightly, looking very calm. "Don't use the sect leader's name to pressure us. There's an old saying, when a general is out in the field, he can't obey the orders of the emperor. Moreover, this mission concerns all of us. How can we let an outer disciple like you be the captain and endanger our lives?" "That's right. Moreover, there are people from other sects coming this time. If they know that our Kongxian school's captain is an outer disciple, we'll be laughed at. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? If he doesn't hand it over, we'll take it ourselves." A few young men said coldly. Some of them were even getting impatient. "It's not impossible for me to hand over the flag." At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was suddenly heard. The others laughed disdainfully. They knew that Lu Ming wouldn't dare to disobey them. "However, I'm curious. If I hand over the flag to you, who will be the captain?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Of course I'll be the captain. My cultivation base is the highest here." A young man with a long face said proudly. "Bullshit, your cultivation is the highest? What a joke. Have you asked me?" A tall and sturdy young man immediately roared as a powerful aura erupted from his body. 4th level True God Realm, the burly young man exuded a shocking aura. He was at LV4 True God Realm. Lu Ming's eyes moved, revealing a trace of surprise. No wonder he was an elite of the inner sect. He was less than 10,000 years old and his cultivation had reached level 4 True God Realm. With such cultivation, he could be an overlord in the chaotic galaxy. For example, the Yuan Luo Hall's Hall Master and the Walkabout Sect's Patriarch were both at the 4th stage True God Realm. However, the battle prowess of the Kongxian School's inner disciples was definitely above the Yuan Luo Hall's Hall Master and the Walkabout Sect's Patriarch. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" That long-faced youth also erupted with a shocking aura from his body. He was similarly a 4th level True God, contending with the tall and sturdy youth. The eyes of the others were filled with dread and solemnity. "Don't let this kid drive a wedge between us. He wants to provoke us into fighting. If we want to fight, let's get the command flag first. It won't be too late to do so." At this moment, another young man spoke. The long-faced youth and the tall and sturdy youth withdrew their aura and looked at Lu Ming. "That's right. Let's get the command flag first, then we'll fight to determine who's the leader," the long-faced youth said. "Kid, your provocation is too low level. It's useless against us. Hurry up and hand over the command flag. Don't waste our time," the purple-robed youth shouted. The others also stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly looks. "Looks like you guys are not too stupid. Alright, whoever wants the command flag can come and get it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He opened his palms and the flag was in his palms. "You're overestimating yourself. How dare you fight with us? I'll teach you a lesson first." The purple-robed youth took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and waved his hand. His 5 fingers stretched out and grabbed at Lu Ming like a cage. Divine power held. Before the claw reached Lu Ming, the powerful airflow had already crushed Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. The purple-robed youth was in the 2nd level True God Realm. His cultivation is not bad, but his battle strength seems to be average. Lu Ming's heart jumped and he threw a punch out with his bare hands. This kid actually dares to fight back. He's overestimating himself. One move and he'll be kneeling on the ground. The other youths had the same thought in their minds. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. This was because Lu Ming's fist collided with the purple-robed youth's claw. There was a loud explosion and a figure was pushed back. The person who was pushed back was the purple-robed youth. The purple-robed youth staggered back a dozen steps before he could stand firm. You, the purple-robed young man looked at Lu Ming in shock. He simply could not believe it. He was in the 2nd level True God realm and Lu Ming's aura was only in the 8th level Empty God realm. He was pushed back by a 8th level Empty God realm. How could this be? You want to be the leader with such strength? What a joke. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. Kid, don't be arrogant. I only used 30% of my strength. The purple-robed youth shouted. He had only used 30% of his strength. He thought that 30% of his strength would be enough to deal with an outer disciple. He did not expect Lu Ming's strength to exceed his expectations. I'm sorry. I only used 10% of my strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had only used 10% of his strength. However, how could the others believe him? Shameless boasting. I'd like to see what you're capable of. The purple-robed youth shouted and a ray of sword chi shot up to the sky. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he executed a divine skill. The sword chi whizzed and swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed and a long spear appeared. The long spear vibrated and swept towards the purple-robed youth. Boom! Boom, boom. After a few explosions, the purple-robed youth's sword chi collapsed and the long spear continued to sweep towards him. His body shook violently and he was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. He crashed into the wall made of ice and almost broke the wall. Puff, the purple-robed youth spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he looked at Lu Ming in shock. He had used all of his strength and executed a divine skill. However, he was not a match for Lu Ming's spear and was injured by Lu Ming's spear. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? It was too terrifying and he could not believe it. A level 8 Empty God realm was able to suppress him and this was a huge blow to him. The other 8 youths looked at the scene with their mouths agape. End of chapter. His strength is only so. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He compared the purple-robed youth to Winged Demon, Feng Yuandao, and Feng Zi and realized that the purple-robed youth wasn't a match for Winged Demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others. This was normal. Winged Demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others were ranked in the top 10 of the Empty God list. Their combat strength far exceeded those of the same level and they weren't something that other outer disciples could compare to. After they entered the inner sect, they would definitely become the elite disciples of the inner sect. Their future prospects would definitely be incomparable to those of ordinary disciples. Although the purple-robed youth was considered an elite in the inner sect, he was still a distance away from Winged Demon and the others. Although his cultivation had reached the 2nd-ranked True God realm, his combat strength wasn't comparable to Feng Yuandao and the others, who were at the 1st-ranked True God realm. Lu Ming's current strength had greatly increased compared to when he was in the Nether Dragon's secret territory. It was easy for him to deal with the purple-robed youth. You're so weak and yet you want to fight for the position of captain. Who else wants the captain flag? Come on. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other 8 people. The faces of a few people changed. Their cultivation was on par with the purple-robed youth. Since Lu Ming could easily suppress the purple-robed youth, they definitely weren't his match. However, not everyone was afraid of it. Lad, you're pretty strong. You must be one of the top 3 on the Empty God list. The long-faced youth squinted his eyes and said coldly. The eyes of the others flashed as realization dawned on them. Only the top 3 empty gods on the Empty God list had such terrifying strength. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then hurry up. If you don't, then get lost. Lu Ming reprimanded. Arrogant. I can even easily suppress the number 1 on the Empty God list. Today, I'll show you the difference between the outer sect and inner sect. The long-faced youth's eyes were cold. His body flashed and he charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. His speed was shockingly fast. This was a godly speed skill and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to react in time. However, Lu Ming wasn't an ordinary person. Weng, the long spear in his hand buzzed and vibrated. Then, it shot out explosively, instantly turning into dozens of spear shadows that pierced in all directions. Whoosh, in the next moment, the long-faced young man's figure appeared. He floated backward and dodged Lu Ming's attack. "Brat, your reaction is quite sharp. In that case, I'll use my strength to suppress you." The long-faced youth yelled coldly. The aura of a fourth-level true god completely erupted. A fourth-level true god was much stronger than a second-level true god. Divine power surged like waves, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand. Meteor spear. With a low shout, the long-faced youth thrust his spear at Lu Ming like a meteor. A terrifying divine skill, under the support of a level 4 true god's divine power, the power was astonishingly strong. Lu Ming immediately activated the battle character secret art to double his battle prowess. The divine force in his body circulated at full force, and the 5 divine fires burned fiercely, bursting out with shocking power. World-extinguishing 3 strikes, sky-piercing. Lu Ming used his most powerful move right away. 2 beams of spear gleams collided in the air, as though 2 stars had collided. Dong, a terrifying explosion sounded, and a terrifying force spread out in all directions. The others' faces changed, and they hurriedly retreated, circulating their divine power to resist. Pung! Pung! The scattered energy slammed into the ground and the walls. Even though the ground and walls were made of ice that had been frozen for hundreds of millions of years, they still left deep scars on them. Then, the crowd saw a figure retreating continuously. Every step he took would leave a footprint on the ground. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. The person who retreated was the long-faced youth. CSISI, at the scene, there was a sound of people sucking in cold air. Lu Ming actually repelled the long-faced youth. How was this possible? The long-faced youth had a 4th-level true god cultivation. An 8th-level void god could actually repel a 4th-level true god. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary 4th-level true god. What kind of monster was this? The others could no longer use the word shock to describe their feelings. They simply thought that they were dreaming. Impossible, the long-faced youth found it hard to believe. He has some strength. A 4th-level true god is indeed powerful. Lu Ming said in his heart. A 4th-level true god was much stronger than a 2nd-level true god. Even Lu Ming couldn't defeat him easily. And hi, let's attack together. Let's attack together and suppress this kid. At this moment, the long-faced youth shouted. He was calling out to the burly youth. Among this group of people, he and the burly youth, and Hai, had the highest cultivation level. They had reached the 4th level of True God Realm. The rest of them were at the 2nd or 3rd level of True God Realm. They were no match for Lu Ming. Alright, let's attack together. And Hai took a step forward, and a metal rod appeared in his hand. It was pitch black, and looked extremely heavy. Kid, your strength is beyond my expectation. As long as you can defeat the 2 of us, I will recognize you as the leader. No, you will be my boss in the future, and I will follow you. And Hai said in a deep voice, and his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Up to you. Attack. Lu Ming said. Attack. The long-faced youth shouted and unleashed his full strength to attack Lu Ming. He displayed his divine skill, Meteor Spear, to the extreme. At the same time, and Hai also attacked. His iron rod was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. When the 2 of them joined forces, their strength was unleashed to the extreme, and the power was overwhelming. Even Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Boom! Lu Ming activated the battle character formula consecutively, and his combat strength was increased by 3 times. 3rd Strike of Extinction, Sky-Piercing. Lu Ming displayed the 3rd Strike of Extinction once again, and 2 spear lights clashed with the long-faced youth and an Hai. Boom! Boom! After a few collisions, the 2 figures retreated. It was an Hai and the long-faced youth. After Lu Ming activated the 3rd Strike of Extinction, the 2 of them were even weaker, and they were suppressed by Lu Ming. As the two of them retreated, Lu Ming immediately followed up. His spear light was like a mountain pillar, pressing down on the two of them. The two of them roared and tried their best to resist, but they couldn't. As the spear light pressed down, the two of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their figures retreated rapidly, and they crashed into the wall, almost shattering the wall made of 100 million years dark ice. The two of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They looked at Lu Ming in horror. God, this. The others were also shocked to the extreme, and their throats were trembling as if there was a lump of dog hair stuck in their throats. Dong, Lu Ming took a step forward, and the palace shook. His fighting spirit was soaring. Wait, I don't want to fight anymore, I don't want to fight anymore, I surrender, and Hai was the first to shout. He looked at Lu Ming with reverence and deep admiration. Lu Ming, you're crazy. I, and Hai, am a man of my words. Since you've defeated us, you'll be the captain from now on, and also my boss. And Hai patted his chest and said. Lu Ming didn't comment. He looked at the long-faced youth and said, what about you, do you still want to fight? End of chapter. The long-faced young man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and walked into a room without saying a word. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming said coldly. The long-faced young man's body stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. What do you want? The long-faced young man asked with an ugly expression. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He swept his gaze across the rest. What about you guys? Who wants to fight? Come at me together. Don't waste time. Lu Ming said. The other 7 young men and women shuddered and broke out in cold sweat. What a joke. The long-faced young man and An Hai, 2 level 4 true gods, were no match for Lu Ming. Were they looking for trouble? Senior brother Lu, you must be joking. You are strong enough to be the leader. We are convinced. Yes, we are convinced. The others quickly nodded and bowed. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Since Lu Ming was stronger than them, they had to call Lu Ming senior brother, even if he was just an outer disciple. Alright, since that is the case, I will say this. Since I am the leader, you must listen to my orders. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Ming said coldly. Of course. The others nodded and bowed. Only the long-faced young man's face became gloomier. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hands. Everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They found a room to stay in. Lu Ming also found a room to stay in. The next few days were peaceful. Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 7 days, the ice soul race that had received them before came again. Lu Ming and the others came to the courtyard. Everyone, the outstanding talents of the other sects are all here. The 9th young master intends to let everyone meet first to familiarize themselves with each other. That way, they will be able to cooperate better in future missions. The 9th young master has already prepared a banquet. The Ice Soul Race Elder said with a smile. Senior, how many sects are participating this time? Lu Ming asked. Other than your Kongxian school, there are 5 other sections. One of them is the Mystic Academy, one of the 3 overlords. The elder from the Ice Soul clan explained. Mystic Academy. Lu Ming, and Hai, and the others were shocked. What exactly was the mission this time around? There were a total of 6 sects and factions invited, and one of them was even an overlord faction. Senior, what is the mission this time? Lu Ming asked again. The others also looked curious. They couldn't understand. The Ice Soul race was extremely powerful. What kind of mission would they have that they couldn't complete on their own? Why would they ask for help? More importantly, the Ice Soul race only needed to send out a high-level true God realm expert to suppress them. 9th young master will explain this later. The old man of the Ice Soul clan smiled and didn't explain further. The group followed the old man and soon arrived at a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was very large, and there was a small lake in the middle of the courtyard. The strangest thing was that the lake water didn't freeze even though the temperature was so low. Rows of seats were placed beside the lake. These seats were also carefully arranged. There were a total of 7 areas. The highest area had the most seats, and it was already filled with people. These people had long snow-white hair and snow-white pupils. It was obvious that they were from the Ice Soul race. The other 5 seats were also filled with people at this moment. Obviously, these people were from the other 5 sections. The group landed on the ground. The Ice Soul race elder walked toward the seats and bowed to a young man in the middle. "Ninth young master, the people from the Xianxia school are here." This young man had long snow-white hair and was very handsome. He was the Ice Soul race's 9th young master, Bing Qing. "All right, you may leave." Bing Qing waved his hand. The Ice Soul race elder and the others bowed and left. Lu Ming and Hai and the others looked at the people from the other sections. They were all young people. The people from the other 5 sects and the Ice Soul race were all young people. Judging from their life auras, they were all younger than 10,000 years old. Who? Yeah. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he looked at a certain area. This was the area where the Mystic Academy was located. The Mystic Academy had the most people, with a total of 18 people. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was Huya, the prodigy of the Tiger tribe who had fought with Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sex recruitment test. As Lu Ming and the others were looking at the others were looking at them as well. Haha, the Xianxia school actually sent an empty god to do this mission. What a joke. Is he looking down on the Ice Soul race and treating this mission as a joke? A sharp voice sounded. It came from the Mystic Academy. It was a young man from the Mystic Academy. The others were curious as well. Lu Ming did not deliberately hide his ability. Everyone could tell at one glance that Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Void God realm. The people who had come to complete this mission were all prodigies of the true God realm and above. Even the people from the Ice Soul race were surprised that the Xianxia school had sent an empty God realm. Don't spout nonsense. Since when did the Xianxia school look down on the Ice Soul race? And Hai looked at the young man from the Mystic Academy and said unhappily. You're still denying it? Then why did you send an empty God realm? I think the Xianxia school is just trying to get away with this mission and get more benefits. The young man from the Mystic Academy sneered. The Xianxia school was the leader of the top 10 sections. Their strength had increased rapidly over the years and they had become a threat to the 3 overlords. Therefore, the relationship between the 3 overlords and the Xianxia school wasn't good. The Mystic Academy seized the opportunity to suppress the Xianxia school. T. The Mystic Academy is the one who is trying to get away with this mission. And Hai shouted. What did you say? Are you looking for trouble? The young man from the Mystic Academy wasn't afraid at all and he exuded a powerful aura. Do you think I'm afraid of you? And Hai said loudly. He didn't back down. The 2 sides were about to fight. Haha, you are all guests. Why don't you sit down and have a drink? Bing Qing, the 9th lord of the Ice Soul race, laughed and tried to smooth things over. He had to give face to the 9th lord of the Ice Soul race. The young man from the Mystic Academy retracted his aura and looked at Hai coldly. I'll let you go today for the sake of Lord Bing Qing. Humph, we don't know who will let you go yet. And Hai said unhappily. Haha, everyone from the Xianxia school, please take a seat. Bing Qing laughed again and pointed to an empty seat. There were 10 tables and chairs in this seat. It was the same number as the 10 people from the Xianxia school. It was obviously prepared for the Xianxia school. End of chapter. Moreover, these seats were arranged in a particular way. They were arranged like a fan, with the middle seat protruding and the seats on both sides leaning back slightly. Lu Ming and the rest of the team walked toward their seats. Lu Ming sat down in the middle seat while the rest of the team sat on both sides of the seat. The people from the other sects were stunned when they saw where Lu Ming and the rest of the team were seated. This was because the middle seat was usually reserved for the team leaders. For example, the 9th young master of the Ice Spirit tribe, Bing Qing, was seated in the middle. The people from the other sects who were seated in the middle were the team leaders of this mission. If Lu Ming was seated in the middle, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ming was the team leader of the 10 members of the Xianxia school, and Empty God was the team leader? Ha ha ha. What a joke. How could the Xianxia school let an empty god be the team leader? What a joke. The young man from the Mystic Academy who had spoken earlier laughed out loud. His voice was filled with mockery. In my opinion, the Xianxia school has no other capable people. How could they let an empty god be the team leader? I can foresee how useless the rest of the team members are. How could such a sect be worthy of being the top of the top 10 sects? Another young man from the Mystic Academy sneered. The other sects also sneered at the Xianxia school. This time even Bing Qing and the other young supreme talents from the Ice Spirit tribe looked displeased. It was still acceptable for an empty god to follow them. However, this empty god was actually the leader of the Ice Spirit tribe. This was clearly looking down on the Ice Spirit tribe. What did they take the Ice Spirit tribe for? They had invited the supreme talents from the Xianxia school to help them because they had to give the Xianxia school a lot of benefits. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming and the rest of the team have been rewarded with 20,000 points for completing the mission? The Ice Spirit tribe had given the Xianxia school a lot of benefits so that the Xianxia school could reward them with a lot of points. Now, the young man from the Mystic Academy had said that letting a virtual god be the team leader was simply perfunctory. In the Xianxia school, the long-faced youth, the purple-robed youth, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had expected this to happen, which was why they wanted to take Lu Ming's position as team leader. You're all F** King Bullsh** T. The position of captain of Xianxia school is naturally reserved for the strongest person. What do you know? Lu Ming didn't say anything, but Anhai couldn't help but roar. The strongest person? Annihility God is your strongest person. You guys are really useless. Ha ha ha. The young man of the Hybrid Demon Academy burst out laughing with mocking expressions. In my opinion, your Xianxia school's title as the leader of the top 10 sects is completely undeserved. Why don't you just give it up? On the right side of Lu Ming's group, a young man from a sect sneered. This sect was one of the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Flowing Water sect. The Flowing Water sect wasn't very strong in the Qin Tian 13 sects. It was almost at the bottom. However, the Flowing Water sect had a very good relationship with the Mystic Academy. They usually followed the Mystic Academy's lead. Some people even joked that the Flowing Water sect was a dog of the Mystic Academy. The Xianxia school and the Mystic Academy had a conflict, so they naturally stood on the side of the Mystic Academy. What's a dog barking for? Anhai retorted very rudely. What did you say? A bunch of useless people. I think you should go back. Don't make a fool of yourself here. You'll drag us down when you participate in the mission. A black-faced youth from the Flowing Water sect hooted. He then looked at Lu Ming with disdain and said, What? You're not convinced, right? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Kid, I challenge you now. At the end of his sentence, the black-faced youth stood up and pointed at Lu Ming, shouting loudly. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, I want to challenge you. I'm in the Flowing Water sect and I'm not the captain. Now I challenge you, the captain. Do you dare to accept? The black-faced youth said loudly. He seemed to be reckless, but he was actually very shrewd. In his opinion, Lu Ming was a Nihility God realm martial artist who couldn't withstand a single blow. He wasn't the captain of the Flowing Water sect, but he defeated the captain of the Xianxia school. It was equivalent to slapping the Xianxia school's face. He could make a name for himself and please the Mystic Academy's prodigies. It was killing two birds with one stone. You're not qualified to make me fight. Anhai, go and teach him a lesson. Make him kneel on the ground and apologize. Lu Ming raised his wine cup and slowly took a sip. Good, that's what I want. Anhai revealed a ferocious expression and strode towards the Flowing Water sect. Bing Qing's eyes flashed, but she didn't stop him. The Mystic Academy's prodigies also watched with interest. Brat, kneel down. Anhai quickened his pace and finally jumped up. Like a goshawk, he swooped down towards the black-faced youth from the Flowing Water sect. The vast palm force was like an avalanche as it pressed towards the black-faced youth. The black-faced youth's expression changed as he punched out continuously. His fist technique was like flowing water. After dozens of punches, the sky was filled with fist shadows. The fist shadows gathered into a river and rushed towards Anhai. However, Anhai's cultivation was at level 4 True God Realm, while the black-faced youth was only at level 2 True God Realm. The difference was too big. Under the pressure of Anhai's palm force, the black-faced youth's fist shadows collapsed. Boom! The palm force was like a mountain, pressing down on the black-faced youth. The black-faced youth screamed and knelt on the ground with a plop. Presumptuous! You're courting death. The other youths from the Flowing Water sect were enraged. They roared and pounced towards Anhai, including the captain of the Flowing Water sect. Come on, all of you kneel down. Anhai revealed a ferocious expression. A long staff appeared in his hand. The long staff swept out, exploding the void and creating a terrifying boom. The sky was filled with staff shadows, pressing down on the Flowing Water sect's elites like a mountain. There were a total of 6 youths from the Flowing Water sect, but the strongest one was only at level 3 True God Realm. He was no match for Anhai. Pung! 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 After a series of explosions, the Flowing Water sect's disciples were thrown back and vomited blood. Only the captain was in a better state, but he was also thrown back and vomited blood. Level 4 True God Realm. The captain of the Flowing Water sect shouted, revealing a shocked expression. Those who came this time were those who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. It was rare to be able to cultivate to level 4 True God Realm within 10,000 years. The others were also shocked. They looked at Anhai with a dignified expression. However, they could not figure out why Anhai was not the captain of the Xianxia school. Instead, the captain was a level 8 Empty God Realm martial artist. Could it be that the kid has a high status in the Xianxia school and is the descendant of a big shot? Many people thought so. This was very likely. Otherwise, with Anhai's cultivation, why would they listen to Lu Ming and let Lu Ming be the captain? With your cultivation, you dare to criticize my Xianxia school. Kneel down and apologize to me. Anhai's iron staff pressed down on the captain of the Flowing Water sect. End of chapter. Anhai's iron rod was like a steel mountain under his divine power. It was extremely thick and filled with terrifying power. Although the Flowing Water sect's captain tried his best, the difference in their cultivation levels was obvious. He was completely outclassed and was forced to retreat. His body trembled as he coughed out blood. Kneel. Anhai was extremely domineering. He pressed his iron rod down again, wanting to force the Flowing Water sect's captain to kneel on the ground. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice came from the Mystic Academy. It was the Mystic Academy's captain, a young man with black demonic tattoos on his face. As soon as he spoke, a young man sitting next to him dashed out at an incredible speed. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Flowing Water sect's captain. A large cauldron appeared in his hand and he swung it at Anhai's iron rod. Dong! There was an earth-shattering roar as the energy spread out in all directions. Then, the two figures took a few steps back. Anhai and the young man from the Yimo Academy were evenly matched in this exchange. 4th level True God Realm. Anhai licked his lips. His eyes were even more ferocious and filled with a strong desire to battle. Anhai had always been a person who liked to fight. However, Anhai did not continue to attack. He knew that since the Mystic Academy had made a move, it would be difficult to make the Flowing Water sect's captain kneel. The Xianxia school is so arrogant. You made the other sect's elites kneel in front of everyone. What's wrong? Do you want to replace the Mystic Academy and become the Overlord? The Mystic Academy's captain said coldly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put a big hat on the Xianxia school's head. As he spoke, the Mystic Academy's captain looked at Lu Ming. His eyes were sharp as he said, also, as a captain, can you only hide behind others and give orders? I don't care who you are. It's okay if you act like a tyrant in the Xianxia school, but to act like a tyrant in front of the Mystic Academy is ridiculous. You said it yourself. I didn't say anything. Lu Ming said indifferently. But you have done it, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. You have injured the people of the Flowing Water sect in front of me, you have to pay the price. Now, get out here and apologize to me, apologize to the Flowing Water sect, and apologize to the Mystic Academy. The captain of the Mystic Academy stared at Lu Ming. His gaze was so cold that it pierced through Lu Ming's bones. Apologize? You think too much. The flowing water sect being abused is purely their own fault. Lu Ming said calmly as he continued to drink his wine. His calm demeanor made the Mystic Academy captain's eyes turn even colder. Good, good, good. The captain of the Mystic Academy said good 3 times in a row. Then, he said coldly, then, you asked for it. Attack, I want that kid to kneel down. Boom. 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 As soon as the captain of the Mystic Academy finished speaking, 7 or 8 people from the Mystic Academy immediately stood up. Their bodies flashed and appeared in different places. A few of them blocked the long-faced young man from the Xianxia school. The long-faced young man's expression changed, but he didn't make a move in the end. He just waited and watched. Get out of my way. On the other hand, Anhai roared and waved his iron rod, trying to blow away the people in front of him. Behave yourself. In front of Anhai, the man with the cauldron waved his cauldron like a mountain towards Anhai. The two of them exchanged a few moves, but they were evenly matched. Anhai was held back. In this way, the people of the Xianxia school were all held back. Only Lu Ming was still sitting in his seat and drinking wine. Leave this kid to me. During the 13th sex assessment, this kid killed many of my tiger tribe's elites. Today, I will make him kneel in front of me and repent. Huya suddenly stood up from his seat in the Mystic Academy and stared at Lu Ming ferociously. Oh, he's from the same batch as you? The captain of the Mystic Academy was stunned. That's right. However, during the 13th sex assessment, my cultivation was suppressed and I couldn't use my full strength. That's why I couldn't take revenge. Now, it's the right time. Huya said ferociously. Alright, I'll leave this kid to you. The captain of the Mystic Academy said. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from Huya's body, suppressing Lu Ming. Level 1 True God Realm, this was Huya's level. During the 13th sex assessment, Huya's cultivation was already at level 9 Empty God Realm. It wasn't surprising that he had broken through to the True God Realm. Lu Ming, get up and fight with me. I'll let you know what true combat strength is. Huya strode toward Lu Ming. He had a ferocious look and his mouth was wide open. His body was like a huge mountain. Most people would tremble in fear if they were suppressed by his aura. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at Huya as he said, I'm not interested in fighting with a loser. Find someone who can fight. Although Huya controlled sacred-grade divine power and had powerful combat strength, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached level 8 Void God Realm and he had improved greatly in all aspects. Moreover, he had cultivated the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Tao Sutra. However, Huya felt insulted by Lin Fan's words. Arrogant. If my cultivation wasn't suppressed back then, I could have killed you with a finger. Huya roared. He took a step forward and appeared before Lu Ming. His huge palm reached out to grab Lu Ming's head. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's head like a watermelon. As the huge palm pressed down, energy filled the air. Lu Ming's seat and the dishes on it shook violently. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A gust of divine force spread out and covered the dishes, preventing them from moving. Then, Lu Ming raised his hand and stabbed out with his finger like a spear. Shush! A spear radiance shot out from Lu Ming's finger and hit Huya's palm. Boom! When divine forces collided, there was a loud explosion. Then, there was a painful roar. A figure was pushed back, causing the ground to rumble. It was Huya who was pushed back. Moreover, there was a bloody hole in his palm and blood was flowing out. Apart from the people from the Xianxia sect, everyone's gaze froze as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming sat there without moving. How could he be so strong to be able to pierce through Huya's palm? Lu Ming's cultivation was only at level 8 Empty God Realm. On the other hand, Huya was already at level 1 True God Realm. Most importantly, Huya wasn't an ordinary person. He was a peerless genius who controlled divine force. Even in the Mystic Academy, there weren't many people like him. When he grew up, he would be the holy son of the Mystic Academy. He would be qualified to compete for the position of the Dean of the Mystic Academy in the future. His combat strength couldn't be measured by his cultivation. It was easy for him to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. However, he had been injured by Lu Ming, who was a higher cultivation level than him. Even Huya himself was incomparably shocked. This was because he clearly knew that in the previous clash, his divine power had been easily pierced through. End of chapter. Didn't you say that you wanted to show me your strength? Is this all you've got? Lu Ming looked at Huya in disdain, his voice filled with mockery. I don't believe that I will lose to an empty god with my true god realm cultivation. Tigers roar, tear him apart. Huya's eyes turned red as he roared. Divine force surged from his body, causing his body to swell up. Roar, a tiger's roar shook the entire place. Huya turned into a half-human, half-tiger being. He stomped his feet and pounced towards Lu Ming like a gust of wind. This was the secret technique of the tiger tribe. Once it was unleashed, one's strength would increase. Many special tribes had their own secret techniques. Only that tribe could unleash the secret techniques, and they were all different. This was something that the human tribe could not compare to. Lu Ming became more serious as he stood up. A long spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Boom, a huge spear radiance swept towards Huya. Tear him apart. Huya roared. His fingernails were as sharp as blades as he continuously clawed out. The sky was filled with claw imprints as they clawed towards the spear light. Bam! 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 In an instant, the two of them had clashed dozens of times. Huya's face changed drastically as he grunted and his body flew backwards. In midair, blood spurted out from his mouth. A disciple of the Mystic Academy flew towards the sky and caught Huya before landing on the ground. Huya vomited blood as his aura weakened. He was severely injured and could no longer fight. Weak. Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly, his tone full of disdain. Puff, hearing Lu Ming's words, Huya vomited another mouthful of blood out of anger. He had always thought that he had lost to Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sex assessment because he had suppressed his cultivation. If he had not suppressed his cultivation, he could have killed Lu Ming with a single finger. He didn't expect that after meeting Lu Ming for several decades, he would be unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. He was easily crushed by Lu Ming. It was really hard for him to accept. Brat, how dare you injure a disciple of the Mystic Academy? How dare you? Let me teach you a lesson. With a roar, a bald young man rushed out from the Mystic Academy. This bald youth exuded an extremely shocking aura. He was a level 4 true God realm genius, and his cultivation was not any weaker than in Hai's. Boom, the bald youth soared into the air. His leg was like a steel whip, sweeping towards Lu Ming. This person's leg technique was extremely impressive. Before the leg arrived, the terrifying force was already pressing towards Lu Ming like an avalanche. Lu Ming swept out with his spear and collided with the bald youth's leg. There was a violent explosion. The bald youth's figure floated backward, and the long spear in Lu Ming's hand, which was condensed from divine power, trembled non-stop and almost collapsed. There's a divine artifact on his leg. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. His opponent was wearing a pair of golden boots, which was a divine artifact. Lu Ming didn't use a divine artifact, so the long spear condensed from divine power almost collapsed. With a thought, a divine artifact long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Heaven stabilizing kick, heaven stabilizing strike. The bald youth retreated and stabilized himself in the air. Then, he rushed towards Lu Ming. Both of his legs kicked out consecutively. His entire person was like a drill, blasting towards Lu Ming. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming executed the sky-piercing strike. A resplendent spear light collided with the bald youth. Chi energy spread out in all directions, and the bald youth was sent flying back several tens of thousands of meters. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. How is this possible? The others widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lu Ming actually injured the bald youth. The bald youth was a level 4 true God realm genius. His combat strength wasn't something that Huya could compare with. However, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. A level 8 empty God realm genius was actually able to suppress a level 4 true God realm genius. What kind of freak was that? Everyone finally knew why Lu Ming could become the leader of the Kongxian school. It was because he had the strength to do so. Previously, Anhai had said loudly that Lu Ming could become the leader of the Conxian school because he was the strongest. However, no one believed him at that time. They all thought that Anhai was bragging. Now, they knew that what Anhai said was the truth. How is this possible? Huya couldn't believe his own eyes. He was in control of the sacred divine power and considered himself a peerless genius. To him, it was nothing out of the ordinary for him to fight someone of a higher level. However, he now realized that he was nothing compared to Lu Ming. This kid, the leader of the Mystic Academy, narrowed his eyes in shock. Even if it were the remnants of the three overlord forces, none of them would possess such horrifying fighting strength if they were to fight at the same level as them. Interesting. The ninth prince of the ice spirit race, Bing Qing, said. The genius of the Mystic Academy is only SOSO. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, don't be arrogant. Let me fight you. Take this. The geniuses of the Hybrid Demon Academy were enraged. Two young men immediately dashed toward Lu Ming and charged toward him. These two young men, their cultivations were shockingly also level 4 true god. The Mystic Academy was indeed one of the three overlords of the Qin Tian star field. They were indeed powerful. They already had 4 level 4 true god realm geniuses. One should know that the only level 4 true god realm geniuses in the Conxian school were Anhai and the long-faced youth. Of course, there were other geniuses who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. However, it was enough to show how powerful the Mystic Academy was. The two geniuses at the 4th level of True God Realm attacked Lu Ming fiercely from both sides. Their divine skills had been cultivated to the 3rd level and their powers were very shocking. At the same time, the bald youth also exerted his full strength. He stepped in the air and appeared above Lu Ming. He looked down and stomped his foot down. The 3 experts teamed up to deal with Lu Ming. At the same time, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Even an ordinary level 5 True God Realm or level 6 True God Realm expert would have to dodge, let alone a level 8 Empty God Realm expert. However, Lu Ming's face was calm. At this moment, his battle intent shot up to the sky. An even stronger force was released from his body. The battle character art had tripled his combat strength. 3rd strike of destruction, break the sky. With the battle character art tripled his combat strength, Lu Ming unleashed the 3rd strike of destruction. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming stabbed his spear out 3 times. The 3 spear shadows shot up from 3 different directions and stabbed towards the 3 young geniuses of the Mystic Academy. Boom! 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 A violent explosion rang out, and it was as if 3 stars had exploded in the sky. You're defeated! Lu Ming roared. As Lu Ming roared, the 3 figures retreated a few thousand meters away. Their bodies were covered in blood. End of chapter. Defeated. The 3 skyprides from the Mystic Academy were all defeated. Every one of them had a gunshot wound on their chests. The wound was penetrated from the front to the back, and fresh blood was flowing out. The 3 of them were pale and their auras were weak. Their faces were filled with shock. At that moment, they thought that they were going to die. The others were shocked as well. Lu Ming had won in a 1 versus 3 situation. His combat power could no longer be described as shocking. Even Bing Qing, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had a strong sense of shock in her eyes. The people from the other sects gasped. Mystic Academy, is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming held his gun with one hand and looked at the people from the Mystic Academy. I didn't expect the Conxian school to have someone like you. Alright, I'll fight you today. A cold voice sounded. It was the leader of the Mystic Academy. Just now, he had been sitting in his seat, but now, he suddenly stood up. Boom, an incomparably terrifying aura burst out from this person's body, and a boundless pressure permeated the void. Plop, some people actually couldn't withstand this pressure and directly sat down on the ground. The crowd felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. This aura, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of seriousness. The leader of the Mystic Academy was definitely a terrifying person. The leader of the Mystic Academy was a level 5 true god. However, the aura he gave off was much stronger than the other level 4 true gods. Even if Xianxia was a level 5 true god, he wouldn't be able to give off such a strong aura. The divine power that this person wielded was of the saint grade. Without a doubt, he was a top-notch skypride. His combat strength wasn't something that Huya could compare with. Huya was only a level 1 true god, but this person was already a level 5 true god. A powerful aura also erupted from Lu Ming's body. His entire being was like a divine spear, showing its sharpness. Boom, their auras collided in the air, causing a thunderous explosion. The terrifying pressure caused all the seats to tremble, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Many people quickly used their divine power to protect themselves. They knew that once Lu Ming fought with the leader of the Mystic Academy, the destruction would be terrifying. The 9th young lord of the Ice Soul clan suddenly stood up and stepped between Lu Ming and the leader of the Mystic Academy. A chilling aura radiated from his body. This chilling aura was terrifying. It was as if it was going to freeze everything in the world. Lu Ming and the leader of the Mystic Academy's aura seemed to be frozen by this aura. They couldn't help but retract their auras. What terrifying strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Bing Qing was most likely more powerful than the team leader of the Hybrid Demon Academy. Can the two of you give me some face and let today's matter end here? Bing Qing asked. He didn't stop them before because he wanted to see how strong they were. However, the situation was getting out of hand. If the Xianxia school and the Mystic Academy fought, it would be detrimental to the mission. Therefore, he stood out to stop them. The leader of the Mystic Academy looked at Bing Qing with a serious expression. He couldn't see through Bing Qing's cultivation and it gave him great pressure. Kid, you're lucky today. I hope your luck will continue to be this good. The leader of the Mystic Academy looked coldly at Lu Ming. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Xianxia school had a prodigy like Lu Ming. This made him feel shocked. This person can't be allowed to live. The leader of the Mystic Academy thought. The Xianxia school was the top of the top 10 sections. They had become stronger over the years and were a threat to the 3 overlords. Therefore, a prodigy like Lu Ming couldn't be allowed to live. Once he grew up, he would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming smiled faintly and returned to his seat. Bing Qing and the others also returned to their seats. Thank you all for coming today. I believe that everyone is curious about the mission this time. Now, I will briefly explain the mission this time. The mission is to go to one of the ancestral grounds of the Ice Spirit clan and retrieve a treasure called the Ice Jade Heart. The path to the ancestral grounds is guarded by powerful restrictions, especially the age restriction. Only those who are under 10,000 years old can enter. Bing Qing said. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder the sects only sent out prodigies under 10,000 years old. Therefore, with the Ice Spirit clan's strength, they would ask for help from the other sections. However, the Ice Spirit clan's prodigies under 10,000 years old were limited. There must be danger in your ancestral grounds. Someone asked. Of course. According to the ancient records, there are desolate beasts inside. Otherwise, why would the Ice Spirit clan pay such a high price? If you are afraid and don't want to go, you can go back now. The Ice Spirit clan will send you back. Bing Qing smiled. Everyone was silent. They had already expected that there would be danger. Otherwise, the reward wouldn't be so high. The Xianxia school alone was worth 20,000 points. The other sects gave similar rewards. All right. Since no one wants to back out, we will depart in 3 days. Come, let's drink. Bing Qing said with a smile. Everyone began to toast and drink. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone left. You guys go back first. I have something to do. Lu Ming said to Xianxia and the others. Xianxia and the others nodded and left. Soon, only Lu Ming and a few people from the Ice Spirit clan were left. Brother Lu, do you have something to say? Bing Qing looked at Lu Ming. Yes, I have something to ask the 9th young lord. Lu Ming said. He wanted to ask Bing Qing about the whereabouts of the cold moonstones. If possible, he wanted to buy some. Oh? You guys go back first. Bing Qing waved at the people from the Ice Spirit clan and they left. Brother Lu, what is it? Bing Qing smiled. Ninth Young Lord, Lu Ming wants to ask if the Ice Spirit clan has any cold moonstones? Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked directly. Cold moonstones. Bing Qing's expression changed slightly. She nodded and said, that's right. The Ice Spirit clan does have cold moonstones. There is really one. Lu Ming was elated. Ninth Young Lord, can you sell a few cold moonstones to Lu Ming? Lu Ming asked. Sell them to you? I don't think so. The Ninth Young Lord shook his head. You can't sell them? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Brother Lu, to tell you the truth, the cold moonstone is an extremely precious treasure in the Ice Soul clan. Every time one is used, there will only be one left. Even now, the number of cold moonstones in the Ice Soul clan is extremely small. They are kept in the treasure vault of our clan's big shots. Even I find it extremely difficult to obtain one. Bing Qing smiled bitterly. Lu Ming was disappointed. He originally thought that even if the Ice Soul clan did not have a lot of cold moonstones, it would not be rare. He did not expect that even in the Ice Soul clan, cold moonstones were extremely precious treasures. Even Bing Qing found it difficult to obtain one, so it would be impossible for him to buy some. It seems like I'll have to find a replacement in the future if I want to cultivate the frost shackles to greater mastery. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Cold moonstones weren't the only thing he could use to cultivate the frost shackles to greater mastery. He could also use other precious materials, but most of them were extremely precious. Brother Lu, if you really want the cold moonstones, there's a way. Bing Qing suddenly changed the topic. What way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. To tell you the truth, most of the cold moonstones in the Ice Soul clan came from the ancestral land. However, the ancestral land was closed for some reason a long time ago, and it was filled with powerful restrictions. Only after a long time will the restrictions weaken, and outsiders can enter the ancestral land. If you're lucky, you might be able to get some cold moonstones this time. Our main purpose in entering the ancestral land this time is to obtain the Ice Jade Heart Chill, but we also want to get some cold moonstones. Bing Qing said. So, the cold moonstones come from the Ice Soul clan's ancestral land. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to this trip to the Ice Soul clan's ancestral land. He had to get some cold moonstones. Brother Lu, if you find any cold moonstones in the ancestral land, they're yours. You can take them with you. Bing Qing added. Thank you, Ninth Young Lord. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked her. Then, he left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, everyone gathered again. There were nearly 100 Skyprides from the Mystic Academy, Kongxian School, and half of the Skyprides from the Ice Soul clan. There were about 50 Skyprides from the Ice Soul clan alone. All the top experts under the age of 10,000 had come. Bing Qing was the leader of the Ice Soul clan. Everyone, please follow me, said Bing Qing as she flew in a certain direction. Everyone followed Bing Qing to a large teleportation portal. The Ice Soul race's territory was very vast. They had more than 80 galaxies and countless planets. Their ancestral land was quite a distance away from the Ice Soul star. Beside the teleportation array, there were already dozens of figures. Those figures were all wearing white gowns. There were both men and women. However, they were all very old. Greetings, elders. Bing Qing and the other prodigies of the Ice Soul clan bowed to the old men. These old men were actually the elders of the Ice Soul clan. They were absolutely terrifying experts. Since everyone is here, let's set off. One of the elders of the Ice Spirit clan said as he stepped into the teleportation portal. Then, the other elders also stepped into the portal. Why would he need so many experts of the Ice Soul clan to work together? The same thought flashed through many people's minds, and then everyone stepped into the teleportation matrix. The teleportation matrix flashed, and everyone disappeared. After half a month of teleportation, they arrived at a barren planet. Then, one of the elders of the Ice Soul clan took out a large starship. Everyone boarded the starship and flew for a few more days. In front of them, a strange place appeared in front of them. In front of them in the universe, there were countless huge rocks floating in the air. These rocks looked like they were formed by the explosion of a planet. From afar, these rocks seemed to form a path that led straight ahead. This was the ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. The elder put away the starship, and they stood in the universe. However, a layer of light appeared on Lu Ming and the others, enveloping them. True gods couldn't stay in the cosmos for too long. This light screen had naturally been set up by the elders of the Ice Soul tribe. The ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan is in the depths of these rocks. We need to pass through these rocks to enter the ancestral land. Bingqing explained. Pass through these rocks? We are all in the true god realm. However, true gods cannot stay in the universe for long. Someone's expression changed. In front of them, those huge rocks were floating in the sky. It was no different from being exposed in the universe. Don't worry. This area was formed by the explosion of a planet with life a long time ago. It is full of powerful restrictions. However, because of the restrictions, the environment of this area is similar to that of a planet with life. As long as you are under 10,000 years old, you can enter. Bingqing explained. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, you can go in now. Bingqing, you must remember that you only have half a year at most. After half a year, the restrictions here will be strengthened again. At that time, you won't be able to come out even if you want to. Remember, regardless of whether you complete the task or not, you must come out within half a year. Understand? One of the elders reminded Bingqing. Understood. Bingqing nodded. Her figure flashed, and she rushed towards the area filled with broken rocks. She rushed into the area and stood on a huge piece of broken rock. Whoosh! 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 The others also moved. They rushed out and stood on the rocks. It is indeed similar to the other planets with life. Lu Ming landed on a piece of gravel and his heart stirred. The environment here was similar to that of a planet with life. There was air and even divine qi, but the gravity here was much lower. Let's go. Bingqing led the way into the depths of the area. They jumped on the rocks at an amazing speed. Soon, more than 100 people disappeared in front of the elders of the Ice Soul clan. Let's hope this trip is successful. One of the elders sighed. The Ice Soul heart was very important to the Ice Soul clan. However, a long time ago, there was a great turmoil in the Ice Soul clan. A fierce battle broke out, and the ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan almost collapsed. Since then, a terrifying restriction was formed outside the ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. No one could enter. They had to wait for a long time for the restriction to weaken for half a year. At that time, people under 10,000 years old could enter. They had sent people in a long time ago, but they failed. If they failed again, they would have to wait for many years. They're here. Suddenly, an elder of the Ice Soul clan looked in a direction. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. The other elders of the Ice Soul clan also looked in that direction with cold eyes. Whoosh, a huge starship came from that direction. As it approached, the starship stopped, and a group of people appeared in the starry sky. The people in the lead were also elders. However, their skin was red, and they emitted a scorching aura that seemed to ignite the starry sky. The Flame race, these people were all experts from the Flame race. In the Qin Tian starfield, there were two races other than the Qin Tian 13 sects that were the strongest. They were the Ice Spirit race and the Flame race. Each of these two races was stronger than any single Overlord sect. The two major races together occupied a small half of the Qin Tian star universe's territory. Moreover, the Ice Spirit race and the Flame race had always been at odds with each other. The Ice Spirit race wanted to obtain the Ice Jade Heart from the ancestral land, but the Flame race naturally wouldn't allow it. Every time, the Flame race would send people to stop them. Behind the elders of the Flame race was a group of young experts. In addition to these young experts, there was also a group of young prodigies who weren't from the Flame race. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize a few familiar faces. Jinxing from the Vajra race and Yang Chong. Both of them had competed with Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sex assessment. Later, Jinxing joined one of the three overlords, the invincible Kenzo, while Yang Chong joined one of the three overlords, the immeasurable sacred ground. Needless to say, these young prodigies were from the other Qin Tian 13 sects, the invincible Kenzo, and the immeasurable sacred ground. Flame race, you really came. An elder from the ice spirit race said coldly. You want to obtain the ice jade heart and suppress my flame race? Don't think it'll be that easy. An elder from the flame race sneered. Don't even think about stopping us. The elder from the ice spirit race said coldly as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom. Boom. Boom, dozens of elders of the Ice Soul clan burst forth with a terrifying aura at the same time. This aura was filled with a terrifying chill. The starry sky they were in was instantly frozen, and this freezing aura was spreading towards the Flame clan. Insignificant skill. Melt for me. The elder from the Flame race roared. Then, flames erupted from all the experts from the Flame race. The entire space was about to burn. Rumble, one side was cold and the other side was hot. Both sides constantly clashed, causing the space to shake violently. We'll hold off those old bastards from the Ice Soul clan. You guys rush into that area. The Scarlet Flame tribe's experts roared and attacked together. All kinds of attacks bombarded the Ice Soul tribe's elder. Kill. The elders of the Ice Soul clan also roared and launched an attack. The two sides engaged in an intense battle, and the scene was extremely shocking. If the two sides were to fight on a planet with life, it would probably cause a devastating disaster. The battle between such characters was too terrifying. Perhaps just a strand of energy leaked out could destroy a small kiliacosm like the primordial realm in the heaven realm. Charge. As the experts from both sides fought, the prodigies from the Flamewing clan and the other sects took the opportunity to charge into the area of rubble. Damn it. The elders of the Ice Soul clan roared, but they couldn't do anything. Countless years ago, the Ice Soul clan had gone through a great turmoil. Now, their strength was no longer as strong as the Flaming Flame clan. The Flaming Flame clan had come prepared. They had blocked the Ice Soul clan and allowed the others to take the opportunity to rush into the Shattered Rocks area. Seeing those young men rushing into the area of broken rocks, the two sides fought fiercely for a while, then both sides retreated and faced each other. Even if they rush into the Shattered Rocks area, they might not be able to stop the prodigies of the Ice Soul clan. An elder of the Ice Soul clan snorted. Oh, that might not be the case. An elder from the Flaming Flame clan sneered. The prodigies of the Flaming Flame clan and the other Qin Heavenly 13 sects moved forward as soon as they entered the Shattered Rocks area. They only stopped after going a long distance. Why did you stop moving forward? A prodigy from the invincible Kenzo asked. Don't worry, we can't enter the real ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. Moreover, there are dangers in the real ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. Let's wait here until the people of the Ice Soul clan enter the ancestral land. Even if they manage to obtain the Ice Soul Heart Ice Jade, their vitality will be greatly damaged. Let's wait here and catch them off guard. We can kill them easily, a burly young man from the Flaming Flame clan said. Good plan. The others praised. Then, they set up concealment formations in the area. Lu Ming and the others continued moving forward. They had no idea what was going on behind them. The Shattered Rocks area was very long. They didn't know how many miles they had traveled. The distance they had traveled could be measured in hundreds of millions of miles. These were formed by the explosion of a planet of life. One could imagine how long it had been. After 6 or 7 days of traveling, they finally reached the end of the Shattered Rocks area. A huge light screen appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Behind this light screen is my clan's ancestral land. Only the token of my clan can open it. Bingqing explained and took out a statue. The statue was only a foot tall. It looked like it was carved out of ice. It was crystal clear and emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Bingqing lifted the statue and let it float in the air. Then, she formed a mysterious hand seal with both hands. Runes entered the statue one after another. Buzz, the statue began to vibrate and emit a bright light. The bone-chilling coldness became even stronger. Many people couldn't help but shiver and circulate their cultivation to resist. The light screen on the statue seemed to resonate with the light screen. The light screen trembled slightly. Then, a whirlpool appeared on the light screen. Quick, go in! Bingqing shouted. The prodigy of the Ice Soul race was the first to rush into the whirlpool. Then, Lu Ming and the others rushed into the whirlpool. In the end, only Bing Qing was left. Bing Qing grabbed the statue and rushed into the whirlpool. The whirlpool slowly disappeared. After Lu Ming rushed into the whirlpool, he appeared on top of a mountain. To be more precise, it was an ice mountain. Sweeping his gaze around, Xianxia noticed that Hai and the others were still by his side. "It's so cold." Someone shuddered, his voice trembling. The temperature in this world was shockingly low. When a cold wind blew, even true God realm cultivators couldn't help but feel the coldness. They had to circulate their divine power to resist it. Everyone looked into the distance. What they saw was a snow-white land. It was snowing heavily, and the snow-white iceberg stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Lu Ming cultivated divine power of extreme frost. This environment didn't affect him at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable. He circulated his divine power of extreme frost. Strands of cold air gathered toward him and was refined by him into divine power of extreme frost. If one cultivated in this place, the cultivation speed of those who cultivated cold-type divine power would increase by quite a bit. Ninth young lord, where is the heart of ice jade that you're looking for? This world seems very big. Someone looked at Bing Qing and asked. I have a map here. Then, an ice jade talisman appeared in Bing Qing's hand. She inserted her divine power into it. The jade talisman glowed, and a map appeared in the air. Everyone started to look at the map carefully. At the southernmost part of the map, there was a red dot that was shining brightly. This red dot is our current location. The center of the map is our destination. Bing Qing explained and then pointed to the center of the map. There was a sign, the sign of an iceberg, in the center of the map. Memorize this map first. If we get separated, we will meet at the center. Within half a year, we will meet here and go out together. Bing Qing said. Everyone focused on the map and memorized it. Those who had reached the true God realm had a photographic memory. Soon, everyone had memorized the map. Let's go. Bing Qing kept the map and everyone flew towards the north. Hoo, the cold wind was bone-chilling and the temperature was shockingly low. However, there were still living things in this world despite the low temperature. On the iceberg and in the valleys, there were different kinds of plants. Some were as white as jade, some were as red as fire, and some were as green as jade. In the valleys, they could occasionally see the figures of some living things flashing by. Everyone was secretly impressed. Nature was indeed full of wonders. Soon, they had flown tens of millions of miles away. However, there was still a long way to go before they reached the center. At this moment, there was a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Then, a beam of white light shot up to the sky from one of the icebergs, bringing with it a whistling cold wind as it pounced toward Lu Ming and the group. That's a phoenix. When the crowd saw the white light, they were shocked. The body of the white light was a snow-white bird. It looked exactly the same as the divine beast phoenix. It's a frost jade ice phoenix. Be careful. Bing Qing shouted. The speed of the frost jade ice phoenix was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached them. It flapped its wings and many ice crystals, like ice swords, pierced toward Lu Ming and the rest. Its power was terrifying. Everyone took action and used their divine power to block the attack. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swept it towards the ice crystals. Clang, the ice crystals were shattered by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face changed. He realized that the power of the ice crystals was shockingly strong. As expected, some of the weaker ones were pushed back by the ice crystals and vomited blood. The frost jade ice phoenix let out a cry as it flapped its wings continuously. Countless ice crystals, along with a cold wind, swept towards them. Bastard, I'll kill you. A voice sounded. It was the leader of the Mystic Academy. This person was Lu Xianxia. At this moment, his body was emitting black divine power and he threw a few punches. Lu Xianxia, as the captain of the Hybrid Demon Academy, controlled holy divine power and had terrifying battle prowess. With a few punches, a few streams of fist force crushed out, shattering a large number of ice crystals. Whoosh, Lu Shangkai transformed into a beam of black light and charged towards the frigid jade ice phoenix. Sacred demon seal. Lu Shangkai's cold voice sounded out. Several black marks on his face flickered with a resplendent black light. Then, they actually formed a large black seal that pressed down on the chilling jade ice phoenix. Ga, the frost jade ice phoenix let out an angry cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a white beam of light, which collided with Lu Shangkai's big seal. Boom, the two of them collided, and the frigid jade ice phoenix's beam of light was shattered. However, the power of Lu Shangkai's seal was greatly weakened, and it continued to press down. The frigid jade ice phoenix spread its wings, and they flapped like blades of ice. Boom, the giant seal that Lu Shangkai had formed exploded. His figure was knocked backward, and the marks on his face seemed to have cracked open, causing blood to flow out. Lu Shangkai was no match for the frost jade ice phoenix. Many people were shocked. Lu Shangkai's strength was shocking, but he was still no match for the frost jade ice phoenix. If the others went up, they would die. After forcing Lu Shangkai back, the frost jade ice phoenix flapped its wings and turned into a white beam of light. Scram! At this moment, Bing Qing made his move. His entire body seemed to have turned into a beam of sword light and emitted a cold aura. The frost jade ice phoenix's wings slashed out like blades and collided with Bing Qing's sword light. Dong, a cold aura spread out and both the frost jade ice phoenix and Bing Qing were pushed back. However, the two of them charged forward again and fought fiercely for more than 10 moves. It was difficult to determine the winner. He blocked it. The others were overjoyed. At the same time, they were shocked by Bing Qing's strength. Bing Qing's combat strength was above Lu Shangkai's. Ga, the frost jade ice phoenix couldn't defeat the frost jade ice phoenix. It let out an angry cry and its attacks became more and more violent. However, Bing Qing's combat strength was too strong. He completely blocked the frost jade ice phoenix and even gained the upper hand. However, at this moment, everyone's expression changed. That was because there were sharp screeches in the surroundings. Then, figures rushed out from some of the icebergs. Frost jade ice phoenixes, all of them were frost jade ice phoenixes. At a glance, there were 8 of them. Including the one from before, there were 9 of them. The 8 that appeared later were huge and their wingspans were more than 200 meters long. Their auras were terrifying and they weren't any weaker than the one from before. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. How could they fight with so many frost jade ice phoenixes? The cries of the 8 frost jade ice phoenixes resounded through the sky. They flapped their wings and countless ice crystals flew towards Lu Ming and the others. Block it! Someone shouted. Everyone unleashed their full strength to block the ice crystals. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his long spear continuously. In an instant, dozens of ice crystals were shot out. Lu Ming's figure also floated back. The power of these ice crystals was extremely shocking. There were a few screams. Not everyone could block the ice crystals. A few youths were pierced by the ice crystals and were frozen. Then, with a bang, they exploded into pieces. The Kongxian school didn't suffer any losses. Lu Ming had blocked dozens of ice crystals alone and shared a lot of the pressure. However, the frost jade ice phoenixes were approaching. Let's go, let's go. At this moment, Bing Qing pushed back the frost jade ice phoenix and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Everyone gathered and rushed towards a direction where there were no frost jade ice phoenixes. Kakaka, a total of 9 frost jade ice phoenixes chased after Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, the two parties had flown tens of thousands of miles. However, the 9 frost jade ice phoenixes were still chasing after them. Everyone's face turned gloomy. They didn't expect to be so unlucky to encounter 9 terrifying frost jade ice phoenixes. No, if we continue like this, we'll be caught by the 9 frost jade ice phoenixes sooner or later. We'll be surrounded by them and die. Someone said. Then what should we do? Someone asked. Let's split up. Bing Qing said and made a decision. Split up. Everyone's expression changed. That's right. Let's split up. Bing Qing repeated. There are only 9 frost jade ice phoenixes. If we split up into a dozen groups, at least some of us won't be chased by the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. Also, if the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes split up, it'll be easier for us to escape. At least we won't be surrounded. Then what if the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes don't split up and chase after one group? Someone asked. Then that group will be unlucky. Bingqing said. Some people's faces paled, becoming a bit ugly. If they split up and fled, the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes would chase after them. Only death would await them. I agree. Let's split up. Lu Xianxia was the first to speak. I agree too. Lu Ming also spoke. 2 sect captains had agreed, and Bingqing's side had obviously agreed as well. The other sects had no choice but to agree. Alright, how should we split up? We'll decide ourselves. If we split up, we'll meet at the center of the map, Bingqing said. She then ordered the 50 or so Frost Jade race prodigies to split into 12 groups and flew in different directions. Lu Ming and the others also split up. Each of the sects split into a group and flew off in a random direction. The 10 people from the Xianxia school gathered together. This way, the 12 groups of the Frost Jade race and the 6 major sects made a total of 18 groups. There were only 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes, so they couldn't chase all 18 groups at the same time. The 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes let out a few screeches and split up in 9 different directions, chasing after 9 groups. Ha ha ha, they're not chasing us. Great. We're lucky. Run. 9 of the groups were overjoyed when they weren't chased by the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. They sped up and fled. Damn it, they're chasing us. How unlucky. The groups that were being chased all had ugly expressions. Fortunately, there was only one Frost Jade Ice Phoenix chasing them, so they still had a chance to escape. Lu Ming's group was also being chased by a Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. How unlucky. That long-faced youth cursed angrily, using all of his divine power to fly with all of his strength. They were well aware of the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's strength. It was too strong. Even the team leader of the Mystic Academy, Lu Xianxia, was no match for it. Most likely, they were no match for it either. They could only try their best to shake it off or hope that it wouldn't pursue them relentlessly. The chase continued for a full 2 hours. They had no idea how far they had run, but the chilling Jade Ice Phoenix was still hot on their heels. Furthermore, due to the long flight, they had used up a lot of their divine power. On the other hand, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. The distance between them was slowly shrinking. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. What should we do? If there's really no other way, I'll fight it to the death. A few Xianxia school disciples roared. It was impossible to expect others to come to their rescue. At this moment, they had already been separated from the other sections. You guys go first, I'll stop him. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. What? Everyone else was stunned. Lu Ming wanted to stay behind and stop this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix alone. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was definitely not a match for this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Previously, Lu Xianxia's strength was shocking enough, but even he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was most likely not a match for this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Whoosh, Lu Ming's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. Seeing this, the others from the Xianxia school could only grit their teeth and continue flying forward. Ga, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix let out a cry. Its sharp and cold eyes stared at Lu Ming as it quickly approached. Come. Lu Ming muttered. His body emitted a strong battle intent. The battle character art suddenly erupted with 3 times the battle strength. Lu Ming naturally didn't stop because he was willing to sacrifice himself for others. The reason why he stopped was because Enhai was a good person. Lu Ming didn't want Enhai to die in the hands of the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. In addition, Lu Ming was confident that he could escape, which was why he stayed behind. If Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could escape, he wouldn't stay behind. Let me see how strong you are. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He circulated the 9-layer crimson gold armor, and a crimson gold armor appeared. World extinguishing 3 strikes, sky shattering. Lu Ming used his strongest move. Man and Spear Unity, turning into a resplendent spear light that pierced towards the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. The frost jade ice phoenix let out a cry. Its body was covered with a thick layer of ice armor. With its terrifying speed, it was like a sharp sword piercing through the void. A sword light and a spear light collided with each other at an extremely high speed. Boom, a terrifying explosion rang out. The force of the collision formed rings of shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body violently trembled. He was pushed back by this force, and only stopped after flying a few hundred li. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt the blood in his body churning, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage in the previous collision. The frost jade ice phoenix's strength was above Lu Ming's expectations. If Lu Ming hadn't activated the 9-layer crimson gold armor, his injuries would have been even more severe. Moreover, Lu Ming could control the extreme cold divine power. The frost jade ice phoenix's extreme cold energy was ineffective against him. If it were someone else, their injuries would have been even more severe. The frost jade ice phoenix let out a cry and continued to attack Lu Ming. Again. Lu Ming charged towards the frost jade ice phoenix once again, pushing his divine power to the limit. Although the frost jade ice phoenix was strong, it couldn't instantly kill him. It could only slightly injure him. This way, he could use it to temper his divine skill. 9 Heavens Garuda Art. In the process of charging out, Lu Ming executed the 9 Heavens Garuda Art. His entire body seemed to have turned into a Garuda, soaring 90,000 li into the sky. Bam! Lu Ming and the frost jade ice phoenix clashed once again. This time, Lu Ming was pushed back again. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were more severe, but it wasn't a big deal. Lu Ming took out a healing divine pill that he had bought beforehand and swallowed it. Once again, he unleashed all his divine power and executed 3 divine skills at the same time, attacking the frost jade ice phoenix. Using 3 divine skills at the same time consumed a shocking amount of divine power. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the divine power in his body was almost depleted after a few attacks. However, Lu Ming had the quantifying character art. The quantifying character art stored a large amount of divine power. At this moment, divine power was surging out endlessly. Lu Ming's divine power was replenished again. Boom! 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 Lu Ming clashed with the frost jade ice phoenix more than a dozen times. Each time, Lu Ming was pushed back. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Awesome, awesome! Although Lu Ming was injured at this moment, he felt exhilarated. Due to such an intense fight, he was making rapid progress in several types of divine techniques. The 9-fold crimson gold armor and apocalyptic 3 strikes were approaching the 4th layer, while the 9 Heavens Garuda art was approaching the limit of the 2nd layer. Lu Ming felt that he could break through at any moment. After that, Lu Ming and the frost jade ice phoenix clashed a few more times. It's about time. Lu Ming thought to himself. After such a long time and the others had already escaped. The frost jade ice phoenix couldn't catch up to them even if it wanted to. Moreover, after several collisions, although Lu Ming was only slightly injured each time, after so many collisions, Lu Ming's injuries were already quite serious. It was still within his control, but if this continued, his injuries would be serious and his foundation would be damaged. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and executed the 9 Heavens Garuda art. Like a Garuda, he charged in that direction. The frost jade ice phoenix cried out and chased after Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Clearly, it was enraged that it couldn't kill Lu Ming after clashing with Lu Ming repeatedly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky, leaving behind 2 bright streaks of light as they disappeared into the distance. You're still lacking if you want to catch up to me. Lu Ming smiled and pushed the 9 Heavens Garuda art to the limit. A Garuda really appeared on his body. It looked illusory, but it also increased Lu Ming's speed greatly. I broke through. I broke through to the 3rd layer. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the 9 Heavens Garuda art would break through to the 3rd layer unintentionally. The 9 Heavens Garuda art wasn't complete. It only had 7 layers, and each layer was more powerful than the last. Once he broke through, his speed would increase greatly. Whoosh, Lu Ming instantly disappeared into the distance, and the distance between him and the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix quickly increased. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix was different from other Divine Beast Phoenixes. It wasn't known for its speed. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's strongest point was its attack. A casual attack could freeze everything. Lu Ming could only resist the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix for so long by relying on his cold divine energy. Therefore, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix couldn't catch up to Lu Ming after he broke through to the 9 Heavens Garuda art. Lu Ming soon left the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix in the dust. Soon. This battle was worth it. Lu Ming's ability to protect himself. His Garuda usability art. The time, Lu Ming's Garuda. Immediately after, Lu Ming found a secluded place and swallowed another healing elixir, circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were not serious. After a few hours, he had fully recovered. Moreover, the divine power in his body was boiling and he was at his peak. This was, of course. Garuda used. Garuda Yuda ice divine ice was used time. There's a cold moonstone in this region. Since I'm here, I'll look for it. I can't miss it. Lu Ming pondered. He left the area and headed for the central region according to the map. He cultivated as he traveled. He didn't encounter any more danger. Half a day later, Lu Ming arrived at a snowy mountain range. This mountain range was huge. It stretched between heaven and earth. If he wanted to pass through, he had to cross this mountain range. Roar. Roar, from afar, he could hear a terrifying roar coming from the mountain range. Clearly, there were terrifying desolate beasts living in the mountain range. Lu Ming withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. He revealed his identity and rushed in. Roar, not long after he entered the mountain range, a huge creature pounced at Lu Ming. It was a huge lizard. It was dozens of meters tall. Its body was snow-white and emitted an icy aura. Its body was covered in a layer of ice armor. It looked like its defense was amazing. Lu Ming stabbed with his spear. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The long spear pierced the lizard's ice armor, causing ice to shatter. It made a piercing sound. Break! Lu Ming shouted. His divine power burst forth. The long spear exploded with a terrifying penetrating power. It pierced through the ice armor and killed the lizard. This desolate beast is very strong. Lu Ming thought. The ice-armored lizard's cultivation was only equivalent to a level 1 true god. However, it was stronger than many level 2 true gods. It was harder to kill. In the ancestral land of the Ice Soul race, cold air was everywhere. The desolate beasts that lived here were generally stronger. After killing the lizard, Lu Ming continued to go deeper into the mountain range. Next, different desolate beasts attacked Lu Ming continuously. Fortunately, they weren't particularly strong. There weren't any existences as strong as the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Soon, Lu Ming had passed through more than half of the mountain range. CSISI, a few giant ice-armored pythons appeared and charged toward Lu Ming. These giant ice-armored pythons were shockingly powerful. Each of them was not weaker than an ordinary 5th-level true god. Coupled with their shocking defense, they were very difficult to kill. Lu Ming spent a lot of effort to kill them. The skin and bones of these ice-armored pythons are good refining materials. They can be used to refine middle-grade divine armors and whips. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he started to peel off the skin and bones of the ice-armored pythons. The soft armors and whips refined from these materials were most suitable for experts who cultivated ice attribute divine power. They could be sold for a good price. There's danger. Lu Ming, who was skinning the pythons, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He moved 100 meters to the side. Pung! Pung! A few rays of black light bombarded the place where Lu Ming had been standing. One of the rays even slashed the giant ice armor python, splitting it into 2. Such power! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He knew the defense of the ice-armored python. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to break it so easily. Shwa! Shua, in a flash, a dozen figures appeared not far away. Lu Xianxia from the Mystic Academy. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were from the Mystic Academy. Originally, there were 18 people from the Hybrid Demon Academy. But now, it seemed that there were only 16. It seemed that 2 of them had already died. The one leading them was Lu Xianxia. Lu Ming, you're the only one left from the Conxian school? Lu Xianxia glanced around. So what if I'm the only one left? Lu Ming said lightly. It's nothing. I can only say that you're unlucky to meet us here. Bing Qing stopped us on the Ice Soul planet. Now, no one can help you. Lu Xianxia said coldly. He didn't bother to hide his strong murderous intent. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand. A strong battle intent radiated from him. I'll be the main attacker. You guys support me from the back. Kill him as soon as possible. Lu Xianxia sent a message to the other members of the Mystic Academy. Lu Ming's strength was too strong. Other than him, no one else was reliable. They could easily be killed by Lu Ming. He had to go first while the others attacked from the back to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Swoosh, after the transmission, Lu Xianxia rushed out. At the same time, the black runes on his face glowed and shot out several rays of black light. These rays of black light were the ones that attacked Lu Ming previously. They were extremely powerful and Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Boom, with surging battle intent, Lu Ming activated the Battle Character Sutra to double his combat strength. The 5 divine flames in his dantian burned fiercely and all of his divine force erupted in an instant. In an instant, Lu Ming stabbed out more than a dozen times. More than a dozen spear shadows pierced out and clashed with Lu Xianxia's rays of black light. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rang out and the ice on the ground exploded. Lu Ming's body trembled as he felt an extremely powerful force rushing towards him, forcing him to retreat. Wang! Wang! The long spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously and he felt his hand go numb. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's face turned solemn. Lu Xianxia's strength was truly shocking. With his cultivation in the 5th level of the True God realm and the control of Saint-grade divine force, his strength was far from what Anhai and the others could compare to. Kill. At the same time, the other people from the Mystic Academy also attacked. For example, Huye and the others were filled with killing intent as they launched terrifying attacks. Lu Ming activated the 9-layered golden armor and a golden armor covered his entire body. At the same time, Lu Ming retreated rapidly to avoid the attacks. Trying to dodge? Stay here. Lu Xianxia said coldly as he charged towards Lu Ming. The black runes on his face glowed again and shot out rays of black light. These rays of black light were sharper than divine blades and their speed was shocking. Again. Lu Ming bellowed. His fighting spirit suddenly became stronger. He had successfully triggered 3 times his combat ability. Next, Lu Ming used the 3 strokes of annihilation. The spear light burst out, and once again collided with Lu Xianxia's black light. This time, Lu Ming successfully broke through Lu Xianxia's attack. At the same time, he blocked the attacks of the others. You do have some strength. Lu Xianxia's cold voice resounded, but the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more they had to get rid of him. Kill. Lu Xianxia let out a long roar, and his aura became even more terrifying. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of black divine power, making him look like a demonic god. The runes on his face glowed even brighter. Then, a large seal condensed in his hand and slammed down on Lu Ming. Boom, the seal was as huge as a mountain, and its aura was terrifying. Before it even landed, the ice on the ground was shattered. The huge seal directly enveloped Lu Ming within. Lu Ming had seen Lu Xianxia use this move against the frigid Jade Ice Phoenix before. One had to know that Lu Xianxia didn't have the ability to control the frost element divine energy. During the battle with the frigid Jade Ice Phoenix, he had to defend himself against the frigid Jade Ice Phoenix's frost element divine energy. Even so, he was still able to contend against the frigid Jade Ice Phoenix. 3rd strike of annihilation, sky-piercing. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless and attacked with all his might. A dazzling spear radiance shot up into the sky and collided with the black seal. A loud boom was heard. Then, a figure fell to the ground and smashed heavily on the ground. It was Lu Ming. Lu Xianxi's strength was indeed shocking. Even though Lu Ming had used all his strength, he was still no match for him. Good chance, kill. Huya roared and attacked together with the other members of the Mystic Academy. They attacked Lu Ming one after another. Boom, the ground exploded, and a figure soared into the sky like a rock. Although Lu Ming was no match for Lu Xianxi, his injuries weren't too serious. He used the Nine Heavens rock art and soared into the sky, avoiding Huya and the others' attacks. Want to leave? Stay. Lu Xianxi was like a ray of black demonic light as he soared into the sky and attacked Lu Ming. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't want to continue fighting. He used the Nine Heavens rock art and turned to leave. With his current strength, he was still weaker than Lu Xianxi. With the support of the other members of the Mystic Academy, he was definitely no match for Lu Xianxi. If he continued to fight, he would be in danger. The third level of the Nine Heavens rock art was shockingly fast. Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a phantom as he fled. Humph, you want to escape from me? Dream on. Wings of the devil. Lu Xianxi coldly shouted. The runes on his face shone even brighter and then spread to the rest of his body. Soon, the rest of his body was covered by the runes. Then, a pair of wings suddenly stretched out from his back. A pair of demonic wings. This was the innate secret technique of the Lu Xianxi family. Whoosh, after extending the wings of the devil, Lu Xianxi's speed suddenly increased as he charged towards Lu Ming. His speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. It wasn't that his innate secret technique was stronger than the Nine Heavens rock art. It was just that Lu Xianxi's cultivation level was higher. When he used it, his speed was naturally faster. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His divine power surged as he flew forward with all his might. The two of them were extremely fast. Along the way, some desolate beasts noticed them. They didn't even have time to attack before the two of them flashed past. Quick, follow them. The other members of the Mystic Academy also rushed in the direction that Lu Ming and Lu Xianxi had flown. Lu Ming and Lu Xianxi had flown tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, the distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. You won't be able to escape. If I don't kill you today, my name isn't Lu Xianxi. Lu Xianxi said coldly. He waved his hands and a few black beams of light slashed towards Lu Ming. They directly bombarded Lu Ming's 9-layered crimson gold armor, almost shattering Lu Ming's armor. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Xianxi continuously attacked, while Lu Ming blocked with his spear. In the blink of an eye, another few thousand miles had passed. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. A huge canyon appeared in front of him. Within the canyon, there was an extremely terrifying cold air. This cold air even made people feel a sense of danger. Lu Ming didn't even turn his head as he rushed into the canyon. Splash! After Lu Ming rushed into the canyon, he realized that this wasn't an ordinary canyon. There was actually water below the canyon. Yes, there was actually water in such a cold place. It looked like a long and narrow lake. Above the lake, there was constantly a white mist that spread out, severely obstructing one's vision in the canyon. Chi-chi. What was even more shocking was that the white mist that spread out from the lake emitted a chi-chi sound when it came into contact with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was currently circulating his 9-layered crimson gold armor. However, at this moment, a layer of frost had appeared on the surface of the 9-layered crimson gold armor. The 9-layered crimson gold armor had been severely damaged. A terrifying cold air was spreading towards Lu Ming's body. What a terrifying cold air! Lu Ming was shocked. The cold air that spread out from the lake was actually so cold that even the 9-layered crimson gold armor was about to be frozen. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated his supreme frost divine force to counteract the cold air outside. However, Lu Xianxi didn't have supreme frost divine force. He circulated his divine force to resist, but the surface of his body was still covered with a layer of frost. It was bone-chilling. Lu Xianxi couldn't help but slow down. He even retracted his demon wings as they were covered with a layer of frost. This is a good place. Let's go deeper. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he retracted his extreme cold divine power. Immediately, Lu Ming's body was covered with a layer of frost. He looked like a snowman as he continued to fly deeper into the canyon. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, Lu Xianxia thought that Lu Ming couldn't hold on any longer. Humph, the cold chi here is terrifying. I don't think an 8th level empty god realm like you can withstand it. This will be your burial ground. The killing intent in Lu Xianxia's eyes grew colder as he continued to chase after Lu Ming. Soon, they reached the depths of the canyon. The cold chi here was even more terrifying. What's under the water? Why is there such terrifying cold chi here? Lu Ming pondered and was curious. At the same time, he slowed down. Die, brat. Lu Xianxia shouted coldly as he launched an attack on Lu Ming. However, he had to resist the cold chi while launching an attack. Naturally, the power of his attack was weaker than the outside. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming suddenly turned around. His eyes were as cold as a knife as he circulated his extreme cold divine power to block the cold chi outside. Then, his divine power erupted as he attacked Lu Xianxia. Boom! Boom! After a few explosions, a figure retreated. It was Lu Xianxia. You, how could you use your full strength? Lu Xianxia shouted in shock. The cold chi here was too terrifying. If one circulated his divine power to block it, his body would be frozen. Once he circulated his divine power to block it, his combat strength would be weakened. However, Lu Ming's attack wasn't weak at all. No, you've mastered the extreme cold divine power. How is it possible? You didn't use the extreme cold divine power just now. Thinking of this, Lu Xianxia shouted in shock. It was unbelievable. One person could control several divine powers at the same time. Kill. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and attacked Lu Xianxia again. The spear light was like a rainbow, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Xianxia let out a roar as runes appeared all over his body, increasing his strength by a few notches. He condensed a pitch-black cauldron and blasted it towards Lu Ming. But unfortunately, he still had to divert a portion of his divine power to resist the cold air outside, so it was difficult for him to unleash his strongest might. In the collision with Lu Ming, he was at a disadvantage. Boom, the pitch-black seal shattered, and Lu Xianxia was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. Kill. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and crazily attacked Lu Xianxia. Crash, the energy surged, and the lake water surged, creating thousands of waves. Some of the lake water fell on Lu Ming's body. Immediately, a bone-piercing chill spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming couldn't help but shudder. One had to know that Lu Ming was circulating the supreme frost divine power at this moment, but he still felt the chill. The temperature of the lake water was shockingly low. If Lu Ming was already like this, Lu Xianxia was naturally worse. When he was splashed by the lake water, his body turned into a block of ice. Even his divine power was about to be frozen. Ah! Lu Xianxia roared and burned his divine power. His divine power burned like flames, melting the ice and removing the chill. However, Lu Ming's attack arrived. A spear light pierced towards Lu Xianxia's vitals. He roared and avoided the attack, but his chest was still pierced by the spear light, and his body flew far away. Lu Ming, remember this, Lu Xianxia roared, stretched out his demon wings, and turned to run. He knew that he couldn't kill Lu Ming today. If he continued to stay, he might really die here. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming chased after him. However, Lu Xianxia was burning his divine power, and his speed was shocking. Lu Ming couldn't catch up to him for a while. Soon, Lu Xianxia rushed out of the valley. After rushing out of the valley, Lu Xianxia spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weak, and he was severely injured. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a streak of light and flew away. It's a pity that this guy got away. Lu Ming didn't chase after him, and he sighed inwardly. Lu Xianxia flew all the way, and soon, he ran into other people from the Mystic Academy. The other people from the Mystic Academy were shocked when they saw Lu Xianxia injured. Senior brother Lu, what happened to you? Where's Lu Ming? Lu Ming, that brat, was he killed by senior brother Lu? The disciples of the Mystic Academy spoke one after another. Lu Xianxia's face turned gloomy, and he said, Lu Ming isn't dead yet. That brat is very cunning. He hid in a dangerous place, and I accidentally fell into his trap. Now, I need to find a place to heal. The others were shocked. So Lu Ming was still alive, and he seemed to have tricked Lu Xianxia and injured him. Immediately, they found a secluded place to stay. Lu Xianxia did not reveal the fact that Lu Ming had mastered a few types of divine powers. He had selfish motives. He wanted to kill Lu Ming secretly and seize that cultivation technique. He can control several types of divine power at the same time. What kind of divine art is this? I must get it. Lu Xianxia's eyes shone with a cold light. He swallowed a divine pill and started to heal. Lu Ming didn't leave the valley. The cold air in the valley made Lu Ming curious. Lu Ming decided to explore. Lu Ming went deeper into the valley. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. If he didn't cultivate the cold attribute divine power, it would be difficult to resist. However, Lu Ming had the cold divine power, so he could resist it. Soon, he reached the end of the valley, which was separated by an ice wall. The cold air was the thickest here, and it was constantly being emitted from the lake. There must be something under the water. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Ming made up his mind. Then, he activated the cold divine power and covered it with all his strength, and plunged into the lake. Once he entered the lake, Lu Ming shivered again. The temperature in the lake was shockingly low. However, Lu Ming still resisted it and slowly dived down. The lake wasn't very deep, only about 100 meters. Soon, Lu Ming reached the bottom of the lake. As soon as Lu Ming reached the bottom of the lake, he found something strange. At the bottom of the lake, there was a ball of snow-white liquid. It was the size of a fist and was floating in the lake, emitting a shocking coldness. Lu Ming concluded that the source of the coldness here was this ball of liquid. What kind of liquid is this? It's actually filled with such shocking coldness? Lu Ming looked at it carefully, but he couldn't recognize it at all. This is most likely a treasure. I can't miss it. Lu Ming approached it slowly. There was nothing strange. Then, Lu Ming took out a storage ring. A suction force appeared and enveloped the ball of liquid. The ball of liquid was successfully stored in the storage ring. Once the liquid was stored, the temperature here quickly rose. The coldness was greatly reduced, and it wasn't that cold anymore. That liquid was indeed the source of the coldness here. Let's take it back and study it. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring in his hand and was about to take it back to study it slowly. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was shocked by a scene. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring and was about to put it away when a terrifying chill suddenly gushed out from the storage ring, almost freezing Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming quickly let go of the storage ring, only to see that there was already a layer of frost on the storage ring. Crack, following that, a crack appeared on the surface of the storage ring. After the first crack appeared, a second crack appeared immediately. Then, more and more cracks appeared. In the end, the cracks were densely packed like a spider web. Bang! A moment later, the storage ring shattered into pieces like a piece of ice, and the ball of liquid reappeared in the lake, emitting a shocking chill. Lu Ming was tongue-tied when the storage ring was frozen and shattered. Fortunately, there was nothing else in the storage ring. Lu Ming was afraid that the other things would be frozen by the liquid, so he took an empty storage ring to store the liquid. He never expected that even the storage ring could not store it. Kid, this kind of treasure usually needs to be stored in a corresponding tool or sealed before it can be taken away. You can't just take it away with the storage ring. The voice of the quantifying formula sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Old quantifying formula, do you know any sealing techniques? Teach me one or two. Lu Ming said. I don't know. The quantifying formula replied, making Lu Ming roll his eyes. Can't I take this treasure away? Lu Ming was a little speechless, and he felt very uncomfortable. The ball of liquid was definitely a rare treasure. It would be strange if he did not feel uncomfortable when he encountered a treasure but could not take it away. That's not necessarily true. Don't you cultivate the ice attribute secret technique? Just refine the liquid and make it a part of your secret technique. Not only can you take it away, but it can also transform your secret technique and make it powerful. The quantifying formula said. That's right. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He came here to look for the cold moonstone to cultivate the ice chains, but other than the cold moonstone, other ice attribute treasures might be able to replace it. If he cultivated with this ball of liquid, he might be able to increase the power of the ice chains. Then let's begin. Lu Ming looked expectant. He immediately activated the ice chain secret technique, and 9 ice chains extended from his body. Brat, wait a moment. Rather than cultivating 9 chains, why don't you cultivate one? Focus on cultivating 1 ice chain with this ball of liquid. Only then will you be able to truly unleash the power of this ball of liquid. If you cultivate 9 chains and spread them out, they won't be as powerful. The quantifying formula reminded him again. That makes sense. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the other 8 ice chains were put away, leaving only 1 ice chain to wrap around the ball of liquid. As soon as it was wrapped around the liquid, the ice chains began to make cracking sounds, as if they were about to be frozen. The ice shackles were originally extremely cold and keen, but now they were about to be frozen. From this, it could be seen that this ball of liquid was extremely cold. Furthermore, waves of shocking coldness flowed through the ice shackles and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming quickly circulated his sovereign's god force and extreme frost god force to resist the coldness. Then, according to the ice chain's secret technique, he began to absorb and refine the ball of liquid. This was a difficult process, and the speed was very slow. Time passed day by day. 1 day, 5 days, 10 days, 1 month. Lu Ming's refinement took 2 months. During this time, Xianxia led the Mystic Academy's people to block Lu Ming at the valley's entrance. However, more than a month had passed, and Lu Ming still hadn't come out. Xianxia thought that Lu Ming had left long ago, so he left as well. After 2 months of refining, the ball of liquid was finally completely refined by Lu Ming. It was completely integrated into the ice chain's secret technique. The ice chain's secret technique seemed to have solidified, and a bone-piercing coldness emanated from them. Good, good. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied. The ice chain's secret technique was extremely powerful, and it could definitely become Lu Ming's trump card. Once he used it, he could catch his opponent off guard and seal them in ice. Lu Ming put away the ice chain's secret technique with satisfaction. The ice chain's secret technique retracted into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Since it had been refined, it naturally didn't affect Lu Ming in the slightest. It's already been 2 months, I have to hurry to the central region. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before leaving the valley and heading towards the central region. Along the way, Lu Ming also searched for the cold moonstone. Unfortunately, he didn't find any traces of the cold moonstone. Just like that, after half a month, Lu Ming finally arrived at his destination. There was an incomparably huge iceberg in the central region. This iceberg pierced through the clouds, and it was several 100,000 meters tall. This was the destination of their trip. The ice jade chilling heart that the Ice Soul tribe was looking for was on this iceberg. However, this iceberg wasn't easy to ascend. There was a terrifying seal here that prevented flight. One could only climb up the mountain. However, there were many powerful desolate beasts guarding the mountain. The Ice Soul tribe's 9th prince, Bing Qing, and many others from the Ice Soul tribe had arrived. In addition, Xianxia and the others had also arrived. They didn't ascend the mountain immediately. Instead, they waited for everyone to arrive and gather their strongest forces before ascending the mountain together. More people are coming. Suddenly, someone looked in a direction. 9 figures flew over from the other side. These 9 people were the Xianxia school's disciples and Hai, and the others. After a few months of trekking, they had finally arrived at this place. They are the Xianxia school's disciples. When Xianxia saw the Xianxia school's disciples, his eyes were filled with a cold light. His body moved, and he charged towards Hai and the others. His powerful aura was like a mountain, pressing down on Hai and the others. Boom, and Hai and the others' bodies shook violently as they retreated. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia, what are you doing? And Hai was furious. What am I doing? Lu Shangkai sneered. His cold-killing intent spread out, causing the surroundings to become even colder. Whoosh! 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 The other disciples of the Mystic Academy flashed and surrounded Anhai and the others. Anhai and the others' faces turned pale. Where's Lu Ming? Lu Shangkai asked coldly. I don't know. We were separated from him a long time ago. The long-faced young man replied. Separated? Well, since that kid isn't here, I'll take your lives. Lu Shangkai said savagely. The black lines on his face glowed as he was about to kill Anhai and the others. Anhai and the others' faces changed drastically. The 9 of them gathered together and set up layers of defense. Brother Lu, wait a minute. At this moment, Bing Qing spoke and walked over. Ninth Prince, are you going to stop me? Lu Shangkai looked at Bing Qing. This time, the Ice Soul tribe invited you here to retrieve the Ice Jade Heart. Now that we haven't gotten the Ice Jade Heart, I have to ensure that we gather the strongest forces. If you have any grudges, settle them after we get the Ice Jade Heart. At that time I won't stop you. Bing Qing said. His meaning was clear. Now, he needed everyone's strength to retrieve the Ice Jade Heart. Once they got the Ice Jade Heart, they could fight however they wanted. Lu Shangkai's expression changed, then he smiled coldly and said, since the 9th young lord has spoken, I'll give you face. However, the Kongxian school has offended me, and I can't let them off so easily. Then, he looked at Anhai and the others and said condescendingly, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your lives. What? You want us to kneel down and kowtow to you? Don't even think about it. Anhai roared. Kneeling down and kowtowing to Lu Shangkai in front of so many people was an insult. Moreover, if this matter were to spread to the Kongxian school, they wouldn't be able to stay in the school anymore. It wasn't just their personal humiliation, but also the Kongxian school's. That's right, Lu Shangkai. Every debt has its debtor. Lu Ming has offended you, so you should be looking for Lu Ming, not us. The long-faced young man also shouted. Lu Ming is from the Kongxian school. He has offended me, so all of you are guilty. Do you understand? Now, kneel down. Lu Shangkai shouted coldly, and the aura on his body became more violent. It pressed down on Anhai and the others like a mountain. A few of the weaker cultivators were immediately unable to withstand it. They spat out blood and fell to the ground. Only Anhai and the long-faced young man were still struggling to hold on. You still want to resist? Get down. Lu Shangkai let out a cold roar and stretched out his hand. A huge palm formed and pressed down on Anhai and the long-faced young man. The 2 of them roared and unleashed their full power to block. However, they were no match for the palm. Their bodies trembled violently and they fell to the ground like meteors. Boom! Lu Shangkai looked down from above, and his aura became more violent, pressing down on Anhai and the others. Kneel down. Lu Shangkai stepped forward step by step, and the violent pressure continued to press down on Anhai and the others. Plop! Finally, some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand it and knelt down with a plop. Kneel down. The other masters of the Mystic Academy joined in as well, releasing their pressuring auras. With so many masters exerting pressure together, the pressure was even more astonishing. The disciples of Kongxian school found it even more difficult to bear. One by one, they knelt down. In the end, only Anhai and the long-faced young man had not knelt down. They were bitterly holding on. Still not kneeling? You're courting death. Lu Shangkai shouted coldly and pressed down with another palm. A huge palm formed, wanting to force Anhai and the others to kneel on the ground. Lu Shangkai, you're so impressive. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from afar. Before the voice had even finished, a spear ray had already flown over and pierced through the spear ray that Lu Shangkai had condensed. Lu Ming. Lu Shangkai stared coldly into the distance. Over there, a figure was flying over. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? After traveling for more than half a month, Lu Ming finally arrived at this place, just in time to see the scene of Lu Shangkai oppressing Anhai and the others. Boss. Seeing Lu Ming, Anhai was overjoyed. Lu Ming flew over and stopped not far away. Kid, you finally dare to show yourself. I thought you wouldn't dare to show yourself. Lu Xianxia said coldly. Why wouldn't I dare to show myself to a loser? Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. On the side, Bing Qing and the others were shocked. Loser? Could it be that Lu Ming had already fought with Lu Xianxia before and Lu Xianxia was defeated? Lu Ming was so strong? Nonsense, you're just taking advantage of the environment. Now, let's see how you're going to fight against me. Lu Xianxia shouted, his killing intent becoming even more intense. You too, if there's anything, let's settle it later. Bing Qing stood out and spoke. Ninth young master, don't worry, I won't kill him now. I just want him to kneel down and kowtow to me. Lu Xianxia said coldly. I have the same intention. Looking at Lu Xianxia, a trace of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Seeing that the two were at daggers drawn, Bing Qing helplessly shook her head and retreated to the side. Lu Ming, kneel down and kowtow to me. Lu Xianxia roared, the runes on his face glowing and quickly covering his entire body. Shoo shoo shoo. A few rays of black light burst forth and slashed toward Lu Ming. Fight. Lu Ming's body burst out with an astonishing battle intent. He had been silently activating the battle formula before, and now he had succeeded in activating the battle formula to double his battle strength. Buzz, the long spear vibrated, causing the air to explode. Several rays of spear light pierced through the air and charged forward. After a series of explosions, the spear light and Lu Xianxia's light collapsed, and Lu Ming's figure floated back. So powerful, although Lu Ming retreated, the others were still shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. Lu Ming could actually block Lu Xianxia's attack. In their eyes, it was simply unbelievable. Kill! Lu Xianxia roared, exerting his strength to the extreme. He pushed his hands forward, and a large black seal condensed, pressing down on Lu Ming. The large seal stirred up waves in the sky, and its power was astonishing. 9 Heavens Garuda Technique. Lu Ming displayed the 9 Heavens Garuda Technique, and like a Garuda, he soared into the sky and dodged Lu Xianxia's attack in a flash. You want to leave? Stay. A pair of devil wings extended from Lu Xianxia's back. As he flapped, his speed was equally astonishing. He chased after Lu Ming and launched a fierce attack at the same time. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and displayed the 3 strikes of extinction. Boom, a mushroom cloud seemed to erupt in the sky, and then Lu Ming's figure floated back. Lu Ming was indeed no match for Lu Xianxia in a head-on confrontation, mainly because the difference in cultivation was too great. Lu Ming, if you don't kneel today, then die. Lu Xianxia's cold voice rang out, and he continued to attack Lu Ming. Boom. Boom, 2 figures flickered in the sky, constantly colliding with each other. Their speed was extremely fast, and some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even see the trajectory of their figures. Lu Ming is going to lose. Someone whispered. After continuous collisions, Lu Ming's breath was a little unstable, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Kneel. Lu Xianxia looked down from above, holding a large seal in his hand, and smashed it down on Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming and make Lu Ming kneel on the ground. Now. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, staring at Lu Xianxia's figure. He then displayed the sky-piercing, and rushed towards Lu Xianxia as one. Boom, this collision shook Lu Ming's body, and he vomited blood. His body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Lu Xianxia revealed a ferocious expression. He flapped his demon wings and rushed towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was close to Lu Ming, but he found that Lu Ming's face was very calm, and there was even a trace of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Not good. Lu Xianxia's heart beat wildly, and he had a bad premonition. Ice shackles. At this time, Lu Ming spoke indifferently, and a chain suddenly flew out from his body. It was the secret technique, ice shackles. As soon as the ice shackles came out, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The ice shackles was a secret technique condensed from divine energy. It could be long or short. Lu Ming suddenly used it. The ice shackles became a few thousand meters long like a snake and shrouded Lu Xianxia. Then, the ice shackles shrunk, trying to bind Lu Xianxia. Lu Xianxia's face changed drastically. He felt a bone-piercing coldness shrouding him, trying to freeze him into a popsicle. "Break it!" Lu Xianxia roared. Divine energy burst out from his body and the runes on his body shone brightly. Rays of black light that were sharper than a divine blade slashed at the ice shackles. Clang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere, but the ice shackles remained intact. The ice shackles wouldn't have been able to block Lu Xianxia's attack before he refined the ice shackles. But now, Lu Xianxia couldn't break the ice shackles at all. Whoosh, the ice shackles shook and shrunk rapidly, wrapping around Lu Xianxia. Break! 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 Lu Xianxia roared crazily and continued to attack. He even formed a seal to attack, but it was useless. The terrifying cold air continued to invade Lu Xianxia's body. He felt as if the blood in his body was being frozen. In the next moment, the ice shackles wrapped around Lu Xianxia's body, freezing him into a popsicle. Although Lu Xianxia had been using his divine energy to resist, he wouldn't be able to last long. Lu Xianxia was actually defeated. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this to happen. Especially the disciples of the Mystic Academy. Their faces were pale. They knew how strong Lu Xianxia was. But now, even Lu Xianxia couldn't defeat Lu Ming. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow if they went up. What a terrifying coldness. Bing Qing and the other Skyprides of the Ice Spirit clan looked at Lu Ming in shock. Then, they looked at the ice shackles. The reason for that was because the chilliness emitted by the ice shackles caused even them to feel apprehensive, and their hearts to palpitate. They were experts in ice. It was rare to see a coldness that could make them shudder. Now, it's time for you to kneel. Lu Ming walked towards Lu Xianxia step by step. With a thought, the ice shackles danced and smashed onto the ground. Boom, the ground shook and Lu Xianxia fell into it. Lu Xianxia spat out blood. His body was still bound by the ice shackles. At this moment, he couldn't move at all. His entire body was frozen stiff. Next, Lu Ming controlled the ice shackles to lift Lu Xianxia up and smash him down again. This time, Lu Ming controlled it very well. He directly made Lu Xianxia kneel on the ground. Lu Xianxia. Lu Ming. He had actually knelt in front of Lu Ming in front of everyone. Lu Xianxia was a genius who could control holy divine power. He was one of the top geniuses in the Mystic Academy. Once he entered the heavenly god realm, he would become the holy son of the Mystic Academy. In the future, he would have a chance to compete for the position of the dean of the Mystic Academy. But now, he had actually knelt in front of Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was not only a matter of pride for him. It was also a matter of pride for the Mystic Academy. If news of this spread to the Mystic Academy, he would definitely lose the right to become the Holy Son. How could a person who knelt in front of a disciple of the Kongxian school be qualified to become the Holy Son? Wouldn't that be a huge loss of face for the Hybrid Devil Academy? Therefore, kneeling was equivalent to ruining Lu Xianxia's future. Therefore, Lu Xianxia was filled with hatred. He wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. If you want others to kneel, you should be prepared to kneel. Today, I will spare your life for the sake of the ninth young lord. Lu Ming said coldly as he put away the ice shackles. Now that Lu Ming had refined the ice shackles, its power had increased greatly. Lu Ming was no longer afraid of Lu Xianxia. Now, it was more important to reach the peak. Lu Ming guessed that there might be a cold moonstone on the peak of the mountain. After he obtained the cold moonstone, he would definitely kill Lu Xianxia if he had the chance to do so in order to prevent future trouble. After Lu Ming put away the ice shackles, Lu Xianxia's body was still frozen. He continued to circulate his holy divine power until his body recovered after a while. His heart was filled with endless killing intent, but he suppressed it. He suppressed it and returned to the Mystic Academy with a gloomy face. Everyone continued to wait. A few days later, more people arrived. This time, most of the elites from the various sects had arrived. Of course, there were fewer people, most probably dead. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's set off. The ice jade chilling heart is at the peak of that mountain, said Bing Qing, looking at the ice mountain in the distance that was as tall as the sky. There are many desolate beasts on that ice peak. The most shocking thing is that there are a few terrifying ice dragons at the bottom of the ice peak. These ice dragons are all in the heavenly god realm. Bingqing said. What? Heavenly god realm ice dragons? Are you kidding? How can we break through a heavenly god realm ice dragon? We are courting death. That's right. A heavenly god realm ice dragon can freeze us into popsicles with one breath. Ninth young lord, are you mistaken? Many people shouted when they heard Bingqing's words. That's right. A heavenly god realm ice dragon is not something we can handle. Of course, we don't need to. My ice soul tribe already has a plan. Bingqing smiled. Everyone calmed down. Although the ice dragon is strong, my ice soul tribe has prepared a type of chilling heart grass. We have injected a deadly poison into the chilling heart grass. The ice dragon loves to eat the chilling heart grass. Once they discover it, they will definitely swallow it. That way, they will be poisoned. This deadly poison is enough to make a heavenly god realm ice dragon unconscious for half a month. Half a month is enough for us to reach the peak of the mountain and get the ice jade chilling heart. Bingqing explained. That's great. Everyone nodded. Immediately, everyone concealed their aura and approached the ice peak carefully. When they were a few hundred miles away from the ice peak, they saw a few ice dragons lying at the foot of the ice peak. Each ice dragon was 10,000 meters long and they were lying at the foot of the ice peak like a few mountain ranges. Wait for me here. Bingqing reminded him. Then, her figure flashed and she went forward. After moving forward for a while, Bingqing took out a jade box from her storage ring. The surface of the jade box was covered with strange runes. Bingqing removed the runes carefully and opened the jade box. She took out a few stalks of chilling heart grass and placed them on the ground. Bingqing ran back to Lu Ming and the others quickly. As soon as the chilling heart grass appeared, it emitted a strong fragrance that spread a few thousand miles away. The few ice dragons immediately smelled the fragrance of the chilling heart grass. Their noses twitched and they opened their eyes. A dragon's roar was heard, shaking the 9 heavens. The entire ice mountain shook and a vast dragon's aura filled the air. It was terrifying. Lu Ming and the others retracted their auras and did not dare to move. A heavenly god was too powerful. They were not someone they could fight against. They could kill them all in one move. Dong. Dong. Dong, the ice dragon stood up and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. A few of the ice dragons stared at the chilling heart grass. They twisted their bodies and came near the chilling heart grass. However, their eyes flashed with doubt. They were puzzled as to why the chilling heart grass would appear here. Although the ice dragons were puzzled, they could not resist the temptation of the chilling heart grass. They opened their mouths and swallowed the chilling heart grass. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. It's done. Bingqing was overjoyed. She stared at the ice dragons. After the ice dragons finished eating the chilling heart grass, they turned around and walked back. However, as they walked, their bodies began to stagger as if they were drunk. In the end, with a few thuds, they fell to the ground one after another and fell asleep. It's done. The ice dragons are unconscious. Someone shouted in surprise. Everyone, let's go. These ice dragons will not wake up in half a month. Bingqing smiled and rushed towards the ice mountain. The others followed her. As expected, when they got close to the ice dragons, they did not react at all. They were still sleeping. Swoosh, suddenly, a sword radiance shot out. A young man stabbed his sword at the neck of one of the ice dragons. However, when the combat sword hit the ice dragon's neck, there was a crisp sound of collision. Sparks flew, but the ice dragon was unharmed. What are you doing? Do you want to die? If you wake up the ice dragon, we will all die. Bingqing shouted. She looked terrible as she stared at one of the young men. That young man was a genius from the Mystic Academy. His eyes shone with greed. Obviously, he wanted to kill the ice dragon and obtain its corpse. This ice dragon was a heavenly god realm existence. Everything on its body was a treasure. If he brought it out, it would be priceless. Unfortunately, the heavenly god realm ice dragon's defense was too strong. Even if it lay there motionless, he would not be able to break through its defense. After being scolded by Bing Qing, the young man's expression changed drastically. Don't act rashly. A heavenly god realm ice dragon is not something we can kill. Lu Shangkai also spoke. Actually, many people had the same thought earlier. They wanted to kill the ice dragon. However, none of them dared to do so now. The ice dragon's defense was too strong. If they couldn't kill it in one move, they could only injure it and awaken it. Otherwise, they would all die. If anyone dares to do such a foolish thing again, don't blame me for being merciless. Bing Qing warned and continued to move forward. Soon, they passed by a few ice dragons and arrived at the foot of the ice mountain. When they arrived here, they felt that the world was filled with a powerful pressure that pressed down on them. Go! Bing Qing took the lead and rushed towards the top of the ice mountain. Roar! Roar! They had only rushed out a few thousand meters when there were roars coming from the top of the ice mountain. The rocks that looked like ice stones suddenly wriggled and turned into desolate beasts. It turned out that many of the ice stones were actually desolate beasts. When they came up, they immediately alerted the desolate beasts. These desolate beasts included ice-armored lizards, ice-armored pythons, ice-armored giant bulls and others. All of them were covered in ice armor and they roared as they charged towards Lu Ming and the rest. Kill! Bing Qing took the lead and charged forward. Sword radiance burst out and in an instant, 3 desolate beasts were split in half. Swoosh! Lu Ming stabbed with his spear and pierced through an ice-armored giant bull, killing it on the spot. These desolate beasts weren't too strong. Most of them were peak empty god realm. Some of them were level 1 and 2 true god realm, so it wasn't too difficult to kill them. They gathered together and formed a cone shape. They quickly pushed forward and rushed towards the top of the ice mountain. However, as they continued to go up, the desolate beasts that appeared became stronger and harder to kill. Gradually, there were no more empty god realm desolate beasts. Those that appeared were mostly true god realm desolate beasts. Their speed became slower and slower. Bing Qing was still brave and invincible. Every move she made could kill a desolate beast. In addition, Lu Shangkai was also very strong. With a wave of his hand, rays of black light burst out and killed a level 3 true god desolate beast. Lu Ming shook his long spear and pulled it out, splitting a 3rd level true god ice-armored giant python into 2 halves. With the 3 experts leading the way and the rest cooperating, although their speed had slowed down, they were still moving forward slowly and nearing the top of the mountain. If they continued, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the top of the mountain. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. In a place further away, there were roars of beasts. Then, the mountain rumbled and large groups of desolate beasts charged towards them. There were desolate beasts from both left and right. In front of these desolate beasts, there were a few figures flashing rapidly. Those few figures weren't desolate beasts. They were from the Ice Soul race. Yes, they looked very similar to the Ice Soul race. They had snow-white hair and snow-white eyes. The only difference was that their skin was slightly darker. Dark Ice race. D***it. It's the Dark Ice race. How did they enter the Ancestors' Land? Immediately, a few supreme talents from the Ice Soul race shouted angrily. Dark Ice race? What's the Dark Ice race? Someone asked. The supreme talents from the Ice Soul race looked gloomy. Let me explain. A long time ago, the Dark Ice race was a member of the Ice Soul race. However, the Dark Ice race was betrayed by the Ice Soul race and started a civil war. That war was extremely tragic. In the end, the Ice Soul race's ancestors' land was destroyed and our strength was greatly reduced. In the end, the Dark Ice race was defeated and the remaining people went into hiding. All these years, they have been secretly opposing the Ice Soul race. Bing Qing explained quickly and simply. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood many things. He had heard that the Ice Soul race used to be very powerful. However, after a great war, their ancestors' land was destroyed and their strength was greatly reduced. As a result, they were no match for the Flaming race. A long time ago, the Ice Soul race was more powerful than the Flaming race. They were the real number 1 force in the Qin Tian Star Zone. It turned out that there was a civil war. In the past, the Dark Ice race couldn't enter the Ancestors' land without the Ancestors' token. This time, the Dark Ice race was able to enter the Ancestors' land and lay in ambush. Bing Qing said through gritted teeth. Everyone understood what Bing Qing meant. Obviously, the Dark Ice race had entered the Ancestors' land earlier than them. However, they probably had no way to deal with the Ice Dragon, so they hid in the dark and waited for them to kill the Ice Dragon. After that, they would appear and lure other desolate beasts to attack Lu Ming and the others. It's impossible for you to get the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. Go to hell. A young man from the Dark Ice race laughed coldly and rushed toward them. End of chapter 2732. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.